Maybe I need to say a couple of things here to really get the ball rolling. So specifically, right, I don't understand why anyone would want to vote for this lunatic, right? This crazed lunatic, the rapist, the felon, the fraudster, the election denier. Okay, the racist, the misogynist. Why are you voting for him over the intelligent woman who wants to protect and preserve our democracy and fight for individualistic freedoms? You know what? That's a great question. Let's see if anybody today can answer it. If you think you can answer my question, if you think you could answer this, make sure to hop in the queue literally right now, chat. And yo, Joanne with the $25 on Venmo for the 20th birthday. Thank you so much for the love, Joanne. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, Joanne. And Tara with the $50 on Venmo for the happy birthday. Thank you so much, Tara. And Annie with the $20 on Venmo for the birthday. Thank you so much, Tara, Joanne, and Annie. Y'all are awesome. Let's get some W's in the chat for Tara, Joanne, and Annie. Thank you guys so very much. And once again, for the first 800 of y'all joining us, thank you once again, Tara, Joanne, and Annie. Y'all are awesome. Once again, for everyone coming in here, we don't have any Trump supporters in the queue. So if you're voting, Carbon, it's good to see you, man. Thank you so much for the galaxy. Hope you're well. If you're tuning in here and you're voting for the Cheeto, the fraudster, the felon, hop in the queue, spam MAGA in the chat. Y'all already know how we do it. We just started the stream off for the night. So if you want to come up here and debate already, hop in that queue. We're going to go ahead and get our first debate underway. We have our first guest loading in right now. What's going on, man? How old are you?
23. MAGA for Harris, by the way. Patriots for Harris.
Okay, I was confused. I saw Harris in the name and I saw the American flag, but it's a Patriot for Harris. I love that. W's in the chat. Moving on to our next guest here. Everybody give us a minute. What is going on, Pulse? How old are you?
I think you're a faggot.
Okay, so they just hopped right to the end of the MAGA script. I apologize for their use of the slur, y'all. You know what? Two rocks clacking together, making noise. You know what? Disregard it. What's going
Happy
on, Gianna?
birthday!
Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate you. W's for Gianna in the chat. And Glade, thank you so much for the $10 and the 20 cents on Venmo for the happy birthday. Thank you so much for the love, Glade. W's for Glade in the chat. What's up, Handles? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, well, happy birthday to you, by the way.
I appreciate it. Real quick, what time is it where you're at?
It's 10:06.
In the morning?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm in LA right now.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, so why are you voting for Trump?
Well, the main reasons why I'm voting for Trump is to do with policies back home in the United Kingdom. As you could probably tell, I'm not a native to the Americas, but I'm from the UK originally, and you know what I seem to tend to notice when it comes to the voting system in England and America, we vote very much emotionally, and the minority of people actually vote on the policies. And for me,
so why are you voting for Trump?
So basically, the effect that Trump has on the economy here in America and England is a plus for the small guy.
Oh, it's a plus for the small guy, for like individuals and like the low and the middle class, the average American. So I have a question for you. Can you name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed during his first term that benefited the low and the middle class more than it benefited rich people?
The funding that he put out in opportunity areas, the fact that people was getting paid 1,200 stimmies. These are just like thing, because when I connect the two between England and America, that's how I base
okay, so
my
funding
voting.
For opportunity areas. So what specific policy did he influence get passed that like granted funding for opportunity areas? And Justin, thank you so much for the
trade. He gave like 1.2 billion to black schools.
Okay, so first of all, he didn't. He only gave $1 billion to historically black universities. Obama gave them $4 billion, and then the Biden-Harris administration gave them $16 billion. So he actually decreased funding to historically black universities in comparison to the administration before and after him. So why would you say that something good he's done for the low and middle class is a reduction in funding? Diana, thank you so much for the confetti. It's so good to see you. I hope that you're doing well. Thank you so much for the confetti. As a reduction
where
to
is that?
black universities.
Where did Obama give 4 billion? Where was that recorded?
Yeah, so you could just go to Google. You could just go to Google to reference Obama administration's funding to historically black universities. Right, they funded $1 billion per year wait, no, that has to be wrong. Not
Yeah.
$1 billion per
Yeah.
year, $500 million per year. And then you can compare and contrast that to Trump's administration, then Biden and Harris's as well.
500 million
Yep.
times that by 4.
Obama served for 8 years.
So he gave it for all 8 years, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that
Yeah,
I
neither
think,
do
I
I.
think that
That doesn't-
Obama.
that
I think that
doesn't sound
Obama.
right to me, bro.
Yeah, that means that Obama probably gave 8 billion. I think that we'd have to reference that, but regardless, right? The
Yeah,
Biden
I
Harris
don't think
administration
he
still
gave
gave
anything,
16
to be
billion over the
fair.
course of the last 4 years.
Who did?
The Biden Harris administration gave $16 billion to historically black universities over the course of the last 4 years. So that would be a 16% increase in funding in comparison to Trump's administration.
Yeah, but do you think it's coincidental that only happened after Trump started doing those things? Because all we've seen from
Once again, we saw
you know,
recorded funding to historically black universities under Obama's administration as well, right? So particularly speaking, if the reason you're voting for Trump, thank you so much for the boxing gloves, is because of the funding that he granted to these schools, well, Harris granted more funding to these schools. So wouldn't this give you more reason to vote for Harris in comparison to Trump?
Well, not really, because it's kind of like licking old wounds from the Harrison Trump community. Because how much money have they taken from that community? How many people has she locked up? They've built their kind of political brands off these same communities.
What do you
that
mean?
they've tried
What do you
to
mean?
destroy.
What is Kamala Harris? How has Kamala Harris tried to destroy black communities?
Well, she's put innocent people in jail for marijuana, laughed about.
F1 in the chat, F1 in the chat, F1 in the chat. I will clarify on that point. We are going to go ahead and move on to our next guest in the meantime. For the 1.6 thousand people in here, I appreciate y'all for being in here. Thank you guys so much. And once again, Diana, thank you so much for the confetti. So specifically speaking, California crime stats didn't record race or gender at the time. So that was just you virtue signaling on behalf of the African-American community. And then secondarily, she advocated for the end on a war on drugs.
Hello?
She's just prosecuting the criminal. How old are you?
I'm 15.
Yeah, hop out of here. I appreciate you, though. Thank you so much for the gift. And Ashley, thank you for the $10 on PayPal for the birthday. I really appreciate you for the love. Ashley, let's get some W's in the chat for Ashley. Thank you so much. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
20,
20. Okay. What year are you born in?
2004.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So why are you voting for Dipey Don?
Because he's just a better president.
Okay. How so?
He did way more. He made a
Way more. Way more. Okay. So I actually vehemently disagree. Oh, MAGA Mobile? Okay, we're going to go ahead and give him he is MAGA Mobile. MAGA Mobile chat, MAGA Mobile. The MAGA Mobile, there's no worse internet connection. There's no worse internet
Great.
connection. Are you back now? Okay, I think you're done lagging.
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah, so the last thing... Oh my fucking god. Okay, we're gonna go to move on to our next guest here, y'all. For the 1.8 thousand people joining us today, make sure that y'all are double tapping away on that phone screen. Make sure that you're sharing out that live as well. We are going to go ahead and get our next guest up in here. What's up, Luke? All right, Luke automatically dropped. Guys, if you are MAGA, right, let me know in the chat literally right now. Spam that shit so we could get our next debate going here. So everyone just give us a minute while we get our next guest up in the box, y'all. So be patient, everybody. Do be patient. We got our next guest loading in right now, y'all. What's up, Roman? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am. And the reason I'm voting for Trump, I didn't like him after Jan 6. It took maybe 2-3 years before I was wanting someone like DeSantis or Nikki Haley, one of those people. But
It took you 2 or 3 years to gaslight yourself into voting for a guy who tried to overthrow our government.
The thing is, I was like,
Holy shit, Sky! Sky! Oh my god, Sky! Thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo for the birthday! That is insanity! Thank you so much for the love! I want to see 1,000 W's in the chat for Sky with the $100 on Venmo for the birthday. I do not deserve that. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, Sky. And Isaiah with the $10 on Venmo as well. Thank you so much, Sky and Isaiah. But seriously, Sky, that is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. And thank you, Isaiah, as well. So yeah, why are you voting for Trump, man?
So pretty much I was looking into it. Nikki Haley, she was really pro-Ukraine. And I was and I started looking into it, and she was and I also thought about Pence too, but then there
So
was
why are you voting for Trump over Harris?
Pretty much it's gun rights. That's the whole thing. Gun rights and abortion. I was just
Okay, so let's talk about gun rights first. Wait, actually, let's talk about gun rights and abortion.
Yeah.
So would you say that like you think that women should lose the right to access abortion because
no. I'm like, I've always been, conservative and stuff, and I'm not against abortion like full on outright, but I feel that the whole argument for like 90% of people who support abortion is rape, incest, and like life threatening. And I looked at the stats. This was published, I think, a few years ago by some university or somewhere in Florida. And this was before they became like basically before DeSantis. And it was like, I think 2% of abortions were like that.
So are you against elective abortions?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, so elective abortion. So yeah, would you say that like a woman shouldn't be able to get an elective abortion and she should lose the right to access abortion because you think it'll save the lives of more innocent children?
Yeah, that's the whole reason.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Okay.
Yeah.
So what's the leading cause of death in children?
I'm pretty sure right now it's currently gun deaths and car accidents.
Yeah, so my question would be, would you support very strict gun control and it might even you losing your right to own particular guns if it led to if it saved the lives of more innocent children?
I personally, the thing is that I understand certain gun laws. I understand restrictions.
Just answer my question. Would you support strict gun control if it saved the lives of more innocent children?
In an ideal world, yes, but there's government corruption, and that's the whole reason I don't.
Oh, so you'd support stricter gun control that saved the lives of more innocent children, right? So we absolutely know that that's a fact, right? So common sense gun laws such as universal So no, this is the world that we live in. So common sense gun laws, such as like background checks, right? Like taking guns out of the market through non-mandatory buyback programs, universal background checks, and red flag laws definitely do save the lives of more innocent children. We know that gun policy is effective. And if you just like a reference here, what you could particularly reference is the science behind gun control, which is going to be a paper published by Reed. I'd highly recommend reading it. So yeah, it seems like you would support the same gun control measures and preventative means that Kamala Harris would support.
Okay, so I am like in a big community with like a lot of gun owners and all that, and we all talk with each other about like gun laws and stuff. And like we all agree background checks, taking guns away from if someone commits a crime, all that. Like we agree with common sense gun laws. The thing is I can understand the ban of assault rifles in
she doesn't want to ban ARs, right? Could you show me where, right, on her like proposed policy she wants to ban ARs?
I think she said it a few times. She's like, we need to.
No.
She did not?
She doesn't want to ban ARs.
Really?
Really?
Because
really? Truly.
Okay.
Truly. But if you want to protect children, just out of curiosity, why are you voting for men who sexualize them? Like, for instance, Trump has sexualized a 10-year-old girl by saying that he'd be dating her in 10 years. He's even committed sexual violence towards women insofar as him, like, violently sexually abusing or raping a woman.
Yeah, because it really has not been technically proven in criminal court. I hate him. Like, I don't hate him because, my religion says don't hate anyone.
Ashley, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's in the comment section for Ashley. Thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal for the birthday. And Christina with the $6 and the 66 cents. Thank you so much, Ashley and Christina. You said it hasn't been proven. Yes, it has. It was proven in the context of a civil court. And then secondly, your religion says not to hate anybody. So you don't hate Hitler?
No, I disagree with him. I think Hitler was a horrible person, but hate is like undisputed, like that amount of anger. I disagree. I don't love them. Like, you love a family member, but
don't love Hitler. Truly.
Yes, I don't. Yes, no one loves Hitler besides maybe his own mother.
That was the craziest fucking butt I have ever heard.
No, what I'm saying is that I just don't like, the hate. I'm not into hate. I dislike. Yes, I dislike. I heavily disagree. Nothing. I agree with Hitler. Yeah. So my religion says you should not hate. You should love or just have no neutral or no opinion. Not love.
Yeah. So would you vote for someone that has been held civilly liable for rape?
No, I wouldn't. But
So Trump has been held civilly liable for rape.
Yeah,
So does that mean you want to be voting for Trump?
I was planning to vote for RFK Jr. That was that was my whole plan.
So I just want to follow the logic here. You said you wouldn't vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for grape. Trump's been held civilly liable for that. Does that mean that you will not be voting for Trump? Because that would be like the logical conclusion, right? Can you kind of see my step by step?
I know what you're saying. I get it. Like, I'm just more like, it's just more. I basically only support Trump pretty much because he said I'm not going to touch the guns, and then like Kamala.
He did while he was president, right? Like,
I know.
You passed some of the most monumental gun control in modern U.S. history.
Yeah, I know
right,
about the bump stock and all that. Yeah, I disagree.
So I just want to clarify: are you or are you not voting for Trump? Because you said that you wouldn't vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for grape, and Trump has been held civilly liable for grape. So does this mean that you will not be voting for Trump?
I guess probably just for this election, I will be, simply because I disagree.
So you would vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for grape. Would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the grape of a little girl?
No, I wouldn't vote for that.
So how come you'd vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the grape of an adult, but not a little girl?
Because little girl most definitely cannot consent, and it was heavily disputed, and it's like, it's civil is
Wait,
more...
so you're saying that E. Jean Carroll consented to getting raped?
No. Oh my god. Okay. The whole thing was originally guns and abortion. Why
Can you answer the question there? Don't pivot away quite yet.
Okay. Pretty much civil courts usually have less what is the thing to prove evidence? It's like it's a
lower standard of evidence that they use in a civil court in comparison to a criminal court. But the standard of evidence isn't what you'd be appealing to here, as it is the case that you said you wouldn't vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the grape of a little girl. That would be proving that the events occurred with the same standard of evidence that was used to prove that Trump had raped an adult woman. So you're not disputing the standard of evidence here. You'd be disputing the severity of the act. So I guess what I'm trying to figure out here is, why do you think that raping an adult woman isn't severe enough for you to not vote for him, but raping a little girl is?
Because I think pedophilia is like one of the big wrongs. You know what I mean? It's
like raping a woman, isn't it?
Yeah, all rape's bad. I understand that. Okay, but I'm saying if she couldn't win in a criminal court, but she could win in a civil court. O.J. Simpson, for example, he lost in civil court.
I'd like to clarify here about the criminal. He won in civil court. I'd like to clarify here that, specifically speaking, what we would say here is that I think she could win in a criminal court, because I would say that the evidence she submitted to the civil court proved that the events have occurred beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. However, it is the case the reason she couldn't pursue criminal charges was because the statute of limitations had passed.
Okay.
Right. But anyways, once again, you're not disputing the standard of evidence, because they would use the same standard of evidence in the civil court that would have proved he would have raped a little girl, and the civil court that would have proved he raped an adult woman. So you're not disputing the standard of evidence, because you accept that same standard of evidence in the context of a court that would held him liable for the rape of a little girl. Right. So you'd have no reason not to accept it in the civil court that held him liable for the rape of an adult woman. Why would you vote for him if he raped an adult woman, but not a little girl? That's the question that I'm asking here.
All right. I pretty much, it's just, I don't know all the facts. That's pretty much
Joanne, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Saying happy birthday. Keep doing what you're doing. Holy shit. Let's get some massive W's in the comment section for Joanne. Thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. That is so incredibly kind of you, Joanne. Thank you so much for your love for the birthday. Thank you so very much, Joanne. And Ashley with the $20 on PayPal as well. And Jaden with the $10 on PayPal. Let's get some massive W's in the comment section for Joanne, Jaden, and Ashley. Thank you guys so much for the insane love. And Mark with the $20 on Venmo for the happy birthday. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you for the love, Mark. And Ara and Aribel, thank you for the $10 on Venmo as well for the happy birthday. And Christina with the $6 and the 66 cents. Thank you all so very much for your love and the birthday presents here today on the birthday. Thank you guys so much. So yeah, sounds like you don't really have a response there.
I'm more voting for the issues than actual people.
Well, I mean, yeah, but you said you wouldn't vote for him if he's held civilly liable for the rape of a little girl, so it seems like you do make character considerations. You just be implicitly stating here that you don't think that raping an adult woman is sufficiently bad to not vote for him. And that's what I disagree with. I disagree with that vehemently. How can that not be sufficiently bad to not vote for him?
That's true. I get it, but like I personally morally wouldn't be able to vote for Kamala, so either I don't vote in this election or I vote for Trump. That's like,
Why would you not be able to vote for Harris?
because I just disagree with her on her views on, because she's not a moderate like Biden was in the 90s or 80s. You know what I mean? She's like she was, I think, voted more far left than Bernie Sanders. And I'm just like,
What's the most far left state in America?
California, right?
And which state was she a representative of?
California.
And when you're a representative of a state, what do you represent?
Their ideology and their whole thing.
So, like, representing the most far left state in America will make you what?
The most far left. Yes, I understand that. But she also, I feel like the stuff she believes is very far left.
Such as what?
No, like what is it? I think there was one interview where she was laughing. She was like talking about like wokeism, and she was like, "We need to be woke. You can only talk about it if you're the most woke." And you could see in the interview people are getting kind of.
So I just want to clarify. So you would vote for Trump even though he's raped a woman, but you wouldn't vote for Harris because she said that we need to be woke. So saying that we need to be woke is worse than raping a woman, under your view?
No.
Yes, that is what you're saying. I asked you why you wouldn't vote for Harris, right? And you said that you had compelling moral reason not to do so. And your compelling moral reason not to do so was because she called herself woke. So calling yourself woke gives you compelling reason not to vote for a candidate, but raping a woman doesn't?
Like, I don't know. Okay, all I'm just saying is that it's just because her opinions on guns pretty much is the only reason I'm voting for Trump.
Wait, she advocates for common sense gun laws. This has been refined, reformed, and announced by her campaign. Her proposed policy would be common sense gun reform that does lead to the deaths of less innocent children. And earlier you did say that you would support gun control if it did exactly that. So I feel like you'd have a contradiction in your view of not supporting Kamala Harris for her views on guns when all things considered. Earlier you told me you'd support stricter gun control if it saved the lives of more innocent children, and which common sense gun reform does.
Yes, but also the thing is, if I'm just a gun enthusiast and I just fear for my gun rights, that's pretty much
so you wouldn't vote, you wouldn't support gun control even if it saved the lives of more innocent children. So you don't want your right to be taken away if you think it saved, even if you think it saved the lives of more innocent children. So why do you want women's right to access healthcare to be taken away because you think it saved the lives of more innocent children?
Because I actually think, because look, I think, like, for example, AR-15s, machine guns should be a little bit regulated. I understand that. But, like, I'm saying restricting firearms to the point, even if they're safely stored away from children, all because some people in the city or near cities or suburbs take their dad's or mom's AR-15 out of their gun locker and then go shoot a school. That shouldn't affect the rest of the country for people who just want to enjoy their guns out in the countryside, shooting bears, deer, hogs with AR-10s. AR-10s.
She doesn't want to ban AR-15s. Could you please give me a source that indicate that that would be something in which she's campaigning on in this presidential election? Okay, and he actually ran away. We're going to move on to our next guest. We already got him up here. Angelo, thank you for the $5 on PayPal saying happy birthday and keep dunking on these idiots. You got it, Angelo. Thank you for your love. By the way, guys, for the 2.8 thousand of y'all in here, please help me out by double tapping on the phone screen and sharing that live out with a couple friends. What's up, Big Lig? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
God damn it. God damn it. I didn't expect that one, chat. Guys, if you're in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. Spam MAGA down below, y'all. We're going to go ahead and get our next guest up in here. I was not expecting the fetus. God damn. Hey, what's going on? Are you voting for Trump? Juliana, hello? Hello, Juliana, are you there? Are you there? No, she's not. Yo, Margaret, thank you for the $25 on PayPal saying happy birthday. Thank you so much for the love, Margaret. I want to get 25 W's in the chat for Margaret. Thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal for the birthday wishes. That is so incredibly fine of you, and so incredibly kind of you. MAGA Minor. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Well, I'm from the UK, so I wouldn't be voting for Trump.
Beep. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest. I appreciate y'all for the love. Thank you guys so much for everyone who's shown up today and shown out. I really appreciate y'all's support for the birthday. You guys are so incredibly kind. We got our next guest loading up in. Are you voting for Trump? All right, they're not here. Cuba, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo for the happy birthday. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's go ahead and get our next guest, Lisa, up in the box, y'all. Everybody just give us 1 minute, y'all. Everyone do be patient. Give us 1 minute, guys, while we get our next guest up in the box. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump? Lisa, Lisa, I hear you. Are you voting for Trump?
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. No, I'm not. I did that accidentally. I'm all Kamala all
No
day.
worries, no worries. W's for Lisa in the chat. Base, dude. W's for Lisa. Guys, if you are in the chat and you are voting for Trump, make sure to let me know down below. And 111, thank you for the galaxy. What's up, JP? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I am.
Kana, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the happy birthday wishes. Thank you for the love, Kana. I appreciate you. Okay, so JP, why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump is vehemently sexist. He does not care about women.
No, he's not. So stop with the misinformation, first of all. And I'm going to put you down. $37 million of taxpayer money has been paid out for elected officials for SA over the last few years. And Trump is the only one that's gotten charged. Also, Clinton did some unspeakable unmentionables by putting cigars up people's private parts, yet he wasn't charged. Yet you're going to sit here and stand on this Trump bullshit? Get out of here. Get
So
out of
JP,
here.
I'd hold a very standard
Get
and
outta here.
consistent. Do you mind if I respond real quick? I'd hold a very consistent principle here. If an elected official is a rapist, we should not vote for that elected official. See, you don't win the argument by saying there's other rapists. Like, imagine we teleported back to 1850.
Okay, that's
and we
a twist on words, and you're just trying to twist words. But if you have to choose Skamala, who's letting 32,000 children go disappearing for sex trafficking, and there's actually an official in California
Thank you
who
for the
came
love.
out and said that she's actually we're selling our innocent children for sex trafficking. She let 32,000 children disappear, but that's okay, correct? That's what you're saying? That's
so how did
okay?
she let
That's
32,000
all
children
right?
disappear?
She is in charge of the border czar, and there are 32,000 children who disappeared as a result of the catch and release program. And they have come out and said in DHS reports that they're missing and they don't know where they're at.
So what constitutional
that's
authority does
okay?
Harris have over the southern border?
She is the border czar. She was
I'm
the
asking you what
self-appointed
constitutional
border
authority that
czar,
gives her.
wasn't she, Dean? Wasn't she, Dean?
I'm asking you what authority that gives her over the southern border.
She should be ensuring their safety. She took charge of that program. That's exactly what she should be doing.
So what
Exactly what she
constitutional
should be
authority
doing.
did she have over the southern border? Can you answer the question?
She was the border czar. She was chosen to put in policies that would protect children. She
Okay.
was chosen to do that.
Okay, so
She
passing
failed to do that. She never saw the border. She never went there. And I'm tired of the bullshit, literally tired of it.
Yeah, so it's about passing policy through Congress, so influencing it as the elected borders are. So here's the thing, okay? So the Biden-Harris administration did influence bipartisan border legislation drafted by
And you know why it
Republican
got
in the
dropped?
Senate.
Because they wanted to send a bunch of money to Ukraine.
Do you want to know why that's not why it got dropped? Because they inevitably revised
Okay, Dean,
the
I
bill,
read
took
all
out-
the reports. Come on now. I'm sitting at home sick for 7 months. I ain't got nothing to do.
Okay,
Go ahead
right,
and
so,
pull it up.
So if you particularly read the read the reports, well, then I just ask you a question. What happened on April 24th, 2024?
You get a really nice breeze. It is very breezy.
The Langford border bill passed without the border provisions with the funding for Ukraine, Israel, and the humanitarian aid
Yeah,
for
it did,
Gaza.
'cause
I think it is so fucking despicable that you will try to make the argument that the reason Trump shot down
You're
the border
despicable
bill was
for
because
being a
one second,
DNC
what,
paid
do you mind
anchor.
you think I'm paid by the DNC?
Yeah,
What
I
is
do.
your evidence for your claim?
Absolutely, 100% I do.
What is
Yep,
your evidence
I
that I'm
do.
paid for by DNC?
Yeah, you are.
Dulce, thank you for the $20 on Venmo for the happy birthday. I really appreciate you for the love. And Frank, thank you for the $20 on Venmo as well for the happy birthday. And Heather with the $10. Thank you guys so much. Let's get some W's in the chat.
you explain
thank y'all so
why,
much. Thank you guys so much. And
RFK
Margaret, thank you so much for the
endorses Trump?
$25 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you guys so much. W's for
This is what
Dulce,
he
Frank,
does
Heather, and Margaret.
when he can't come up with a solid argument. Bye.
No, JP, don't leave. I came up with a solid argument, and then you ran away with your tail in between your legs. Let's get some W's for the donations in the chat right now, and then some redder emojis for the little crybaby. For the little crying baby. We're going to go ahead and get our next guest up in the box right now. Connie, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo saying happy birthday. I really appreciate you for that love, Connie. Massive W's in the chat for Connie. Thank you for the $25. That means the world to me. Thank you so much. What's going on, Backwoods? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Jaylin, thank you for the $15 on Venmo saying happy birthday from the evil DNC. Thank you for the happy birthday wishes and for the $15 W's for Jaylin in the chat. Thank you so much. So why are you voting for Trump, Backwood?
Well, to start, I'm not really happy with the nomination. I would have much rather seen somebody else take it. I mean, I live a conservative life. I've gone to college. I've paid off my student loans. I'm 28. I have a couple houses. I mean, I haven't had anything handed to me necessarily. I just don't like the way that the Democrats are. I'm not. I got a bunch of thoughts I want to get out, but I don't know. I just don't think the country's headed in a good direction, and I'm afraid that the Democrats
what's
they
one
just let
policy?
so many things.
What's one policy
So
influence
for
to get
one
passed by
thing,
the
I
Biden?
was hoping you could. Well,
Fuck you. I'm kicking you and I'm moving on because you interrupted me. We're going to move on to our next guest. Let's go ahead and see what our next guest, Monica, has to say. I'm so sorry, bro. When you interrupt me, like first question in, I'm just going to kick you and move on. Like, I'm not going to put up with that shit today. What's up, Monica? Are you voting for Trump?
I'm so sorry.
No worries, Monica. I
did-
appreciate you for coming up. No worries at all. Let's go to get our next guest up the box, y'all. Everybody just give us 1 minute, guys. Everyone just, what's up, Kari? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am. I'm 100% voting for Trump right now. And if he were able to run again, I'd vote for him again.
So that's like so embarrassing. So you're not pro-Constitution. You're not pro.
No, I'm not saying he should run again. I'm saying if I could elect him another time, I would.
Okay. So why? Okay, that's so embarrassing. Why are you voting for Diape Don?
I'm voting for him because of the economy. I'm voting for him on immigration. I'm voting for him because we have people in the streets dying from the F crisis. Our children. Are you seeing what's happening in Aurora?
Okay, so we have 4 things: economy, immigration, dead people in the streets in Aurora, Colorado. So let's start off with the economy. Can you name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed while he was president that benefited the low and the middle class more than it benefited rich people?
Yes, sweetie, the tax cuts.
So the tax cuts benefited rich people more than they benefited the low and the middle class. 83% of the tax cuts in the bill went to the top 1%.
If that's how you want to look at it, that's how you want to look at it. But
that's the facts of the
what happens is these companies, they get the tax cuts and then they start paying us more. It's not that hard to understand.
So false. What you're going to be referencing here is trickle-down economics. They literally don't pay you more. After the introduction of trickle-down economics, we saw a stagnation in worker wages with an increase in worker productivity when we didn't see that prior. Now, also about the economy, Trump has said that he wants to reinstitute the TCGA for another 10 years. It's projected to cost $3.9 trillion. How is he going to pay for that?
By cutting programs. We're done letting you guys stay on assistance.
By a reduction of government spending. So he's going to gut Medicare and Social Security?
I think we should cut welfare and food stamps first. Stop giving money to illegals.
Yeah, okay. So actually, can you name one government program of welfare or food stamps that would grant like particular benefits to individuals who are not here through legal means of entry?
SNAP, WIC, right?
False. So SNAP actually only services individuals that would meet state residency requirements that would require residency or citizenship. So you're absolutely wrong. Second of all, how does he plan to gut $3.9 trillion from government spending over the course of the next 10 years?
Well,
I actually think he's going to spend more. He wants to spend more on providing free IVF for all families. Apparently, he wants to spend more on on other related things to the border. He wants to spend more on these tax cuts in of themselves. Right? Where is this $3.9 trillion going to come from? He also said he wants to spend more on the military as well.
The tariffs.
Oh, so he's going to pay for these tax cuts to the top 1% by introducing tariffs to make the life of the low and middle class harder and by destroying American-owned businesses?
Hold on.
So he's going to pay for tax cuts for rich people and corporations by making poor people spend more money at the grocery store. Got it. And that's why you like him. He's really good for the economy.
But listen,
truly.
No, listen. Once we put those tariffs in, we're going to get those jobs back. And that's going to be more revenue for the government and more for you to tax so you can take some more of their money for your little programs, sweetie.
Okay, so actually it decreases American jobs as it decreases American exports. For instance, historically speaking, when we've imposed tariffs on China, U.S. agricultural exports have declined. This was also true while Trump was president. He had to bail bankrupted American farmers out with a $28 billion bailout bill.
Okay, so, you have all these words. You have all these words, you have all these statistics, and that's great. And I'm happy for you that you're able to do your research, but I go based off of what I feel in my bank account. Okay.
I go off of the facts, you go off of the feelings. Is that really what you just said?
I have a retirement plan. Do you have a retirement plan? Do you know what that is?
A retirement plan. I have a question. what is a Roth IRA?
Well, I have a 401k, so that doesn't really matter.
Incredibly smart. That is a economically intelligent person.
Well, let's talk about this is fun and everything, but let's talk about immigration, the real problem that's happening in America right now. And I know it probably scares you that I'm a free-thinking LGBTQ member that is voting for Donald Trump.
Janie, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal saying happy birthday. I really appreciate you for the love, Janie. Let's get some W's in the chat for Janie. Thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much.
I texted my friend asking him what was going on.
Well, I think you're intimidated because I'm LGBTQ plus. I'm a free thinker, and you think you have my vote. You think you've earned my vote. You think you have a right to me and the blacks, and you don't.
Okay, wait, can we not refer to African Americans as black with an S at the end? That term has been historically used in a very demeaning, dehumanizing fashion.
Okay, I won't do that.
Can you recognize how that's unacceptable to say?
Well, why can we say the gays?
Well, first of all, I would never personally say that, but maybe for a good example, let's just reference saying the Christians versus the Jew with an S at the end, right? The reason that it's not okay to say the second one, but it is okay to say the first one, is particularly because the second one has been used in a historical context in a demeaning, derogatory fashion. I could give a good analogy for this. So let's compare an AR-15 that is fresh off of the production line, has never been shot, to the AR-15 that they use in the Olvade school shootings. Okay, what would you rather do? Buy a new one or buy the one that was used to kill a bunch of children? You'd rather buy the new one. You would never even touch the one that was used to kill a bunch of children. You'd want to burn it, never think about it again, because of the negative historical context in which it's been used in. Think of the comparison of that term in the same exact way. That is a great analogy.
Okay, I mean, fair enough. Have you done any research on some of the immigration though, and how there is a lot of crime going on in this country in regards to undocumented people coming over?
Are you a natural U.S. born citizen?
I am. Thank you. Arizona.
You are statistically speaking four times more likely. You are statistically speaking 4 times more likely to commit a violent crime than an undocumented migrant. Why are you virtue signaling?
Well, the thing is, I was born here, so if I commit a crime, it's a little bit different.
Oh, that's so insane that you'd say that. So would you say if an undocumented migrant commits a violent crime that they shouldn't be allowed in the country?
If an undocumented person commits a crime, I think they should not be in this country.
But if Donald Trump commits a violent crime like rape, he should be allowed to run the country? Make that make sense.
He was born in this country. And second of all, there's no evidence that he was done that criminally. If there was a criminal charge, I probably would not be.
So do you accept his 34 felonies?
No, I think it's a witch hunt.
But that was a criminal charge.
I think it's a witch hunt.
Bella, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the happy birthday. And Jessica, thank you for the $20 on Venmo, saying from one LGBTQ plus member to the guest, sit down, and to me, happy birthday. I appreciate you for the $20 on Venmo from Jessica. Thank you.
Okay, so first of all, that's a witch hunt. They're going. Do you know what lawfare is, honey?
I just have a question. So you said that you'd
What is
accept...
lawfare?
What is lawfare? I don't know what that term means.
It's like warfare, but using the law.
But my question to you was, you said that you'd accept the idea that Trump was a rapist if it was proved in a criminal court in comparison to a civil court. But then when we prove around, when we turn around and we talk about what has been proven in the criminal court is 34 felonies, you still don't accept them. So that seems a little bit contradictory.
So do we think maybe if she hadn't have waited so long, it would have been easier to believe?
62% of women who get raped never report it in the context of their lifetime. Why would we be blaming a woman that waited 23 years?
Because that's a long time.
Oh, so you're actively engaging in victim blaming, and then once again, on average, that's not a long time.
Well, why is she doing it when it's very convenient?
Okay, well, I mean, first of all, if you want to talk about her particular reasons, this was stated in court. First of all, she didn't want her parents to know, so she waited until they died because she would have been embarrassed if they knew. And then second of all, she knew that she'd end up losing her job, which she did, by the way, so she waited until she was ready to retire. But I don't think naming off the particular reasons are going to be necessary here, because at the end of the day, as I already stated, the average victim of rape never reports it to the authorities in their lifetime. We shouldn't be victim blaming one that waits 23 years. It's incredibly typical. It happens all the time, and it happens because of the social pressures of grape culture that you are actively perpetuating. If you want to make victims of grape not wait so long to come out about it and feel more open about, speaking out about their grape right after it happens, stop perpetuating grape culture. Stop perpetuating the systems that socially pressure them into waiting so long.
I mean, I don't feel like I am perpetuating it. I am very open to someone coming out right away and saying it. I think there's a reason there's a statute of limitations, though, right?
Hannah, thank you for the $10 on PayPal saying happy birthday. I appreciate you for the love, Hannah. Let's get some W's in the chat for Hannah. Thank you for the $10. You actively are perpetuating grape culture because we are supposed to socially stigmatize and scrutinize grapists. That acts as a disincentivization for men to go out and grape women because we already know that a lot of men would grape women if they knew they wouldn't suffer consequences from it. So we have to have legal consequences and we have to have social pressures and social consequences. And you are actively eroding those social consequences by turning around saying that a man that raped a woman didn't rape a woman, denying a woman who didn't just accuse a man of raping her but then proved it in court, and then saying that this man who has raped a woman should have access to the highest rank of power available to any human on earth. That absolutely erodes social pressures and social consequences for rapists, which will ultimately decrease the amount of incentivization for men not to grape women. That is the active perpetuation of grape culture, 110%.
Okay, so why did they not let him submit his DNA? Let's talk about that.
Okay, so they had a 2-year window where he could have submitted his DNA. In fact, the judge requested it of him. He tried to submit his DNA after discovery was over and after the judge had already said that no one could submit new evidence. That's like going to a Chick-fil-A on Sunday and being surprised that they're not going to serve you. It's just the rules and regulations upheld in the court of law.
So did they or did they not find male fluids? They did not find male fluids on the dress, correct?
They found male DNA on the dress. That's
male DNA,
Thank
but
you
not
so
male
much
fluids.
Misha, I appreciate you with the boxing glove. I don't see how this is relevant. Can you name one piece of evidence that she submitted to the court of law?
In the same classroom.
Her therapist notes.
Okay, so I mean, if this was just super convenient and she was just attacking him because he was like running for president, how did she fake therapist notes from the 90s? And of course, the guests ran because they knew that I was going to ask that question. Let's get some runner emojis in the chat. Thank you so much once again for everybody for your love on Venmo and PayPal for the birthday. I got 2 here. Thank you, Hannah, for the $10 on PayPal saying happy birthday. I appreciate you, Hannah. And specifically also Zale, thank you for the $5 on PayPal saying happy birthday. I appreciate all of y'all so very much. We are going to go ahead and get our next guest up in the box literally right now. So everyone give us 1 moment. I'm going to try to get Parker up here for about 30 seconds to cover me while I go piss. I really need to use a restroom. What's up, Rose? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump is vehemently sexist towards women.
Why do you care about someone who doesn't care about you?
So you just asked me the same question I asked you, then ran? Okay. She failed. Okay, awesome. We're going to move on to our next guest. Yo, Denise, thank you for the $30 on Venmo saying happy birthday. I appreciate you for the love, Denise. Let's get some massive W's down below for Denise. Thank you for the $30 on Venmo. Thank you. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
No.
Okay, I do appreciate you for coming up. We are just looking to debate Trump supporters. Remember, guys, if you're in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Dan, and let me know right now in chat if you're voting for Trump. Ed, thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying happy birthday. And Tavi, thank you so much for the glowing jellyfish. You guys are awesome. Thank you guys so much for the birthday wishes. What's up, user? Are you voting for Trump?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to click on it.
No worries, no worries. I'm going to start pulling up from the chat. So if you guys are MAGA, let me know in the chat right now. Let's go and get our next guest up in the box as we speak, ladies and gentlemen, as we speak. Let's go and get our next guest up in the box. Riley, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo saying happy birthday, Dean. Thank you for what you're doing. Thank you so much for the love, Riley. And thank you for the confetti as well. What's up, Troy? Are you voting for Trump?
Of course, brother.
Of course. Okay. Right. So I just have a quick question for you. Trump wants to reinstitute his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act for another 10 years. That's estimated to cost $3.9 trillion. How in the hell is he going to pay for it?
Easily tariffs.
Oh, he's going to pay for it through tariffs. Okay. Well, I'm going to have Parker respond to that for about 30 seconds. Parker, thank you so much for covering me.
So tariffs. So can you tell me how you're going to get $3.9 trillion over 10 years from tariffs? How large is the tariff going to be?
Tariffs have been proven to work, brother, time and time again, even in wartime situations.
Not for raising revenue, sir. All economics professors are not going to tell you that raising revenue through tariffs is a good idea, nor would any economist say that. So why would you say raising money through tariffs would get you enough money, one, and two, be good for our economy? Because that increased the cost of goods for our economy.
That's not true, brother. That's not true
What is
at
a
all.
tariff?
Come on, be honest. Let's be honest now, man. Not all the
Troy,
time.
what's a tariff?
I'm not saying it's 100%, but it has worked from time to time, and it has failed also.
Can you tell me what a tariff is?
Yes, it's a tax basically on imports / exports.
Yeah, so a tax on imports, not exports, would only be for another country, not for us.
Right,
It would be
imports,
tax on
I'm sorry.
imports, and if it's a tax on imports, that means it raises the cost of the good coming into the country. That's called inflation. You said that's not what it was. So not only would you not be able to provide enough revenue to be able to pay for the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act as it relates to the 3.9 trillion over 10 years, but right, tariffs are going to cause massive inflation. So please tell me that's how you're going to pay for that. That's not taking care of it unless you have like a fucking 20% tariff.
Lisa, thank you so much for the boxing glove. I appreciate you for the
I
love.
think that the tariffs will work, man, because they've worked in the past. You know what I'm saying? Not all the time. Like I'm saying, it's not 100%, but I'm sure if the rate is high enough, we might feel it on the front end. But down the line, I think it can be done. No, that's just my opinion. I mean, that's just the way I think about it. So I'm not saying that, what
You said
I'm
they
saying.
worked in all these places. Where did they work?
They've worked in the past, definitely during wartime situations.
Yeah, because it's a weapon of war. But can you give me one example of it working?
In the 80s, I'm not sure what was.
What did you put tariffs on, and what led to it working?
Well, because it puts money back into the economy.
No, it doesn't. It actually takes money from consumers. It makes it more expensive for them to buy goods.
Autumn, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the happy birthday, and Sharon, thank you for the $5 on PayPal for the happy birthday as well. Thank you, Autumn and Sharon and Sharon. Also, Parker, if you need to drop, you're all good. Just let me know. You're free to finish out this line of dialogue, but if you need to go, you need to go.
Yeah, I gotta drop. Go for it.
All right, thank you so much for coming up and covering me, Parker. W's for Parker in the chat. Second day in a row, he's covered me while I've been pissing. Thank you so much, Parker. Once again, let's get some more W's for Parker in the chat. Go ahead, Troy.
Yeah, I was Parker and I was just talking about the tariffs thing. I was giving him my opinion.
Okay, so I just want to clarify.
His
So
side.
you're going to pay for the $3.9 trillion for tax cuts for the ultra wealthy and corporations by destroying the low and middle class? That's a great economic policy. Just kidding.
I don't
That's
think
fucking
that'll
terrible.
be the case, though, brother. I really don't, man.
Well,
I really
know
don't
it's
think-
gonna. I know it's gonna be the case because what happens when we increase tariffs? U.S. exports decrease, so it destroys U.S. businesses and it raises inflation by reducing the overall supply of a good, and the goods that are imported, that tariff, that price, that tax is passed off to the consumer.
But that's not the case all of the time. A lot of times, that I agree with. A lot of times that's the case, but not all the time, though. Tariffs can be a good thing, and sometimes they can be a bad thing.
Name one point through history where an increase on tariffs on China hasn't led to a decrease of U.S. agricultural exports.
Well, not just China. I'm not referring to just China, but back in the 80s and 90s, we used tariffs. I mean, and I understand usually it's a weapon of basically war with tariffs, but not all the time.
I'm asking you to name a time in history where tariffs haven't led to a decrease in exports.
80s and 90s.
You're gonna have to be much more specific, right? What specific time in the 80s or 90s, and would you be able to indicate a study to demonstrate that your claim is true?
Let's see. During Desert Storm, Desert Shield, when I deployed my first 2 times. Back in that era, I understand war.
Would you be able to indicate a source that what you're saying is correct?
I don't have a source right on hand.
Okay, so then why should I accept what you're saying is fact if you don't have a source? Is your source trustworthy?
But why should I accept what you're saying is?
Why should you accept what I'm saying is fact? Because I can indicate a source, right? I just want you to look up historical. You could go on Google and you could look up historical increase in tariffs in comparison to decrease in exports. Right? This is historically true. Right? It's been true throughout the context of history. Every single time we've increased tariffs, we've seen a decrease in exports. Right? Because tariffs cause a decrease in exports because we usually enter into some low-level trade war with a country in which we'd impose tariffs upon. So I'd be able to demonstrate a source for that claim. Right? Can you demonstrate a source for yours, sir?
Yes. Desert Storm, Desert Shield in the late 80s, early 90s.
Okay, you don't have a source. Goodbye, Troy. Let's go ahead and move on to our next guest. Let's go ahead and move on to a next guest. What were we silent about? So for real, Park, I have no clue what that guy's yapping about. We're going to go to move on to our next guest because we don't have time for the buffoonery. So let's go and get our next guest up in the box, y'all. If you guys are voting for Trump, make sure to let me know down below, literally right now. His source was trust me, bro. His source was trust me, bro. We got Daniel loading in right now. Tony, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. And Russ with a $20 on Venmo saying $1 per year. Happy birthday. Thank you so much, Russ. And Autumn with a $10 on Venmo as well saying happy birthday. Riley with a $5. I appreciate y'all so much. And Sharon with a $5 as well on PayPal. Guys, thank you so much for the love. What's up, Daniel? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so why do you want a Grapus in the Oval Office?
What was that?
Why do you want a Grapus in the Oval Office?
I want him in the Oval Office because we were better off when he was president than we were while Biden was president, and Kamala's going to continue with the same policies.
Okay, so like, what's one policy that the Biden-Harris administration influenced to get passed that you think made you worse off?
They didn't pass any policies. They didn't. Well, all right. Yes, they did. Okay. Well, the Green New Deal, for example, because the oil and gas industry thinks that when
did they pass the Green New Deal?
I don't mean they passed the Green New Deal. I mean the way they're pushing the Green New Deal. They're pushing the Green New Deal.
So they're pushing the Green New Deal, and that somehow led to the U.S. producing more oil than it ever has been before, more oil than any country that has ever existed in the history of the earth.
Right, and prices have come down some. But they haven't come down to where they were when Trump was president. And
so
the reason they're not down
is
the reason they're not down more than they should be is the oil and gas countries won't invest in new refineries because they know that the government has tried to get them out of the oil and gas business.
So how can you say that the Biden and Harris administration have tried to infringe upon the oil and gas business here in the U.S. When they've approved 50% more drilling permits for oil on federal land that has led to the greatest amount of oil production that the U.S. has ever experienced?
They grant permits, but then they don't grant the actual leases.
They do. Once again, we're currently producing more oil than we ever have.
We're producing more oil than we ever have but our capacity is not what the country is going to need for the future. And right now, all the refineries are at maximum capacity. So yeah, we're making more now, but 10 years from now, we're not going to have enough because they're not going to build any more refineries because they're pushing electric
Blaine,
cars.
thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo saying happy birthday, Dean. $20 for the 20 years old. Thank you for the love, Blaine. Thank you so much, Blaine. Let's get some W's in the chat for Blaine. I'm still confused. You're saying that they're somehow hurting oil refineries while also allowing for more drilling here in the U.S. than any presidency we've ever had. That's pure fucking gibberish, dude.
No, it's not because the refineries there's a difference between drilling and there's a difference between what the capacity of the refineries. There's not been a new refinery built since the 80s. The refineries are at maximum. That's why when any refinery goes down for a little bit.
So we haven't built refineries. So that means that there's no refineries built under Trump's administration either. So how do you say that Biden and Harris are to blame when it is true that no refineries have been built under Trump's administration or anyone's administration since the 80s, apparently?
Because I believe the natural gas industry has been nervous about the Democrats for like the last 10 years about the whole electric thing.
So nervous about the administration that approved more drilling permits.
They were nervous while Trump was president because they were talking about the Green New Deal, trying to push it then when he was even president.
Yeah, so Kamala Harris advocates for the Green New Deal and she doesn't advocate for a ban on fracking?
She's just saying that because she's trying to get elected.
Oh, she's just saying that because he's trying to get elected. So they're nervous.
I live in Pennsylvania.
So this is an incredibly weak argument. So you're saying that the reason you're not voting for Biden and for Harris is because she's a Democrat, essentially.
She's a Democrat that they lean to the right every time they want to get elected. That's because they're trying to get the people in the middle that won't vote for them.
I just want to clarify your argument. So the reason you won't vote for Harris is because she's a Democrat, and that makes oil producers nervous.
No, we're talking about two different things now. You're talking about why I won't vote for her because her policies. She's stating policies that she believes are going to the right will get people who are in the middle to vote for her.
She's stating policies that have bipartisan support. That's why you won't vote for her?
Like she won't ban fracking.
She won't ban fracking, and that's why you're not going to vote for her.
I guarantee you she will ban fracking if she could.
She will ban fracking, but the Biden-Harris administration never did, and she stated that she wouldn't. It sounds like you have a really strong argument here.
They've been trying to ban fracking forever, and they haven't been able to.
Trying to ban it. They haven't been able to do it. They haven't been able to do it. She's gonna ban fracking if she could, even though she said she wouldn't, and that's why you're not voting for her.
Do you know one of the? I live in Pennsylvania, and I'm in the heart of gas country, and the gas wells, most of them are shut down right now because they are afraid that they won't be able to. They're not going to get support from the government to keep producing gas.
They're not going to get support from Harris, who served on administration that gave oil producers more support than any administration we've ever had. That sounds like a user error, not an administration error.
They absolutely did not give them more support.
Absolutely, they approved more. They approved 50% more drilling permits on federal land in comparison to Trump's admin.
Yeah, but they also are pushing new green energy, like all the windmills. What happens when the wind doesn't blow? Okay, let's go back.
The windmills that kill.
Wait,
1 second. I just want to clarify. So, do you think that windmills like cause cancer, kill whales?
No, I don't believe that at all.
Like Trump does.
No, I don't believe that either.
That's what Trump does.
Windmills don't go fast. If birds can't avoid hitting a windmill, there's something wrong with them.
But Trump says that they kill whales, bald eagles, and they cause cancer.
Well, they do kill whales because when they build the ones out in the ocean, it disrupts. You see whales near shorelines, and you're not going to tell me that when you build all those windmills out in the ocean, it's not going to disrupt something out there.
Oh, and that's why we shouldn't build them, but we should build the oil rigs.
Okay, but my point is not about building the windmills. I'm talking about there's no way to store electricity from windmills and solar right now. There's no battery capacity to store that energy. And when there's not enough wind or solar, then where are you going to get your power from?
So that means that we need to be investing more money right into renewable energy resources in the long term for better research and development, so we could set up a brighter future for future generations through research now, right? Would you agree with that?
I'm not saying that green energy doesn't have its place. It does.
Daniel, would you agree with that?
But they are trying to push. Daniel, they are trying to push it out faster than...
Daniel, would you agree that we need to be investing more money in the research and development of renewable energy resources?
No, I agree with that 100%. I believe it has its points, but they're trying to push it over on top of everybody. That's why the car companies.
So you'd actually agree. 1 second, Daniel. So you'd actually agree with investing more money into R&D of renewable energy resources.
Yes.
So Harris and Biden. 1 second. Allow me to finish.
Okay.
So Biden and Harris made the largest investment ever in renewable energy resources with the Inflation Reduction Act, and it is the case that Trump doesn't want to invest in renewable energy resources because he doesn't even believe in human-caused climate change. Right? He specifically has said that humans can't cause climate change, and the Earth is going to get colder. We just don't know it yet. He also pulled us out of the Paris Agreement. So specifically speaking, you would agree with Harris more than Trump here. And you also haven't named a policy in which Biden and Harris influenced to get passed that you think served as a detriment to the economy yet. And I've been asking you that since you got on the live.
Yeah, I know you have. Well, you were asking me also why I'm voting for Trump, and that was some of the reasons also that I was telling you why I was voting for Trump. Because I don't believe that Trump totally...
Joe, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate you for the love.
But I also believe that Trump has the same opinion that I do, that electric has their place, but we also need fossil fuels.
So can you answer dude, that is Harris's opinion, right? In fact, once again, you cannot say that isn't Harris's opinion because she's approved more drilling permits than any administration we've ever had. Brother?
Yeah, but the other thing...
Can you please answer my question, though? What's a policy that they influenced to get passed that you thought was bad?
Actually, Biden hasn't really pushed any policies.
That's false. PACT Act, CHIPS and Science Act, Infrastructure Bill, Inflation Reduction Act, American Rescue Plan.
The CHIPS Act, the CHIPS Act, I do believe with, yes. I do believe they did the CHIPS Act.
Okay, so you haven't they haven't passed any policy, but you agree with one of the policies they passed. Really?
But can you explain to me? All right, let me talk about something else, since that's something that I also know about. I worked in manufacturing for 20 years, okay? The number one, you talk about, I've heard people saying that the inflation has been driven by the government. That's not totally 100% true, okay? Part of inflation and why prices are so high and everything is the price of diesel fuel.
Millie, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal saying happy birthday, Dean. You give me confidence that the next gen are in good hands. Keep up the good work. I really appreciate you for the love, Millie. Let's get some W's in the chat for Millie. Thank you for the $20 on PayPal. That is so very kind of you. $20 for the 20th birthday. Thank you so much, Millie.
Okay. Hey, also, so you're talking about what I'm talking about is diesel. Diesel prices have not come down. Before, diesel was cheaper than gasoline. Right now, diesel is more expensive than gasoline. Until diesel comes down, inflation is going to stay high.
So how did Biden and Harris cause an increase in the price of diesel fuel?
Because, like I said, no matter what you say, the oil and gas industry is nervous about building refineries. They need to build more refineries. We are at capacity. Anytime.
Wait, but how does that reflect on the Biden and Harris administration? You said that a new refinery hasn't been built since the 80s. RM, thank you for the sub.
Okay, there hasn't been one built since the 80s. I believe 14 out, what is it, 12 out of the last 4 out of the last 12 years. It's been Republicans in control of the government. And now
Kelsey, thank you for the $20 on Venmo for the 20th birthday. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate you. Let's get some W's in the chat for Kelsey. Thank you for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. W's in the chat for Kelsey. Thank you for the $20 for the 20th birthday. So your argument is that the oil producers are nervous about a Democrat and not nervous about a Republican. So if Harris was running as a Republican, Trump was running as a Democrat, would you vote for Harris for that reason, that they'd be less nervous?
No.
Okay, so then it doesn't have to do with the reflective nervousness of oil producers and to do with Harris's party. So how specifically would you say that the Biden-Harris administration caused inflation?
Because they've caused inflation because they're pushing they're trying to get rid of they're trying to get rid of the gasoline cars.
So they're not trying to get rid of the gasoline cars. They want to incentivize car producers to switch to EVs for sustainability in the long term.
But people don't want those.
To get rid of gasoline cars. Quite literally, they do. That's why we see so many companies producing more and more EVs, because they're becoming increasingly popular.
That's not true right there. There's a policy right there.
What is the largest car manufacturer per market cap?
Well, there's only a couple companies, so it's either Ford or the Stellantis or whatever it is.
Tesla, an EV producer. And people don't want EVs?
People don't want EV. Yeah, but no,
yeah. Sylvia, thank you for the $20 on PayPal for the happy birthday wishes. $20 for the 20th birthday. Thank you so much for the love. W's in the chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you there. Do you mind if I ask you a question now?
If people want EVs so much, why has Ford just stopped making, they just shut down their EV production? Why are all the car dealers across the country, Chevy, Ford, Chrysler, all the car dealers have electric sitting on their lot that people don't even want to look at?
Ford didn't shut down their EV production. They just released an electric version of the F-150.
Yeah, nobody likes it. They're not selling. You look at what is internal combustion engines versus electric. Plus, if you know anything about the electric version of the F-150, it can only tow a trailer like 100 miles and it has to be recharged.
I don't see how you can make an argument that the consumer market doesn't like EVs when they're more popular than gasoline-produced vehicles in the consumer market.
No,
yes,
they're not.
It is. Once again, Tesla has the highest market cap out of any car production company.
In their niche. They're not beating out DeSantis and beating out Ford in sales.
They literally are. They're literally beating them out insofar as the market cap of their company, or as
I don't want to know market cap. I'm talking about actual sales.
Deb, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal saying happy 20th birthday. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's in the comment section for the $20 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love.
Pretty sure the number one selling vehicle
I like
in the
gas
country
cars.
is the F-150.
I think it is. I like gas cars. Don't get me wrong. Like, I drive a gas guzzler, right? I'm not gonna fault you there, but I don't think providing incentivization for individuals to produce EVs through things such as
if they want EVs so much, why do they have to have incentives?
Oh my fucking god! What are we doing? Are you gonna continue to incessantly interrupt me?
Sorry. Go ahead.
So I just want to clarify, you want to vote for the grapist, sexist, misogynistic, racist, dictator on day one fascist that's attempted to overthrow our government and rig an election because Kamala Harris likes EVs.
No, that's not true, because he did not try to rig an election. He stated that he thought the election was rigged, which I also believe. I believe they changed a little bit of votes here and there because the Democrats were at high tech, and they didn't change the votes in big numbers. They changed them a little bit. When you change a little bit of votes all over the place, nobody's going to catch it, and you can still influence the election. That's how I think.
So could you give me evidence that the 2020 election was sufficient?
That's what I said. There's no evidence because they did a little bit at a time. They did. If you control all the computers, which is all everything's done by computer, they think they should go back to paper ballots.
So you believe
if everything was done by that, if everything was done by computer, and you're in with high tech, then they can the stuff they can do high tech with AI. There's no reason. There's no reason why they couldn't change a few votes.
So you think it's okay to believe in things without evidence? Can I just believe that you're a child rapist without
That's just
evidence?
no. I'm just saying what I think of my opinion and what happened.
Yeah. So is it okay if I just
but
have
you were
the
asking
opinion?
me about why Trump?
Wait, Daniel. Is it okay if I just have the opinion that you're a child rapist?
Well, I'm a child rapist. What are you talking about?
Is it okay if I just have that opinion?
No.
Why not?
Because you're entitled to your opinion. That's not, maybe it's not the truth, which maybe mine's not the truth too, but it's my opinion.
Yeah, because we shouldn't be believing in things without evidence. When we believe in things without good reason, that leads us to things such as like prejudice.
That's why it's belief and not fact. I believe that that happened. It's not a fact.
So you just have a faith-based.
I don't have empirical evidence to prove that was done.
Trump?
But my belief is someone who was in their basement the entire time the election was going on and was not out campaigning beat someone.
So do you admit that this is a conspiracy theory?
Was out all the time campaigning, and both sides got more votes than they ever got. And you're telling me that he actually beat Trump? That's why I don't believe it.
I am telling you that because it's been incessantly investigated.
He didn't even do anything. He stayed in his basement the entire time that he was running for election.
1 second. Because it's been incessantly investigated on the local, state, and federal level over the course of the last 4 years. Trump even formed his own election integrity committee to investigate the outcomes of the election to find evidence that it was stolen from him. He invested millions of dollars to fund their research. Then he took all of their findings to 63 handpicked courts, and all 63 of those courts turned him around and said he didn't have sufficient evidence for his claims, including 34 courts with Republican-appointed judges and 17 courts with Trump.
Right, because that's like I said, they did it by being very, very sneaky.
The Democrats are so sneaky. Do you think the Democrats are sneaky?
Democrats are very sneaky. They're very sly.
Okay, well then, why would you be voting for Trump this election term? If the demon rats successfully stole the last one from Trump and sliding by, leaving no trace, why wouldn't they just steal it again? Making you get.
They're probably. I believe they're trying to. Why do you think the second biggest policy, the biggest thing on the Republican platform is election integrity?
Wait, why wasn't that the biggest policy on the Republican platform before 2020?
Because they didn't know the Democrats were going to try to steal the election.
No, they were saying that we shouldn't have mail-in ballots like a year before the election because they knew that they'd be democratically favored. But it never came up in Congress. 1 second, Daniel, I'm not done. Don't interrupt me.
Right.
You know what else never came up in Congress? Legislation to make mail-in ballots safer. That never came up because they don't care about making them safer. They don't care about making sure that the results of the election are accurate, fair, and safe. They just care about doing whatever they can to get ahead.
Yeah, but I do believe the Democrats were in control of the Senate before the last election.
In the last 2 years, it was 50-50.
So yeah,
and we just never even saw any proposed policy specifically.
So there's rhinos that it would never have passed anyways.
We didn't even see them calling for it on TV. We didn't see any like public call for making mail-in ballots safer from the Republicans. We only saw a public call to end the use of mail-in ballots. I'd also like to clarify here real quick. Cammy, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal for the birthday. Thank you so much for the love, Cammy, sending $20 for the 20th birthday. I really appreciate you. And Kelsey with the $20 on Venmo saying happy birthday, Dean. Thank you so much, Kelsey. And Blaine with the $20 on Venmo as well. Thank you so much, you guys. Y'all have been showing so much love. I really appreciate y'all. But we do have evidence of an attempted interference with the outcome of the 2020 election, and that would be Trump sending slates of fake electorates to cast fake Trump votes to Congress from states that he lost to be certified as real to make himself the president again, even though he lost. He tried to ignore your voice, your vote, and the voice and vote of every American who voted in 2020, and he tried to instantiate himself as the illegitimate president through a tyrannical abuse of his power and influence.
Yeah. Well.
And that we have evidence of. We have Donald Trump's own testimony of. He's currently seeking official immunity for those actions.
I'm thinking for a second. Well, anyways, you ask me, let's go back to why I'm voting for Trump. Because if you ask me,
let's go back to a pivot. No, I'm good. I'm going to go ahead and move on, man. I don't do the pivots. If you guys are voting for Trump, make sure to let me know in that chat. And Cooper, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo for schooling people on my birthday. Let's go, Cooper. I really appreciate you for the love. We're going to go ahead and get our next guest up in the box literally right now. So everyone just give us 1 minute. Let's move back. Let's pivot away. Let's pivot away. That's what they said. We are going to go ahead and move on to our next guest. Anthony, I invited you up. Please join the live. If you guys are MAGA, make sure to let me know in that chat. I'm going to go ahead and pull our next guest up from the chat. Jason got you with an invite. We are going to go ahead and get our next guest up in the box right now. MRC got you with an invite as well. I think the most corny, embarrassing thing for the Trump supporters in the chat is that I'll invite them up and they will never join because they're terrified. I've invited like 15 of them up. Look at that. Okay, we finally got one joining in. Phenomenal, phenomenal. Also, I appreciate everyone for the birthday wishes. I love you all, quite frankly. Hello, Jared. Are you voting for Trump?
Oh, yeah, I did last time, and I will again.
Okay, why so?
Because, I'm 31, right? So I've been around for a little bit through a few presidents. Every president I've been through since I've been an adult, It's been better under Republicans, worse under the Democrats. Under Trump, I could afford to live off of my income and just my income and still have money for other things I wanted to do. Under Kamala and Biden and Democrats, I can't afford anything, and I'm making more money than I ever have.
Yeah, so what? How
Economy was better.
specifically did Biden and Harris make the economy worse?
Yeah, inflation. As soon as they
How did they
came
cause
in,
inflation?
right? Yeah, as soon as they came in day one, right? And what did they do? They reversed all sorts of policies and things that Trump put in that made the country better. They reversed them, got rid of them right away, and then they
How
sucked.
specifically did they cause inflation? Like, what policies did they reverse that caused inflation? And he left. Okay, weird. All right, guys, we may head over to the second account. I think that we're definitely being limited with our push out on this account. So we may try to go to another account, but I guess we'll see. We're going to go ahead and just give it a little bit of a shot here. But if we can't break like that 4.2K range, we're just going to head over to our second account. But let's try to just get our next guest up in the meantime. He just ran away because he had no clue what the hell he was saying. We're going to go and get our next guest up in here. In the meantime, folks, for the 3.9 thousand of y'all, I appreciate y'all for being here. We might head over to the second account. It has like an account restriction on it, but I might just say fuck it and head over to this second account. Let's go to get our next guest up in the box. So everyone just do be patient. We are still waiting for our next guest. I am inviting people up in the chat that are spamming MAGA. We're just waiting for our next debate here. I'm fucking good, dude. That guy's in an active war zone. Holy shit. We're going to go to get our next guest up in here. Sophia is loading into the box. Guys, if you are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. How in the world do you have the patience? It is a learned skill. I cannot lie. All right, moving on. Everyone be patient. Everyone be patient. Everyone be patient. Moving on. King Slight, I got you with an invite up. All right, let's go and see what our next guest has to say. What's going on, man? Are you voting for Trump?
Hey, I just want to come on here and say something. I actually am not voting for Trump, but I have a question. Just wondering why.
Sorry, man. Moving on to our next guest. If you are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. We got Julius loading up in the box, y'all. Everyone be patient and give us a minute. All right. Yeah, we are getting limited so fucking hard. This is insane. Okay. All right. We're going to try to get our next guest up in the box. Thank you for the hat and the mustache. I appreciate you. Okay. We are going to get our next guest up in here. Y'all keep spamming MAGA in the chat if you want to come up. Make sure if you are spamming MAGA in the chat that you do want to come up and debate, y'all. So don't just be spamming that for fun. I've noticed the people spamming MAGA in the chat actually don't want to come up and debate. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Hey, can you hear me all right?
Actually, no, I can't. I'm kidding. Wait, I can hear you all right. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes. Sorry, it's windy. I have to stand outside. This isn't too bad, right?
That's too bad, man. Sorry. We're going to move on to our next guest. We got him loaded up. Thank you so much for the You're Amazing. I appreciate you so much for the love. Let's go and get our next guest up in the box. So everyone just do be patient. We got Kendrick at KFC loading in. So everyone just give us a minute here. All right. Our next guest is loading up in. Bro, why is this account limited so hard? Like, this fucking sucks, dude. So annoying. Hey, what's up, Kendrick? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, he automatically leaves, bro. All right. Oh. Echo? Yeah, Kendrick just left. Someone in the chat says, I'm scared. I invited them up. How much do y'all want to bet that they don't accept the invitation? Moving on. Literally no one's joining. Guys, if you're in the queue, don't be terrified. Don't be scared if you're in the queue. This is insane. Don't be terrified if you're in the queue. Hey, what's up, Rick? Are you voting for Trump? Bro, I fucking can't. You're a bot. You're an RNC droid, Rick. I hate you.
I'm right here.
Oh, hey, I love you. Okay, are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm actually voting for Kamala.
Okay, no clue why you're spamming MAGA in the chat then. Moving on to our next guest, we're going to go and invite the person up that said Trump 2025. All right, moving on to our next guest. Everyone just give us a second. We're still just trying to get our next guest, Jojo27, up in the box. Bro, this is crazy. This is crazy. What are y'all Trump supporters doing, bro? What are y'all Trump supporters doing, bro? Give me a break. Give me a fucking break. Y'all are... Get a load of these jokers, guys. Get a load of these jokers. Absolute jokers on the live today. Hey, what's going on, man? And you're driving. Look at this. This is the type of guest we get. Look at these jokers. Everybody, every single person coming up in the live is an absolute joke. Okay, I just want to clarify that. Moving on to our next guest. Why do we have RNC droids? Okay, please hop out of the queue if you are a legitimate, non-contestable RNC robot. If you are like ChatGPT operated, you work on an AI algorithm, stay out of the queue, please. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, so I was never a Trump supporter, but I just feel like he is just a better politician than Kamala, to be honest. I feel like she was very complacent under Biden. I feel like she hasn't really done anything policy-wise. She also has been quite the liar recently. She lied about going to the border, things like that. So I'm just deciding in an authentic way to vote for Trump.
Okay, so she actually did a lot policy-wise under the Biden-Harris administration. She passed more tie-breaking votes in the Senate than any VP that we've had in the history of the United States of America. She also cast a tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act that specifically invested the most money ever into renewable energy resources to address supply chain issues to reduce inflation in the long term, alongside the other monumental policies passed by their administration, such as the PACT Act, the CHIPS and Science Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, and the Infrastructure Bill. Can you name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed while he was president that you liked?
Well, he's going to reduce the tax on serving, like
Tammy, I
servers.
appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. So that's a good policy that you like. Harris is proposing the same one. I'm more so
Yeah, because
referencing a policy
she's
that he
stealing
influenced to
his
get
she's
passed.
stealing his policies.
So this was actually proposed first by Bernie. Anyways, I asked you to reference one policy that he passed while he was already president.
Well, he actually Obama actually built the cages at the border.
Okay, how the fuck does that answer my question? You're wrong, but how does that answer my question? Like what? What question did I ask you?
You asked me what policy I liked under Trump when he was president.
And then the policy that you liked was Obama building cages?
No, I said that he.
So what's like one
he
policy
got,
that you liked?
He got the responsibility for that.
So what is one policy that Trump influenced to get passed that you liked?
Well, he made the economy better.
Okay, through what policy?
Well, he reduced the taxes on the middle class. I'm not sure what policy that's under, but he did.
Would you support spending $1.6 trillion on universal health care or UBI for all?
I'm unsure about universal health care. I think that the taxation would be immense for that. I do think everyone has a right to health care. I did support Bernie, and I am, mourning Bernie. This is not really the route I thought I was going to take politically, but I do think
so you want to
that
support
Kamala-
spending $1.6 trillion on universal health care for all, but you'll support spending $1.6 trillion on tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy? Under Trump's Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, $1.6 trillion were spent in debt-related spending on tax cuts for people making over $400,000 per year.
Well, of course I don't agree with that.
Okay, well then you don't agree with the policy that he passed. So what's one policy influence to get passed that you do agree with?
Well, I agree with his policy on supporting farmers and tradesmen and union workers.
Oh, so you liked his policy where he sent $28 billion from the government to farmers? Yeah, he bailed the farmers out because he
Why would I not like
bankrupted the
that? I
farmers with his
support
tariffs on
farmers.
China.
I support farmers.
So that was a bailout to farmers because he bankrupted them with his tariffs on China. That's like throwing shit on the wall and then kind of cleaning it up, not really, and then being proud.
Well, I think that farmers should be bailed out, don't you?
Yeah, but the reason he bailed them out was because he bankrupted them with his tariffs on China. We saw a reduction in agricultural exports that really harmed U.S. farmers. So this is once again, throwing shit on the wall for being a good cleaner. For making the window clean again. No more shit on the window. So proud.
I haven't
so
seen
proud.
I haven't seen anything of Kamala's that's kind of domestically driven in terms of helping farmers, helping
Oh, so
people
like,
here.
yeah, a proposed tax policy for tax cuts on the low and the middle class by increasing the child tax credit, introducing a $25,000 subsidy to first-time homebuyers to develop new land, and introducing a cap on all prescription drugs of $2,100 per year, giving Medicare a greater negotiating ability with pharmaceuticals to specifically reduce the price of pharmaceuticals. That's not American-based. In fact, we'd say that the PACT Act that invested $1 billion into the expansion of via healthcare benefits was not domestically based. The infrastructure bill that invested $1 trillion in local communities across the U.S. to stimulate the economy and to create manufacturing and construction jobs wasn't domestically based. The Chips and Science Act that is going to bring 20% of the global chip production back home to here in America by 2030 by investing billions of dollars of U.S.-owned chip productions was not American first. What is one policy that Trump influenced to get passed that benefited the American low and middle class more than the top 1%, ma'am?
Well, he gave to the union workers.
Through what policy?
I'm not sure.
Not sure. So earlier when you said that it has not been a productive like administration, they haven't passed any policy. Meanwhile, we've been able to reference 5 policies passed by them and talk about them in depth, and you can't reference one passed by Trump. It kind of yields a little bit of a contradiction, don't you think?
Right, I understand.
John, thank you for the $25 on Venmo saying happy birthday, Dean. Thank you for all that you're doing. John, I really appreciate you for your support. It is my birthday, and that is so incredibly kind of you. Let's get some W's in the chat for John. Thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you for the $25 for the 20th birthday. That means the world to me, John. A question I could ask you here is, why do you support someone that doesn't support you? Trump doesn't give a shit about women. He's vehemently sexist. He's sexualized little girls and raped adults.
Well, Biden was also, extremely horrible and pedophilic. So, I mean, it's like a lesser of the two evils all the time.
Okay, I mean, first of all, Biden just quite literally isn't running, so it's not the lesser of two evils.
No, I
And second of
understand,
all,
but
what is
I
your
mean,
evidence that
Kamala
Biden was a
was-
P3DO?
Kamala was an accessory to him and obviously, cared about her career enough
okay,
to
so she was
deal
associated with
her.
Biden. That means that Kamala is an accessory to him. So because Donald Trump has been associated with Jeffrey Epstein, calling him a great guy, saying that he likes young girls just like Epstein
He's not on the
does, does that
flight
make him
logs.
associated
He's
with
not on the
P3DO?
flight logs.
He quite literally is in the flight logs. I just want to clarify that. It's just
Not for the
to
island. Not for the island.
So I just want to clarify, what evidence do you have that Joe Biden is a P3DO?
Have you seen the videos of him sniffing children and licking their
So-
backs?
I've never seen a video of him licking a child's back. Can you play a video of him licking a child's back for me?
I will send it to you.
Why don't you just give me the source right now so we could all play it on live? And Melissa, thank you for the $20 on PayPal to celebrate my 20th birthday. Thank you so much for the love, Melissa.
So
Let's get
he's
some
on
W's
the-
and Melissa for the chat for the phonamenal birthday present. That is so kind of you. Thank you for the
He's
$20
on the flight
PayPal,
logs,
Melissa.
using his
Yo, Pivot, I want you
Yes.
to give me a source that he has licked a child's back. Where's the source?
Well, it's not a lick. It's like a nipple, more so.
Give me a source that Biden ate a child's
Look
back.
it up. I don't know the source.
it up.
Look it
Look it
up.
up.
It's not even
So I just-
fabricated either. It's real.
I just want to clarify, you think that Joe Biden sniffing his granddaughter's hair at his son's funeral to see if she smells good is comparable to Trump raping a
See
woman?
if she smells good, bro.
Do you mind if I
get
do you mind
that
if I
close to a
finish here?
child. You should never get that close to a child. It's disgusting.
Mariah, do you mind if you don't interrupt me?
Go ahead.
So you think that Joe Biden sniffing his granddaughter's hair to see how she smells at his son's funeral, her father's funeral, is comparable to Trump raping a woman, comparable to Trump sexualizing a 10-year-old girl by saying that he wanted to date her in 10 years, comparable to Trump specifically boasting about walking into the changing rooms, DAK, thank you for the subscription, of half-naked teenage girls in Miss Teen USA to inspect them because he owns the place where there being girls as young as 15 there, comparable to Trump not...
I think, unfortunately, I think every politician is corrupt. I'm going to be so honest with you. I think every politician is corrupt. And
Okay, so can you tell me how those two things are comparable? Because I don't think that those two things are comparable. Not to mention Biden's not running.
Well, of course, but Kamala cares about her career enough to be associated with someone like that. And also, he has very strong ties to the Clinton administration. We know the Clinton administration is also.
Can you tell me how
very
these things
tied
are
with Epstein.
comparable? I'm waiting for you to tell me how these things are comparable.
Listen, the last thing I'm going to say is that...
You know, you're running because
the
you don't
media
know.
mis-
You obviously fucking know that Donald Trump raping a woman, sexualizing little kids, and boasting about
jeez.
seeing teenage girls half
Relax,
naked is not comparable to Kamala Harris being associated with Joe Biden, who was associated
These
with
are
the Clintons, that was associated with
allegations, first of all.
Epstein.
These are
No, it was an
allegations.
allegation that was proven in a court of law. Get your facts straight. That's right. 8 devoured. This is the best birthday present ever.
Listen, I don't agree with sexual assault. I never
Charles,
said
thank
I
you so
agree.
much for the $25 on Venmo for the birthday. I really appreciate you for the love, Charles. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Charles. Seriously, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. That means the world to me. And Carrie with the $20 on Venmo for the 20th birthday. Thank you for the love. And Trish with the $20 on Venmo for the 20th birthday. John with the $25 on Venmo for the 20th birthday. Y'all are going fucking nuts. Justin with the $5 on Venmo for the 20th birthday. You guys are so kind. Y'all are literally going off. And Bari Fly with the $50 on PayPal for the 20th birthday. That's insane. Y'all are going off. Y'all are showing so much love. I'm so grateful for you guys. Seriously, thank y'all so very much.
Can we
I'm so
talk
grateful
about,
for everybody. Thank you, Bari Fly, once again for the $50. W's for Bari in the chat. Charles with the $25. Carrie with the $20. Trish with the $20. And John with the $25. Please thank our donors. I'm so grateful for each and every single one of y'all. But just to clarify here, would you vote for a grapist?
No.
Okay, Trump's a grapist. 2 and 2 together. 4. Logic.
I mean...
Of
course I don't support that.
Peter! Holy shit! Peter with the $100 on Venmo for the birthday! Oh my god, Peter, I do not deserve that. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Peter. That is so incredibly kind of you, man. Y'all are making my birthday the best birthday that has ever been had. I want to see at least 2,000 W's for Peter in the chat for the $100 for the 20th birthday. That is so kind. Seriously, thank you so much, Peter. And Araceli with the $10 on PayPal from Kamala's wish list. Thank you so much, Peter and Araceli, but do not let the W stop in the chat for Peter and all the other kind gifters. I'm so thankful for y'all's support. And Isabella with the $10 on Venmo for the birthday, saying I turned 20 on Tuesday. Happy birth. Thank you so much, Isabella. Thank you so much, Peter. And thank you so much, everybody, for showing so much love. I am so grateful for y'all. I'm not even fucking joking. Y'all are making this birthday so incredibly awesome. Thank y'all so much. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, like... I don't trust Kamala as a politician. I don't think she actually has any, fucking experience. I know she was in law. I get that. I understand that. But I just think that she's a phony. I'm going to be so honest with you. I think she's a phony. And I just don't trust her.
I have a question. What did Trump campaign on in 2016?
Pretty sure Trump campaigned on like the blue collar kind of aspect.
Of not having any political experience. So it's a good thing when it's Trump and it's a bad thing when it's Kamala Harris. But it doesn't even apply to Kamala Harris. She's been doing public service since the early 2000s.
Listen, I've given her a shot, but I haven't really seen her form a coherent thought,
Oh, okay. So that's
she's
just
like,
a lie.
She's
That's
like, inflation,
hyperbolic.
it's bad. The thing about inflation is it's bad. She doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I mean, that's incredibly hyperbolic and false. So I just want to clarify. So
Is
you're
it?
not going to vote for Harris because you don't think she could form a coherent thought, but you are going to vote for Trump even though he's a rapist, he's a racist, he's a misogynist, he's a sexist. He's attempted to overthrow our government with use of a violent coup to rig an election. He wanted to institute a Muslim ban that is literally religious persecution. He stripped rights away from all 170 million American women and girls by overturning Roe v. Wade. All of that doesn't matter, but her
He didn't overturn Roe v. Wade.
apparently rambling about inflation does. That's the bias, chat. That's the bias you see. She got banned. She didn't leave. She got banned. And yes, he did overturn Roe v. Wade. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest right now. Once again, I wanted to thank everyone once again for making my birthday so incredibly awesome. I'm so grateful for all of you guys. Thank y'all so much. What's up, Hunter? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why is that?
Personally, because I feel a lot of people, especially on the left and on the right, I won't lie, instead of voting for the best candidate, they vote for, I'm a Democrat, so I'm going to vote Democrat. Or I'm a Republican, I'm going to vote Republican.
Yeah, I couldn't
And
agree with you more. I literally couldn't agree with you more. We've had partisan politics since the 1960s. Prior to the 1960s, the whole country kind of voted together, regardless of what state or political affiliation they had, because they voted for the person, not the party. I'd say that we see people voting with a party today predominantly because of partisan media and like bias as portrayed by the media. But how does this like wrap into your reasons insofar as why you're voting for Trump?
okay, so Trump, I think he signed a lot of good bills. For example, the bill that stopped, I forgot the exact name. I believe it's the No Step Back or No Step, something like that. It's a criminal justice bill that stops people from getting arrested for stupid shit, stupid stuff, like
Don't say the names of any drugs.
Okay, the green drug, I guess.
Okay, I'm just gonna. So it's not called. It's called the First Step Act.
Yes.
How's that influence to get passed by Trump?
He literally signed the bill or the act.
Yeah, signing a bill into law doesn't influence it to get passed. So how did he influence it through Congress?
I don't remember exactly. It was a long time ago.
Because he didn't. It was proposed in Congress while Obama was president, and then passed while Trump was president, and it had bipartisan
Do you
support.
think that Obama would have signed it though?
No fucking shit, right? Because it was proposed by Democrats while he was president. Second of all, yeah, well, would you ever vote for someone that has attempted to overthrow our government with the use of a coup in an attempt to rig the outcome of an election?
He didn't, though. I mean, he specifically
If
told
Trump did
people
those things,
not
would you
to
still vote for
come.
him?
What?
If Trump did those things, would you vote? Would you vote for him still?
I mean, it only if the, and this goes for anybody, only if the government was actively trying to take rights away, then yes. But
DMC, Neil, I appreciate you for the boxing gloves. I'm looking for a straight answer. Would you vote for Donald Trump in November if he attempted to overthrow our government with the use of a coup to steal an election?
only if the
I'm
government.
not, dude. I'm asking. I don't want an only if. I need you to give me a straight answer.
That is a
if
straight
Donald
answer.
Trump did these things, would you vote for him in November? Yes or no?
It depends on the circumstances. You can't
In the
say yes or
circumstances
no.
that are true of reality, would you cast your vote for Donald Trump in November if he tried to do these things?
It literally only depends on the circumstances.
The circumstances of reality, right? What are the real world? What is happening in the real world right now today? What has happened over the course of history that has led us up to this moment in time? Would you vote for Trump in November if he attempted to overthrow our government with the use of a coup and attempted to ignore the voice and the vote of every American in 2020 by
Then no.
rigging the election? No,
Right now,
okay.
in these current circumstances, no.
Okay, so yeah, these are all things that Trump attempted to do in 2020, right? And these are all things that he's admitted to attempting to do in 2020. He's currently seeking presidential immunity for them from the Supreme Court. He tried to rig the 2020 election by sending fake Trump votes from states that he didn't win to Congress to be certified as real, attempting to ignore the real votes that Biden had won. And then he wanted to pressure Mike Pence into signing them to make him the illegitimate president through tyrannical abuse of his power and influence.
Is that why there was Democratic votes from dead people? It's the same shit that happened on both sides.
Yeah, so it's not the same shit that happened on both sides. You're going to be referencing votes from dead people. So the 2020 election was the safest election that we've ever had. There's no sufficient evidence to deem that it was sufficiently rigged to be overthrown. And it is the case that this has been contested and litigated on the local and state and federal level by Trump and his team over the course of the last 4 years. They're 0 for 63 in the courts, including courts with Trump-appointed judges. There's no sufficient evidence to justify these claims, and that's a fact. And no, we have never seen any president since Ulysses S. Grant after the Civil War attempt to steal an election with the use of fake votes in Congress. So that was a lie. So you said that you wouldn't vote for Trump if you tried to steal an election. Trump tried to steal the election. So does this mean that you will not be voting for Trump?
No, because I don't believe either side tried to actively steal the election.
Trump has admitted to trying to actively steal the election.
When?
When? In the January 6th indictment, and then also to the Supreme Court. He is admitted to sending the fake electorates to 7 different states to cast fake votes to Congress, and he's arguing that this was an official act of his presidency, therefore he should be immune from criminal repercussions for it.
Okay. I mean, if that's true, I'll go back and I will do my research on it.
Well, I mean, how about I do the research for you right now on the live, so you're pressured into holding yourself to the standard that you already set, and you can't just ignore it when you do the research off live, not in front of 4,000 people. Here's a clip of Donald Trump's lawyer, Will Scharf, talking to a news anchor, and then the news anchor asks him about the fake votes he sent to the states, and then the news anchor is like, oh, yeah, it should be a presidential act of his office, and he should be immune because of a precedent set after the Civil War. Let's just go ahead and listen to it together.
All right.
Acts in the indictment are stripped away, that Jack Smith doesn't have a case, that this case should be dismissed on that basis. I don't think there's sufficient private conduct here to support the indictment, to support the ongoing prosecution. And that's what we're going to be litigating in front of the district court now.
Even just the false slates of electors, you don't think that would constitute enough for a trial?
Well, we would say alternate slates of electors. And as we argued before the Supreme Court, alternate slates of electors have been a method used by previous presidents, most notably Ulysses S. Grant, to ensure the integrity of prior elections. So we believe the assembly of those alternate slates of electors was an official act of the presidency. That's what we argued before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has reserved that issue for determination by the district court, and we'll see how arguments fall in front of the district court.
Yeah,
Bar for bar, word for word, cooked.
If I hear the words from his mouth, then I would do it. But I don't believe another man can speak for another man.
So this man legally can speak for Trump? He's his legal representation?
Yes. But would you let, for example, somebody in your chat that supports you speak?
1 second, Christy, thank you so much. I let my lawyer speak for me. That's the whole point. You pay them to speak for you in court. Christy, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo for the birthday. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate you for that. They say keep fighting the good fight. McCandles, happy paws. I really appreciate you for the love. That is so incredibly kind. I do not deserve that. I want to see at least 1,000 W's for Christy in the chat. And Christian with the $10 on Venmo as well. Thank you so much, Christy and Christian. Y'all are so incredibly kind. Thank you guys for your continued support. I really appreciate it. And Araceli, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal as well. But seriously, massive W's in the chat for Christy and W's for Christian and Araceli as well. But yeah, I don't want to pivot away. Let's go back to you trying to make the argument that a lawyer doesn't represent who they represent. Take it away. Explain it.
That's not exactly what I'm saying here. What I'm saying is people will admit to things, and it's happened a million times in the past, even though it's not exactly true, just so they get a lighter sentence in court.
It's called a plea deal. So
Yes.
He's not taking it.
Yes.
He's not taking a plea. He's arguing that he shouldn't have to face criminal repercussions, admitting that he did these actions and saying he should be immune from them. So I just want to clarify, your standard of evidence to believe that Trump tried to steal the election from Biden in 2020 is higher than Trump's word of mouth.
I know. I'm saying I think both sides did sketchy things in the election.
Okay, what did the Democrats do in the election?
Again, with dead voters voting, it happened.
Okay.
I think it happens every single election, but I think that the state
Okay,
of
so
politics
no sufficient
is,
evidence of widespread voter fraud to overturn the results of the election, debunked. Okay?
is that why Florida had the recount several times?
They recount several times in every single election. That is a process occurrence. And what happened after the recounts? Nothing. So are you going to respond to the claims here? I'm more focused upon the fact that you said you wouldn't vote for Trump if you tried to overthrow the election. I give you the world's most compelling fucking evidence ever, literally Trump's own argument to the Supreme Court and to the January 6th indictment that already occurred. And then you said, well, Trump's probably just saying he did this, but that doesn't mean Trump did it. So if Trump walked up to you tomorrow and said that he was a rapist, would you believe Trump is a rapist? Or would you be like, nah?
If he
Are you that politically
brainwashed
brainwashed?
and then said here is the exact account when I did it and how I did it, then I'd be like, all right, well then let's go turn your ass in. Let's not. Sorry.
Oh, cool. So
That's
when
by
they
the way.
gave the exact account on how Trump sent the 7 slates of fake electorates to 7 different states, we even have pictures of the fake certificates of ascertainment that they took to Congress. We have the testimony of Mike Pence, who says that he no longer endorses or supports Trump because Trump wanted him to place Trump above the Constitution. None of that matters, right?
It does, but if it actively affected the election, then I'd be okay. Let's go this other whoever else. I probably wouldn't still vote for Kamala, but
So just to clarify, after this, you're still voting for Trump.
unless another candidate, because let's be honest, it's either going to be Republican or Democrat, right?
So
It's
let's just
not gonna be
clarify. You
Republican.
would vote for someone that has launched the biggest internal attack on our government and on our democracy since the Civil War. You just don't really care, right?
You get that there has been way worse forms of corruption in our government other than Trump's since the Civil War, right?
I actually don't believe that. I actually do think that this is the biggest internal attack on our government's democracy and on our government as a whole since the Civil War. Can you give me an example of a bigger one?
Nixon?
Nixon, the Watergate scandal did not compare to trying to throw the voice and the vote of every American citizen that voted in the 2020 election.
It did compare.
Didn't compare.
It did compare, because it actually happened and actually affected the government. Where this, yes, it may have happened, but did it really affect anything? No, because Biden's still in office, correct?
Okay, so your argument is because his attempted coup failed that you're not going to vote for him. So I just want to clarify, if Trump tried to grape, imprison, and torture a 10-year-old little girl, but failed, would you still vote for him?
Sorry, say that one more time. I was reading something popped up on the screen.
So now your argument is that he did try to stage his coup to overthrow a government, but his coup failed, and that's why you're still voting for him. So my question for you would be, if Trump tried to grape, imprison, and torture a little girl, but he failed, would you still vote for him?
No.
Okay, so it doesn't matter if you fail or not. It still gives you reason not to vote for him because what matters is that he tried.
Okay, I can see what you're saying there. I'll admit that, yeah. But that's not the only reason why I'm voting for him.
Yeah, but you said that this reason alone would give you sufficient reason not to vote for him, right? And now like you're just absolutely backpedaling that. Can you at least admit that you're backpedaling on that claim?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, see, that's the hypocrisy. I appreciate you for admitting your hypocrisy. That's a step in the right direction. First of all, Christina, I'd like to thank you for the $25 on Venmo, saying happy birthday, Dean. Take some time away from the jokers to treat yourself. Maybe later, Christina. I will be doing that, definitely. Thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. That is an incredibly kind gift from you. Thank you so much for the love. Y'all have shown so much support today. So please tell me, please tell me, I'm very curious. What is the overwhelming reason to vote for Trump even though he's tried to overthrow our government and end our democracy?
His economic and criminal justice reforms, I think, are very, very good. And
okay, let's talk about his economic policy. He wants to reinstitute the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act for another 10 years. That will cost $3.9 trillion in debt-related spending. Hunter, how the hell is he going to pay for that?
Same way the Democrats want to pay for everybody's schooling.
Actually, no, he doesn't want to pay for it in the same way. Wait, he's going to pay for an increase of $3.9 trillion through American tax dollars, but that increase of $3.9 trillion is because Americans are paying less in tax dollars.
Yeah, it's called government.
So that doesn't make sense. Saying that you're going to pay for this debt-related spending because people are paying less in taxes through taxes is...
You pay it through another way. There's other ways.
So how's he going to pay for it?
It'll be some other form of tax.
How so? Like what specifically?
I don't know. I'm not a member of government actively, and I don't have a sheet like you do of...
So you have no fucking clue how he's going to pay for near $4 trillion to cut taxes for the ultra wealthy and corporations, yet you'd say that that's good, sound, strong economic policy. But then you turn around and you look at Kamala Harris, who wants to cut taxes for 100 million American workers over the course of the next 10 years, costing $2.4 trillion, and has an exact plan on insofar as how she's going to pay for it by increasing the corporate tax rates, introducing an unrealized capital gains tax and a realized capital gains tax. And you think that's a terrible economic policy. Don't you see how insane that view is?
I mean, one thing from both sides is not going to change my vote. So, like, one bad policy, like, I don't believe that Trump has all good policies. I don't believe Kalama, whatever.
Well, this was your bullet.
Bad.
But this was your gut punch. Because remember, I asked you what the overwhelming reason would be to vote for Trump, even though he's trying to overthrow our government.
And you get
said
that
his
there's
economic
more than
policy,
one economic
but now
policy,
you're conceding that his economic policy is garbo.
He has more than one economic policy. You know that, right?
No, he doesn't. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was Trump's big, supreme economic policy of his presidency already. That is the big bill that includes all of the changes to our federal tax code. So why are you voting for Trump? I'm still just so curious.
He wants to make
when you first came on
America run through American goods, not goods from like China, other countries like that. Like we had right before Biden Trump elections happened, Americans, hence why gas was going down, hence why groceries were going down.
Yo, Christina, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Wait, I already thank you. Thank you for the love. And Deborah with the $25 on Venmo as well. Thank you so much for the love, Deborah. Let's get some W's in the chat for Deborah. And let me see here. How to pronounce Niha, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Niha and some W's in the chat for Deborah. I'm sorry if I butchered your name, Niha. I really appreciate the both of you guys so much for your birthday gifts on this beautiful day. Thank you guys so much. Y'all are awesome. Thank you guys. So you're saying that Biden and Harris caused more jobs to be exported. So we actually saw more jobs overseas under Trump's administration. That's crazy, right?
Except
like
we
that
didn't.
whole claim that you just said was false. Like that's insane.
Trump in 2020 ran on these exact things, making more jobs for America, putting America.
Name one policy that he influenced to get passed that made more jobs for Americans.
The oil industry, the pipeline. That was all Trump, and then immediately as soon as the oil pipeline from America to Canada.
Oh, the pipeline that Biden shut down, I'm assuming? So that pipeline was Canadian owned. That was not American owned. Those were not American jobs.
But American workers
the reason it
worked
was
on it,
shut
yes or
down,
no?
35 full-time jobs. And second of all, right, specifically the reason it was shut down was because it ingressed upon American lands, upon indigenous lands, right, the original Americans, upon the indigenous lands, and it was shut down by SCOTUS, by a Supreme Court ruling. Then if we want to reference just oil production, because that would have been the point of the pipeline, we're specifically producing more oil at home here in America today than we ever have been, including under Trump's admin, and more oil than any other country that has ever existed in the history of the earth. So are you saying an increase in domestic oil production is bad, and that's why you're not voting for Harris?
Harris doesn't want an increase in domestic oil. That's the problem.
We've literally seen an increase of production of domestic oil under the Biden-Harris administration because they've directly approved more drilling permits for oil on federal lands. That is false. Debunked. Easy.
Okay, and do you agree to the fact that we need to send all this oil that we're getting to other countries for their wars?
We're sending oil to other countries to support their wars? What country are we sending oil to support their wars? We haven't sent oil to Ukraine. We've sent funding and weapons as a reallocation of the DoD fund because of a agreement that we have with them in the 90s stating that we'd protect them if they're invaded. So you don't know your shit. Your head's out of the water. You're destroyed, but you're trying. So I could appreciate that.
There's one thing that I think, regardless of who we're voting for, that we need to agree on. And that's, instead of prosecuting the others for their mistake, we need to be like, all right, well, yes, I don't like Trump, or yes, I don't like Kamala, but we're all citizens of the United States. And we all need to, instead of being divided, we need to start fucking uniting together. Sorry for cussing. I don't know your rules on that. But we need to be united together and be like, all right, this is the best candidate or this isn't the best candidate, instead of, okay, you voted red, you're a monster, or you voted blue, you're an idiot. Shit like that.
I love the kumbaya bullshit, but how could you preach that, then turn around and vote for the rapist, felon, wannabe dictator on day one?
Is he a rapist? Is he convicted of rape? I didn't think
he's been
so.
held civilly liable for rape.
Has he ever been criminally?
No, he's not been criminally convicted of rape. He was held civilly liable for rape.
For when? From who?
From when and who? Yeah, her name's E. Jean Carroll, and the court case concluded in 2022, and the rape occurred in 1996. Know your facts. Yeah, he's a rapist. That's crazy, huh? Why are you voting for a rapist that's trying to overthrow our federal government with the use of a coup to rig an election? That's even more insane.
Okay, so before Kamala and before like Biden jumped out, you were Biden, right?
Yeah.
So all these clips of Biden actively going after children, you're fine with?
Okay, there's clips of him going after children? Like what?
Yes. There's multiple clips of Biden actively... Go ahead.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Biden actively trying to groom children.
No, there's not.
There is.
Play one for me. Give me a source.
How do I play one?
You give me a source of Biden. Okay, you know what? I'll just explain it to me. Explain one of these clips. How has Biden tried to groom children? I'm gonna hear you out, man. Tell
He
me.
goes
Drop
up
it
to
on me.
them and tries to smell them, whisper stuff in their ear.
Whisper stuff in their ear.
Is that what we're doing?
SH, thank you for the subscription. I'm waiting. Go ahead. Continue.
Well, no, you're just being a 20-year-old right now instead of trying to act like an adult.
Damn straight, I'm 20 years old. Damn straight, I'm 20 years old. That's a fact. That's the first thing that you've said that is correct all live. I am 20 years old. Absolutely. Beautiful. So I just want to clarify.
Instead of actually listening, you're just trying to put on a show for your however many viewers.
No, I just think it's absolutely redundant and honestly appalling that you would try to compare Biden sniffing his granddaughter's hair at his granddaughter's
It's not just his
dad's
granddaughter.
funeral,
That's the problem.
specifically to like Trump raping a woman, sexualizing a 10-year-old girl by saying that he dated her in 10 years, specifically walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls in Miss Teen USA to inspect them while they're changing, including girls as young as 15 there, right? Are you fine with that?
No.
No, okay. So then why are you voting for
I
the
think you
rapist,
think that
womanizer, misogynist
I'm one of the people
over
who
the
think Trump
non-rapist,
is
womanizer,
almighty
misogynist?
when I'm not.
Well, I mean, I guess the question that I'd ask you, why are you voting for the rapist over the non-rapist, the misogynist over the non-misogynist, the weird pedophilic-like guy over the non-weird pedophilic-like gal? Why are you voting for the racist over the non-racist, the guy that's attempted to overthrow our government in comparison to the person that wants to protect and preserve a democracy? These are the real questions, man.
Are you trying to say that Kamala's not racist? And
yes,
you know what?
yes, I absolutely am trying to say that.
And you know
Absolutely,
what
she's not
Kamala
racist.
has said about yours and my age group, right?
Oh, yeah, what did she say? All 18 through 24-year-olds are dumb. First of all, I think that this is obviously a use of abrasive language. Second of all, I think that she could have worded this better. Third of all, I think that her point stands that typically speaking, the younger you are, the less educated you are. But fourth of all, Donald Trump said that Republicans are dumb and people would still support him if he shot someone on Fifth Avenue. So where are we standing? You're in a catch-22 here, bud. Either way you vote, you are dumb. But once again, how does that compare to being a rapist, racist, sexist pig? Like, it doesn't compare. Like, those things don't compare. I legitimately don't think that you
How
have the
was
moral
Trump
high ground.
racist when he put black unemployment and did so much for the black community, more than Obama ever did?
Okay, so that's analytically false. Obama sent $4 billion to historically black universities. Meanwhile, Trump sent one. You're just wrong, okay? Second of all, Ian, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's for the raid from Ian. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate that. And Caroline, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal saying happy birthday. I really appreciate you for the love, Caroline. Kizzy with a $5 on PayPal saying happy birthday. I really appreciate you for the love as well. Opal with the $20 on Venmo saying happy birthday. Oh, they're so desperate to excuse Grape. Absolutely. And Karen Smith with the $50 on Venmo for the birthday. Thank you so much for the love, Karen. That is so incredibly kind of you, chat. Please show some love to Karen, Opal, Kizzy, and Caroline. Y'all's support, y'all's birthday presents are so incredibly appreciated. I'm so thankful for each and every single one of you guys. Thank you for making this birthday the best birthday ever. But and he ran away, They always run. They get their little shoes on and they run away. The fastest runner we've ever had, ladies and gentlemen. Fastest runner we've ever had. He's sometimes the fastest runner. He's probably the fastest runner, more than likely. So they say, so the experts say. Ed, what's going on? Are you voting for Trump? Yeah. No, okay, you're not. We're going to move on to our next guest. Someone in the chat said he forgot to slur first. Holy fucking shit. The state of MAGA. The fact that that's true. The state of MAGA. The fact that that's true. The fact that that is like an accurate assessment of reality is appalling. We are going to go ahead and move on to our next guest. Let's go and get our next guest up in the box. Everybody just give us a minute. What's up, Leonardo? Are you voting for Trump?
Hell yeah.
Okay. You sound excited to vote for the greatest felon want to be dictator.
No. I've been sitting here listening to you, and you're so great when it comes to policy. And the last subject you had with that guy, not the one that you just throw off the line, was about Trump is a rapist and so forth and so on. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask you a question. So it's okay to put boys in girl locker room,
No, so it's actually not okay to put boys in girls' locker rooms.
but
It's okay to
this
put
is the
girls,
policy of the
including
Democrats,
trans
right?
girls, in their locker rooms.
No. Boys is my friend. Boys is boys and girls is girls. Is it
Exactly. Boys
okay
are
to
boys and
put-
girls are girls.
So how comes the Democrats want to put boys in
They don't.
girl locker? Why
They
are you
don't.
saying that?
Not a single
Really?
Democrat wants to put a boy in a
Really?
girls' locker room.
Really?
Absolutely, 110%.
I'm gonna tell you, you're a straight-faced liar, man. Don't do that to us. But you know what I want you to do? I want you to be fair and balanced. I know you're a Democrat, and I want you to be fair and balanced.
So I have a
don't
question.
go over here
So
and-
what
yes.
what you were referencing here is going to be trans girls going into the girls' locker room. Trans girls
There's
are not boys.
there's no
But
such
let's
thing,
talk
my
about.
friend. Boys are boys and girls are girls.
Are you religious? Are you Christian by chance?
I am a Christian.
Do you mind if I ask you a question? What is a man?
Yes. What is a man? A man is. Whew, a man can give birth.
Define what a man is. Can you tell me what a man is?
A man is a male with male parts.
Oh,
That's
so
a man.
in order to be a man, you gotta have XY chromosomes, penis, and balls. Got it. So God the Father, is he a man?
I would know. I don't know him.
Wait, so you're saying that non-men can be fathers, so some fathers aren't men?
You said God.
Yeah, you said so. God the Father, is he a man?
I would not know. I don't know him.
Okay, so some fathers aren't men.
Well, if you're a male and you have a child, you're a father. You could produce a child. Yes, you're a man.
Okay, so God the Father is a man, but God the Father doesn't have a pee-pee. So you're saying that
I don't know if
have a
he
pee-pee?
produces. I don't. You terms in it in a way that I wouldn't do. I wouldn't do that because we don't know if God is a man or a woman. We don't know that.
Oh, so you don't? You're saying that you don't know
We
if God
don't
is a
know
man or a
that.
woman?
We don't know if God is a man or a woman. We don't know that.
Okay, so you're saying you don't know if God is a man or a woman, yet you know that
We
God
don't.
is a father, and you know that God is a he/him. So you're saying
They-
that
they-
some
they-
fathers
they
aren't
use it-
men and some
They use
he/hims
the
aren't men?
definition. Listen. The Catholic priests, their father, they don't give birth.
I don't think
They
you're
don't-
tracking
they
my
don't-
argument here.
No,
I really don't think
this
you're
is what I'm
tracking my
saying.
argument.
You saying father. There's Catholic
You see how you're
priests
not-
that
you
are
see how you're-
father that does not produce a child.
You're not tracking
Isn't that
my argument.
factual?
I'm talking about God the Father. Is God the
Well,
Father?
we don't know. Well. You see, I'm being honest with you. We don't know if the Father, the Creator of this earth, is a man or a woman. We don't know that.
But yet
we
they're
know he's
referred-
of some
But
higher
one second,
being,
Leonard.
but we
No,
don't know.
listen. If you don't listen to me, I'm gonna kick you. Is that fair?
That's fair.
So you're saying you don't know if a father is a man. So you don't know if all fathers are men.
All fathers are men that produce a child.
Okay, so then God
male.
the Father is a man, and God the Father is a man without having a pee-pee. Therefore, you
I
can be
don't
a
know
man
if he
without-
produce. No. That's different, my friend.
It's
you're in-
different. That's different. So you're just special.
It is
brain?
different. It is different. It is different because this is something that me
So
and
you
don't know
respect.
about.
So you
This is-
respect God's
this is something
gender
in the
identity, but you
listen
don't
to me.
respect trans people's.
Listen to me. This is something in the spiritual realms. We can't take it in spiritual realms when we're talking in physical. You can't do that.
So you'll respect God's
anyway-
pronouns, but not trans people's.
Anyway, you just says Donald Trump is a rapist, and I'm saying you okay with male body parts.
Cooked. Moving on to our next guest, everyone. Just give us a minute here. We're going to go and get our next guest up in the box. So everyone just allow us 1 minute, y'all. Cheyenne, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love. And John with the $20 on Venmo. And Vanessa with the $20 as well. Thank you guys so much for the love on Venmo for the birthday. I'm so incredibly grateful for you guys. Thank you all so fucking much. You guys are incredible. I want to make sure that we get some massive W's in the chat for Cheyenne, John, and Vanessa. Thank y'all so much for the love. Seriously. Hey, what's going on? Are you voting for Trump? All right, Wizard Man is leaving, and he is back. Hi, are you voting for Trump? Okay, and he's gone again. So we're just going to move on to our next guest here, chat. If you are MAGA and you do want to come up and debate, make sure to let me know in that chat. Hop in that queue. Tissa, thank you so much for the Henry the Hedgehog. And I just would once again like to thank everybody for the phenomenal birthday presents and the gifts all day. Y'all have been phenomenal. Thank you guys so much.
I'd like to
Y'all are
thank
making this
everybody
an
for-
incredible birthday. What's up, Dave? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, Parker, I am voting for Trump.
Okay, my name's not Parker, but why are you voting for Trump? You know what? Honestly, I'm going to kick you just for calling me Parker. Get the fuck out of here. If you're MAGA, let me know in that chat, y'all. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest right now. So everyone just do be patient. Do give us a second to get our next guest up and in the box, Charlie Kirk Superfan. Hello, Charlie Kirk Superfan.
What's going on? Why did you censor all those black voices? You just don't like black people or something? That's the two last people in the box. You just kick them because they're black?
Okay, so you're really annoying.
Why? That black guy was cooking you. You kicked him. Another black guy comes up, kick him because you don't like him. We see what's going on here. We see what's going on.
Okay, so you'll say that I am racist for removing 2 black individuals from my live because one called me Parker and I found that annoying and the other got fucking cooked. But Trump isn't racist, even though he denied housing opportunities to black people in the 1970s and said because Barack Obama is black, he's obviously not born in the US and shouldn't be able to run for president. Can you explain to me why you hold a drastically different standard for me and what comparison you'd hold for Trump?
Wait, how's it racist to say he wasn't born in this country?
Yeah, so he said that Obama was not born in this country with no sufficient evidence.
You said he was born in Kenya.
From Hawaii. And said because he was born in Kenya, he shouldn't be able to run for president because he's not.
Well, Obama said himself he was from Kenya. He said it on stage in a talk.
So because his family is from Kenya, yeah.
He said, I'm from Kenya. I don't know. You know, he supplied his birth certificate. I don't know if it was sufficient. I mean, it looked kind of fake to me. But
okay, so yeah, so you're actively engaging in the same racism that we'd see be propounded there. But would you say that denying housing opportunity to black people because they're black is racist?
No, black people destroy the homes they live in. When black people move into areas, they just get destroyed. Like, look at Chicago and like all these areas. It's just destroyed. It's terrible. I mean, you shouldn't have to be obligated to turn your apartment section into like, you know, O block or whatever.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
I mean, there's a reason why like places like Jacksonville, Florida, are like you can buy $1 million house for like $250,000 there because, you know, there's just robberies every day. They just, I mean, it's not because of socioeconomic factors or anything. Like there's obviously a,
what is it
a problem with violent youth. Yeah, it's culture. I mean,
okay, so you're relating it to culture? Is that your argument? Shiny, thank you so much for the love drop.
I mean, a lot of third worlders are doing it, like the Venezuelans, like holding hostages those at the apartments and shit.
Okay, so you're saying that.
I mean, like, let's look at New York City, for example. Like, look at New York City.
Of course, his man's name is Charlie Kirk Superfan. This guy's fucking gross. I just want to clarify.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're particularly saying that black individuals would quote unquote destroy housing places. So yeah, so what would?
Well, yeah, imagine like look what they do to the Airbnbs and stuff, and I mean they're the only ones like fighting at Disney World, destroying the airline counters and destroying the service counters. I mean, we know what's going on.
So I mean, apart from that being demonstrably false, right? You'd say I'm just confused on your aberrant fucking racism. I'm like, so this is just like actual fucking racism. Like this is like, and it's incredible that this man came up here, called me racist, turns around and commits literal fucking racism. Like I don't.
This is
like,
racism.
This is MAGA in the flesh, ladies and
How
gentlemen.
is math
this
racist?
Is the shit that we see every single fucking day. This is the shit. You are the bottom of the barrel, sir, and I just really do want you to know that.
No.
appalling.
You don't engage. That's just ad hominem attacks. These are 12% of the population commits half the crimes, and I'm just supposed to sit there and say, imagine if white people.
So first of all,
imagine if white people were committing these amount of crimes in this.
I just have a question. So first of all, I would like to address you on your I would like to address you on misinformation. The idea that like 12% of the population commits 50% of the crimes is false. What you're going to be referencing here is arrests. What's the exoneration of black people in comparison to white people in the court of law? Significantly higher. Black people are 50 times more likely to be exonerated for a crime in which
not for shooting, for murder.
Yes, and including murder in comparison to their white counterpart. Now, I'd like to ask you.
What's that have to do with them destroying the cities and all this stuff? Like none of that stuff. First off,
So now you're I would love to bring up Athena. If anyone could like get Athena in here, I would love that. That'd be phenomenal.
No, I already talked to her.
You're making the argument. So
Why do
you're
we,
making the
you need like a
argument.
black person to talk for you? Like really? It's like, let's bring in a superior voice on this topic, a black person. Like it's insane. Like,
Well, I mean, I would
defend your
like to
point.
say, I would definitely like to say that I do think it is fair for me to say that a member of the African American community that's much more educated on me and is better fit.
Why
to
are they
address the
more
misinformation
educated
and
than you
moral
because they're
evidence.
black?
Okay, so no, Athena's education has nothing to do with the color of her skin. Athena's education has to do with her incessant investigation into academia over the course of the last 10 years, getting more degrees than you will get in your life. Literally more degrees than
No, I've probably
Now,
forgot
on to
more
my
than
second
she's
here.
learned, honestly.
Now, just moving on to the second point, she has more degrees than you have brain cells.
I've
But
probably
I'd also
forgot
like to
more than
specifically,
she's learned.
hey, I understand that you lack self-control, but I'm going to need you to have that self-control to specifically engage in an argument with me. So you're saying that it's not racist to deny black people housing because they quote unquote destroy houses? Well, okay, just like using your logic here, but which by the way, that's racist and false. Obviously, the 4.8 thousand people watching the live know this to be true. Using your logic here, would you say that it's not sexist to say that we shouldn't appoint a man into an official act of power such as the presidency because they're more likely to start wars, commit genocides, and destroy countries?
Yeah, but you don't understand the per capita thing. You just did the meme like that. So
Oh, that's crazy.
Women have started wars
That's
before.
fucking
Dean.
crazy. Harvey, I really appreciate you for the $10 and the 7 cents on
Every
PayPal. I
single
really appreciate
that's
you for
like
the
a-
love. So I just want to clarify that men commit 95% of violent crimes in comparison to women committing 5% of violent crimes, right? And men specifically commit 95% of violent crimes because of higher levels of testosterone and hormonal balances, in which would cause them to have less emotional regulation, lower IQs on average, and be greater predisposed towards a rationally adverse emotional responses to external stimuli. So I guess like using your same logic, the same corrupt, false, racist logic that you tried to use to justify denying black people housing opportunities, do you think that the country would be rightfully justified in denying men powerful opportunities such as official offices such as the presidency?
No, because we're not picking these people at random.
No.
Like the best men are smarter than the best women due to the bell curve. Like women are smarter on average, but the smartest men dominate the smartest women. That's why if you look at like chess or any of the strategic stuff, they dominate chess and all this other stuff.
So why do you think it's the case that men have a higher IQ at like the top of the bell curve in comparison to women?
Oh, just like studies and stuff, right?
Yeah, but
Like
I'm
it's a
asking
bell
you why you
curve.
think that's the case.
Oh, it's
I know
just
the bell curve
biology,
you're referencing.
right?
Okay, well, I mean, if it's biology, well, then why would we see different IQ discrepancies based upon the power dynamic of a society? Like, for instance, if you'd go over to the Middle East, in a country in which would be predominantly dominated by Arab individuals, you'll see that Arab individuals have a higher IQ on average than white individuals in that same country. However, when you now go to the US and you compare the average IQ of an Arab individual in a country in which is dominated by white individuals, you'll see that the average white individual has a higher IQ than the average Arab individual would possess. What this tells us is that IQ isn't necessarily related to biology, but is more related to certain social dynamics such as access to opportunity, resources, and education, right? So I think the argument that you'd be making here that men are biologically predisposed to be quote unquote smarter than women is abhorrently false when you consider the socioeconomic discrepancies and the higher access to opportunity and resources in which men would have compared to which women would have. So your argument.
So it's just
obviously
resources.
false
That's what
as well.
you're claiming. It's just all resources and stuff like that, and like access to economic zones and access. I've heard some people claim it was access to ports and stuff like that.
Ben, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo for cooking the blatant racists. Yeah, you know, we do it best. I wish we had Athena up in here so we could watch the fucking throwdown. I would love to watch her destroy this guy. Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, though, Ben. Drew, thank you for the $5 on Venmo as well. And Shania, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo as well. Thank you guys so much for the love. I really appreciate y'all. You guys are awesome. Yeah, please, someone seriously try to get Athena or like even Mr. Jones in here. Harvey, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. And Ashley, thank you for the $10 on PayPal as well. I really appreciate y'all for the love. And Sydney, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo saying happy birthday, Dean. I appreciate you for the love. And yeah, once again, that was my claim, and I justified my claim because of average IQ discrepancies that we'd see in other countries with different power dynamics.
Yeah, I just think it's ridiculous that like me having access to a port or something would increase my IQ. It's insane.
I mean, we could empirically justify it. You're just saying, nuh-uh. You're a really smart guy. Just throwing arguments out, saying, nuh-uh. That's what? I don't know. Your emotions, your masculine emotions and ego and
Well, there's studies. I mean, there's people who have. I mean, they destroy you on an intellectual scale. They've won Nobel prizes, right? Dr. Watson, right? The guy who discovered the double helix. He said all the same shit, right? This is not new. He had scientific stuff to back it up. The father of genetics, right?
Laura, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. Tell this man his racism is abhorrent. It absolutely is. Thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal.
Not like I'm
I
like
really
making this
appreciate
up.
the
I didn't
love.
like read this on the back of like my racist Oreos box. Like,
Yeah, so I'd love for you to indicate a study. Could you do that?
yeah. James, look at James Watson. He got his Nobel Peace Prize revoked for talking about this.
Yeah, so James Watson was specifically discredited by his peers, and all of the evidence in the evidentiary standard in which he used to come to his racist conclusions were rejected on the basis of no standing. So I'd like you to know that you're just, sourcing what an empty racist, just like yourself, with no evidence. Very.
Well, no. What about
quite frankly.
JT broke down the New York City crime statistics and like.
So now you're re-referencing crime stats. I was particularly asking you to reference a claim that would dispute my claim that IQ is going to be related to social factors such as access to education, opportunity, and socioeconomic well-being. But you can't.
Oh well,
dispute
you
that
can just
because
look at
and you don't
I
have
mean,
the facts.
Just ask any farmer. Like you can breed intelligence in animals. What are difference? What humans are any different? Like apple. When they say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, like this stuff is true. Like it's genetics. Like you're like.
Oh, so your counter argument is literally you're wrong, I'm right. Yeah, that is the average racist for you. Let's all laugh at the racist on the live. Let's see if he's misogynistic too. Do you think that men are better at leading than women?
Leading? What do you mean by that?
Yeah. Like leading, being in positions of power and control.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, why so?
Well, women are emotionally, they get flustered a lot. Have you ever seen like a woman when there's a, what's a good word for this? Like an emergency going on, like they freak out and stuff, you know? Like when Charlie Kirk said, like, I'd rather have like a man pilot
Rosemary,
than a
thank you for
woman
the
pilot.
$5 of him. I appreciate you for the love.
Like, I think stress inoculation amongst men is obviously a lot higher. So in stressful situations, like, give me the man every time. The old white.
So
actually.
Yeah. So your claims are very easily debunked. So first of all, men are not better at dealing with stress or stress-related hormones in women, and this is biologically driven. So
I'm talking about stress inoculation. I'm not talking about dealing with stress. I'm talking about stress inoculation.
Stress inoculation would be specifically better equipped to be dealt with by women, and we'd see this empirically proven, right? For instance, female surgeons outperform their male surgeon counterpart.
No, they have female surgeons have better hand-eye, like they're better with their fingers. That's why they're like better shooters. They have better dexterity. That's why they're better like secretaries and shit. They don't have better stress inoculation. And surgeons, their heart rates don't even go up in surgery. Does a surgeon's heart rate go up in surgery? No.
Okay, right. So yes, right. We would see that, typically speaking, females are better equipped to deal with stress inoculation in comparison to their male counterpart. The justification for this claim would be thicker dendritic density in the context of neurobiology, and the reason that this has been biologically driven through evolution was because of childbearing and birth. So that claim is specifically true. Women literally deal with stress better than men, right? And then secondarily, we also have empirical justification through this of data points that would exist inside of society. So we could reference the fact that men are much more predisposed and much more likely to commit self-unaliving. Men commit nearly 70 to 80% of self-unaliving in comparison to women. Men are also much more likely to engage in violent crimes. Men commit 95% of violent crimes, which is an emotional, irrational response to and that really goes with racism. So now we're pivoting between the misogyny and the racism, which would be specifically linked to predisposition dealt with higher levels of testosterone to give an irrational emotional response to external stimuli. Once again, men are also much more likely to abuse hard drugs, abuse substances as a unhealthy coping mechanism to deal with unprocessed emotions. Meanwhile, women have a much higher IQ and EQ on average, right? So your claims are automatically debunked here. I think the only arguments that you've had here, which I think you'd be able to admit, is your word of mouth, racism, misogyny, with no justification. It's honestly very embarrassing.
No, but like I agree with most of that, and none of it debunked, right? Like, so like I agree that like, yeah, men abuse drugs more than women. What does that have to do with men's stress inoculation? Nothing.
Yeah, so it'd be specifically linked to like an irrational adverse way to deal with unprocessed emotions in comparison to women who, because of their higher IQ, are better equipped to deal with emotional.
Yeah, I'm talking about the best. I'm talking about the top of the bell curve.
To deal with emotional responses to external stimuli would be specifically indicated with like stress inoculation. And you're talking about a bell curve. Would you be able to indicate to me a source? I would say the best of the men deal with their emotions and stress better than the best of the women.
I don't know how you would even do a study on that.
Oh, so you just spewed bullshit because you just said that the best of the men deal their stress better than the best of the women because of the top of the bell curve. And then when I ask you for a source, you're like, I don't have a source.
No, I'm just going
What's the
off of
difference
like
between
real
you and
world
flat earthers?
experiences. What was that?
Real world experiences that have driven people to think the earth is flat, that have driven people to think that there's a god in the sky that loves them very much, that have driven people to think that if they die they're going to go
Well, don't
to
you
hell,
believe in
that have driven people to
transgenderism?
think
So
that
none of this
9/11
even
is a
matters. Don't you believe in
inside job.
transgenderism? So none of this even matters. You can't have this debate. I could.
Okay, right. So he gets fucking shit on. He gets fucking shit on when it has to do with racism and misogyny. So then he pivots to being transphobic, and now we're just gonna move on. He tried though. Yeah, no transphobia, racism, misogyny. The trifecta, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's go to get our next guest up here. If you are in the box, make sure that you are voting for Trump. We are going to go ahead and get our next guest up in here. If you would like to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, they are in the bio. I do appreciate y'all for all of the birthday love today. I see y'all asking for Alex Byron in the chat. You're gonna have to let me know what his ad is. Tyson, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. We are going to go ahead and get our next guest up in the box literally right now. So everyone, just give us 1 minute. In the meantime, guys, make sure that you are double tapping away on that phone screen. Thank you so much for the anarts as well, Alex. Let's see. Y'all are saying at Everyday Alex. I'll look for him. He's driving. Cyber, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, saying, wait, he didn't hit anti-Semitism yet. Oh, shit. He was going to hit all the phobias. All the phobias. Yeah, we're just going to move on. Never think about him again. Thank you so much for the love, Cyber, with the $10 on Venmo for the birthday. I really appreciate you for the love. Alex Byron. Everyday Alex. Okay, I'll look for him. What I could be better equipped to do. Yo, Avery, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo for the birthday. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much for the love. And Nathaniel, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo as well for the birthday. Thank you both so very much. Massive W's in the chat for the donors. I appreciate you guys. What's going on, Alex?
Hey, man, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I do. I literally
Awesome.
follow you. You do the prank calls.
Awesome. Yeah. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to be here because I have dual citizenship, but I do get to vote.
Yeah, you're good, man.
Okay.
So why are you voting for Trump?
Awesome. Yeah, the reason I'm voting for Trump is I just think that his policies when it comes to the economy are better. I am kind of just focusing on that. I'm not sure if you heard his comments on the Steve Haddock show yesterday, but he made some really, really good points about how he's going to control interest. And I was wondering if I could actually just play that and have you respond to it.
Yeah, sure. So we could talk about that. And there's also other economic policy that I'd like to go over. But if you'd like to reference a clip about how he's going to control the interest rate, go for it.
All right, let me try to find this. I don't know if I've got YouTube. There might be an ad. Hopefully this just plays.
In the meantime, guys, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Yeah, but no, seriously, I really appreciate y'all for the love on Venmo today. I want to get some more W's.
Well, we've
in
got
the chat here.
Steve, and you're a great guy, but you don't know as much as I do about inflation. What we're going to do is we're going to make the banks a lot different. Excuse me, let me finish. We've got a lot of gold and it's not being used. You see these graphs. They call them graphs, and Kamala wants to control the gold and make these transsexual changes. They want women, they want boys to be girls and girls to be boys. But at the end of the day, it's going to be a lot of shiny things. And when I wake up, I'm scared. I'm not sure why. I wake up at 3 a.m. and there's a lot of nightmares. I watch this show on Epics, and they get trapped in a town, and it's so strange. They like to call it a lost ripoff, but it's something of its own. It's called From, and it's a fantastic show. And we're gonna have parties. I'm gonna make new holidays where people can have a lot of furry fun. No litter boxes. No, they love it. Get excited, because we're not gonna have dog boys and dog girls peeing. And thank you for letting me cook. A lot of people get scared. We've got Harry Sissy. I call him Harry Sissy. He kicks me out. I do the impression. 10 seconds, he can't handle it. Harry, don't worry, your Venmos are still gonna come in. You're still gonna get to do the thing and get the money. Get the money. I hope you guys are donating some of this money. It would be a shame if you just put up a green screen and yapped. But I do respect it because what I do is probably far stupider and people pay me as well. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, so are you actually voting for Trump, or did you just come up here to give us a phenomenal Trump impression?
No, I'm Canadian. I can't vote.
Okay. Have a good one, Alex. Okay. Well, I mean, I think I can appreciate Alex for making fun of Trump. A couple of his comments were a bit weird, but we're gonna move on to our next guest at this point. Alex. I've seen his streams before. He does like really funny prank phone calls. I've sat down and laughed my ass off at him a couple times. Um, you know what? I'll give him the W for making fun of Trump. How about that? How about that? We'll give Alex the W for making fun of Trump. We're gonna move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone, just give us a minute if you're on the queue. Make sure that you are voting for Trump. We're gonna get our next guest up in the box literally right now. Janai, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo saying happy birthday. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for the incredible birthday present, the best birthday there's ever been. Thank you so much. If you are in the live and you are voting for Trump and you'd like to come up and debate, let me know right now down below in the chat so I can pull you up. Let's go get our next guest up in here. I'm actually just surprised about how the chat knew that Alex was in here. Was he like streaming and did send over like a little raid for y'all to spam the chat, or did y'all just kind of see one comment and it picked up? We're gonna go and move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone, just give us a minute. We are still trying to get our next guest of the night to load in. So everyone, just be patient. Everyone, do just be patient. Give us a minute here. Do double tap on that phone screen as well. We are so close to 1 million likes, so make sure that we are double tapping away while we get our next guest up in the box. No one is loading in. Such an L. Monet, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the happy birthday. Thank you so much for the love, Monet. I want to make sure we get some massive W's in the chat for Monet. Seriously, thank you so much for the $10 for the birthday. And Alexis, thank you so much for the $20 from the DNC for the birthday. Thank you so much, Alexis. W's in the chat for Alexis. Thank you for the love. And everybody be patient. We are loading in anybody and everybody for next debate. They're just not loading in. And Grace with the $20 on Venmo for the birthday as well, for the happiest of birthdays. Thank you for the love, Grace. W's for Alexis, Monet, Grace. Thank you guys so much for the love. Y'all are popping off today. What's up, Mary? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, Mary's just AFK. See, this is the issue, chat. Spam MAGA in the chat. I'm only going to pull from the chat. Drop a me down below if you are ready and willing to come up and debate. Barbara, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo for the birthday. I appreciate you for the love, Barbara. What's up, Jay? Are you voting for Daipi Dan?
Yes, Dean, I'm voting for Donald Trump.
Okay, why so?
Because Dean, we need to build the roads. Also, happy birthday.
That is an OG joke. Thank you so much for the love. That is a crazy OG joke. Holy cow. Yo, Erica, thank you for the $20 on PayPal for the happy birthday. Thank you for the love, Erica. And thank you for the beading arts as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you for the love. W's in the chat for Erica. Thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Y'all are showing so much love right now. All right, guys, what's going on? James, are you voting for Chomp? Mr. James, you're in the queue. Okay, moving on to our next guest. Hey, Kay, thank you so much for the love. And Marie, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the happiest of birthdays. Thank you for the love, Marie. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump? Thank you for the confetti, MK.
Yes.
Okay, could you speak up a little bit, Pooks?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah. So why are you voting for Trump?
Because, do you know Mike Burgundy?
Yeah. Angie, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the happiest of the 20 birthdays. I appreciate you for the love.
Well,
so what does Mike Burgundy have to do with why you're voting for Trump?
I was on a live and he had basically said that
Calma 2024. Let's
Democrats have vegan views, and I don't really want to hold those views.
What's up, Charlie? Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Okay, so why do you support someone that doesn't support you? Trump is vehemently sexist.
That is not true at all.
I could give you reason to believe it's true. He's like sexualized a 10-year-old girl saying he did her in 10 years.
Okay, so you do realize that Ashley Biden, it's in her book, you can read it. She was molested by Joe Biden most of her life. You voted for him.
June, I appreciate you for the confetti. So first of all, I literally did not vote in 2020. I was too young. Second of all, Joe Biden's no longer running for president. Now it's Harris. Third off, you're going to be referencing Ashley Biden's diary, which was stolen from her, then sold to Project Veritas, a far right-leaning think tank that has a track record of manipulating. And
that's not true. I don't think you would believe anything anyone else would say because you're so just on Kamala's train. But this is why I'm voting for Trump. One, I'd like my country to stay free. I do not want to be a communist country, which is exactly where Kamala's taken us. She's a Marxist. Her dad was a Marxist, so of course she's going to follow suit. If you listen to her word salad that everybody claims that's word salad, it's not. It's Marxist. So you can go back and research exactly what Marxist wording is. I live in a border state. Do you?
No. So to respond to your first couple claims, first of all, you said that what I said about the diary being stolen and sold to Project Veritas, you said that was false. So, I mean, the lady that stole it and sold it to Project Veritas has been criminally convicted for this. Her name is Amy Harris. Feel free to look it up. A good reference would be the New York Times woman sentenced to month in prison over theft of Ashley Biden's diary, where it talks about how she stole it. And
So that's why Biden doesn't speak to his daughter, right? That's why she don't speak to her dad. So here's a
well, that's
woman
why she said in her
who's
letter to the
molested by
court.
her dad, and you're claiming that Kamala is all for women's rights and all that, but you don't care about Ashley Biden's rights, right?
So what I'm claiming here is that the contents of Ashley Biden's diary are unverified because it was sold to Project Veritas, who's manipulated documents on political opponents in the past.
Well,
And
the
Ashley Biden said, one moment, do you mind if I finish, ma'am?
Mm-hmm.
Do you mind if I finish, ma'am?
Go ahead.
And Ashley Biden said in her letter to the court, Renee, thank you for the $25 on PayPal for the birthday fund. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Renee. Thank you for the $25 on PayPal for the birthday. W's in the chat. And Ashley Biden said in her letter to the court that, specifically speaking, there's been false allegations lobbed at her as well as the people that she loves, and that the contents of her diary have been misconstrued. Second of all, Biden is not running for office. Harris is running for office. I am voting for the non-grapist, non-molester over the grapist and the molester. And then fourth of all, you said that Kamala Harris was a communist. Ma'am,
Yeah.
can you define communism for me?
Let's see. She's letting all the illegals come into our country. She doesn't want
That's not a definition. Hold on.
No,
define
it is.
communism.
I live in a border state. When you let illegals come into a country and then you're going to let them have money to buy a house, you're going to buy them a car, you're paying them to vote for you, you're going to give them a license.
Beads and Beyond Jules, thank you for the $20 on PayPal for the happy birthday. W's for Beads in the chat. Thank you for the 20 for the happy birthday. Sorry, continue. Kenneth with the $20 on Venmo for the happy birthday wishes. Thank you, Kenneth. W's for Beads and Kenneth. Thank you both so much for the $20 for the happy birthday. Continue. Also, you said Ashley Biden hasn't spoken to her dad. Ashley Biden spoke at the DNC and said that she's the OG girl dad. Just saying.
Okay.
And anyways, what's the definition of communism here? You haven't given me one.
Everything that she is, first of all, her policies alone, or actually, she don't even have policies. She stole half of them from Trump. But
Tracy, thank you for the $15 on PayPal for the birthday. I appreciate you for the love W's for Tracy in the chat. So she stole policies from Trump, and her policies are communist. So that means Trump's a communist?
She believes in equality for everybody. So you think it's fair for, first of all, I put my kids through college. Why should I have to put anyone else through college? So, with communism and socialism, eventually other people's money runs out as well. So is she going to bring us up to her level? She said she's going to bring everybody up to the same level. Well, I want to be on her level. I want to make millions of dollars for being a crook too.
Okay. So yeah, you're saying that communism is equality for all. You obviously don't know what you're talking about. Communism is a mode of economic production where specifically, it's going to be a stateless, classless, moneyless society. Kamala Harris can't be a communist.
That is the first sign of socialism. That is the first sign of socialism right there.
No, actually, socialism leads to communism. Communism doesn't lead to socialism.
Which is exactly what Harris is doing. Which is exactly what Harris is doing.
So what is socialism?
Well, look at every other country around us. It's somebody that wants to dictate and not lead a country. It's someone that wants to take away your freaking rights. When I'm a conservative.
Once again, super duper false. So socialism is a mode of production where there's no privatized ownerships of the means of production and they're workers.
I don't have the breadth of the time to argue with someone that's being paid to promote Kamala. So when all your freedoms are stripped, when you're living in a socialist
Purdy with the $333 on PayPal. Holy shit, Purdy! Let's go! Oh my god! Purdy, that is insane! Are you joking? With the $333.33 on PayPal for the birthday. Purdy, that is out of this fucking world. Holy shit. I want to see so many goddamn W's for Purdy in the chat right now. Thank you so much for the $333 on PayPal. That is extreme. That is absurd. That is insane. Massive. And there's 50 gifted subs. Holy shit. Oh my god. God, let's get some massive W's in the chat for Purdy for the $333 on PayPal and the 50 gifted subs. Oh my God, Purdy, you have been supporting me like no other for like the last year. I am eternally grateful for you and your support. You're a phenomenal, awesome individual, and I'm so grateful for you. We are going to go ahead and go back to the debates, but chat, I want y'all to show Purdy the love that she deserves while I am debating our next guest. I do not want to see the W's stop for Purdy in the chat anytime soon. Thank you so much for the love. Oh my God. Jeremy, what's up, man? Are you voting for Trump?
Fuck you.
Okay, and Megan, are you... Oh, Jeremy just left. Okay, Megan, are you here? You're on mute. Dude, keep the W's for Purdy coming. I'm so grateful for you. Thank you so much. That is literally insane. I can't even believe the position that I'm in. What's up, Megan? Are you voting for Trump? You got your mic unmuted now? Okay, I'm guessing that she's not. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the love, Purdy. I'm fucking bamboozled. Ebony, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal saying I want a sub. Thank you so much for the, well, I mean, the $5 that you just sent me on PayPal. I think that's how much a sub costs. Sorry. We're going to move on to our next guest, but nonetheless, thank you so much, Ebony. Honestly, let's get some W's for Ebony as well. Okay, moving on to our next guest here, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone give us 1 minute. Keep the W's for Purdy coming in the chat. Let's go and get our next guest up in the box. We got them loading in right now, so everyone do be patient. Everyone just give it a moment. Y'all are seriously the best known to mankind ever. For real, for real, for real. Loading in our next guest, guys. Spam MAGA in the chat as well if you'd like to come up and debate. I'm currently... Yo, Boney, are you voting for Trump? Boney's not here. While we're getting our next guest up here, holy fucking shit. M Sharp with the $100 on Venmo. What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? M Sharp with the $100 on Venmo. What the fuck, guys? Y'all are, this is insane. This is insane. M Sharp, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Is that real? Holy shit. W's for M Sharp in the comment section. Thank you so much for the $100 for the birthday. Saying happy birthday, Dean. You are awesome. Thank you so much for your love and support. That is insane. And Shalika, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo as well. Thank you so much for the love. Y'all are going insane today. Thank y'all so much for the W's for Purdy, W's for M Sharp for the $100 on Venmo, and W's for Shalika for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you guys so much. Holy shit, y'all are phenomenal. Thank you guys. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
No.
Okay. Guys, if you're voting for Trump, let me see a me down below in that chat. We're still trying to get our next debate underway. Y'all are going off right now. I'm about to fucking cry. I swear to God, I don't deserve this kind of love. Thank you guys so much for the incredible, incredible love. What's up, Bernie? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, they're not here. Michelle, thank you for the manifesting. Claire, are you here?
They've already suffered. Yes, change that.
Okay, Claire, are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why do you support someone that doesn't support you? Trump's a sexist.
Okay, well, I just wanted to say that you look like Baron Trump and ET had a baby. Have a good day.
Okay, bye, Claire. Guys, please go back to spamming MAGA in the chat if you want to have a debate. And please don't hop in the queue unless you are ready and present and able to have a debate. We've been looking for a guest for like 20 minutes. This is insane. But Angie, thank you for the $25 on PayPal saying happy 20th birthday. Angie, thank you for the $25 on PayPal for the 20th birthday. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much for the love, Angie. That is out of that world. That is out of this world. Thank you so much for the love. Seriously. We're going to go to get our next guest, Ashley Nicole, up in the box. Y'all, please spam me in the chat right now if you want to come up and debate. What's up, Ashley? Are you voting for Trump?
I had actually planned on it, but honestly, like watching you, I'd kind of like to be convinced otherwise.
Well, hopefully I can give it to you otherwise. Or are you saying you haven't been convinced yet? Like you're still voting for Trump?
I voted for Trump in the primaries, and mostly because like this time around, like I felt like Biden hadn't made a lot of progress or delivered on his promises. Because previously, like I would say that I was pretty progressive, but after having kids, and being in a red state, I feel like I've kind of ended up being more conservative. and mostly like
Madison with a $100 on Venmo for the birthday. Let's go. Oh my God. Let's get 100 W's. Sorry, 1,000 W's for Madison in the chat. Thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo for the birthday. Thank you so much for the love, Madison. That's insane. Thank you so much. Let's get 1,000 W's in the chat for Madison. Thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. I do not deserve it. Thank you for your love, Madison. Thank you so much. So, Ashley, I just want to clarify: are you or are you not voting for Trump?
I still plan on it, but like the further that we get like into the election, like I feel like the more kind of unhinged he's becoming. But I don't feel like Harris has been like very clear on some of her policies, and like watching her interviews, I don't feel like she makes like a lot of coherent sense. And so I guess I just don't really like understand like her views, like especially like in terms of like parents' rights and education and things like that. I feel like government is like putting their hands kind of into more things that they shouldn't, like in terms of like personal rights and freedoms. And
okay, so if we want to talk about government putting their places in something in places where they shouldn't in the context of personal rights and freedoms, well, Trump elected 3 justices to the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade so the government could put their hands in the rights of women. So already off to a bad start. Secondarily, you said that you don't quite know her policy, right? So it is the case that we do know her policy. She wants to increase the child tax credit. She wants to offer tax reductions for over 100 million American U.S. workers in the low and the middle class, first-time homebuyer subsidy for newly developed properties. And she also wants to increase the corporate tax rate and increase a couple of their taxes to pay for economic plan, right? And she wants to reinstitute federal protections for the rights of women so the government can take their hands out of women's rights. You also said that she sounds like incoherent in interviews. I disagree. I don't think she does. But at the end of the day, I'm going to say that being a rapist, felon, fraudster, election denier, sexist, racist, misogynist, that is going to be worse than quote unquote being incoherent in an interview, right?
yeah, and I think I could get behind that as well. But like say with the policies last night with her interview on CNN, and she was talking about when they were trying to talk about like, you know, what needs to happen in Israel and whatnot. And also like my family is Arab, obviously, like I am very for the Palestinian cause. But she was just constantly saying the hostages, and not really discussing really like what the path forward is. And I feel like that's something that all the candidates have lacked really is what is the path forward here?
Yeah, so I would like to say that Kamala Harris has advocated for a ceasefire. Donald Trump has advocated for more funding to Israel to win the war. So if you support the pro-Palestinian movement, which I do as well, I understand that Kamala Harris's views aren't optimal, but they're the best we got.
Yeah, I feel like I could get behind that as well. And then I kind of, where you discussed like, you know, the women's rights and whatnot, kind of what I've heard from Trump in interviews, like what I've seen this year is really him putting it as like a states issue and handing that power back over to the states and kind of advocating for small government there. So,
yo, Lori, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Saying finally signed up for PayPal to send you a gift for your birthday, Lori. That is so incredibly kind of you. Lori literally signed up for a PayPal account to send me a birthday gift. That is so incredibly kind of you, Lori. Thank you so much for the continued support. I thank you so much. My heart goes out to everybody who's been supporting me today. I'm so thankful for you guys. I want to see 1 billion trillion million W's in the chat for Lori. Thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. That is quite frankly fucking absurd. Thank you so much for the support, Lori. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, every single person in this live that has came through and supported me today. Y'all are the best thing that has ever happened to me, and I mean that very seriously. I can't believe that I have the ability to come on TikTok every day, yap my ass away, and advocate for what's right, and have people listen. Thank y'all so much. Jessica, thank you so much for the travel with me. And Lena, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal for the birthday. Thank you, Lee. W's in chat for Lee. Thank you. Go ahead.
oh, but anyway, yeah, so no worries. But yeah, no, it's like I really feel like, you know, smaller government helps things to be more determined, like, you know, by the people, for the people, and kind of consolidating like into our states and local governments, you know, making the decisions that are best for our communities versus like, I feel like the Democratic Party at this point is turned into more of like a big federal government stance. So like, what would you really say to that?
Yeah, so would you say that like the right to women to vote should be passed back down to the state level governments?
No, but I mean, like, is that really do you feel like that's an issue on the table?
And you'd say that because you think that there should be some universally protected rights. For what I would say here is I think that there should be globally protected rights, such as access to healthcare, right? Democratic processes and systems where everyone has a voice, right? The
Yeah,
idea
for
that
sure.
slavery should be banned and made illegal everywhere. But
Oh, yeah,
unfortunately, we can
absolutely.
only legislate domestically, so we'd advocate for federal protections for these things. And this doesn't necessarily imply big government. This just implies like a better quality of life with basic respect towards towards human rights. In fact, I'd say passing it back down to the state, allowing the white men in D.C. to legislate on the issue, would prelude to a bigger government. A big government means more people legislating on what you can and can't do. Overturning Roe v. Wade means more people legislating on what you can and can't do.
I respect your opinion.
Avery, thank you for
I
the
really
conversation.
appreciate your input on that. I feel like honestly, I hadn't thought of it from that perspective, and I really appreciate your input on that. I feel like you've kind of clarified that like in my mind a bit. Because honestly, like I feel like kind of living in a red state in the deep south, like it's kind of an echo chamber down here, you know? And so
Yeah, and like if you think that like access to healthcare is better put in the hands of the people, and that's why you'd support sending it back down to the state, well, you'll put the most power in the hands of the people, specifically the 170 million American women and girls, by allowing them to make that decision for themselves, right? And how do we allow them to make that decision for themselves? By federally protecting access to make sure that that decision isn't made by the white men running their state.
yeah, I guess I really hadn't thought of it from that perspective, but thank you for putting it that way for me.
Yeah, was there anything else that you want to go over? Because you honestly, you sound like you could be swayed here, so I want to see if there's anything you could do.
Well, I feel like
what
honestly,
are your other reasons why you're voting for Trump?
well, it is mostly just like the small government issues and the economic policies, like the way that, since Trump has come out of office, the way that inflation and the housing market and everything have gone. And it makes it almost impossible to live where we are, at least. And so I guess just wanting to see some change from what we've had, and kind of like a concern that the economic policies under Biden would be perpetuated with Harris, but like also understanding that she's her own person and she's going to come in with her own ideas.
So if I could prove to you that the reason inflation has gone up, the reason your groceries cost more, the reason that gas costs more, the reason that houses cost more has nothing to do with the Biden-Harris administration, and in fact they've responded to it to the best of their ability better than any other leaders on the global scale, would this like give you reason to vote for Harris over Trump?
Honestly, yeah. I feel like voting with our wallets is the biggest influencer.
Yeah, sure. Well, let's talk about voting with your wallet. So over the course of the last 4 years, you're right. Everything costs more. The housing market has gone insane. Interest rates are up. However, none of this was caused by the Biden-Harris administration. It was all caused by the global pandemic. The same global pandemic that caused the highest rate of unemployment that we've had since the Great Depression under Trump in 2020 has caused global inflation under the Biden-Harris administration. And they have not caused any of this. Their economic policy has been sound, good, and benefited the low and the middle class by bringing manufacturing jobs to here back home in America with the Chips and Science Act, investing $1 trillion into local communities across the U.S. to create stimulus and construction jobs through the Infrastructure Act, investing nearly $1 billion into the expansion of VL healthcare benefits with the PACT Act, and the largest investment in renewable energy resources ever with the Inflation Reduction Act that will reduce inflation in the long term. Their economic policy has honestly been really good, and it has benefited the average American. But when we look at Trump's economic policy, it benefits rich people and corporations. For instance, his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, 83% of the tax cuts in that bill went to the ultra wealthy, right? And it cost $1.9 trillion in debt-related spending. If he's reelected, he says he wants to reinstitute that for another 10 years. That's projected to cost $3.9 trillion this time, that he has no plan insofar as how he wants to pay for it. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris wants to spend $2.4 trillion on tax cuts for the low and the middle class, such as increasing the child tax credit, a $25,000 subsidy for first-time homebuyers buying newly developed properties, putting a annual cap on the price that any American would ever pay for prescription drug prices, allowing Medicare to have a greater negotiating ability with pharmaceutical companies. She cares for the average American, and she has a plan to pay for it through raising the corporate tax rate, through increasing the realized capital gains tax on people with over $100 million in assets, by introducing an unrealized capital gains tax on those same people, and it is going to be self-sufficient. Trump, what does he have? Another 10 years of a tax plan costing more than Kamala Harris's with no clue how he wants to pay for it? That's not good. That's not sound economic policy. That's just belligerence.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I feel like there were some things like under Trump's administration, especially like in terms of border security that, we started out with like Mexico's going to pay for it. And all of a sudden now the taxpayers are paying for it, and there was no concrete plan on how we were going to achieve that. And, all it did was increase the deficit really. And that's kind of my concern is like as a businessman and not as a politician, how is he going to navigate like the changes that he's really advocating for? And another issue kind of, I know it's really hard to be a conservative, like especially with my family situation, because my husband is on DACA and my husband is also a conservative.
Join the Lincoln Project.
Really?
The Lincoln Project is a group of the Lincoln Project is a group of Republicans that are voting for Kamala Harris. And the reason why the Lincoln Project exists is because certain critical thinkers that would exist within the Republican Party can recognize that it is no longer the Republican Party.
And that's how I feel as well.
Of MAGA,
Mm-hmm.
right? And the Lincoln Project, they are voting for Kamala Harris because Donald Trump has attempted to overthrow our civil and electoral processes, trying to steal the vote from Biden in 2020. Look up Trump's fake electorate plot. B, Donald Trump has reduced and decayed public trust in our criminal justice system. And C, Donald Trump has a very expensive tax plan that disproportionately benefits rich people with no clue how he wants to fucking pay for it.
I am definitely going to look into that. And I appreciate you talking to me and sharing your views with me. I really do.
Yeah, no, like, I appreciate you for coming up here. You could still hold to your party ideologically speaking, vote red in the next election when human rights and the sanctity of our democracy aren't on the line, but tax policy is, right? Those debates are going to be a lot more boring. Those debates are going to be a lot more ideologically split between the two parties, but those debates are the ones we should be having. We shouldn't be having these debates if we want to put a rapist in the Oval Office. We shouldn't be having these debates if we want to put an incessant liar who's tried to overthrow our government in the Oval Office, right?
Yeah, and that's how I feel too, because like even like with a conservative kind of mindset, like I don't feel like I can 100% get behind Trump. And when Nikki Haley came up at the RNC and was like, don't vote for Trump because you agree with him on everything, but because it's for party unity, I'm like, okay, yeah, I get that. But like also he wants to deport my husband. So how do I kind of reconcile myself with the fact of that,
Yeah. I appreciate you for having common sense, Ashley. You are what the Republican Party used to be, and I can respect that.
Awesome. Well, thank you. And thank you for talking to me. I really appreciate your time.
Of course, Ashley, have a phenomenal rest of your day.
You too.
That was like really fucking refreshing. Holy God, guys. That was so refreshing to see an actual Republican. God. They're moderates now. The stern, strict, and scary Republicans of the early 2000s are literally moderates now. Isn't that crazy? Anyways, I have a couple people to thank here for the donations. I really appreciate y'all for your continued love here. I'd first like to thank Lena for the $20 on PayPal saying happy birthday, Dean, from Lee. Thank you so much for the love, Lee. Let's make sure, thank you, Monet, for the fruit friends. Let's make sure we get some W's in the chat for Lee. Thank you for the $20 for the birthday. And Jace for the $20 as well. Jace, you've been watching forever, man. I hope that you're doing well. Thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. I really appreciate your continued support. You are so awesome, Jace. Same with you, Lena. And Neft, Ollie, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, saying happy birthday as well. You're awesome. Thank you so much for the love. W's for Neft, Ollie in the chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Y'all are so awesome. And yo, Leslie as well. Leslie, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal, saying happy birthday. You're also awesome. Thank you for the love, Leslie. Let's get some W's in the chat for Leslie. Thank you for the $25 on PayPal. I really appreciate you. I think I've determined what I want to get myself for my birthday. I've determined that I'm going to replace the front bumper on my car. I broke it like a year ago, It's all broken and decayed. It has a crack, and it is broken. That is going to be my birthday present myself. What's up, Gabe? Are you voting for Trump?
Hey, Dean. Appreciate you having me on. I am. Now, I'm dual citizen status. I live up here in Canada, so I'm very much aware of socialism.
What is socialism?
Well, socialism is essentially where the government controls a lot of the social economic policies throughout the country. So we've got things like state-sponsored healthcare and whatnot. We have higher taxes, give or take. It used to be pretty good up here in Canada, but our hospital situation up here isn't great. It used to be somewhat decent, but if you've got something
I just
like
want to
a broken
clarify that's
arm-
not socialist. I just want to clarify that's not what socialism is.
Well, look, if we want to play gotcha on just dictionary terms, we can do that, but that's not.
I mean, that's really
what's-
important to do when we're talking about modes of production and economic literacy. Like these things.
Go ahead.
Gabe, I'm so sorry. I did have to kick you. You just had like too much background noise. But I would like to clarify. So socialism is very strictly defined, and it is important to have a strict definition for it. Socialism is a mode of production where the workers own the means of productions. You just had a lot of background noise. It was kind of stressing me out. I'm not gonna lie. Feel free to request when you're in a bit more of a quiet area, though, Gabe. Wimsters, you have been spamming me in the chat for the last couple hours.
Hi, I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt. Happy birthday, Dean. We love you.
Thank you for your love. Thank you for your love. Thank you for your love. All right, we're gonna go to get our next guest up in here. They've been spamming all day. They've been spamming all day and all night. Drew, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo for the birthday. I really appreciate you for that love, Drew. Wimser says sorry for being annoying in the chat. No, you're not annoying. W fetus. Drew, seriously, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. It means the world to me, man. Thank you so much, Drew. We're going to go to get our next guest up in here. W fetus, Wimsters, you weren't annoying. I appreciate you for the love. What's up? Are you voting for Trump? Not voting for Trump. Not voting for Trump. Okay, moving on. Moving on to Daniel. Moving on. Someone in the chat said that body work is a hard bill to cough up. Yeah, fuck yeah, it is. That's why I haven't done it. But I think that's what I'm gonna use the proceeds from today for. Usually I am very financially responsible, but today I think I'm gonna use the proceeds to get a new front bumper for my car. Get some body work done. Because every time I go outside and I look at the right reflector on the bumper, it's like hanging off by a thread. The left side of the bumper's poking out. The paint's all
Dean,
fucked
I just
up.
want to say happy birthday to you, man. I love you.
Hey, thank you so much for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat. Thank you so much. I think that you were obviously a fetus, but I appreciate you for the love, man. We're going to go ahead and raid Parker here shortly. But I want him to do a restart. He's just simply not doing it. We're going to go. Fixing your cars is fiscally responsible. I mean, if it drives, it drives. Okay. All right, if it drives, it drives. So I don't know. I'm a fetus. We're all fetuses. Yeah, it may just be time to raid Parker. We're going to go ahead and try to get one last debate up in here. I appreciate everyone so much for your love. Hey, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Happy birthday!
Yo, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. But Quasar with a future city. Holy fuck. I have never seen that gift before. Quasar, thank you so much for the love. That's astounding. That was so cool. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Quasar. Let's get some W's in the chat for Quasar. That's insane. Thank you so much. Massive W's down below for Quasar. Thank you so much for the future city. That was so fucking dope, dude. Thank you. Thank you so much, Quasar. But hey, for the 3,000 people in here, we are going to go ahead and raid Parker. We're going to co-host with him for the rest of the day. We're going to have some fun days over there, and I'm going to have so much fun interrupting Parker with the happy birthday donations for the rest of the stream, because he interrupts me so much with donations when I co-host with him. So much. He does that so... He does it so fucking much. So today we're going to give him some karma. Okay. Hey, all right. Hey, guys, spam at Parker get a job in the chat. Right now, we are going to go ahead and head over there and hit a coast with him. Everybody come with us. Thank you guys so much for the gifts. So yeah, let's head over there. Let's head over there to at Parker get a job. Effie, thank you so much. You're always first. Everybody head over to at Parker get a job on TikTok. Spam Dean Raid in his chat. All 2.9 thousand of you. We have fun here. We have good debates. It's a whole lot of fun. Come with us. Hang out. Okay, you'll enjoy yourself. I'll see each and every single one of y'all there. Love you all. At Parker get a job. We're gonna hit a co-host up. I'm just gonna go pee before I join, so I'll be a little bit, lagged behind. But I'll see you guys there. Bye bye.
Policy, I don't agree with it. I don't agree with fracking stones as well. Sorry to go on a tangent. Don't agree with like the plastic straws that she's trying to ban. Don't like how she's stopping the offshore drilling.
She didn't stop offshore drilling. She didn't ban those. Like, I don't know why. And the fact that you'd care about the fucking plastic straws, dude, who gives a shit?
I mean, what do you mean who gives a shit?
Yeah, like that's actually like there are people that don't have health care. There are people that don't have child care. There are people that don't have reproductive rights. There are so many issues in our society, and the biggest issue that you have is the fact that she wants to take away your plastic straws.
No, that wasn't.
Which she hasn't even expressed like that she wants to do this recently. But you're so scared of the plastic straws going bye-bye. Oh my god.
I was still speaking, but I wouldn't agree with that because of the environmental causes. You could sit here and argue Roe v. Wade as far as.
Do you believe in human caused climate change?
Yes.
Okay, so all right, then what's the issue?
I feel like we as humans need to put better policies.
So to like better impact the environment, right? So if this is something that she's doing to better impact the environment, what's your really big issue with it?
Banning plastic straws isn't going to impact the environment because you have to think.
You think it's like a small percent, but where she's not saying that on its own. She's not just saying do that. Even back then, she hasn't said this recently, but even back then, that's not the only thing she was referencing.
Okay, you was the one that's pinpointing out that specific clause that I'm stating. With the banning of the plastic straws, of course it's going to have its economic and practical problems, but she's doing more things than just that. Right? Even the commissioner of the DNC literally knows what's up and doesn't like her. She wants to ban the filibuster. Biden literally let the Taliban run through Afghanistan. It was the worst leaving in U.S.
You understand history. that agreement was set up originally by Trump, right? Trump set it up so that the Taliban would, right, based upon your own view.
No, but it was how we exited.
Wait,
right?
Okay, so tell me, what did Biden do specifically that led to that?
He pulled the troops.
That's what Trump's agreement was. Trump's agreement was for them to pull the troops. Appreciate the hint, Art.
Yeah, but not at that specific time while giving them all of our infrastructure.
Actually, they extended the time. The Biden-Harris administration got it extended. It was actually meant to happen earlier.
Okay, but do you agree that they should have pulled out with all of our weaponry with them?
Wait, so again, you know that all of the weaponry that was left that was related to the U.S. was just stuff that was given to the Afghan military to defend themselves?
And now it's with T groups.
Yeah. Wait, the Taliban took over, yes. That's what was going to happen when Trump pulled out.
Right. But also at the end of the day,
So do you think it was good to pull out?
At that specific current time, no.
Okay, so Trump's agreement was shit.
No, it was good at that time.
How was it good?
At that specific time.
How was it good?
But once the Biden regime overtook...
How was it good?
Because they had a plan. That's why it was good.
What plan?
And then once the Biden regime, yeah. Once they got into effect, then, it changed, right?
Yeah, so, you didn't give anything in specific. You don't know shit, do you?
To what?
To anything you just said. You gave nothing specific.
Well, what are you asking in specific?
What were we just talking about? Gabrielle, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I do have a dog. Yeah.
President Joe Biden's handling of Afghanistan situation.
Yeah, but you never gave a specific of what he did. That's what I was asking for.
He literally planned to withdraw the troops from Afghanistan.
That was Trump. Appreciate the hint, Art. That was Trump.
No, Biden planned it.
Nope, it was Trump.
Okay, well, it was a process initiated under the previous administration. I get it.
Trump.
Okay, but at the same time, the goal was to end America's longest running war and shift its focus away.
So it's good when Trump does it, bad when Biden does it. Yep, so real.
No, because
you quickly changed on that one as soon as you heard Trump did it.
I mean, okay. I mean, either way, at the end of the day, the Democratic Party is all about intersectionality. And,
Do you even know what intersectionality is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's literally like a framework for like understanding someone's aspect on like their social or political identity and what I guess discrimination and privilege.
Whoa. You're just saying words, dude.
Basically, it's a framework.
I'm sorry, you just said a bunch of buzzwords.
Okay, it's a framework for understanding how various aspects of a person's social and, let's say, political identity,
like through different types of lenses, different types of intersections, right, of identities and other sorts of things that impact people.
Well, I mean,
culturally,
we're all
can
human
impact how they engage in behavior or in society.
Well, we're all human at the end of the day, right? We shouldn't have to have because someone's this, because someone's that. We have to view in a different lens when everyone has the
so
same.
then you're saying intersectionality is good.
No, I'm not saying it is. I'm saying that's
what's bad about intersectionality.
Because y'all are literally basing like her voter pool off of the demographic that everyone is basically a victim of some sort. That's
not what intersectionality means. Intersectionality just looks.
I never said that's what it means.
Okay, so then what's wrong with intersectionality?
Because you're victimizing people.
Wait, you just said that's not what intersectionality is.
No, I literally said intersectionality is what Kamala Harris is doing with her voter pool.
That intersectionality is not a bad thing. You tell me what's bad about intersectionality.
Bro, basically it's the DEI. That's basically intersectionality.
Do you like the Electoral College?
No, I don't.
You don't? You dislike the Electoral College?
Yeah, because the Democrats use the Electoral College to their advantage by
it's
getting.
It's actually used by Republicans, genius.
Well, they're using it by harboring a bunch of the illegals. So then once the
no, that has nothing to do with the Electoral College. So you don't know what the Electoral College is? Okay, do you know what the Senate? Do you disagree with the Senate structure to give more power to like rural communities?
No, I don't. I do agree.
So you want totally popular vote, right? For everything? So just like make everything the House?
I believe that there's a big incentive that the Democratic Party is pushing when they're trying to bring illegals in because
why do you say illegals? Also, again, you don't have any policy they're referencing. We actually have lower border crossing numbers right now, daily speaking, in 7-day averages than we did at the end of Trump's administration. So apparently Trump wasn't dealing with the border crisis.
Trump wasn't. I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that when these illegals are coming in right now, right, during the Biden regime, once they come into these populated blue state areas, when it's time for the Electoral College and they look at the actual population, the thesis, right, then they're going to count their, them as a vote technically, per se.
No, so undocumented immigrants can't vote.
I'm not saying they could vote. I'm just saying just because they're in the area, right, with the Electoral College, you know how it works, right? How it's gathered by the amount of people. So then they're going to get the vote.
Well, then why did the electoral votes go down for some of these regions?
I mean, it just depends. I mean, various factors.
Okay. So there's no plan to do this. You have no evidence.
I mean, Elon Musk said it.
Just a conspiracy. Elon Musk is the conspiracy nut too. Okay. I don't care what Elon Musk said. Elon Musk said it. Like, that's a source. Jesus Christ, dude.
I mean,
So the
Elon
electoral,
Musk
right?
is
Electrician college. So the electoral college, right? That's a DEI program. Did you know that?
yeah. I knew
So
that.
are you against it? Because again, it's supposed to give more power to rural communities than it is
Right.
like, the person
Right.
in
But
Wyoming,
just
a
like how
person
there's
in
tax
Wyoming
loopholes,
has
right?
more of a vote than I do here in California.
I mean, just like I mean, yeah, it could
So
be a
you're
law,
totally
but there's a
against it?
loophole. I mean, there's loopholes to everything in the United States law.
No, so
There's loopholes.
you're against the electoral college, which is the reason why Trump won in 2016, and you're against.
I'm against how they're trying to do loopholes through the electoral college. That's what I'm against.
There is no loophole that's happening there. Okay, the electoral college benefits people who are literally Republican. Like
Okay,
we have to be up like 5 to 6 points nationally to win, like in all the swing states as Democrats. Republicans don't.
okay, but I also gave you, the message of how Elon Musk, when he was having an interview with Don Lemon, and how Don Lemon had your exact standpoint, and Elon Musk basically said what I
Oh
said.
my God, bro!
It's like we could go here and sit here in circles, but you're saying
This guy, dude, you're gonna find out one day Elon Musk is dumb. Okay, it's gonna happen. I can't wait for you to do it.
he's
Elon Musk
really.
is not a smart person.
So you don't think his IQ is above
No,
160?
no, no, no,
Wow.
dude.
I mean,
If you think his IQ is above 160, that's unbelievable. I don't know what to tell
okay.
you.
Well,
He brands
let me,
himself as like Tony Stark, right? The people who do the technology, that's the people he hires. He's not the one doing it himself, right? There's this like
he's on the front
idea that like
lines.
he is himself. I'm not saying he's like unintelligent completely. What I'm saying is that he's not as intelligent as you're portraying him to be.
Okay. Okay. I mean, all right then. I mean, that's something that's like you can't really argue with that. So okay, all right. But I mean, did you see the Zoom meeting that the white dudes for Kamala Zoom meeting? How like they were all saying that, oh, my white privilege, I want to just be in the Zoom meeting to basically give back because of my white privilege. Like, that's intersectionality at the end of the day. That's a prime example. And I just feel like we shouldn't be, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm black. So I could say, oh, I'm a victim, I'm this, but I'm not. I feel like everyone should be treated equally based off of your character and skills.
Okay, so well, you're not identifying here. I'll give you like an example. Let's say that there's like a game of Monopoly in a particular community within the Monopoly, like of the players that are playing. They're given less at the very beginning of the game comparative to everyone else. If you were to like say 5 to 10 years later in the game when you're playing, uh, give them the same as everyone else, would that be unfair because you only gave it to them?
Well, I feel like that's government funding and how they're
Now,
not.
can you tell me, is that unfair because you only gave it to that one group?
Of course, it's unfair. No one's going to argue
That
that.
doesn't make any. Wait, no. So it's not unfair because it was already set up in a manner in which it was unfair. So we're just correcting the unfairness.
No, I
Okay?
feel like
It's not
I
unfair
feel
to
like we're
correct the
going with the
unfairness.
status
That doesn't
quo.
make any sense.
I feel like we're going with the status quo instead of actually putting change into these county communities and funding the rural communities, right? But everyone says that they're going to do it, but they actually don't do it.
Funding rural communities. I don't know where
Right.
you just got rural communities, but I can give you an example. The infrastructure bill. What Kamala Harris advocated for was expanding high-speed broadband to rural communities. That's a specific example that Kamala Harris got put into the bipartisan infrastructure bill that got passed. So I don't know what you're talking about at all. I just gave you a specific example of her doing that.
Okay, I mean, Trump has most definitely put in policies. I mean, I know he
Can you
did
give
an
me one?
infrastructure investment,
Can you give me one policy?
the infrastructure investment proposal. I know he definitely proposed that. I mean, what he had
He didn't get it passed,
multiple
though.
disaster. Okay, well, he had the rural infrastructure bill.
What?
He had the rural infrastructure bill.
So again, there was no policy that was passed, though. A proposal isn't a policy that he passed.
Well, you're just targeting that first statement that I made. and I said two others. I know he had an executive order on streamlining and permitting the regulatory burdens as far as like infrastructure projects, right, and like an environmental review. But I know he had a bunch of bills. I know he had the energy and infrastructure bill, tax free. I mean, he's done a
The
bunch of
energy
tax.
infrastructure bill. Can you tell me where I can find these?
I don't know the exact source. I mean, I'm not like a database, but you could look it up.
Okay. All right. All right, everyone. I might just restart. Actually, here I'll just tell Dean, or is he starting right now? He started rating now. Okay, never mind. Okay, he's coming now. Chat. I was gonna restart, but I just didn't even do it because I got lost in this conversation because this guy's just very intelligent. But yeah, Dean's coming, everyone. Do give him a second. It's his birthday today, actually, everyone. So can we get some happy birthdays for Dean in the comment section? Let's get some happy birthdays for Dean. Yeah, so what were you saying? Sorry?
Well, I told you to look up the specific bill because you asked how can I go about this.
Yeah, just tell me what the bill's name is. Kobe, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
In the Invest in
I
Like
haven't seen any
America
evidence
Act, I don't
indicating that
know.
Kobe. I don't know.
I know he had the Tax Jobs Act, but I know he did Invest in America Act. I mean,
The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. So the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act added $1.9 trillion to the debt. Not only that, but it only added 0.02% to, or 0.04% to the GDP. Panda, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Annually, right? So it was $1.9 trillion of debt-related spending to mostly give tax breaks to billionaires and corporations. Push the Rockstar. Thank you so much. Just add 0.04% to the annual GDP.
Even though it allowed businesses to immediately expense, certain capital investments.
Avery, thank you for the
and,
galaxy. Thank you so much, Avery.
Infrastructure-related investments, right?
Again, that which did not add much to the economy. So, how are you gonna? Here, I'll ask you this question. Trump's gonna extend the tax cuts. It's gonna be 3.9 trillion this time. How are you gonna pay for that?
I mean, he wants to put tariffs on China. So, I think that would pay for itself.
Tariffs on China?
Yeah.
Okay, so tariffs on China aren't going to pay for all that. How large of a tariff do you think that you need to have in order to pay for literally 3.9 trillion? Do you know how much of a tariff you'd have to put on in order for there to be 3.9 trillion in funding over 10 years from tariffs? No economist thinks that tariffs are a good way to raise revenue.
Yeah, but all these Chinese companies are going to China, and they're like, okay, well, we're just going to go to China if they're going to do that. And so now, not China. What the hell am I saying? Sorry, Mexico. They're going to Mexico, and now all of a sudden you see Mexico, their GDP is soaring like crazy when literally just a couple of years ago they wasn't even in the realm of conversation. So a lot
our
of
GDP is increasing heavily. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, yeah, I'm not saying ours. I'm just saying these Chinese competitors are going to Mexico to try to bypass it's a rule that the Biden regime is doing.
The Biden, you mean tariffs? Not having tariffs on Mexico? So you want to increase tariffs on Mexico, which will cause an increase in consumer goods, like costs. Push the hand arts.
No.
Yeah.
No.
What is what is tariff?
Tariff is a tax on an imported good.
Yeah, that causes an increase in the price.
Right, but
so you increasing tariffs to that degree would cause inflation.
No, because we're not increasing tariffs with Mexico. We're increasing them with China.
So again, you're saying that you're increasing them on only China. He said he wants to increase it on everyone, right? And if we do 60 to 100% on China, like he said he wants to do, that would cause massive inflation in this country.
Because of why?
Because again, it's a tax on an imported good. So the goods, there's a lower supply of goods because less are going to be demanded at that particular price. So less particular firms are going to be able to produce those particular goods at that given price.
Yeah, but pros would also be it'll put more American companies on the map, and I mean, tariff
Okay,
revenue.
you understand that again doesn't really like lower the prices. If there's a greater demand, I appreciate the IC. Thank you so much for American-made goods. American-made goods also go up in price. So the price not only will go up for American-made goods, but it'll also go up for the imported goods. Avery,
Okay,
thank you
but
so much for the roses.
the higher tariffs could also decrease the volume of Mexican imports, potentially improving
Which
the US
lowers
trade
the
balance.
supply of goods in the country, which increases prices. So
Okay.
your policy, your proposed policy causes inflation.
Okay, but the higher tariffs could also likely lead to increased cost for those goods imported from Mexico, right? Which could obviously be passed on to the consumers in the form of higher prices
So wait, say that one more time.
within that region, obviously, which is China. I said higher tariffs would likely lead to the increase for costs for goods imported from Mexico, which could be passed on to the consumer in the form of higher prices.
So yeah, higher inflation. So you're just saying tariffs would cause inflation, which is bad.
Right, for the opposing party, which will be bad for them.
No, it's bad for us. And again, yeah, you could say tariffs are bad for them, but it's already worse for them to be impacted without having tariffs on us. They want to have tariffs on us to be able to have some type of leverage if we place tariffs on them. S.S. Smith, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Smith. Can we get some W's for Smith in the comment section?
Yeah, I mean, it's also the supply chain. I mean, it's going to reduce the reliance of the supply chain, so, yeah.
It's going to reduce reliance on the supply chain. Appreciate the money gun. Thank you so much. So you're saying it's going to, that's not a good thing? Right? That we're going to, appreciate the hander. Thank you so much. Somehow have more of a reliance on higher price goods?
Well, they are. We're
no,
not.
I'm saying under your tariff policy, because you're saying tariffs are going to pay for the 3.9 trillion. Do you know how high tariffs would have to be to raise 3.9 trillion over 10 years?
How high?
They would have to be way higher than they are right now. Did you know that the U.S. revenue for tariffs, right, isn't even close to that?
Yeah.
It's not even close to 390 billion a year that you would need. So you'd have to multiple X the tariffs in this country to be able to cause there to be enough revenue to be able to pay for the tax cuts that you're referencing.
Yeah, but
so what you're doing is you're shifting the burden from people who are rich to people who are poor, because again, the people who are poor have to spend more of their money, right, greater percentage of their money on goods that they buy in order to live. So if that is true, you're shifting it from rich people who are paying it through income versus the tariff.
Okay, I could get that, but at the same time, these Chinese companies may outcompete local firms, especially in the sector, or they might get us advantage in terms because of the cost or technology. So then they could completely wipe out the market share for Mexican companies. And I mean, as far as trade imbalance, if there's a surge,
but you know what you're doing is you're shifting the tax burden from people who are richer to people who are poor. That's what you're doing. How do you not see that? Natalie, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Natalie. I really appreciate you. Get some W's for Natalie in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. And Renee, thank you so much for the $20 for Dean's birthday. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Renee.
What did you just say? What? No, okay, that's taking it too far. That's insane. That's fucking insane. That's crazy. I'm so sorry. That's okay. Anyway,
what were you saying, Debates?
Yeah, I was just saying, I mean, I definitely get that, but I really don't understand as far as the logic how this is getting put to the middle class people. But as far as the surge in Chinese exports to Mexico, that would exacerbate the trade deficit between the two countries and making it, and it will impact Mexico's trade balance.
Nick, thank you for the $2 and the 22 cents on Venmo for the birthday. I appreciate
Dean,
it.
that's not true because the tariffs would decrease demand for those goods. Therefore, the amount of imported goods would be lower. Plus, you wouldn't
that'd
get
have to be
all of that
factored
in
in.
revenue. So they would only get 10% of that if we were to assume that the imported goods stayed at the same degree, which would not occur. Vikov, thank you for the $2.22.
I think that we should. That's something else that we need to do a lot.
Yeah,
of
so the
research. We need to
tariffs,
have that
even the
research live.
10% tariff can't pay for it then, if that's the revenue numbers for it. 'Cause if there's 3.83 trillion of imported goods in 2023, then you wouldn't be able to raise 3.9 trillion over 10 years.
Yeah, well, yo, Bella, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. What we need to do is we need to look at.
Oh, I see what you're saying because of the 10% over 10. Okay, I get what you're saying there. That's if you were to say that the number of imported goods would stay the same, which what they're arguing is that there's going to be more goods produced in America and less imported goods. So you can't actually say that that would pay for it if it is the case that we would assume there would be less imported goods due to the tariff.
Angela, thank you for the $10 on Cash App for the happy birthday. Thank you so much, Angela. I appreciate you for the love. And Nelsie with the $30 on PayPal saying happy birthday, Dean. Thank you so much, Nelsie. Let's get some W's in the chat for Nelsie and Angela. Thank you both so much.
Yeah, that's why economists think that tariffs are a bad revenue fund, because you have to have like a higher tariff and a really high tariff in order to produce that type of revenue.
Yeah, and I guess the argument here would be that they want to reduce
Robin,
imports.
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Aaron and Robin.
Like their goal would be to reduce imports to like increase American production, which would be true. Anyway, so debates. Yeah. So I just want to clarify. So you think that Trump is going to pay for his tax cuts? You know, better at making the ultra wealthy and the corporations better off by destroying the low and the middle class through tariffs? Because tariffs, as I'm sure Parker's already gone over, are regressive. They're inflationary. Low and middle class spend a disproportionate amount of their income on the bare necessities to live, meaning they'll pay more of that tax at the store. And they also like destroy American-owned businesses. They plummet exports, which destroy farmers, predominantly speaking. Trump had to bail them out with $28 billion while he was president. Tariffs are terrible, man.
Yeah, I mean, I could get that aspect, but also in the aspect of just like Mexico having to be reliant per se on Chinese capital and technology because of his influence. I feel like I wouldn't really like that. But as far as in the aspect of tariffs in this conversation, it was being within China. So like as far it would lead to higher prices for the imported goods.
No way in hell a tariff on China will pay for $3.9 trillion over the course of the next 10 years. That's bullshit. And tariffs on China destroy American farmers. Every single time we increase tariffs on China, agricultural exports here at home in the U.S. decrease. Can you name one point throughout American history where raising tariffs on China hasn't led to a decrease of agricultural exports from the U.S.?
No,
because it doesn't exist. So you want to destroy American farmers to make the ultra wealthy more wealthy.
Thank you for the cap.
Is that
Jai,
your
thank you
position?
for the $20 for Dean's birthday. Thank you so much, Jai. I really appreciate it.
Dude, I'm fucking flabbergasted. I'm actually flabbergasted.
I mean, like, I know, like, back in, like, the early, like, I mean, I don't even want to say that. But, like, I was going to say, like, you know, the 1800s. But it's, like, as far as modern time.
Wait, isn't the argument in the 1800s that we're solely relied on tariffs because we had no infrastructure to produce goods here at home in the U.S.? Like, you understand, tariffs are good and they're important for a new developing country within an emerging economy because a new developing country within an emerging economy doesn't have the means necessary to, like, produce...
Elizabeth, thank you for the $50 on Venmo for happy upcoming 23rd birthday, Parker. Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Elizabeth? Thank you so much.
I guess the only thing I could really say is the Trade Expansion Act.
I'm so... dude. Okay. Anyways, back to what I was saying. Wow. You were referencing tariffs in like the 1800s. So a new developing country within an emerging economy requires tariffs because they don't have the means necessary to produce goods locally.
No, I literally said I'm not going to even bring that up. But like as I gain my train of thought, I mean, we could say the Trade Expansion Act of like 1962, or even
under the Trade Expansion Act of
States.
1962. That's some of the earliest recorded data for when exports have plummeted due to a tariff.
How about the United States Mexico Canada Agreement Acts with NAFTA back in 2020?
Didn't those reduce tariffs between?
They did reduce tariffs.
Yeah. So yeah, reducing tariffs is good. Great. And Angela, thank you for the
Micah, thank
$10 on Cash App for the birthday once again. Grace, thank you for the $2 on Venmo for Parker's birthday. Bella with a $5 on Venmo for Parker's birthday. And Kelsey with the $20 on Venmo for the birthday. Kelsey saying, tell Parker I said Dean is the GOAT. That's crazy. I love you, Kelsey. Thank you for the $20. Jerry with a $10 on Venmo saying happy birthday. Kelsey with a $5. Gail with a $10. Shonda with a $10. And Bella with a $2 for Parker's birthday. Nix with a $2 and the 22 cents. And Drew with a $20 on Venmo. Let's go. I appreciate y'all so much for the love. Thank you all so much for the birthday love. Y'all are awesome. Thank you so much. But Loki side
Yo, Sally, thank you so much for the $20 for happy birthday, Dean. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Sally for the $20 on Venmo. Mohammed, thank you so much for the $16. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, that's so funny. And Kurtz, thank you for the $27 to cover Dean's birthday present. Thank you so much, Kurtz, for the $27 on Cash App.
You better
W's for Kurt.
You better be getting me a fucking present, little bro.
And happy birthday as well. But regarding the USMCA, I was going to say that it could increase like the market access or even improved intellectual property IP protections.
Yeah, so what you're referencing is a trade agreement that literally reduced tariffs. We increase market access by reducing tariffs, which is a good thing. So you kind of just conceded, not going to lie.
So how about for the auto industry? Wouldn't it boost U.S. auto manufacturing and job creations? Technically,
by like charging a tax on imported vehicles, like maybe. I think we'd have to reference some empirics on that.
Okay, well, yeah. I mean, maybe. I mean, yeah. But I mean, also at the same.
Right. Is there anything else you want to talk about or add?
No, it's all good.
All right, thank you.
I appreciate y'all.
Thank you. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Tap that screen, skis to 250,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Yo, Isabel, thank you so much for the $5 for a happy birthday, Parker. Thank you so much. It's not even my birthday, but thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
That's insane.
Happy birthday, bud, by the way.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, fuck.
I'm just kidding. It's
All right,
my birthday.
so
Why are you voting Trump?
My thing is I'm undecided. I mean, I'll be 35 next year. Okay, I was back around when the pandemic happened, and I will give to Trump. He did do some shit, but me being a blue collar worker like I am, and with the way the economy had to be shut down, I would say if it wasn't for the American taxpayers and him putting it into form of unemployment, I would have lost my house. Okay, I will give him the benefit of the doubt there. As far as him being the way he is with the allegations and the true statements that he is facing, I don't agree with. I would not want somebody like that
what
in
did
office.
Trump do to get that? Appreciate the money, God. Thank you.
That's what I'm still looking into. Like, I'm trying to figure out how he got this and how he got the unemployment like he did.
Okay, so did you know that their unemployment was even lower under the Biden-Harris administration in April 2023?
Yeah, I did know that. I was getting paid $800 a week on unemployment through when Trump was in office, when the pandemic had happened.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Angie, thank you for the $20 on PayPal saying, you know what? I already gifted Dean, but this is for the disrespect. Damn straight, Angie. I want to see it. I'm not joking. I want to see $500 W's for Angie in the chat. Thank you so much for the $20 and the absolute facts on PayPal. And Kelly, thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying congratulations on beating teen pregnancy. Thank you so. Whoa.
As far as the whole.
Thank you for the 5-month subscription.
As far as
real?
Trump having control over women's bodies, I don't agree with that shit at all. Like, I can understand if a woman needs to have an abortion because of medical issues. Like, my girl had my daughter and I could have lost her. And if he was in office, I could have lost them both.
Dean, what happened?
That is something I don't want.
Christia, thank you so much for the $220 on Venmo. Holy fucking shit. Christia says, happy birthday. I refuse to let Parker outdo you on your day. Lol, I will send him a donation to...
Yo,
Christian, thank you so much for the $200 and the $22. I want to see at least 1,000 W's for Christy in the chat. Thank you so much for the insane love. Thank you so much, Christia.
Janet, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Isabel, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And Austin, thank you for the $25
Thank
for
you.
being better than Dean. Thank you so much, Austin. And Christia, thank you for the $25 for keep doing your dude. Thank you so much, Christia. Let's get some W's for Christia in the comment section. But sorry,
But as far-
Emmy. So
oh,
like,
you're good. You're good.
yeah, so
as
like
far
the
as
point
what I
is
was
that
saying-
we advocate for policies that are meant to like keep people afloat in circumstances in which they need things, whereas like Republicans typically aren't for that type of help. Right? We're advocating to expand access to healthcare. Trump doesn't have a healthcare policy 9 years into running for president of the United States. He just
I
says
thought
that
you
he wants to
switched
get
the
rid of.
Obama. I thought you switched the Obamacare to the Affordable Care Act, and then people just like
No, it
fuck
always was the Affordable Care Act.
Oh, it was.
Yeah.
Because I know when
So he
Obama
didn't- he
was in
didn't
office,
switch
it was
it.
Obamacare.
So that's just a different name people use for it.
Okay. But as far as like the rights of women, I don't agree with him on that. That's bullshit. You should not be stripping women of basic rights when they have a voice of their own to say, no, you're not doing the shit. I don't agree with that.
So Trump tried to put, or literally put multiple Supreme Court justices in office that explicitly overturned Roe versus Wade. Kelsey, thank you for the $2.24 for happy birthday, Parker. Hype, thank you for the $10 for happy birthday, Parker.
And as far as Kamala Harris goes, like I've been hearing shit about she
That's
let
insane.
murderers go.
Hey, Emmy, do you mind
and
if I just
shit
ask
like
you a
that.
question real quick? So you said
What's
that
up,
you're
boss?
pro-choice. You said that you're pro-choice. You understand how important women's access to healthcare is.
Yes, it is. Like I have two kids, and
So
I have their mother with me.
Can you name a more important issue that exists in America than trying to reinstantiate federal protections for women's access to abortion? All 170 million American women and girls have lost these federal protections, and since Roe v. Wade has been overturned, there's been 65,000 women who have gotten pregnant as a result of rape that can now not access the abortion procedures that they need to terminate that pregnancy. Can you
See,
name
that is something
a
I
more pressing issue?
disagree with. And as far as that, I'm from Michigan, and I remember back when a gallon of milk was like $1.99, $2. Like our
Okay,
shit.
so if
going
we
up.
could convince you that the Biden-Harris administration didn't cause inflation, would you vote for Harris?
In
Because
LA sold
she's-
milk for like $2 yesterday.
Because she is advocating for the most important issue that exists out in America right now?
Excuse me. Okay, so can you give me an in-depth explanation of this said issue?
Of what, the inflation?
Well, no, he was saying something about a more pressing issue.
Yeah, I mean, so I essentially just asked you, because you're pro-choice, you recognize that women deserve access to healthcare. Well, what's anything more important that exists in our country right now than attempting to guarantee all 170 million American women and girls federally protected access to abortion by voting for Harris? What is more important?
More important, cleaning up our fucking streets of heinous crimes, murders, rapists, shit like that.
Reducing rates of violent crimes, sure. So, bettering off the low and the middle class, social economically speaking, will reduce rates of violent crimes, as we see massive socioeconomic links to rates of violent crimes. The Biden-Harris administration instituted 4 pieces of legislation that better off the low and the middle class more so than the top 1%. Kamala Harris continues to fight for the low and the middle class, and she wants to make them better off. So, if it is the case that you want to vote for Trump and advocate for his policy to make the low and middle class worse off, you'll end up increasing the rate of violent crimes. And if you vote for Harris to make them better off, you'll end up decreasing the rate of violent crimes. So the most important issue that exists inside of this country to you, decreasing rates of violent crimes, will be better off, or will be better achieved by Harris in comparison to Trump.
Well, not just to mention that, I was on your last live, and I was actually trying to join you with somebody that was for racism. I've got a mixed daughter, and that's something I don't fucking go for. Period.
Yeah,
and I don't want somebody in office.
Trump who's racist.
I'm no. I did not say I was voting for Trump. Not one time. I'm trying to get more of an understanding of Kamala.
We do appreciate you coming up, but we are just looking for people who are voting for Trump. I really do appreciate you coming up, though.
Sylvia, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo saying happy birthday, Dean. You're the best part of my day. Sylvia, thank you so much for the love. And Hannah with the $20 as well saying I hope Parker sends you a generous gift with some of these birthday donations he gets. Happy birthday. I think you're on to something, Hannah. Thank you for the $20. Nathan
We'll see,
with
we'll
the $5.25. And Nicole with the $5. Thank you, Nicole, Nathan, Hannah, and Sylvia. Thank you guys so much for your love on Venmo. I appreciate y'all's presence, quite frankly.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Convince me I'm doing the cowboy meal. Spicy McChicken.
Thank you for the happy weekend. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo,
And Rebecca and Caitlin.
Yo.
Go ahead, sorry.
Are you voting Trump?
Of course.
Oh, why so?
Why not?
Oh, because he's been held liable for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies. He tried to overthrow the government. He tried to restrict women's access to abortion. He called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country.
He didn't incite a riot.
He tried to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results.
And he tried to send fake Trump votes to Congress from states that he lost to like just ignore like the real outcome of the election.
So what do you guys do say now since Harris is basically picking up everything Trump said?
Which one is it? Is she a communist or is she picking up Trump's policy? Is she like a bad candidate?
His
Or is she
policies.
picking up Trump's policy?
His policies
Does
that
he have
you
communist
that,
policy?
that you guys
She's copying all of his policies, right?
the majority of them.
Okay. So do you think she's a far left socialist communist?
I think she's secretly MAGA.
Oh my god.
Or she at least wants to be MAGA.
That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
Yeah, tell me why.
Caitlin, thank you for the
She's running
$15 on
against
PayPal for the
them,
birthday. And
genius.
Rebecca, thank you for the $10. Thank you, Rebecca and Caitlin. I appreciate y'all for the love. So what policies has she stolen?
That was the most delusional thing I think I've heard. Like,
border?
like on the live.
But she's
wants
just
to
gonna
Kamala
blame.
Harris stole
the border?
She's just gonna blame Biden.
1 second. Kamala Harris stole the border? What?
No, she wants to build the border after she complained about
no, listen,
that it's
listen. She's
that
willing
it's,
to
wrong and
Yeah,
also
listen.
It's
She specifically said that she's willing to concede and agree upon that in order to get them to deal with a border bill that will make it faster for people to get here and will make conditions at the border better.
or is it because all the crimes, the migrant crimes that are coming out?
You're
It's
4
unlikely
times
for
more
that to
likely.
occur.
You are 4 times more likely to commit a violent crime in comparison to an undocumented migrant. I do not appreciate your virtue signaling.
Really? What about all these states that are being overrun with migrants and all the criminals?
Okay. so
Again,
what
they're at a multiple times lower likelihood of committing a violent crime than natural
Also, I
born
just want to
U.S.
let you know.
citizens.
Well,
that
there's
undocumented
less of them
migrants-
than us, obviously.
I just want to
No, we're
clarify that
saying in
undocumented
proportion in terms of rate.
undocumented migrants are not criminals, right? That is a civil offense.
That's not what I said. I said that they're committing crimes.
At lower rates than natural-born U.S. citizens. So
Yeah,
if
but
you
the
just
crimes they're
generalize and
committing are not the same. We're talking about
yes.
rape and murder.
Oh,
and
talking
can I
about
ask you a
violent
question?
crimes.
Do you
abuse.
think? Okay, so Molly Tibbetts was killed by an undocumented immigrant. Do you think that's the Biden-Harris administration's fault?
It's if that immigrant was in custody of ICE and then released, then yes, of course. Who else is it going to be?
So just because it happened under the administration, it's their fault, right?
Where was that person captured by ICE and then released on executive orders?
Oh, can
Yes
you
or
give
no?
me any scenario where that happened with Donald Trump? I mean, not Donald Trump, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
The majority of migrant crimes that are coming out.
Give me one executive. Give me the executive order.
Did you
What's
watch
What's the
Did you watch
executive?
Biden at the border?
What's the executive order?
I mean, did you watch Trump at the border?
What's the executive order?
She's basically saying to let them all go because
What's the executive order?
I'm sure you could look it up.
No, I
You
want
don't
to
know
tell
it
me what
because
the
it doesn't
executive order
exist.
is.
You're
Then why
so
did it
good
come
at
out of the
justifying
mouth
your
of
claims.
the ICE agents?
You're just making it up. Give me
I'm not.
the executive order.
You could look it up.
Go. No, you tell me the
Aren't you
executive order.
guys
It's
full
your
of
source.
information?
It's your
No,
source.
you do. Hey, buddy, stop trying to gaslight us into doing your homework for you. This isn't third grade. This is.
I'm not gaslighting. You guys usually are the ones that are technical with everything, right?
We are technical, but we're asking you to justify your claim. If I told you that Trump was a rapist, and then I just told you to, I don't know, believe me or look it up, what would you say?
Well, did he go to jail for that?
Exactly. You'd ask me for further reason and justification for the claim in which I'm making. Right. So in the same way, we'd expect you to justify your claim by providing us with the name of an executive order in which specifically didn't allow ICE agents to do their jobs, which led to violent crime.
No, they
rates.
did
Are
their
you
jobs.
capable
They
of-
just were released.
So
Same
are you
thing with
capable
this.
of-
Same
are you capable
thing.
of granting us the name of the executive order that the Biden-Harris administration signed into law that achieved that end goal?
I don't
No,
know
you're not.
it by
Tally,
name,
get the subscription.
but
Okay,
it's
so your
there
sources
for
trust
sure.
me, bro, and speculatory.
Not
hearsay.
even
you know
that,
it's there, but
dude.
you don't know what it is.
What do you call this? The
There's
sheriff.
a cat in the box. I have no evidence that there's a cat in the box.
The
but there's a cat
sheriff.
in the box.
I promise you. I promise
Don't forget
you.
about the school bus, guys.
No, the world was created by Stewie Griffin. I don't need evidence. It was created by Stewie.
Look.
And when you die, you're going to a Pokemon world. I promise you. The very great, the very amazing
You know
Pokemon
how
world.
sheriffs they do like press conferences when they like put people in jail and they say what they did and all the crimes and stuff. Yes or no?
Sure.
All right. So recently,
I don't know why you randomly brought that up and didn't respond to what we said, but go for
yeah,
it.
recently there was a sheriff. I believe he's from Florida, and he halted a theft ring. You know what that is? Like multiple people stealing in like a group.
Okay, what are you? I'm so sorry, bro. What are you yapping about? You're kind of like you're
Well,
bouncing between your claims.
it
here. One
was-
second. Just
it
listen.
was-
Hey, buddy,
it was,
just listen to me. I'm
it
gonna
was
clear
a
this up
group
if
of
you will listen to me.
migrants- It was a group
So are
of
you
migrants that
refusing to listen to me?
Every time they
Hey,
got
do you
arrested,
hear my voice?
They would just get
listen to me.
released to ICE,
No,
and
you
then
don't.
ICE would
Listen,
release
this guy's
them
fucking
back into
insufferable.
the U.S.
Okay, I'm going to talk now because I want to clear this up so we could continue to have a productive dialogue. So specifically what I'm asking you for here is to tell us the name of the executive order that led to ICE releasing
I told you
the
I don't know the name by name. I don't know it, but it's there.
So then we'll take that claim, we'll crumble it up into a little ball, and we'll throw it out the window. Now to move on
Yep.
to the other thing you said, right, about undocumented migrants committing particular crimes. So you're referencing
Kindly take
instance
the
of
entire-
undocumented migrants committing particular crimes. But this doesn't necessarily invalidate the claim that me and Parker have been making this entire time, that they're statistically speaking 4 times less likely to do so than a natural-born U.S. citizen.
well,
So
there's
basically
less of them here.
It's proportionately speaking. Very, very smart comment by you, honestly. It was an incredibly smart thing for you to say.
By proportion, there's less
proportionally
migrants
speaking.
in America, of course.
Wow, I didn't
Citizens
like,
doing
wow.
We're
crimes.
talking about per capita rates.
Just like super, just incredibly smart fellow.
Smartest guy, very smart, incredibly smart, so smart. You've never seen someone so smart.
Like this is just
At
a
least
very
you know what
basic
sarcasm
understanding of
is.
stats.
You know, that's nice.
I'm not. What's sarcasm?
Come on now. So
What is that?
are you two?
What-
Are
can
you
tell
two
me what
dating?
that is? What is? What?
Are you two dating? I heard that was a very topical topic in the chat earlier.
So are you the one writing the fanfics?
Ruby,
at
thank you
3
for
a.m. on
$10.
Wattpad?
Thank you so much. I
no,
appreciate
I'm writing
it.
the ones where you guys
Are
are
you the
getting
one
paid
drawing
by,
the pictures of us?
You guys are getting paid by the Democratic Party for sure.
Okay, so what evidence do you have of that?
Great question.
All this, dude, everything you're doing.
Okay, so
What
Specifically,
evidence? What about what I'm doing?
targeting MAGA, specifically coming
Me
out
doing
with
debates against
with-
MAGA?
Wait,
specifically
I have
coming
a
out
question.
with
Is Charlie
with-
is Charlie Kirk paid by the RNC? Because he's
basically
specifically-
like messages or not even messages. You have information saying that Trump is this, Trump is that, but yet he was never convicted of anything.
So I just
He
want to
was
clarify.
convicted of
if-
34 felonies, and he was held
And he went
legally
to jail,
responsible for
right?
sexual
He got
abuse.
fined, right?
He's being sentenced this month.
Really?
This
Why
month
is it
he will be
taking so
sentenced.
long?
I hope he's behind bars at the end of this month. Now,
He's
go
not
for
going
it.
to be. And you
Are
know
you
this.
actually-
Go for it.
You know this. That's the
Run
funny
that
part.
argument.
You guys are secretly voting for fucking Trump. I know it. Sorry
No,
for
I'm not.
cursing. Yeah, you are, bro. Don't lie. Don't lie to yourself.
Appreciate the hand art. I voted for Biden in 2020.
I doubt it.
Okay.
Janelle, thank you so much for the $5 on
So-
Venmo for the birthday money from the DNC.
This guy-
Let's go. Thank you so
is it
much
okay that
for the
she changes
$5
her-
on Venmo.
Is it,
To
is
clarify
it okay
this,
she
to
changes her
clarify,
idea?
to clarify, this guy believes that Dean and I are dating. We're paid by the DNC. Yeah,
I'm not paid by
why?
the DNC?
Why?
Wait, explain the logic in saying that Parker's paid, but I'm not.
I just said everything you guys are doing. I said it. You want me to repeat
Wait, but
myself?
I run the same type of lives that Parker runs that you say.
And I'm
not paid
secretly
by the
voting for
DNC.
Trump. That's this guy's view. Gary, think of the $6.66
fact,
for
kid.
F the guest.
I mean, are
Yeah.
you able
So
to provide-
what's the evidence?
Hmm?
Are you paid
No
by the
evidence?
RNC?
I wish I was. I wish I was.
I wish I was
don't-
paid.
I don't-
Yeah.
I don't- I don't- I don't have to deny it. I don't have to deny it.
If the DNC wanted to give me money, I would fucking take it. To do the same thing I'm doing right now and to get paid more money by the
Come on
DNC,
now. Come on
I'd love
now.
it. I'd fucking
Come
love
on
it.
now. Don't cover up. We know.
So every time
I never
just wanna
got
clarify.
paid by the DNC except
yep.
Taylor Swift, who hands me checks every day. Taylor
That's-
Swift
I'd like
hands
to-
me the checks
that's
from
cute.
George Soros directly from him.
That's cute.
It's not
I'd
the
like to
DNC,
clarify-
it's George Soros and Taylor Swift. Get it right.
I'd like to clarify the attack on intellectualism here. Do you understand how regressive it is for our society when people just start believing things with no evidence? Like that's what the flat earthers do.
Like all the
That's what the
stuff
white
you're
supremacists
saying.
do. No, the stuff that you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
So can you recognize how that's bad?
What, you guys are getting paid by the Democratic Party? Yeah, I
Jenna,
guess.
thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much.
I'm gonna ask a very direct
Do you have
question.
any evidence?
I just want a direct answer to my question. Do you recognize that it is a bad thing to believe things without evidence?
Like spreading misinformation?
Do you think it is a bad thing to believe things without evidence? It's a very simple, direct, concise question.
Well, yeah, depending on the topic, though.
Okay, so when is it okay to believe things without evidence?
Usually when
Never?
you get a criminal, like before he goes to court, right? He's proven innocent until proven guilty. But
It's a very confusing answer.
how?
How? Because
Isn't that what you guys do?
okay, so can I just get a direct answer, bro? Like you're being weird. Is it bad to believe things without evidence?
Depending on the topic, yeah.
Okay, so if it's bad to believe things without evidence, would you say it's bad for you to believe that we're paid by the DNC because you don't have evidence?
Well, your whole show is my evidence.
Okay, so the lives that we're running are evidence. So Charlie Kirk has a podcast where he preaches about how much he loves Trump and hates Kamala Harris. Is he paid by the RNC?
Like I said, if that's something, then hell yeah, sign me up, brother.
No, no.
wasn't
Is
even talking about
he
you.
paid by the RNC?
I don't even know who that is, but probably.
You don't know who they are, but they're paid by the RNC. You're a real smart guy.
This guy's very intelligent.
Brenda, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, specifically wishing me a happy birthday. Brenda, that is so kind of you. I appreciate your happy birthday
Yo,
wishes.
Megan
Thank
the
you so
Stallion,
much.
aka CEO of the DNC. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $1.
That's
Michaela,
cute.
thank you so much.
That's cute. Yeah, guys,
Brenda,
don't,
seriously,
don't,
thank you for the
don't
$20
gift,
for the
guys. These
birthday.
guys are getting stupid paid. Don't gift. But
No, it's my
happy
birthday.
birthday.
Yeah, we're
dude.
getting stupid paid by Taylor Swift and George Soros.
No,
and
What's the issue
Bill
with them?
Gates and
What's
the
the issue with
Democratic
them
Party.
donating to me, especially on my birthday? I'm like so
No, I
grateful
said happy
for
birthday.
them.
I said happy birthday. You probably missed
Appreciate
it.
the money gun. Thank you so much. Dean, did you get the extra check from Taylor today for your birthday?
Yeah. She sent me an extra bonus of like $50 bajillion.
Yeah.
Yo, Quasar! Thank you so much for the lily. Thank you so much for the love, Quasar. Let's get some W's in the chat for Quasar and Denise with the $20 on Venmo saying happy birthday. Thank you for the love, Denise and Quasar. Y'all are awesome.
Carrie, thank you for the
How do you guys
Quasar
feel
with a very
that
cute
she's
guy.
changing her idols or ideology? Kamala Harris.
she changes her views over time. She didn't change her values, but she changed her views over time. That's totally legitimate.
So
I've
she
done
still
that.
wants to ban fracking, right?
So
Nope.
she said that she's not wanting to ban it. She said that she can determine how to get to a green economy without
But you just said
necessarily
she
banning
doesn't
fracking.
change her views, right? Or
Yeah,
what'd you,
I
what'd
said
you,
she didn't change her values. Her values
Values.
meaning that she wants to create a green economy. She's just again changing the way that she gets there politically speaking.
Yeah, like you could change your values. You could not change your values while changing your beliefs. Like for instance, like there's a period.
Sarah, thank you for the dollar
where
for
I
love,
upheld-
Taylor.
isn't that
Thank you.
contradicting though?
No.
No, and I could explain to you how. Like I've like we could say like when I was like maybe like 17 years old, I upheld the value that I want the best for everybody around me and myself, and for that reason I'm voting for Donald Trump because he will make the economy great again. But like today, I say I want the best for everyone around me and for myself, and that's why I'm voting for Kamala Harris.
Oh shit, Jay,
I got
Jay,
another-
thank you for the dollar. I appreciate it.
got
Thank you so
another
much.
question
Taylor
for you.
requests me to keep the payment thing on the DL and say it's
Intelligent
Patrick
individuals.
Mahomes now. Okay, it's Patrick Mahomes. I got you.
Okay, so what's so bad about MAGA when it stands for Make America Great Again? Aren't you guys American? Don't you guys love America?
When was it great?
Even if it's just better than yesterday, guy.
Mackenzie, thank you for the $2 from Taylor's check. Thank you so much. So again, when you say great, we're saying great for who?
For Americans, obviously.
It wasn't great for all Americans.
It's
what
it's
was
great
America
for
great?
Americans.
Elizabeth, thank you for the $23 for birthday wishes from this old
Like I
person's
said,
home.
what do
Thank
you
you so
guys
much,
have
Elizabeth.
against-
Let's get some W's for Elizabeth in the comment
not
section
even
right now. Thank you
Republican,
so
guys.
Why
much.
does
I'm
Elizabeth?
independent. I'm
That's
independent.
that's crazy.
But again,
Elizabeth.
W
What was it?
Elizabeth in the chat.
What do you guys have against
Else for
that?
Elizabeth. Else for Elizabeth in the chat.
Yo, wait, you're getting muted for that, buddy. Muted.
What
Look at
do you
this
guys
guy.
have against that, though? For real. It's literally make America great again. I don't see what's wrong with that.
Okay, so again, it was not great for everyone. So what we're saying is that he's only trying to make America great again for particular groups, not
not
for
the
everyone.
wealthy.
When he's saying, yeah, for
He's
the
just
wealthy.
he's just trying to make it for America. That's why he's
No,
running.
he's
be
trying
an
to make it
American
good
president.
for the wealthy. He's not trying to make it good for the people who need childcare.
He's
for the
trying to
people who
make
need
it good for
healthcare. He's not
everybody.
trying to make it good for the people who lack opportunity because of what house they were born in, right? Literally, just like the luck of the draw. What like Donald Trump was born into a
There's no
household.
luck of the draw, my guy.
Donald Trump was born into a household wherein he inherited $400 million from his dad. That's luck of the draw.
And what did
okay?
he do with that money? He
so
made more
you could
money.
say that he made more money off of that, but
Duh,
it's easy to
duh.
make more money off of that when you have 400 million. I'll
Yeah,
take
but the
400
type of
million.
money he's
I'll take
making-
400 million. I'll put in the S&P
the type of
500 and I'll
money
have
he's
more money than
making-
Trump.
The type
Yeah,
of
if you
money
can't
he's
beat
making
if you can't beat the S&P 500, you're not a good
with that 4 million. He could've
Austin,
lost
thank
it
you for
like
the $10
that.
for happy
So-
birthday. Thank you so much.
I don't
That's
get what you're trying to
insane.
say.
That's like actually, dude. L. Austin. I'm gonna crash out. Okay.
Look, muted. Look at this guy, dude. Look at this guy. He's yapping, chat. He's yapping. Look at him yapping, chat. Look at him yapping.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, so again, I'll ask you this question. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Dude, you already know I'm gonna say yes. Donald Trump is my pick, no matter what you say.
Okay,
Like,
so
you
you
can't-
would
you
vote
could-
for. Okay, so would you vote for Trump?
This is what I'm saying. You try to
Would
you try
vote
to
for
mix
Trump?
it up.
Hey, listen.
You try to mix it
listen,
up
listen,
to make him sound like a
hey,
bad guy.
Hey.
Come
Would
on
you
now.
Would you vote for Trump if you were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child? Austin, thank you for the $15 for a happy birthday. Thank you.
You
so
see
much,
your
Austin.
wording? This is why I say you're paid.
Why? How's my wording paid? Showing paid.
This is why I say you're paid, because your wording is clearly how you're phrasing it. That's bad, right?
Yeah, that's like called a reductio ad absurdum. So
Yo,
I don't see how that means I'm
Denise.
paid.
But either
Denise,
way,
Barbara,
thank
thank
you
you
for
for
the
the
20
$1 from the DNC. Carrie, thank you for the $6.60 from the DNC.
either
Denise, thank you for the
I'm still
Denise, thank you
Go
for the
for it, Dean.
$20 on Venmo for the birthday. I really appreciate you for the love, Denise. W's for Denise in the chat. Cammy with a $10 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Cammy. And Linka with the $20 and the 20 cents for the 20th birthday. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. And Elizabeth with the $25 on Venmo saying, I get what you cried your birthday. Elizabeth, I love you. I was
Andrea,
trolling.
thank you so much for the
love,
$30 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Andrea in the chat right now? Thank you so much, Andrea, for the $30. I appreciate it. Michaela, thank you so much for the $1 from Kamala Harris's wallet. Thank you so much. And Veronica, thank you for the $1 from Taylor Swift's secret bank account. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you
So
for the
how do you guys
birthday,
react?
the happy birthday, old man Jack. Thank
How
you
do
so
you
much.
guys react to the claims that she's always sauced up?
What?
Sauced up? Like drunk?
Who cares?
On the sauce?
I fucking laugh. Like, I'm so sorry. If, like, the best counter argument against Kamala Harris is
I'm not.
calling her
It's not a counter
drunk when
argument. I'm
she
just
isn't a drunk,
asking.
it's
I'm
insane.
asking your
Like,
your,
that-
your
I-
opinion.
I'm
Kelby,
I'm
thank you for the
responding.
$6.66 from the DNC. Thank you so much, Kelby.
I'm so sorry. I laugh at that. Like, so your best counter argument against Kamala Harris, who's running against Trump, the rapist, felon, fraudster, election denier that tried to overthrow the country.
You see, this is
is
what
just
I'm
calling
saying.
it-
It's your
just
wording, guys. It's your wording.
We're
guys.
so paid by the DNC. We're so
yeah,
paid.
Dude, you guys
Can
have
I- hey, every
written
time, can I
list of
finish a
what the
sentence, bro?
topics and what to say.
Lil bro, can I finish a sentence?
What
Let's
happened,
just be
little bro?
cordial.
My son?
Can
Michaela,
finish
thank you
a
for the
sentence, Lil
$1
bro?
for
Yeah, go
stop
ahead, my son,
secretly
go
voting
ahead.
for Trump. Thank you.
Yeah, so why specifically would you say that Kamala Harris drinks a lot?
I didn't
Always
say
drunk.
that. I'm saying what do you guys think
Lena, thank you
about
so much for the
claims?
$20 on Venmo saying happy birthday, and Isabella, thank you for the $2 and the 20 cents.
louder,
Thank you
guy.
so
You're
much,
just
Lena,
proving me
and
right.
thank you so
Okay.
much for the love.
So, like, what is your opinion, right? Listen up. What's your opinion on the claims that she's always drunk and they can't keep her sober to do any interview? See, what's your
That's
opinion?
just bullshit.
Really?
Even if that is true, I would still pick her in that state over Donald
It's just
Trump.
not. But it's
You
just
would
not
pick-
true, and I think we need to.
Yeah,
realize
I would totally take her in that state over Donald Trump.
A drunk to
I'm not trolling.
to
Yes,
run the country?
absolutely. Yeah,
Come
Kamala
on,
Harris
guys. Come
is
on,
more
guys.
mentally fit if she were literally 24/7 drunk off her ass than Donald Trump.
Really?
Yes.
Come
And I like
on
how
now.
you
And
believe
then-
the
and then-
claims.
and then you
wait,
say
wait.
that I'm
I like
wrong.
how you believe these claims, but someone holding Donald Trump civilly liable of sexual abuse, that's not good enough. Lena,
on
thank you for
now.
the $5 for
Tessa,
singing happy
thank you-
birthday to Dean. We did actually sing happy birthday, but happy
Oh, no.
birthday to Deanie Weenie. Happy birthday to you. Cha cha cha.
Oh no.
Happy birthday, dear Teeny
Oh,
Weenie. Happy birthday to you.
I have never heard a more beautiful singer. I have never heard a more beautiful singer in my life.
Yo, this
Zid,
is why
thank you for the
guys
$1.11.
secretly
Thank you so
love
much.
Trump, come on now. You love him. You know you love him. You try to be like him. Come on. Yep,
Yo,
there it is, there
Tessa,
it
thank
is,
you for
there
the
it is.
$10 on Venmo for the birthday Soros Cash, and Jordan with the $5
You're
on
such a
Venmo as well
weirdo.
for
Don't
the
do
happy
that too
birthday,
much. The
Dean.
Democratic
Thank you,
Party might
Jordan
think
and
you're-
Tessa, for the
you're going against them,
birthday
so they might stop your checks.
donations.
So wait, I'm
But,
being
like,
paid
but
by
wait,
the
wait,
DNC.
this
Wait,
is
wait,
what
wait.
your
If I'm being paid by the DNC, why am I
This
also
is-
not voting for Harris?
This is what you're saying, right? This is
Wait,
what
if
you're
I'm
saying.
being paid by the DNC, why am I not also voting for Harris? And why didn't they invite
Because
me
you
to
know
the
logic,
DNC?
bro. You know logic. Come on.
Okay, so wait, why did they not invite me to the DNC?
Someone's thank you
Why
for the
would they
$10 on
invite you?
Venmo saying welcome into my 20s. Thank you for the birthday
Why would they
donation.
invite you?
Someone's
That's a
thank
rhetorical
you.
question.
They invited 200 other creators.
Yeah, I just want to clarify when like I talk like Donald Trump when Parker does the little dancey
Because
dance.
you're fans,
we
yeah.
we are literally bullying
You're
him.
just so weird.
Yeah, you're fans.
No, I'm
So
gonna
you're
I'm gonna
bullying?
clarify. I will clarify this. I
Yes,
am
bullying and
literally
harassing?
mocking
Yes,
and
Donald
bullying
Trump.
Donald
Absolutely,
Trump.
absolutely.
Yeah. I'm bullying him. I'm mocking him. I'm making
Yeah.
fun of him.
Haters are fans too, guys. Come on, everybody knows that.
Ruby, thank you for the $1 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you so
They're
much,
just
Ruby.
too angry to admit that they like them. But this was your terminology, right, Parker? Right? This was.
Wait, you're too
coming
scared to admit that you like Harris. You're a secret Harris
Yeah,
voter.
seriously, secret Harris.
Well, she's
lover.
MAGA. Why wouldn't I not like her?
What?
Okay,
You just
so you like her.
She's MAGA.
Patrick, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo, saying happy birthday, yo. Patrick,
W,
thank you so
Patrick.
much for the love. Let's get some massive
W,
W's in
Patrick.
the chat for Patrick. Thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo, yo.
Plus,
And
she's a
Aisha,
woman.
thank
You
you for the
gotta like
$10
women.
Lindsay, thank you for the $5
Thank
from
you so much,
DNC Daddy.
Patrick.
Thank you so much. Dennis, thank you for the $10 for Dean's birthday. Thank you so
But
much.
Parker, this is technically your terminology, right? What you just said, like not even 5 minutes ago. All right.
Yo, you gotta move on to
So
the
you're
next
saying
guest.
if you're drowning, right? If you're drowning,
That's just terrible. That was brain rot, Parker.
Yo, what's up?
Oh. Holy shit.
Are they in church?
It's Sunday.
Are
It's
they in
Sunday.
church, dude?
She's literally in church.
literally
Wow, she was ready. That was a Christian nationalist ready to go if I've ever seen one. Holy shit.
Jesus. I was like, oh my god, is that church? Joining the live from church is crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
User, hello.
Okay. All right,
Okay,
let's go
moving
into
on to
the
the
next,
next
this
guest
next
here.
person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not voting for Trump. I'm 59.
Very nice,
All right,
man.
for sure.
Appreciate you
Nice.
for coming up. Tim, thank you for the $20 on Venmo saying happy birthday. Thank you, Tim. W's for Tim in the chat. I appreciate you for your love. And Abby for the $10 on Venmo saying happy birthday. Thank you, Abby. Let's get some W's for Tim and Abby. I appreciate the both of you guys.
Yo, what's up, Derek? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Are you voting Trump?
I'm on the fence because I live in the area where is very conservative, so I'm leaning towards Trump, but I'm also want to hear like
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
definitely not. So,
Okay, so Trump's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, so it sounds like you're not going to vote for him. But I appreciate you coming up.
Of course, man. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, that's literally the only point you need to know as someone who's on the question of who, right? That's all you need to know, actually, like unironically.
Unironically. I couldn't agree more.
And Michaela, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1 for tell Dean to get a Cash App. He's tried. They really don't like him.
Yeah, Cash App hates me, bro.
All right.
Yeah, I could help you
next
find the
individual
next
up if
guest.
you want to help me go for it.
Yeah, guys, if you were voting for Trump, let us know in the chat. By the way, all right, it really helps us.
Go fair.
Wow.
Okay.
They should vote for Harris. They'd benefit from.
Yeah,
the child
they
tax
would.
credit.
Yeah, they would benefit from the child tax credit.
Yeah. Henry, thank you for the $4 on PayPal, wishing me a happy birthday, and Hannah with a $1. I appreciate you guys.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Once again, women's rights at the very heart of this president.
She was seemingly like listening to like MSNBC. I doubt she was a Trump supporter. Love you.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, dude. Why are all the people joining from like daycares?
For real. Yo, I don't want to mispronounce your name, so I'm just going to call you TAD. TAD, thank you so much for the $20.14 on PayPal, wishing me a happy birthday. Thank you so much, TAD, for the love. Let's get some massive W's for TAD in the chat. I really appreciate you.
Abby, are you voting for Trump?
$20.14.
Hello?
This is insane.
Okay, we're just getting like an NPC MAGA right now.
Yeah,
all
we'll
right,
get past
let's
this,
get this next
guys,
person
trust.
up here up.
Trust, we'll
All
get
right.
past this.
Do give it a second, y'all. We're trying to get people up here.
Their full name is TADAG, by the way, chat. I don't know how to pronounce it. I didn't even want to try because I didn't want to butcher it. That would have been disrespectful.
My view thing keeps like glitching back and forth.
No way,
Do
we
you
gotta
see
talk
that?
to this guy.
Glitching
I can see that. We gotta talk to this guy.
way, baby.
Hey, Incel, I saw you on Sam's live last night, or maybe even this
Who's
morning.
Sam?
Yeah, who's Sam?
You don't even remember who you debated.
Samia?
So I just want to like preface this conversation.
You talking about Samia?
Yeah, so he referenced a pH balance as a PhD value.
No, I didn't. I said pH value.
You said PhD value. We all
Anyway,
heard
but
it,
you're
buddy.
voting for Kamala. You're a big loser.
This guy's insane, Parker.
So
you're
can I
actually
ask you a
really
question?
insane for voting for Kamala. I don't even believe you're going to vote for Kamala.
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I don't believe that happened. So
would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
would you? Okay, I would vote for one if you would vote for one that let criminals out.
So do you like Trump?
She did a GoFundMe and
So
bailed
you're letting him
violent
you're letting him
criminals
out right now by saying you shouldn't go to prison. So that's one thing. Two, you're letting
Kamala is
a
bailing out-
criminal be president. Okay, just letting you know.
You're not.
And also,
you're not
can you give me a
criminal if you're
source?
bailing out criminals.
Can you give me a source of her like quote unquote letting criminals out?
Mr. PhD.
So,
value, can you give us a
so
source?
do you? I'm asking. Do you know that Kamala, on Twitter, she had a link of a GoFundMe, and she said, and she told
Yeah,
people
Parker,
to
they're
tip in
terrible.
if they could, and that GoFundMe was to
you're
bail
talking
people.
about something that where people were peacefully protesting. Most of that money went for people.
It
who were
wasn't
peacefully
peaceful. It
protesting.
was violent, and the ones that got out, one of them actually committed a crime again a week after.
Can you give me a source?
So, would you say would you trust someone who
Can you give me a
bails
source?
criminals out? Yeah, source is Twitter, Elon's Twitter. So, would you bail criminals out?
No, Parker, this guy's like really bad. That's what dude, Parker, I'm telling you, I laughed my ass off watching.
I'm
someone
really bad because I'm in the
absolutely
pain in your
fucking
ass
destroy
because I'm gonna
No,
give
like
the shit
I'm
back
telling
to
you, this person is, dude. I'm telling you, I laughed my ass off.
So
watching this guy
let's just get
debate
this straight
Samir.
real quick. His source is Elon Musk's Twitter.
Yeah, get a load of Mr. Doctor
Yeah,
Scientist
wait,
with his academic
Wait, the
revelations
source-
over here. Wait, Mr. Doctor Scientist, I must question your
Jesus
academic
Christ, bro!
revelations.
What the fuck,
No,
dude?
hold up.
What the fuck? That's the second person today. The second person
still
today
happened.
that just fucking loves Elon. What is going on?
So what
the
do you want
fuck is
source
going
for?
on?
What do you want source for?
I want a source for your claim.
Can I get a
Right,
source?
you're making
for
a claim and
was
you
my
source
claim?
Elon Musk's Twitter.
Can I get a source?
I'm more of a reliable source than Elon Musk. Are you
Can
fucking trolling
No,
me?
you're not.
Actually,
If
can I ask
someone
for a very-
cited me in a conversation, that would be a better site than you citing Elon Musk.
You're not. You're
Can
not
I
to be
can I get a
trusted.
source on
Elon
something
Musk
else? Yo,
is-
Incel, I just have a question. Can I have a source that like you're a sentient being? Can you source that?
Yeah, I'm the source, buddy.
Can you like do you have like a source?
I
to the
am
idea?
the living source. I'm talking to you. I'm sentient.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
I mean, well,
Anyway, so-
ChatGPT talks to me, so I don't understand the difference.
It talks to you because it was taught by humans.
Oh, okay, okay. So okay. What's the that doesn't? I'm so confused. How do I know
Well,
that you're sentient?
Because I'm talking to you.
No, it's
by the way, so you said that you're
through my phone.
No.
You said that you're the source for your claims, just like earlier on Sam's live. You said that.
Wait,
you were
hold
the
on,
source
hold on,
for
hold
your
on. You guys
claim
are pivoting
that
right
engaging
now.
in intercourse
What
throws off a
source
woman's
did you want?
PhD value. Sorry.
I said pH value.
PhD value.
You said PhD.
I literally misspoke one time and said PhD value. And changed it immediately to pH value.
Okay.
Okay.
So, do you want to answer my question? Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Yeah, if you would vote for someone who lets criminal in and
Would you
builds
like to answer
criminals
my question
out.
first? Would you like to answer my question
Well,
first?
I did answer it.
Hey, if you don't answer my question, I'll kick you from the live, and I'll never think about you again. So just answer the question.
Okay, is that how you work, bruh? Is
Yes,
that how
yes.
you do
If
it?
you don't answer my question, I will kick you from
That
my
was
stream.
my answer,
and I will
though.
never
You don't
think
like
about
my
you
answer?
again. I just told you what I would do. Now, if you don't answer my question, I'll kick you.
What do you mean think about me again? Do you think about me?
I said I would never think about you again, genius. I don't know who you are.
Do you think about me, bruh?
I don't know who you
I
are.
know Dean thinks about me sometimes.
Because you made my night last night so entertaining. I like fell asleep. I literally fell asleep giggling at how dumb you are. I am not lying. Anyways, I have a question because you seemingly won't answer this one. Real quick, what is one policy that Trump has passed when he was president that you liked, or one policy that Biden and Harris passed that you disliked?
Harris didn't pass
still can't
anything,
answer
so
my question.
that's null and void.
So one policy that Trump passed that you liked?
Wait, Dean. Before
So I would vote for Trump because Kamala is for open borders and she's bailing out
Dude,
criminals.
I'm telling you, it's terrible. So did you know that Trump actually said that he wants to pardon like individuals that were criminally convicted of assaulting police officers on January 6th?
Well, if Kamala can bail out violent criminals, I think those
Christ, this guy,
protesters
bro.
were peaceful.
We're still waiting on you to indicate a source. for the
Dude,
idea
we
that
literally
she
have them on
bailed out
video
violent
assaulting
criminals.
police
Indicate a source
officers.
for what?
We have them on video assaulting police officers.
Yeah, a source
Oh,
indicating
come
that
on.
she bailed out
There's
violent
even
criminals.
source for there was 40 FBI agents among those protesters.
Give me a source.
Yeah, there's a source, Project Veritas, I think it was called.
That's
Dude.
an ultra right wing source.
So his two sources
Yeah,
so far is Elon Musk's
the
Twitter
ones-
feed
but you
and
can
Project
see-
Veritas.
And Project Veritas.
But
I'm
it's on,
telling
it's
you,
on
this is
but it's on video.
This
it's on
I
video.
want to. So this is right. This is the concoction of like 8 years of ear-bleeding partisan bias and alt-right think tanks. This is their creation.
But
ladies
you're
and
just
gentlemen.
saying it's
You're
right wing.
a
I can't
product
trust that.
of a prejudiced,
I can just say I
hateful,
don't trust CNN then.
misinformed machine.
Oh, I'm misinformed. Well, what did I say which was misinformation?
Yeah, like 40 FBI agents engaging in the riots at January
That was
6th.
true because it's on video. A high-ranked former FBI agent that actually admitted that.
So where can we see this video? Where can we find evidence? of 40
Project
FBI agents engaging?
Veritas or whatever it's called.
Shanika, I appreciate you for the $2.24 on PayPal for the love.
So what they're doing is they're going on a date, and that guy happened to be gay. So they're going on a date and they're trying to bait them to say these things, and he's admitting these things. So we know it happened. And why wouldn't there be? Of course there would be. I mean, if you think about it logically,
How many
of course there would be.
continents are there?
Dude, why do you pivot all the time?
Can you answer the question?
You're always trying to throw my
Is this you
thought of
just
train.
like
Dean, you knew he wasn't gonna know that one.
I
How many
know that one.
branches of
Okay,
government
okay.
are there?
Listen, Dean. What's the capital of Turkey?
I do not know the capital of Turkey.
See,
I would say
there
that's
you
much
go.
more
It's
obscure and
Ankara.
unique knowledge.
What's the capital of Indonesia?
I would say that like knowing the capital of Turkey, I don't is like much more obscure and unique knowledge than knowing how many continents there are.
Hey,
So you don't know. It's
Incel.
Jakarta.
Hey,
What's
Incel.
the capital of North Korea?
Incel. What's the
Pyongyang.
capital of Bhutan?
Pyongyang, by the way, and so.
I don't know.
Oh, okay. So be quiet.
Yeah, that's right.
What is it? What is it?
I don't know.
Why do you ask me a question you don't know?
Because the point I'm saying is that there's no relevance.
That's stupid. All the questions I ask,
you
I
don't
know.
You don't know some random capital? Cool.
I
Right?
knew.
Like, that's
I
like
knew
if you live in the
Indonesia.
United States.
Indonesia is a big
Wait,
country.
Incel. Do you live in the United States?
I live in the United States of America.
Okay, so
I
what
came
state?
here as an immigrant.
What state?
I came here as an immigrant.
What
Hold up,
state
hold
do you
up.
live in?
Let me finish, and then you can ask.
No,
I
what
came
state
here
do you
as
live
an
in?
immigrant.
What
I
state
came
do you
here
live in?
as an. Can I talk?
What
No.
state do you live in?
Can I talk?
No,
No,
what
you
state do you
can't.
live in?
Can I talk?
No,
You
what
literally
state do you
can't.
live in?
We answered your question. We will, and you ran.
He was removed actually for community guidelines.
I'm
All
sorry.
right, let's
for
get this next
bringing
person
that
up here. Everyone, do tap that screen to get to 500,000 likes. Share the live as well if we want to help get out to more people. Yo, it's a pal to you? Hello? Nice. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates.
Ruby, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying happy birthday. I really appreciate you for your love, Ruby. Thank you. And Tracy with the $20 on Venmo as well saying happy birthday, Dean. I don't know you personally, but I'm incredibly proud of the man you've become. Thank you so much for the love, Tracy. W's for Tracy.
Andre, are you
in chat.
voting
That's very
Trump?
kind of you.
Oh shit! What the fuck?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yeah, definitely. Of course.
I think of that mustache. Thank you so much. How old are you?
18.
So why are you voting Trump?
Cause he's my president.
You think he's currently president?
Yes, he should be.
So the border
Trump caused
crisis is
inflation?
his fault. Inflation is his fault.
What about Kamala Harris?
Wait, but he's currently president, right?
Yeah,
Wait, how could
yeah,
that-
of course.
So then all the
The
bad
election
things
was
that
a
are
fraud.
happening right now.
It was a fraud.
He said we live in an uncivilized country. That is a third world country. So thanks Trump. Thanks Trump for making our country uncivilized.
Yeah, I'm just fucking with you. Free Palestine.
Based. All right, let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right, let's go to the next individual.
I'll help you out here. Let's see.
Yeah,
what
thank
we
you for the
got.
rock star. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Hey, W. Yo, real JRM, please accept my
Yo, it's a
invitation
pal to
to
you?
join. Real JRM, please accept the invitation.
Hello, Jace.
Thank you, Effie. World Kid, please accept the invitation. I'm inviting all the yappers in the chat.
Incel just followed me. Like what?
Ruby, thank you so much for the $1 on PayPal for Parker, because I don't have Venmo or Cash App. I will give that $1 to PayPal, Ruby. Thank you for the love.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Holy cow. Hello?
How old are you?
Oh, I'm 20. I'm 29. I just want to say happy birthday to Dean. What up, Parker? You guys are cute
That's
as a
good.
button. And
Appreciate you.
is there? So you guys spoke one night. Somebody. I think it's
I am really, really sorry. We are just looking for people who are voting for Trump. I really do appreciate you, but I am trying to get someone up here who is voting for Trump. We
And
do
thank
really
you so
appreciate
much for
you.
wishing me a happy birthday.
Yeah, thank you. I really
you
appreciate
for
that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I always feel so bad doing that.
I'm 24, but I'm not a Trump supporter. I was trying
Okay,
to fight.
base. Good job. Good job. Let's go. On the right side of history. I see.
I always feel so bad doing that.
Yeah. No, I'm just so used to it that I can't even appreciate that. How? Whoa. Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
I like his policies.
Okay. What
Like
policy?
what?
Can you name one?
I like his border policies.
Can you name one?
Yeah, the remain in Mexico, one of them.
Why do you like that?
One, it stopped people from just flooding over the border.
So then why were there more border crossings at the end of Trump's administration than there are now?
Yeah, why did Trump claim that his
There-
crackdown started after
If
that
you're
was
talking about currently right now, there still are. You're not looking into the fact that they're flying them here directly and not counting them.
No, you have no evidence to indicate that.
Kelsey, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for the more B-Day love. Thank you for the love, Kelsey.
I'm trying to think of what it's called. You got me off the top of my head, but they're actually using their app to bring them in.
Can you give me a source?
The immigration.
Immigration isn't a source.
If you actually look on the CBP1 or CBP2.
If you look at the Customs Border Protection, actually it is the case that we have lower border crossings right now.
Yes, because they're not taking into account the ones that they're bringing in.
So then they
legally.
didn't take into account under Trump's administration either.
Also, they literally are. They're encounters. Anybody they encounter at the border is included within
Yes,
the data
but you're not including the ones that they're flying in.
So if they are
again,
excluded
that
from
wasn't
the
happening
set-
under Trump's administration under your own worldview then, right?
Yeah,
That
if they
was
weren't
not
included in the
happening
set, they
under
would have been
Trump,
included.
No. And another thing about
No, what was not
convicting
happening
Trump-
was that what was not happening was they were not counting those people who were coming across the border in that way, right? In the same way that it's happening right now, it wasn't happening under Trump's administration.
Just to let you know, they are counting it because they count
coming in that way.
they
That
count
app wasn't available.
they count encounters and crossings. In fact, they have better they have a better ability to count the people that would be flying into the country as they have more control over it.
Yes, except for the problem with that was you had the cartel that hacked their app.
Okay, so I just want to clarify. We actually do have higher levels of immigration than what is being reported right now, but the cartel hacked the data and made it look like it wasn't that bad. That's quite the claim. Could you provide any evidence for that?
And were using their own. They were able to use their own to get their people they were smuggling in front
Yeah,
of.
that's quite the
everyone
claim.
else.
That's quite the bullshit claim. Where's the evidence?
The fucking border patrol put it out, or not the border, your customs. Put it
I would
out.
love for you to indicate a source for us.
I will get the source, and I'll get on a little bit later and put it in your guys's thing so we can see it. But also about the Trump.
Tim, thank you for the
Right
$25 on Venmo saying happy birthday from Gen X Liberal. Keep cooking. Thank you for the birthday love, Tim, and I will keep cooking. W's for Tim.
Okay, how you're saying Trump was saying he wanted to let out the guys that were attacking the police. That is absolutely incorrect. He was saying if you were caught attacking police, you need to be in jail. He's wanting to let
Not
out
true.
the ones that were walking around inside the thing doing nothing.
Not true. In an interview, he literally said that he would pardon people who were convicted of
Yes, he would
assaulting police
pardon people
officers.
that got
Give me the money, Ken.
13 years for walking around inside, having the police direct them around.
No, it was the people who explicitly were convicted of violently assaulting police officers.
He was saying those ones should remain in jail. And
No,
I
so this
think
was at
every
the
Republican
National...
agrees with them.
One moment. So this was at the National Convention of Black
I'll be right
Journalists. All right, awesome. So the journalist that was interviewing Trump specifically asked Trump if he would pardon the rioters that were convicted of assaulting the 140 police officers who were assaulted on that date. Trump's response was yes.
Okay, I didn't see that when I was watching one of his debates where he was saying that yes, if you were convicted of a crime.
Okay. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
You should stay in there. And I completely agree with them. But the other ones that were just walking around, taking pictures, being escorted
Yeah.
by
Do you mind if I ask you a question, Ben?
Go for it.
Would you ever vote for someone that's attempted to overthrow our government within a coup in an attempt to steal a federal election?
You got to be shitting me with that one. Yeah.
If
You're
Trump did those
talking
things,
about
would
in
you
the
still vote for
same
him?
speech where he said peacefully go down and make your voices heard?
Hey,
Are
just
we
answer my
talking
question,
about that
Ben.
one for his insurrection?
If Trump tried to stage a coup to steal the vote from Biden in 2020, would you still vote for Trump?
If they have proof that he tried doing it, yes. But if you're telling me after he says peacefully make your voices heard,
Okay, so I just want the record to be known. Now, Ben, I'm going to cook. I hope that you'll just listen and learn. I want the record to be known that Ben would not vote for Trump if there was proof that he tried to steal the 2020 election from Biden. So Trump tried to steal the election from Biden in 2020 by specifically sending slates of fake electorates to cast fake Trump votes to Congress from states that Trump didn't win to be counted as real by Mike Pence to make him the president again. And my evidence for this claim is what Trump argued in the January 6 indictments and what Trump has admitted to the Supreme Court. Here is a clip of his lawyer admitting to it.
That this case should be dismissed on that basis. I don't think there's sufficient private conduct here to support the indictment, to support the ongoing prosecution. And that's what we're going to be litigating in front of the district court now.
Even just the false slates of electors, you don't think that would constitute enough for a trial?
Well, we would say alternate slates of electors. And as we argued before the Supreme Court, alternate slates of electors have been a method used by previous presidents, most notably Ulysses S. Grant, to ensure the integrity of prior elections. So we believe the assembly of those alternate slates of electors was an official act of the presidency. That's what we argued before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has...
So Ben...
Yes, exactly. So, okay, hang on your same point right there. Shouldn't Kamala Harris be ineligible because she has fake electors? Because every one of those electoral votes was for Joe Biden, not Kamala Harris. Never once.
Can we, hey, Ben, I will let you cook on that next, but first just stay on topic and engage with what I'm asking you. So I first asked you if you'd still vote for Trump if he tried to steal the 2020 election from Biden, and your response was no. Okay, so I've demonstrated to you how Trump tried to steal the election in 2020 from Biden.
Also,
will you follow through with what you said?
If this was analogous, did Biden want Trump to be president? Because Biden wanted Harris to be.
No, he didn't want to be. Again, you could look at the video clip where he said, until God comes
I don't want to change the topic yet. Ben. Just stay on topic, then I'll let you cook afterwards.
Exactly what you just played. It happened with Ulysses S. Grant, and I can't remember what the other president was, but
Claire, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Yeah, seriously, they come up with so many conspiracies.
So just once again, Ben, I asked you if you would vote for Trump if he tried to steal the 2020 election from Biden, and you said no, you would not vote from Trump. I have now justified and proved my claim that Trump tried to steal the 2020 election from Biden.
No, he didn't try to steal the election. He was doing exactly what he's supposed to do. He didn't think the election was run through properly.
So no, he did not do exactly what he was supposed to do. He broke federal law by sending fake electorates to cast fake votes to Congress. Biden had won the outcome of the 2020 election. Trump turns around, tries to instantiate himself as the president again through a tyrannical abuse of his power by sending fake votes to Congress, then pressuring his VP to certify them as being real. He also turned around and told Bill Barr and the DOJ to announce widespread voter fraud when there wasn't any, causing Bill Barr, the head of the DOJ, to resign because other DOJ employees had threatened to quit if he didn't. Joe Biden won the outcome of the 2020 election, and Donald Trump tried to steal it from him. Does this mean that you will not be voting for Trump because you are a man of your word, and you told me that you wouldn't vote for Trump if he tried to steal that election from Biden?
No, again, I don't think what you're saying. I'm not convinced of what you're saying. Again, I'm going with my point. It happened back in the 1800s.
Yeah. So this did happen after the Civil War.
I think it was his duty.
You literally, yes. The president said that his lawyer's referencing here was set by the Civil War.
I'm sorry, what was that?
The president, right, that Trump is arguing has been set, insofar as this not being an illegal action, was by Ulysses S. Grant, who served after the Civil War.
This person said Parker and Dean will be sued for slander, spreading lies every day since January.
So I just want to clarify, Ben, do you affirm the fact that yes, Trump did send fake Trump votes to Congress to be certified as real, so Biden's votes would be ignored?
Again, I don't know if he did. I've got to look into exactly what that one that you're showing me. Can you actually tell me what that is? Because I actually want to look into that.
Sure. Just go on Google, look up Trump's attorney on Supreme Court immunity ruling, Will Scharf, CNN.
Wait, that person in the chat saying we're going to be sued for slander? I bet you'd accept that civil suit.
For real.
Yes, slander is exactly like everything else.
This is my issue with you, Ben.
Exactly.
I'm just going to speak my piece, and then I'm going to bow out, let Parker up. I'm just going to say my piece, then I'm going to bow out, and then I'm going to let Parker out back on the mic. But here's my issue. I feel like the MAGA voter base has a very bad way of handling and addressing facts. So I presented to you the fact that Donald Trump had tried to steal the 2020 election from Biden with the use of fake Trump votes in Congress. I presented you the evidence for this fact being Trump's own word of mouth and legal representation and argumentation in the January 2nd indictment that happened 2 years ago and inside of the Supreme Court. And you have now disregarded this fact, saying that it is not fact, and you have not given an adequate response. How come
Well, again,
you
I
are
told you I
unwilling
looked
or
into it.
unable to
the
address
whole
the facts?
disregarding facts, at least you got to give me that one.
What's that?
I told you I was going to look into it. That's one I've never heard of. I know he asked Arizona, he asked Georgia, and I want to say Wisconsin. He asked the governors to go in, check their rolls. And
Yeah, I
not
guess from my
certify.
perspective, I just feel like I've already given you sufficient information that you don't need to do further research on to conclude that this has occurred.
Again,
I literally
that's
played
exactly
you a
like
clip
if I
of
tell you
Trump's lawyer.
something, I can, like the last guy was saying with this Project Veritas, I could show you that, something off that, just because
You're
it's
comparing a
true, you
far-right
gotta
think
do
tank
your own-
making claims
No,
about
I'm saying
Harris
everyone
to
should
Trump's
do
own
their
word of
research.
mouth. Like, if I played you a clip of Trump saying that he has raped a woman, would you believe that Trump is a rapist, or would you have to do further research?
No, I would believe
It's
he's a-
AI.
Again, if you show me
real.
a video of
Okay, so if I played you a
she
clip of
doesn't
Trump's
know
lawyer
when, she
admitting
doesn't
that he
know
tried to steal
where,
the election from Biden by
she
sending
was
fake
raped.
electorates to seven different
How
states.
about this? If I showed you a video of Donald Trump saying that he'd be dating a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, would you believe it?
See, well, you're talking, she's 20 now.
Oh, but he still
Again,
sexualized
it's
a fifth
definitely
grader.
a pedo type.
So-
of-
Ryan,
do you
thank
think
you
it's
so
a-
much for the $25 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Ryan. W's for Ryan in the chat. Thank you for the $25, and he's a great apologist. Absolutely.
Do you think that 40-year-old men, it's okay for them to sexualize fifth graders and say that they're going to be dating them in 10 years?
No, again, like I'm saying, there's a
Okay,
bunch
so
of
what-
stuff that Trump
so
says.
if I
that
showed you a
don't agree
clip-
with.
So if I showed you a clip of Donald Trump doing that, would you believe it?
No, I've also seen Donald
No?
Trump talk about his
No?
lifestyle. No, what I'm saying is I've
Wes,
seen
thank you
him.
for the $2. Thank
I've
you.
seen him do and say stupid shit. I am 100% behind you. I've told, I don't know, countless people. Trump would have been a
So
hell
if
of
he
a
said that to your
president.
daughter, would you vote for him?
Would I vote for him over Kamala Harris? Yes. Would I want to punch his ass in the face afterwards? Yes. The guy, yes, he said some stupid shit.
Lillian, thank you for the $10 on PayPal saying happy birthday. Thank you so much for the birthday love from Lillian, and Wes with the $5 on Venmo
Appreciate that
too.
mustache. Thank you so much.
I can't believe that this person's real, bro. I've lost so much faith in humanity.
So
I'm
you
like
would
so
say,
disconnected.
so you would
had a
you would
comment.
still vote for him if he said to your 10-year-old daughter that he'd be dating her in 10 years.
Over Kamala Harris, I would still vote for him, but I'd punch him in the face directly after.
Okay.
Why would
If
you
he
vote for him?
if he had violated your daughter, would you vote for him? If he sexually violated your daughter, would you vote for him? Okay. Appreciate the money. Thank you so much. So why would you do so when he violated someone else's daughter?
Whose daughter did he violate?
Whoever's the parents of Eugene Carroll.
I have no idea. Again, that's one I haven't heard of. But with your whole the rape victim,
Betty
that he
Carroll.
was-
Her name's
he
Betty
was
Carroll.
convicted in civil court.
Holy shit, her mother, Betty Carroll, was actually a Republican politician in Indiana. Wow.
Yes, but again, Trump does say stupid shit. I 100% agree with you. I like his policies over Kamala Harris.
So I have a
vote
question.
Obama.
So Trump's gonna. Did we already ask you this question about how you're gonna pay for it? Or was that the last guest?
How's he gonna
I don't
pay
think
for
we've
it?
asked him that yet.
Okay, so
I don't
so
think he's
the-
gonna give a good answer.
The expansion of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act will cost $3.9 trillion over 10 years. How are you gonna pay for it?
How are you going to pay for it? One is by drilling more oil, opening up more leases.
That doesn't pay for it. I'm asking in terms of governmental revenues. How are you gonna pay for it?
You're going to have to cut spending somewhere.
Where are you gonna cut spending?
I hate to say it, but we can cut spending in defense.
That's not what Trump wants to do. I mean, that's
That's not what Trump
that's a
wants to do,
legitimate
but-
thing to say, but that's not what Trump wants to do.
yeah, there's certain things we're gonna have to bite the bullet on. Right now, we're in a lose-lose situation.
Okay, but like you're not going to be able to do that if Trump doesn't want that. Trump wants to expand military budget funding. He said that
Yeah,
our
if that
military
was-
has been destroyed.
If that was Trump's
So Liam,
position,
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
if that was Ben, if that was Trump's position, if Trump agreed with you that he wanted to cut the military budget to pay for the tax cuts, that's actually like feasible. Like that could actually be like a half decent plan, right? But the thing is he doesn't want to cut funding to the military. He wants to increase it.
Yes, there's some areas we're gonna have to bite the bullet on.
So how are you going to pay for it?
That's one of the things. They're gonna have to cut some of these government-run programs. Maybe
Like
stop
gut,
paying for
Medicare,
some of the
Medicaid, social benefits, gut social benefits that upholster the.
No, wait,
low
he
and
doesn't
middle
want to
class,
cut that.
making
He
them worse
wants
off.
to cut taxes on people who are getting Social Security. So if they do that,
Okay, first of all, that is a bullshit one also. Never once has he said he's going to cut the tax or cut Social Security.
he said he was going to cut Social Security tax, so they don't tax the stuff you get from Social Security. That's what he said, which would mean that it would cost you even more, which also means that he's not cutting benefits.
Okay, first of all, I
He said
haven't
he's
seen
protecting
that
Social
one.
Security
He
and
was
not
the
cutting
one
it.
that put in the thing for Biden and Harris claiming the $35 insulin. That was started under Trump.
So he tried to do an executive order, but it was non-enforceable, whereas under the Biden-Harris administration, through the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and the $35 cap on insulin for seniors, that provided
Yes,
it.
that's also the thing that we have inflation. That is the sole reason we have inflation right now.
So, no, it's not. The $35 cap on insulin has nothing to do with why we have inflation.
No, I'm talking about that bill that they passed. That was the Kamala Harris 50 bill or 50.
So you're talking about the
Senator.
Inflation Reduction? The Inflation Reduction Act, not only was it deficit reducing, but it is also the case that...
They're saying it's deficit reducing over 10 years.
Yeah,
Right
so
now,
it is deficit reducing, but the point that I would also make from this is that you'd have no argument to say that it caused inflation, because inflation was already going up prior to the Inflation Reduction Act.
Okay, when you have trillions of dollars going into the U.S. economy with nothing backing, and how
The
are you?
Inflation Reduction Act went into literally was passed right before inflation started declining.
Yeah, and like once again, it's deficit reducing. I just wanted that to be known. It's not trillions.
So
of
if anything, it
dollars,
has
it's millions of
disinflationary
dollars.
pressure.
Yeah.
I don't understand how you guys don't think billions of dollars in the U.S. economy with nothing coming in isn't the reason inflation.
Well, that's the thing. There was things coming in. So it only spent, by the way, only spent about $54 million. I just want to clarify that. And it's deficit reducing over the
Oh my
course.
God! I wish I
Desta,
had
thank you for the
little articles. They were just showing they had over $50 million in grants going out. It was around $1.5 million was spent.
I have a question. Would you support spending $1.6 trillion on like universal health care for everybody?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay. Did you like Trump's tax code?
So it's better.
Did you like Trump's tax code?
Yeah.
Do I
Yeah.
like Trump's tax code?
Yeah, so
Yep.
good.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Okay, so Trump's
amazing.
tax code spent $1.6 trillion in debt-related spending on tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy. So how come you'll support spending that much money on tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy,
But not
One
on
second.
universal health
You know,
care.
90%
But not
of
on
small
universal
businesses
healthcare.
are corporations.
Can you answer my question? How come you'll support spending $1.6 trillion on tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy, but not on universal health care for all?
Okay, one, because that tax cut brought in money.
It only increased the GDP by an average of 0.02% a year, which essentially
healthcare, they hate
0.4,
it.
which went down to $10 billion per year. It brought in $10 billion per year. Stinky bin.
Okay, when you're talking about the tax cuts, everyone keeps saying it's the corporations. When you look at corporations, every truck driver is a corporation. So every independent truck driver you're looking at that's making 70 grand a year, those are where the tax cuts are coming from. So they're only paying.
Ben, you're still not answering my question.
Not true.
How come you will support $1.6 trillion going towards tax cuts for people making over $400,000 a year, but you won't support spending $1.6 trillion on universal health care for all.
One,
You still haven't answered this question.
Health care for all isn't a fix. Have you actually talked to someone in a different country that has universal health care?
Yes.
Okay, which country?
So I've talked to people from Canada, right?
Okay,
and
there
they
you
say
go.
that the system
How long
is.
does it take them to get a doctor?
It does not take them long. They get to a doctor's office that day. Okay. Not only that, but it is the case that they spend half as much per individual on healthcare expenditure, and they actually have better average health outcomes. They have more physicians per capita, right? They basically outrank us in almost every metric.
Okay, if that's so, why does everyone still come to America for all their major health
They
care?
all don't come to the United States. Those are
Okay,
only like the super rich
yeah,
people. There's a
that's
2-tier
one of those
healthcare
things
system
that
in the United States.
You shouldn't say they always come. Why is it when someone has a major health issue, they prefer American health care?
They don't. In most circumstances, they don't. I literally know someone who has a major health issue, and they do not come to the United States. And they live in Canada.
Okay. You've got to.
Also, I just want to clarify. So, like the people that are flying into America from other countries around the world are the ultra wealthy, but have more than enough money to pay for the incredibly expensive privatized healthcare here at home in the U.S. One place where the U.S. does leave, one place where Ben, I actually am so sick and fucking tired of you interrupting me and Parker. It's just been building up and building up and building up since you joined the stream. I don't appreciate it, man. Can we do without the interruptions?
Yeah, go for it. You just got to let me know when I can chime in.
Feel free, man. I appreciate you for understanding that. So, the U.S. has some of the best privatized means of healthcare for the ultra wealthy. Like, it is a fact that we have some of the most cutting edge technology to provide some of the best services in the world related to healthcare. Right? And the people that are flying in, they're not flying in because their means of healthcare, they have to wait too long or they can't get to a doctor fast enough. They're flying in for there's ultra expensive forms of healthcare to yield the best possible outcomes. But see, what me and Parker are advocating for here isn't the abolishment of these incredibly advanced and effective forms of privatized healthcare for the ultra wealthy. We're just advocating for an addition to that privatized means of healthcare, which would be universal basic healthcare for all. Right, we advocate for a general public system of healthcare to provide for like the for the homeless 12-year-old that needs a cavity filled, and we also want to be able to provide privatized means of healthcare for those that can and do afford it.
Okay, you ready for my response on that one?
Go for it, man.
All right, here we go. Number one, they do have health care for that 12-year-old that is poor and homeless. Under, what is it, Cobra's one of them. The second thing is, yeah, if you guys want
There
your
are 30 million
single
Americans that are uninsured.
Okay. I'm sorry, what was that?
There's 30 million Americans that are uninsured.
Someone in the chat said sociopath time. That's crazy.
Okay, so the other one, if we didn't have to be the world's police, yes, we could easily afford everyone to have private health care, just like every European country and Canada. When you don't have to pay for the national defense of the world, that's one of the things we have to...
We don't have to.
We don't have to. Okay, what happens when the dollar isn't the national backer?
What do you mean the national backer?
That'll never change. I just want to let you know that places like Russia and China have trillions of dollars in debt in USD. Right? USD will always be the quote-unquote international backer currency.
I wouldn't say always, but for the long future time, it will be.
Sure, you could say that. And we're analytically correct. The main point there is that's never gonna that's most likely not gonna change for a very long time. Exactly.
Not going to happen in our lifetime. Isn't France already trying to...
Dude, it's more likely that it's actually more likely that we won't ever have to work again, and the AI is going to control everything. So it's like, that's the point that we're saying here.
But also, you're talking about how we're going to pay for it. See, the original issue was you're not supporting spending $1.6 trillion on universal health care for all, but supporting spending $1.6 trillion on tax cuts for the ultra wealthy.
Because those tax cuts for the ultra wealthy that you're saying are corporations.
What does that matter, right? Why would you prefer corporations to have a tax break in comparison to everyone having
Because the
universal healthcare?
corporations are your small businesses in America. What are you not understanding about
No,
that?
what I'm referencing is the tax cuts sent to people making over $400,000 per year in mega corporations. Also, typically speaking, most small business owners operating under a certain threshold of income, although it be a small threshold of income, are fiscally better off if they register as an LLC in comparison to an S or a C corp.
Yes, but again, they're still taxed under the same corporate rate.
I'm actually not too sure if that corporate tax rate would apply to an LLC. You'd have to reference like a tax.
It does. I own an LLC.
I'm not quite positive that's correct.
Again, it's based off how much money you earn. If you earn under 30,000, yes, you don't have to pay the corporate tax rate. You earn over that, you do. And it's also dependent on the number of employees you have.
I know, because I think that you would file different forms. Like you file as like a sole proprietor, and they're generally taxed to the individual. I don't think that you'd pay through like a corporate tax rate. Right? That's the point of an S and a C corp.
Again, the sole proprietor is different than an LLC.
You could operate as a sole proprietorship under an LLC, but I really don't think that corporate tax rates apply to LLCs.
Okay. All right, Ben, is there anything else you want to talk about or add?
What's that?
Anything else you want to talk about or add?
No, I think I'm good right.
Let's go into the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. If you want to add some up, Dean, go for it. How long are you gonna be on today, man?
Well, as long as you want me to co-host with you. If I start to get annoying, just let me know. I'll drop.
You're not gonna be annoying, bro. I was honestly planning on us doing this all day. So,
yeah, I mean,
all day I'm on.
I'll see.
I'll be on until like 6:30 or so.
We'll see when I hop off.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hey, how you doing?
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Yeah. Well, I think he's a genius in cutting taxes for corporations.
I wish you had a good mic.
Okay, how is he a genius?
Well, a corporation will produce more taxes than your entire family will pay in their lifetime.
Okay, depends on the corporation you're talking about.
Well, most corporations do a lot of business, right?
So what's the incentive of cutting the tax rate of corporations to 21%? Just curious.
So if I have a corporation that has 100 employees, each one of those employees is going to be paying taxes, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if I have a corporation and I'm building stuff, everything I buy is taxed, right?
Actually, no, it's not taxable because it's you deduct
Now,
it
if I go to Home Depot and buy material, it's taxed,
for your business.
right?
For your business.
Yeah.
It's taxed with sale tax, but it's like reduced from your taxable income.
Yeah,
that would be included in non-taxable income.
Yeah, any place I buy steel or any material is taxed.
No.
Eating more tax than you will ever pay.
Okay.
Okay, so what's the argument?
You just
What's the
don't know
argument
how the tax system works at all.
I'm just still curious. Can you clear it up for us? What's the argument? What's the incentive? What's the reason that we should have a 21% corporate tax rate in comparison to like a 28% corporate tax rate? What is the argument?
Well, it should go down even more because they will grow and then produce more taxes. They will hire more.
Okay, I see your point. So you're making the argument that if we like cut taxes on things such as corporations, that the corporations will turn around and be more efficient and better off at producing like larger like revenue streams, which will in turn increase the GDP, which will in turn increase government revenue for taxes. I hear you. However, your argument is incorrect. So from the TCJA that originally cut the corporate tax rate from 35 or 30% down to 21%, it only led to an average annual GDP increase of 0.04%, which is $10 billion.
Not wrong. You're 100%
It's not wrong.
Lisa,
You
thank
can
you for the
reference-
$10. Thank you so much. Everyone keeps saying that you just don't have a Cash App, Dean.
Yeah, James, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Happy birthday to the best debater on this app. Thank you so much for the love, James. And that's not wrong. You could reference the macroeconomic effects of the 2017 tax reform policy, indicated by 2 Harvard professors, one liberal and one conservative, that indicate this record of growth in the GDP.
Can I say something? If by accident Trump is president again, I hope he does so poorly again that all the prices in the gas stations and in the grocery stores go back down, because he's so bad that everything is cheap.
Okay, I'm sorry. Why would you want him to do bad? That means that everyone is going to be struggling so much that it's going to be so bad. Christina, thank you for the $1.
You
I don't think
guys
you
say-
understand that if the prices decrease like that, that means that people are going to be doing worse off insofar as they can't afford it.
All of the Democrats say that he does so poorly, but when he's running and he's in office, groceries go down, gas goes down.
It didn't. So what you're not understanding is inflation has literally nothing to do with the president of the United States. Inflation specifically happened globally. It happened in Africa and Asia, South America, Central America. It happened in Europe, everywhere around the world. It's not a uniquely American issue.
Where
For you to
else?
act like it's uniquely American shows how little you know about how inflation happens.
America sets the standard. Whatever happens here.
No. Then why would it go on that? Why would it have gone up the same trend worldwide? Literally, it happened in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world at the same time.
What? You tell me why we're living in the economy we're at right now. Because you have 4 years of Biden and Harris, and look at the economy.
The answer's COVID.
Trump did so poorly that prices were down.
Okay, so let's blame Trump for COVID. So he fucked up the economy.
Yeah.
So how do you feel about Trump fucking up the economy, increasing the unemployment rate?
Sin, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo saying happy birthday, Dean. Thank you for all that you do. Sin, you've been watching and supporting forever. I really appreciate you for your support. I want to see at least 300 W's for SEN in the chat right now for the $30 as a birthday present. I appreciate you so much for your love, man, and thank you for making my birthday a little bit better.
Allowing people to come on here and talk, so I appreciate you guys.
Thank you. Yeah, is there anything else you'd like to refer to or talk about?
No, but I just hope you guys have a great day.
Appreciate
Have
you.
a good one, man.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. If you see anyone, let me know. Dean?
I got you. I feel like I'm becoming an animal at these tax debates. An absolute beast.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know much. Yo, what's the pal to you?
23.
Are you voting for Trump?
Nope. He's the worst president of all time. Sorry, but I love you guys.
Okay, let's go to the next person. Appreciate you. Let's go get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 35. I had a question, though.
Are you voting for Trump?
No, but I wanted to ask you a question real fast.
I'm sorry. Pam, are you voting Trump?
Yes,
Why so?
because I think America's a mess right now. It's awful. Biden, look what Biden's done.
What did Biden do?
Okay, here's the thing with you two young guys.
Pam, what did Biden do?
I'm 65, I'm just telling you.
And I'm 20. I'm just telling you. Now, what did Biden do?
Young man, stop. Do you
Pam.
pay rent? Do you buy groceries? Do you pay car
Yes.
payments? Do you pay car insurance? Do you want to buy a home? Because my daughter works in the housing
Yes.
industry, and 8% interest rates are there now. When I bought my house under
That has
Trump,
nothing
it
to do with the
was
president. That has everything.
2.5.
Yeah, I understand that has
2.5.
nothing to do with the president. That has everything to do with the Federal Reserve, which is not related to the president. Actually, Trump wants to bring back the chairman of the Fed that led to the
Here's
increase of
another
the interest
thing.
rates.
Okay, stop, young man. I'm older than you. I've voted many, 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 many
And ma'am, I
times.
studied economics, so I know more about economics
Okay,
than
that's
you.
fine. No, I've
Yeah?
lived life. I have lived life, and I've seen the presidents come and go.
Cool, and
You're
Joe Biden's lived life longer than you,
Look,
so do you
I
believe
voted
him?
for the Obamas both times.
Wait, so Biden's
Both
older than
for
Trump, so
Clinton.
he should listen. So Trump should listen to Biden, right?
No,
Why not?
Pam,
I'm going by what is going on.
But
Do you
wait,
know
but
that
Trump isn't as old as Biden.
I have never in my life seen the borders the way they are right now. I'm 65.
Yeah, did you know that there was more border
Never,
crossings under Trump's administration at the very end?
never have I seen that. He tried to stop it.
So you're just lying.
No, I'm not lying.
Yes, you are.
Kurt, thank you for the $10 on PayPal, saying that interest rates on homes are now 6.5%. That's a massive reduction. Thank you to love, Kurt.
Stop talking fast. Who is your parents voting for?
Mine are voting for Trump.
I honestly
know
think
why, don't you?
my mom's
Because
probably
they're
voting for
mature and
Kamala
they pay
Harris,
bills.
and my dad's probably voting for Trump.
I could tell you why my parents are voting for
There's a
Trump.
reason under that. They've lived
Well,
life.
yeah.
You guys have not yet.
So here's the issue. Can I give you the issue with your argument real quick, Pam? Do you mind if I give you the issue with what you're saying real quick? Is that all right?
Dean,
Oh.
I've heard you talk so many times, young. I've just watched you both now. I'm just
Womp
going to
womp.
tell you this straight up. I've watched you both. And another
Womp
thing,
womp.
Harris wasn't voted in. She was stuck out there. She was not voted in by the people.
So she was voted in by delegates that vote on behalf of what we want, and 8 out of 10 Democrats are satisfied
was
with
stuck
Kamala
out
Harris
there
being the
because
nominee.
they hid Biden's
Did you know
seat.
8 out of 10 Democrats
They
are
hid
satisfied with
the
Kamala
measure.
Harris? 8 out of 10 Democrats are satisfied with Kamala Harris being the nominee. Sprite, thank you for the $2. Thank you
Wait,
so much,
wait.
young man. You listen to me. Thank you so much. I appreciate
Pam,
it. And Bella,
Pam,
thank
how
you
old
for the
did you say you were?
$2.
Pam, how old did you say you were?
I'm 65. How old
So
your
Elizabeth, so real quick, Pam, Elizabeth just sent me $25 on Venmo, and this is what Elizabeth said. W's for Elizabeth in the chat, by the way. She said, "I'm 65, and here we go again with these old people talking down to young people that have brains shut down."
I didn't say you didn't have no brains.
Donna, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Donna
See,
is
there you
actually
go.
a
It's all about the
56-year-old.
money.
Donna is a
Fellas work.
56-year-old.
You guys have a job and pay taxes.
This is our
Yes,
job.
I
This
do
is our
have a job and I do pay
I
taxes.
believe you do.
This
I
is my
believe
job.
you do, but Dean don't.
Dean
Oh my
does have a
gosh.
job. He's working his job right now.
Okay.
I just want to
where
clarify.
does he work? Where do
I'm
you work?
here.
literally right
He
now.
works here.
So Donna just sent me
that's
$20 on
not a
PayPal. Donna says I'm a 56-year-old liberal learning from me, a 20-year-old, my birthday, by the way, every day. I appreciate you for the love, Donna. So this idea that you're older, therefore you know more, therefore you don't have to listen to us,
No.
is more so rooted in your dogmaticism and
fellas,
tribalism
I
to the
worked
beliefs in
hard
which you
all my
developed over
life.
your life.
I've had
Amy,
surgery
thank you so
on
much
my
for the
everything.
$15 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Amy.
See, there's
Betsy, thank you for the $15 on Cash App saying it's my birthday so I can cry if I want to.
I've got a granddaughter.
Kate with the $50 as well saying happy
26
birthday.
years
Keep up the
old.
good fight. Thank you, Kate and Betsy.
Do you know my
Thank you,
26-year-old
the Galaxy,
granddaughter
thank
won't
you.
even talk about politics, period? She don't talk about it, period. And she don't tell you who she's voting for. She just goes and
That's
votes
her.
and
That's
does
her.
her thing.
That's literally her. That's not me.
My
So you
grandson's
understand?
20, and he don't do nothing like you guys do.
Okay,
they're so
we do different
uneducated.
things. Wow, we're
They're
different
ignorant.
people. Oh my God, jeez.
You need to get jobs. You don't.
This
you don't
this
even
is a
know.
job, Pam.
Pam, what's a real job? Can you define what a job is
Sen,
for
thank you
us?
for the $15 for thanks all you do, Parker. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Will you let me tell you what a real job is?
Yes,
What's
please
a real
define
job?
what you mean.
Had 3 neck surgeries, and he can barely walk, and he works in a huge plant making food for you guys so you can live, and it goes to every grocery store in America.
Pam, how do I pay for the food?
with money you work
How do we
for.
say,
With money I
that
work
we
for,
through
so I have a real
for this.
job.
So we
Jeez.
turn around from our real job with the money that we make, and then we pay it to buy food, which supports your husband's income.
My husband pays taxes there, young man.
I pay taxes too. Betsy, thank you
Yo.
for the $15 for take Dean out for his birthday and find a job. Thank you so much.
Yo, Kelly, thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying that my 70-year-old mom wants this lady to respect our youth. Yo, you just got
Yes, I
got
actually do.
outaged.
Pam, I do have a 401k. I do have a 401k.
Simon, thank you for the $15 on Venmo saying happiest birthday, Virgo King. Thank you for the love, Simone.
Hey, Pam, I have an IRA. I pay taxes. I have a job. I work over 40 hours a week. And yeah, I do what I love. That's cool.
Okay, that's fine.
So do I.
But Dean, you're another example.
Okay, let's talk about
Dean
it.
has the same job as me.
House.
Wait, Parker, let me talk to her about it.
You live in your mother's house. You don't pay no rent or nothing.
Okay, keep coming. Are you done?
No,
Phenomenal.
not really. You don't pay rent. You don't pay
Okay.
taxes. I mean, why should you be on live feed when you don't know nothing about nothing?
Okay, man. So
He does
here's
pay
my
taxes,
response.
and
Here-
he
yeah.
does.
No, I don't
Here's my
believe Dean.
here's my response to what I'd like to say to you, Pam. So first of all, I moved out of my parents' house when I was 17, And the only
Okay.
reason I now live with my brother for the summer is because I'm waiting to find a place that I want to live to move to, while also supporting my mom because her house was flooded. Right? I'm
Okay.
supporting them. Right? And then
Yeah,
secondarily,
what, on $8 an hour?
Dean definitely makes more than $8 an hour. Sorry to break it to you on that one. Dean makes a lot more than $8 an hour.
I feel bad for you guys when you get up in age. You ain't gonna know nothing about life. You're on this
Nothing
live.
about
You listen to nothing but
Pam,
Democratic.
I have an economics degree, right? I'm 22 years old. Dean and I are fine for being 22 years old. There's
Do
no
you
issue
have a
with that.
bachelor's degree or
Yes.
associates?
I have a bachelor's.
How old are you?
I'm 22. I just graduated. I got my economics degree. I have it
Yeah, I
literally in
believe
my
it.
closet.
I believe you, young man. I
Okay.
believe you've got a bachelor's degree. I believe that for most definite. You're smart. But Dean's got a long
Oh
way
my
to go
gosh.
behind you. I'm just
so
telling
what's the issue with me?
Dean's literally 2 years
You're
younger
just
than me.
young, and you
I've been
couldn't
working
have
longer than
associate's
Parker
degree. You
has.
ain't
Yeah,
old
that's
enough.
actually true. Dean has actually had other jobs in his life. I haven't. I've never worked another job in my life other than
Okay.
TikTok.
Well,
I've been
you're
working.
good.
I've been
Dana, thank you
working.
for the $1 from a 60-year-old not
Dean,
brainwashed. Thank you so much.
I
Lizard
just wanna
Queen, thank you for the
clarify.
$3. Wendy,
You
thank you for
need
the
to go to school there,
$6.66. Thank you so much.
I just want to clarify, Pam. I started working at about 13 or 14
Okay,
to
that's
support
all
my
good. I
mother
did
because she was
too,
homeless at
man.
the time.
I did too. I'm 65, all right. I've worked.
Sin, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo to add $8 to my $8 per hour income. And Joseph, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. Jessica, thank you for the $8 for an hour of work. Thank you for the $8. I appreciate you for the love. Sin, thank you so much for the $20 as well. Thank you. And Jessica with the $8. Kayla with the $20 saying happy birthday and pay your taxes like Pam said. And Jesse, thank you for the $10 on Venmo as well. Allison with the $10 as well. Anna with the $5 for my job. I appreciate you for the love. Claire with the $5 as well. Thank you so much for the love. Lena, thank you for the $8 for the hourly income as well. Thank you.
Sid, thank you for the $65 on Venmo. Thank you so much for $65 for dealing with 65 years of BS. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Sid. Thank you for the
that was a good one.
$65. Elizabeth, thank you for the $100 for she is being way too hard on you for a young man. Thank you so much. I appreciate Elizabeth for the $100. Let's get some W's for Elizabeth in the comment section right now. Some W's for Sid and Sherry. Thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much.
Parker,
What's up?
guess what? I'd give you some money because you got a bachelor's degree and you worked hard for that.
Lucy, thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying happy birthday.
Parker, I'm sorry. You
Okay,
ain't getting
Pam.
nothing from me, buddy.
Pam,
Dean,
with all
I'd send money to Parker, but I wouldn't send you nothing.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
but-
Yeah, Corey, thank you for the $8. Thank you so much.
No, I would give
Pam.
Parker money
Pam,
because he's
Pam,
got a
let's
bachelor's
resolve.
degree and he's worked
let's-
hard. You got
Shannon, thank you for the $25 on Venmo to tell Pam to go take a nap. I appreciate you for the $25 on Venmo, Shannon. Thank you for the love. Pam?
I can't
Pam.
believe you. You're so young. Oh my
Chelsea
God.
with the $20 on Venmo, time and a half. Let's go. Thank you for the $20. And
Jack,
Lindsay with
thank
the
you for the
$5 as well.
$5.
Thank you, Chelsea and Lindsay. Thank you
Parker,
guys so
you're more
much.
mature, honey. I'd listen to you
For
more
real.
than I would Dean. I'm
Kaylee,
Stacey,
thank you for the $9 and the 20 cents
Oh,
on
I
Venmo
appreciate
saying
that,
happy
Pam.
birthday.
Thank you
Thank you
so
so much.
You make
So-
more sense. Dean's got a long
So,
way to
Kelsey.
go, honey. You're just
Elizabeth, thank you for the $100 on Venmo for my philosophy degree. Let's go. Let's get some W's in the chat for Elizabeth. Thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. That's insane. Thank you for the love, Elizabeth. 1,000 W's in the chat for Elizabeth. Thank you for the $100 on Venmo.
Dean, you're going to have
$100.
gold stars on that certificate. I'm proud of you, honey.
Pam, let me ask you a question. Listen, I want to level with you.
Can't help it. I think you're funny, man, because you're so young. You act like a 12-year-old kid. I'm sorry.
Shelly, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. I appreciate
Christy
J-Dot.
with the
Thank you for the
$5 on
$2.
Venmo as well.
Parker
Thank you for the
has
love,
a college
Christy.
education.
Bam.
What?
First of all, I'm actually a grade ahead of where I'm supposed to be. I'm in my
Okay, that's
junior year
good
of
for you.
college,
I'm happy for
and
you.
I just turned 20. Second of all, I
You're
would
my
also like to.
grandson's age.
Pam, you're my stepmother's age, and you have the same name as her. Okay, so I'm trying to
Allison, thank you
level
for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate Allison.
Sally, thank you for the
Listen, Dean,
$5 on Venmo.
Listen, Dean, I don't hate your nut young man. I truly
Look,
don't.
Pam,
I
Pam,
wish
let me-
you the best, all right?
let me-
But you're
let-
just too young to know about life. I'm just sorry you are.
What if I could prove you wrong?
No.
Christina, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Here, Pam, can I ask you a question? Like, what more would I know about life that Dean wouldn't? Because realistically speaking,
looking at you, Parker, and I can tell by the way you're sitting there, by the way you carry yourself, by the way you speak, you're educated, and you know stuff. There you go. You deserve that.
thank you for the money guns. Thank you.
Let me level
So it's
with
because
you.
I know stuff. Dean is very intelligent. So like Dean knows a lot as well.
Look, I'm not saying Dean's not smart. I'm not calling Dean stupid by no means. Nobody should ever be called stupid. But he's just immature, I believe, still. He's got a lot to learn. And
I'm
he can
catching
learn a lot
strays.
from you, Parker. Yes, he
Kimberly, thank you for the $6.66 on Venmo saying catching strays, happy birthday. And Rebecca, thank you for the $8 on Venmo for my $8 an hour. Pam, I would love to level with
can. All
you.
right, guys. I love you both. You're young.
Do you mind if I
wish
level with you
nothing but
before you leave?
happiness. Truly, I do. I wish you nothing.
I've been
but
listening to
happiness
you.
in your
Can you listen to
life,
me before
and
you
lots
leave?
of women and babies and a house and all that kind of stuff. I
Okay.
wish all that for you both. I
Okay.
hope you get good jobs. I hope
The
you stay
grandstanding.
well. And God bless your parents and all that. I'm getting off here.
Pam,
Grandma's getting off here.
before you leave, can I level with
I
you?
don't
Is
want
that
to be
possible?
mean to you no more. I'm done.
Okay. All right. Bye, Pam.
Okay, bye,
You
Pam.
guys have a great day. Peace out.
You have a good day as
Yeah,
well,
you too.
Pam.
Bye.
Kennedy,
couple
thank you for
donuts
the
to read off
$10. Thank you so much.
Okay, I will. Bye.
Tommy, thank
Bye.
you so much for the $20 on Venmo saying give him hell, kid. Well, she's leaving. Riley, thank you for the $5 as well. Kaylee, thank you for the $9. Sin, thank you for the $15. Rebecca with the $8. Sally with the $8. Christy with the $5. I really appreciate y'all for the love. It is literally pouring in non-fucking stop. I'm not lying. Lindsay with the $5. Joseph with the $5. Isabella with the $2 as well. And Donna with the $20. Dude, y'all are making my birthday so fucking phenomenal. Thank you guys so much. And Ryan, thank you for the $6 and the 66 cents. Stacy with a $1. Riley with a $5, and Barbara with a $5 as well. Thank you everybody so much for your love. Let's please get some W's in the chat for the donors. Thank you guys so much. Y'all are
Lindsay,
going
thank you for
off.
the $1. Thank you so much. Maybe that's true, Lindsay. Pam's leaving, but Pam does like me.
I know. What did she have against me? Hey, Karen, thank you for the $20 on Venmo saying gift from a 65-year-old who thinks I'm awesome. Thank you for the love. I needed
Shelly,
that, Karen.
thank you for the
Thank you for the
money gun.
$20
Thank you,
and the kind
Shelly.
message. W's for Karen in the chat.
Eric, how old are you? All right, let's
Eric
get this
left.
next individual up here. Oh, she left. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all.
I can help you out here. Abel, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo saying I'll forget more than she'll ever know. Wow, okay. Well, I appreciate you for the love, Abel. Let's get some W's in the chat for Abel. Thank you for the $20. I really appreciate that, man.
Yo, thank you so much for the little crown. I appreciate Tina. Thank you. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, all right. Yo, it's how old are you? Okay, let's
Yeah.
get this next individual up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Sharp, thank you so much for the galaxy. I really appreciate that, Sharp. Thank you. Thank you,
Guys,
Sharp.
right. Make
and
sure to
and
listen on the comment
Brandy,
section.
thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much to balance Pam's negativity. Thank you. Yo, it's how old are you?
Oh my God.
Samuel, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Stan,
Yeah.
are you voting for Trump? Okay.
Why is he saying my name like that?
Okay, let's just go on to the next
Wha-
person.
What was that?
People are having like an interesting obsession with you today.
I know, but I feel like I'm being like so like calm and cool and collected.
Yeah, like
today, so
it
doesn't make
is
sense.
really weird for this to be happening.
Oh, I know. We're gonna move on to our next guest, guys. If you are voting for Trump, make sure to let us know in the comment section. We will
Okay.
bring you up. Dean getting traumatized for his birthday.
I saw that
For
too.
real. Mahogany, thank you for the $15 on Venmo saying welcome to the 20s club. Happy birthday. That's an incredibly kind gift from you. Thank you so much for the birthday gift, Mahogany.
Okay,
with
how
the
these people are
$15
joining
on
in.
Venmo.
Do give it a second, y'all. Tap that screen, everyone. Share the live. By the way, follow me here if you have not already. I'm back on the main account, everyone. So follow me here if you have not already. Check out the video that I just posted as well. I did just post a video. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Thank you, Mahogany,
Hello?
once again.
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
Why so?
Yeah, because I actually like inflation. You see, the prices are.
All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. I'm not willing to take that level of crazy things being said as, good. So, yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Are you voting for Trump?
Nah, I'm just trying to tell y'all to stay hydrated.
Nice, thank you. Lauren, are you voting Trump?
Going.
Okay. Are you voting Trump, Lauren?
No, I'm not.
All right, for sure. Appreciate you. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Tammy, are you voting for Trump?
Tammy,
you voting for Trump?
Abel, thank you for the $5
No,
on Venmo.
I hit the wrong button. I'm Harris.
You're
With
good.
you
Don't worry.
guys. Love
Appreciate
you
you.
guys.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yo, Johns, are you voting for Trump? All right. Keep adding people up and all.
Key, are you
I'll
voting
keep
for
doing
Trump?
the same.
Bet I got you.
All right, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes, everyone. As well as follow me here if you have not already, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
35.
Are you voting for Trump?
I will be, yes.
Are you driving?
I'm in a car, but I'm not driving.
Okay, so why are you voting for Trump?
Overall, I just liked the energy and the direction of the country, the direction of the country when Trump was in office.
Okay, so you liked the energy of the country when Trump was in office. Can you tell me anything he did that you liked?
There's like some prison reform, some tax cuts.
So
things
like
that.
the tax cuts that mostly went to people who are rich?
Who pays the majority of the taxes in the country?
Yeah, so a majority of taxes are paid by the people of the upper income thresholds, but a majority of the wealth is also controlled by them. Did you know that the top 3 billionaires own more wealth than the bottom 50% of the country?
Yeah, I am aware
Okay,
of
so
that.
like obviously it makes sense for them to be paying more of the taxes if they own more wealth than the bottom 50% of the nation.
Right, but do you know the breakdown? How much of the taxes are they paying?
Like 45%.
And they're not paying proportional to how much wealth they have. So if you want them to pay proportional to how much wealth they have, I have no issue with that.
Which I guess that would be what, like 99%?
Yeah, they'd be getting cooked. So I mean, yeah, like that's your position though there. So they're obviously not even paying a fair share. They're paying less than that. So
And like environmental, as far as like climate control, I guess you can say that there's climate control, but how much can you say that it is like human caused climate control? You know what I'm saying?
97% of climate scientists would agree that there is human-caused climate change. In fact, you would be denying science by holding to the position that humans don't cause climate change, just like Trump.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, science isn't close-ended like that. There isn't a theory, and it's just always like that, or we would never.
How about this? Would you say that I would be denying
go ahead.
science? Would you say that I would be denying science if I said that a conceived zygote is not a human that is alive?
A conceived zygote.
I can literally hear him driving, dude. I'm sorry. Did you hear him like turn on his blinker? I swear I did.
Yeah.
Yo, Alvin, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Like he was literally, I could literally hear him turning. All right, let's get this next person up here. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes, y'all. Please type MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up. Dean will be making sure to look at that.
Yo, Sid! Sid, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the birthday loves from Sid. I want to see 1,000 W's for Sid. That is S-I-D in the chat right now for the incredible birthday gift on Venmo. Thank you so much for the $100. It means the world. I am so thankful for you. Thank you so much, Sid.
Fatima, are you voting for Trump?
Yes,
Why so?
because
How old are you?
18,
What's your birth year?
2005,
What month?
November 26.
Okay, so why are you voting for Trump?
Because he doesn't like abortions and he's
Control?
like unemployment and stuff.
So
is
they're a person at conception, right?
What?
It's a person at conception, right?
Yeah,
So how do you feel about him wanting to pay for IVF?
I don't even know what that is.
In vitro fertilization. So it leads to the death of a lot of zygotes, conceived cells at conception.
Yes.
Because it is the case that they have to make multiple of them to be able to see which one is the best fit to be able to use. Right. So some of them die. Right. A good amount of them. So that's like killing lots of people under your worldview, it seems.
Yeah.
So why do you want to vote for him?
Because like he's really smart and like
How is he smart?
I was gonna get to that. He he's like a businessman and like
Can you name any good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies?
Bankruptcies?
Yeah, can you name me any good businessman that has
I'm
6
not a troll,
bankruptcies?
fuck you. This is my first year voting, honestly.
Okay. Can you name one good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies?
You know how there's like Rockefeller and like whatever it's called, all those stuff?
Rockefeller? Yeah,
This is like,
definitely a
Big
troll.
monopolies?
Yeah, there's either like a troll or someone that's just like incredibly intellectually lazy.
All right, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey,
Hello?
Delaney, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, wishing me a happy birthday. Thank you for the love, Delaney.
Okay, let's get this next individual up here. Only
You're
send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Is there, why so? Is there a way you can turn off your ringer?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, okay.
Good.
So why are you voting for Trump?
Because we were not involved in any wars. We were pulling ourselves out of NATO.
So there's
No,
a
we were involved in
32%
Afghanistan.
increase in military drone strikes in the Middle East. There was a top assassination of a military general in Iran. There was the Turkish-Kurdish war caused from misleading Kurdistan. There was
We
Trump
were already there.
specifically vetoed the blocking of an arms deal to Saudi Arabia, who was committing a genocide of Yemeni people.
It's called laissez-faire. And plus, we were already there in Iraq when he attacked the general in Iran. That was a retaliatory attack.
Wait, sorry, say that again?
I said we were going back to laissez-faire. We were pulling ourselves out of NATO. And when he killed unalived the general of Iran, it was a retaliatory attack because he attacked our bases in Iraq.
Yeah, but you understand that provoked conflict and almost led to World War III, right? So like the idea
We're
is
almost
that
in World War III right now, sir.
No, so again, you saying that we're almost at World War III right now does not mean that it was made better by Donald Trump assassinating a top military general in Iran.
It was an assassination.
It was an assassination. What are you
No, it was
talking
a
about?
retaliatory attack. That's how
But
military
Donald Trump
works.
literally called it an assassination himself.
Yeah, Donald Trump is not
That's
very
so
good at
insane,
verbiage
dude.
either.
Sorry, say it again?
I said Donald Trump doesn't have the most intellectual verbiage, too.
Okay. So would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I'm sorry, repeat.
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
He'd never sexually assaulted a woman.
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
And in civil, he was never tried in a criminal court. Only
Would
civil.
you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
So you're okay with being drafted and
Would
going
you
to
vote
World
for
War III?
someone
Dude.
held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Brother.
He wasn't.
Would you vote for
Dude.
someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a
He
woman?
wasn't.
Well,
Would you
let me
vote
ask
for
this
someone held
question.
civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
He
We
didn't.
could reword
Would
we
you
could
vote for
reword
someone
this
held
question.
civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
We could reword
did
this
not.
question. Hey, real
would
quick.
you vote for someone held
Can
civilly
I-
liable of sexually assaulting a woman? Just wait, give him
Can
a
I-
second.
Okay. All right.
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Dean was going to say something. Go ahead, Dean.
Yeah, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I mean, you're going to keep repeating yourself.
Yeah,
I'm not-
I'm gonna keep repeating because you're clearly like avoiding
Can I ask
the
the question a different way? I just want to ask it this way. If Trump was held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a woman, would you still vote for him?
He did not.
Wow. Okay. I had faith. I lost faith. Can you repeat my question?
So, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a
Would you
woman?
vote for someone that's invoking World War III?
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually
Would you
assaulting a
vote for
woman?
someone that's inducing
Yeah, if
World
I have to
War III?
ask you the question one more time, I'm gonna kick you from my stream. I'm not
Right,
dealing with
that's
this
what you
bullshit.
liberals like to do is,
Yeah, I'll kick you from my
actually get to the
stream.
real topic
If I have
of what's
to,
going on
I
in the
just
world.
tried to ask you the same question 20 plus times. You didn't answer. Don't act like it's my fault, you fucking snowflake. Answer the damn question
I'm
or
a
get the
snowflake
hell
right
off
now.
my
You're
stream.
getting emotional.
Seriously, get the hell off my stream or
Won't you
answer the
join? Because
question.
you're going to be drafted here
Get the
soon
hell
anyways.
off my stream or answer the
So go ahead and
question.
join in the Air Force.
I'll give you one more shot.
We're
Would
safe.
you like to answer the question or do you want me to kick you from my stream? Answer the question.
Oh, snowflake. Oh, snowflake.
All right,
oh,
later,
oh.
buddy. All
was
right, let's go on to the
insane.
next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Are you voting for Trump?
I'm leaning towards voting for him. I'm not entirely sure, but there was just
Okay, would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for like the violent sexual abuse or rape of a woman?
I mean, realistically, no. I mean, I'm not saying he's a good person.
So Trump's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, so you wouldn't vote for him.
When it comes to the policies, I'm like leaning more towards Trump. But
Can you name me one policy?
I like his the IVF policy that he's wanting to implement.
To pay for it?
Yeah, like with didn't he or
What about him trying to restrict women's rights to abortion by leaving it up to the states?
I mean, personally, I'm pro-life.
Oh wait, so at what point is it a person?
Conception.
Okay, so then you understand IVF is killing people under your own worldview, right?
Yeah, I understand that. I
So
mean,
then why would you be pro IVF if you think that?
Why would you
IVF
be pro paying for IVF too? Like,
just because I know a lot of women struggle with.
Wait, I have a question.
Mhm.
don't a lot of women struggle who can't get abortions?
No, with getting pregnant.
I just want to clarify here. So Trump is saying that he's going to use government money to pay for IVF. You think that at conception it becomes a person. IVF kills people. That's called murder. All right. So you're okay with the government paying for murder? In fact, you'd advocate for it?
I mean, I guess if you put it that way, then no. I'm not super, like, honestly, I'm like kind of in the middle with stuff, you know, and so I listen to you guys a lot, and you know.
Do you think it should be illegal to get access to abortion?
No.
If you don't think it should be illegal, well, then my question would be: why are you voting for Donald Trump, who left it up to the states, which restricted 1/3 of women's access to abortion, right, within this country?
Can you say that one more time? Sorry.
Yeah. So the overturning Roe versus Wade restricted 1/3 of women's access to abortion in this country.
Mhm.
So why would you vote for someone who restricted women's access to abortion?
Wasn't it led up to the?
Yeah, which 1/3 of women had a restricted access to abortion, and it
Mhm.
wasn't protected federally for rape victims. So there were plenty of rape victims in this country that weren't able to get access to abortion because of these particular laws.
Yikes. Okay. Okay. Yeah. No, I get that. Can I ask you guys a couple questions?
Go ahead.
So.
Harrison, thank you for the $2. Thank you, Harrison.
When Trump was first advocating for getting the COVID vaccine, Biden was saying like, don't get it, you know, Trump's implementing or, you know, advocating for it, like it's don't do it, blah, 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 blah. I could be getting the time frames completely wrong, but I do recall that Biden was advocating later on in his presidency saying that he wants to, or that saying it's a good thing to get the vaccine. So would you guys think, or don't you guys think?
Yeah,
that's
so it
kinda
is good to
weird?
get the vaccine. What's wrong with getting the vaccine? Trump,
Well, no. I'm
Trump
not
started
saying,
Operation Warp Speed.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm saying that Biden was initially saying it's not good because Trump
No, it
was
wasn't. No, it wasn't. They never said it wasn't good. What they said originally in the debates, and I'm pretty sure Kamala was one of these people that said this, was that if it is the case that it was only supported by Trump and it wasn't supported by the medical community, they wouldn't take it. But if it was supported by the medical community, they would take it.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. So do you think it was weird that you know, there was like a lot of like videos coming up on about Biden, you know, like sniffing kids and everything, and like, you know,
Is he the candidate?
no, but I'm just saying, you guys.
So how do you feel about the videos of Donald Trump saying you dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
Oh, it's fucked up. Don't get me wrong.
So why would you vote for that guy? Or the guy who said he would walk into changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place?
Can you answer my question first?
Yeah, like I don't like any of that behavior, but I don't think that's as bad as Donald Trump sexualizing fifth graders or being held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Now,
I don't know,
is that behavior that I like? No.
Wait, is it even that wrong to sniff your granddaughter's hair?
Yeah, no. So
I
again, it's
don't-
like it's something where we're just like, okay, that's like a bit weird to do in that setting, but like It's literally like it's not as bad as Donald Trump.
I don't even think that's like particularly weird. Like I don't know, like you're at your son's funeral and your granddaughter, which was which was her dad that had died. You sniff her hair to see if she smells good, to see if like she's cleaned up well for the funeral. Like that's not even that weird.
Yeah, well, I mean,
like
we wouldn't say it's that weird, but like I'm okay with accepting educated. Thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. I don't think it's like that weird, right?
I think it's the
But,
people
like,
that turn around and sexualize that shit and make it a big issue. They are weird.
Yeah. Also, but like again, it's not like we're sitting there and we're saying that like it's like desired behavior. They're like, oh yeah, we want him to do this. Like no one's saying that. We're just saying like, okay, this isn't even comparable to what Donald Trump has done.
I gotcha. Did you guys see that he wants to implement, or that Trump wants to implement a policy regarding like the death penalty for rapists?
For drug dealers?
I don't see that one, but the one that
he didn't do it for rapists because then it would apply to him. Like I'm not trolling. Like you can
no,
literally.
I know that's funny. I didn't even think about
like
that.
legally, it literally would apply to him, and he would get the death penalty, and Trump doesn't want that, right?
Yeah. Did you guys see something like regarding that though, or wasn't it? Or am I could be tripping. Like it was like rapists or child predators or something like that.
It was people that sell drugs.
Yeah, it was drug
Oh,
dealers.
really? It was just.
Yeah, so it's not even them. It's drug dealers. Because I'm let's do it just for Trump.
Yeah. Okay. Didn't Kamala? Oh my gosh.
Kamala?
Yeah. Sorry. Didn't she send like a bunch of people to jail like over smoking marijuana?
Oh, you can't say that on the live.
F1.
But no one went to jail for possession. All right, let's get this next person up. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here.
I'll help you. I got you. Y'all, if you are voting for Trump, make sure to hop in the queue, y'all.
Do what's a pal to you?
Hello. What's going on?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yes, Trump.
Why so?
Get the economy back on track. Get rid of inflation.
Okay, so
taxes.
So how did they get rid of inflation?
Inflation. How they get rid of it? You for one, you charge people for import and exports.
You mean
get rid
taxes? Taxes causes inflation.
The undocumented.
You know those tariffs that you just referenced cause inflation.
No, they don't. The undocumented people who's here that we paying, the working people has to pay for their health care. You get rid of those people, and that helps. It brings money back into our economy, right?
I don't even believe in the death penalty anyway.
Who's driving?
If you agree, you can kick me. I was tapping the screen.
You're good. You're good. Don't worry. So yeah, Nate, what were you saying?
Yeah, can you agree?
Say that one more time. I didn't hear you.
If you get rid of a lot of undocumented people that's here that we pay for, the working class people that your taxes is paying their health care and a lot of other things.
No, so they don't get health care. One, two, as it relates to this, did you actually know that immigration? Did you know that immigration adds more to the economy than it takes from it?
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it actually does.
No, it doesn't.
It actually does. So the reason why it adds more money to the economy than it takes from it is because it is the case that the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, a nonpartisan committee, indicated that by 2034, most of the growth of our economy, 7 trillion GDP, is going to be explained by immigration. And we're also going to grow 1 trillion in federal revenues. So it's going to allow for us to fund things like Social Security, like Medicare, and our debt that is growing so much.
That's not well. All I can say is this: Why are you voting for Kamala?
Kamala. I'm voting for Kamala because it is the case.
I'm sorry, Kamala.
Yeah, I'm voting for Kamala because it is the case that she's not a 34-count felon, a proven sexual abuser, fraudster, election denier who tried to overthrow the government. She isn't someone who called for a
Trump did not tell anybody to do anything when they went to the. He said, "Let's march."
No, that's not what I'm referencing. I'm saying
march.
no, that's not even what I'm referencing. I'm referencing specifically him trying to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results and sending fake electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win. None of these are lies.
So much for the $10
this is something
Mike Pence
indicates this himself.
Electoral votes win. So for one, popularity votes don't win. Our votes do
I never
not
said that.
pick the president. What
Your
did you say?
mom, thank you so much
I didn't
for
say
the
that.
love with a baby dragon.
What'd you
Thank
say?
you.
I said
Kamala,
specifically. I said
Kamala
specifically that Trump tried to get Mike Pence to not certify the election
tried.
results.
He tried.
He did try,
He tried.
and he failed.
Okay, who did better during the presidency? We
Wait,
had
can we
Trump.
stay on one
and we
topic?
had-
That's a
Nate,
pivot from what I just said.
Nate, let's stay on this topic. So what Parker's
Okay,
saying,
you said what you said.
right? Trump
so do you wanna respond to that?
Congress to be certified as real.
Trump-
Trump
what-
tried to get
what-
the voice
what-
of the vote
what-
of every single American that voted in 2020 to be ignored. Trump tried to install himself for a second term using a tyrannical abuse of his power and his influence over Congress. So would you vote for Trump knowing that he tried to stage a coup?
Influence.
overthrow our government and steal elections with Biden?
A lot of people have influence over the government.
Thank you so
A lot
much
of people.
for the boxing gloves. What kind of irrelevant side comment is that? Would you vote for Trump knowing that he tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government and install himself as a
I
president?
don't agree. I don't agree that he did that. I don't agree that he did that.
Okay, so Trump admits that he did this. So
No,
Trump
he
agrees
doesn't.
with us.
I've
Trump disagrees with you.
I've never heard Trump say that.
Trump does agree that he does this
I've never
because
heard
Trump has argued to the Supreme Court that although these are things that he's done, he should be immune from criminal repercussions because they should be considered an official act of his presidency. With the
I've never heard him
precedent
say that.
set.
His lawyer.
Why
You can
he-
play
why
a
is
clip
he
of
not-
his lawyer
why
saying
is
that
he-
right now. You want to
why
hear
is
his
he
lawyer
not
saying that?
incarcerated?
Ebony,
Why is
thank
he
you for
not
the $10 on PayPal. I
Why-
appreciate you for the love.
Why is he
Hey.
not incarcerated? Is that a criminal charge? Did he?
Yeah,
is he, is he,
yeah,
why is
yeah,
he
yeah,
not
yeah. So he
incarcerated?
broke federal law, right? And the January 6th indictment was shot down because the Republican senators didn't think that you
Big
could
Ben mustache, thank you so much.
indict a former president. And then they've postponed like the criminal proceedings. But I don't think that criminal proceedings are really going to be necessary to come to the conclusion that these are actions that Trump partook in. For the reason being that
I
he
don't
submitted
agree.
to the actions
I don't
in the
agree.
proceedings.
Let's talk. What has
Well,
he?
Nate, no. The
Listen,
reason I say that you
listen,
can't
listen.
disagree. No, listen to me, Nate. The reason
Who
I say
helped-
that you can't. Nate, stop. The reason I say you can't disagree with me there is because the ongoing litigation isn't to determine if these actions are something that Trump did or didn't do, but the ongoing litigation is to determine on if Trump should be immune from criminal repercussions or not.
Okay, all right, but he's not. He doesn't have a case for that. He's not convicted of anything. So why?
Jesus Christ, dude.
Nate, I'm going to say a sentence.
Please listen to what he's saying.
Why are you
please
bringing that up?
listen to what he's saying, right? Because he's not just telling you nothing for no reason. You didn't. You clearly didn't.
I heard him.
Respectfully, you
Nate,
didn't.
Nate,
heard
I'm
what
going
he
to say a
said.
sentence, and then I want you
past
to
that.
repeat the sentence back to me. No,
Move past
Nate.
that. I'm not
Nate,
repeating anything.
No, Nate, I'm gonna say a sentence,
repeating
and then I
anything.
want you to repeat back what I said.
I don't. No, I'm not doing that.
Okay,
Then
so
I'll
you're
kick
not
you
even
from
here
the
to build a
stream.
good faith conversation.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah, okay. Then I'll kick you from the stream and I'll talk to someone else. Okay, later, buddy. He left himself. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
What's
You know
up?
what's up? How old are you?
53.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I don't know. I'm a Republican, and it's the party, and I like
Okay.
the views.
If Harris was running as a Republican, would you vote for her?
I don't think we have that to worry about. It's
If
kinda
Harris
rough.
was running as a Republican and Trump was running as a Democrat, who would you vote for?
That's not even a question.
It is.
I
It's a
would
great
vote
one.
party. I'd vote for the party.
You'd vote
What?
for Harris if she was running as a Republican.
Well, 79 million Americans vote Republican, so I mean, I'm one of the 79 million.
A bot. He's a bot. He just said he'd vote for Harris if she was registered and running as a Republican. Chris, dude, please. I don't have words.
Okay, if Jeffrey Epstein
Why?
was registered and running as a Republican, would you vote for him?
Who? I
If
didn't hear that.
Jeffrey Epstein was registered and running as a Republican, would you vote for him?
Those are goofy questions. That's not even going to happen. So why? I mean, do you wanna-
Obviously, but it's a hypothetical. Would you vote for him?
Bro literally puts party above the country. That's insane.
All right. Do you want to know why I vote for Trump or not?
Why do you put
Yeah,
the
but
party
I'd love
above
a
the
response
country?
to what I'm saying.
Well, that's just some kind of little game. I don't know. I mean, I just thought this was
It's a hypothetical. It's a debate. Welcome to a debate. We ask hypotheticals in a debate.
Oh, well, I mean, so the reason why I'd vote for Trump is one is the Afghan debacle. I don't ever want us to have to ever be labeled as leaving a country the way that we left that whole deal there.
That was set up by Trump, by the way. The agreement to leave was set up by Trump.
Yeah, the agreement to leave, but not like that, man. There's no way.
Okay, so can you tell me what Biden specifically did that caused them to do that?
Get out now. You know, the military left before
They actually gave them more time. So they actually got an agreement with the Taliban to give them more time to leave than what Trump originally gave them.
And they left all that equipment over there. As soon as when they left,
You guys hear the same playbook. It's like, so again, that we actually destroyed everything there that was ours. The only thing that was there that was associated with the U.S. The only thing there that was associated with the U.S. military was stuff that we gifted the Afghan government for them to defend themselves. So the Taliban took it over after the Afghan government, appreciate the handout, thank you so much, fell. So all the rest of the stuff we took back with us or we destroyed on site.
That's not true.
That is true. That's what the military indicated.
I don't know where you got your source, but that's
the military.
Well, the military is a big word. I mean, that's not
okay. So there are top military officials that indicated this. I'm saying this is the data from the military.
Was it one of the generals that was over that debacle? I mean, you believe him? Come on, man.
Yeah. What?
Why?
Because that's where the facts come from. What other evidence do you have?
Maybe it was Kamala's choice in vice president. Maybe he was one of the decision makers.
Chris, are you actually like trying to engage in legitimate conversation?
Yes, I mean, but those are kind of hypothetical questions that nobody's going to answer.
If you don't want to talk about hypotheticals, well, then you just don't want to conceptually like question yourself, because hypotheticals are relevant towards testing concepts.
Can I ask you a serious question?
Go ahead.
Has Kamala Harris and Joe Biden done anything wrong? Kamala, I'm sorry, the vice president. I messed her name up, and I don't know why. But and I'm not doing it on purpose for no reason.
They have done things wrong. They're unwielding
They literally funded Israel. Yeah, they don't want to cut off They don't want to cut off arms to Israel.
That's wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can't not cut off. We can't.
Lauren, think of the dollar. Yes, we can.
No, we can't. Iran would take the whole region over, and we would be absolutely.
Okay, so you're saying because you want to support Israel, you want to give funds to a state that is quite literally slaughtering babies, committing war crimes according to the ICJ, is running an apartheid state according to the ICJ.
I'm not saying
that's the state you want to support. You want to give U.S. taxpayer dollars to do that?
I'm not saying that everything is roses and
you're okay with letting Ukraine fall? That's hilarious.
Listen,
by the way, Parker, I'm going to hop off here in about 13 minutes. I just thought I'd let you know.
All I'm going to say is, without some sort of place to put our ass in that region, which is a very safe place, and Israel is a safe place. I'm not saying I'm all of Israel and all that.
Israel is a safe place for whom? The innocent Palestinians?
Our troops, our ships, we need that place. We need that way worse than you'll ever know. Because if we don't have some sort of dominance in that region, we're fucking toast.
We don't need dominance in that region. I don't see why we have to.
Wait, I have a question, Chris. Do you think that Israel... Hey, Chris, I just have a question. Do you think that Israel knows that they'd be toast if we were to revoke our support?
I'm sorry, you was kind of low.
Do you think that Israel knows that if the U.S. were to revoke their support for Israel, that Israel would be toast?
Well, I mean, I think they would be very vulnerable. I think that, they could hold their own to certain countries, but not all of them. No.
Yeah, so here's a point that I'd make, right? This is why I'd support a conditional allyship with Israel and would have supported this from the beginning, essentially saying that we will continue to support Israel if they'd meet these particular qualities.
Yeah, if they don't commit war crimes.
Committing war crimes and
they fire Benjamin Netanyahu and anyone that was involved in committing war crimes against innocent Palestinians.
Yeah, so it's like a win-win, right? You get the people out of office who are committing the war crimes, you stop ethnic cleansing and displacement of Palestinian individuals, and you protect democracy in the Middle East, according with what you like to say, right? Isn't that, right, the good place to be, Chris?
Well, if it was negotiable, those would probably be some awesome terms to be able to discuss with the whole region over there. But every country on the map, every country on the whole globe has committed crimes. I mean,
and we want to prevent those from happening. We want to prevent war crimes.
I mean, I agree.
Like, are you okay with Ukraine falling to Russia?
Am I okay? No, you're starting to get into another deal there. I was just gonna say, I'll address that. Hold on, just a second, because that's a big deal. So before we go overseas and start telling people to, start straightening.
Ebony, think of the $5. Thank you, Ebony.
We need
Go
to straighten up some stuff right here in the United States. We got
you see how hypocritical you are there, because you say in order for us to be able to help them across the world, we have to be able to help ourselves first. But
we
you didn't
have
say
to
that
be-
with Israel. You didn't say that with Israel.
No, we need
Bridget, thank you for the $20 on Venmo saying happy birthday. I appreciate you for the birthday gifts. I appreciate you.
But we need to protect our interests.
That's
over there.
weird.
Yeah, we need to be able to protect our interests.
W's for Bridget, I guess. That was weird.
So is it not our interest to stop Putin from expanding into Europe?
Putin don't want to come no further than Ukraine. He don't even have
much. I think that's a total lie, because it is the case that he has invaded Georgia. He's taken what's it called? He's taken Crimea. He's invaded Ukraine. Right? That's a continuation of policy that's expanding Russia.
India! India! No fucking way! India with the TikTok universe. Holy shit! I want to see W Indias in the chat until I leave for dinner. Holy shit, India. Thank you so much for the TikTok universe. Holy shit. Thank you so much, India. You have been watching and supporting for months. Thank you so much for your continued support and the fucking TikTok universe. That is insane, bro. W's for India in the chat all day, every day. Thank you so much, India. I really appreciate you for the love. Massive fucking W's for India in the chat. Thank you.
All right, so we have Putin very well taken care of with Ukraine. He's spending a whole lot of money. His economy's falling. Putin isn't fine. Let him fight the little fucking war. Keep feeding a little bit here and there and keep his ass busy. He's fine. But we need to take over the region over there, or we need to get our influence back over Iran, back over the whole entire...
Wait, so why do we need influence over the Middle East, but you don't need influence over Russia?
Because Russia doesn't have what Iran, Saudi Arabia, all these countries have. They have that black gold, and we've got to get ourselves back in control of that. It needs to be traded under the dollar.
Jesse, think of the $5. Thank you so much. So yeah, he just said the quiet part out loud. He's saying we need to control the Middle East because of oil. That's literally, you just quite literally advocated to go in the Middle East and do forever wars, right?
Yeah.
Specifically for oil. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so
Control.
much. So instead of doing that, I would advocate for renewable energy, like investing in renewable energy. That's not only going to make us less dependent on foreign energy, but literally means that we can increase the manufacturing jobs in the United States and build up our energy sector here.
In 100 years, you may have a point. But
No,
right
we don't even need to do it in 100 years. We can do this literally within the next 20 years. In the next 20 years, we could revitalize our entire economy to be predicated off of mostly renewable energy. That's very easy in the next 20 years.
You're going to have to kill off a whole bunch of us, my age.
No,
group.
you wouldn't. I promise you. It would save human lives because of pollution.
I don't think pollution is really killing a whole bunch.
It does.
I think it's
Look up how many lives are lost yearly due to pollution.
Look up how many lives
Dean,
are
type
lost
that in
due
real
to
quick.
fentanyl. I mean, that's.
Oh, I have to kick you because you can't say that on the live.
Literally caught astray.
Yeah,
Sorry,
but
Chris.
but seriously, Dean, look that up real quick, because I'm pretty sure it's over 1 million people. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request. if you
7
will be
million
voting for
people
Trump.
die every year from indoor and outdoor air pollution, according to Human Rights Watch.
Right there, 7 million people, chat. 7 million people die. Yo,
WHO
how old are you?
agrees with that approximation as well.
How old are you? Hello?
Mary's not here.
All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump? Thank you for calling for you.
Yes, sir.
Why so?
Well, I don't feel like voting for a female
Dude, what?
who has
What?
worked her way to the top.
Okay, so do you have any evidence that she slept her way to the top?
Yeah, absolutely.
And is there any
let's
actually
call
first, is there any
Judge.
woman you'd vote for?
Let's call Judge Willie Brown.
So not only did they not sleep together for her to sleep her way to the top, but it is the case that I like how you'll make fun of her and say it's a terrible thing for her to have intercourse with someone, literally be in a relationship with someone. But for some reason, well, by the way, he's not a judge, by the way, but
Ex-mayor.
yeah. By the way, like that's one thing. Two, as it relates to this, you don't call out Trump for cheating on every single one of his wives. The last one, the corn star, while his wife was pregnant.
Well, no.
Yeah,
Women need
I
to
have a
be
very
held
simple
to a
question.
higher
And then
standard.
also, wait, okay, women need to be held to a higher standard. Okay, can I ask you this question?
Why?
Would you vote for any woman?
No.
Why do? Why?
No, so you
Okay,
wouldn't
so
vote
why
for
are
a
men-
single woman?
No, I
Amber,
would
can
not.
I ask you? Can I ask you a question, Amber? Why do you think men are better at leading than women?
I don't think that they're better than me. I think that a woman I am a woman, and we have extra mental hormones and all types of stuff that we think
Amber,
of
Amber, I have a
things
question.
emotionally.
Amber,
I've
would you
got
rather
4 more
vote
minutes here.
yourself in for president or Adolf Hitler?
Myself or Adolf? Adolf.
Amber, Amber, please. Amber, do you know who Adolf?
No, look at it. Adolf didn't have, listen here, Parker. Adolf did not, Adolf did not have the wrong ideas. He just
What?
took about it the wrong way.
Wait, so I just want to clarify. Hitler believed in the succession of the Aryan race, and he wanted to kill everybody who fell outside of the Aryan race. The Aryan race included people with fair skin tones, men that were taller with blonde hair and blue eyes. He had a rank-based tiered system delineating the value of a human life based upon their phenotypical traits. Those with darker skin were at the bottom of the quote-unquote bottom of Hitler's ladder, and those at the bottom deserved to die. This is why he created camps in which he killed everyone of a Jewish ethnicity and religion. He killed individuals that were Romani. He killed individuals in which didn't have straight sexual orientations. And he killed and socially scrutinized black people as well. And you're telling us that Hitler didn't have the wrong ideas?
He didn't have the wrong ideas. He just went about it the wrong way.
So you would agree that we have a rank-based social system where individuals with a fairer skin tone are worth more speaking than individuals with a darker skin tone or from particular ethnicities, such as Romani or Jewish individuals?
Yeah, absolutely.
So you would affirm the fact that based upon your phenotypical phenotypical traits, you are literally more valuable than others around you with darker skin.
I think I'm more valuable than a lot of people, to be honest with you.
So for what reason do you think that because of the melatonin content of your skin, you have more intrinsic value than a black man?
Did a Nazi just join our
I do.
live?
I do. I think
For what reason,
that I do.
Amber? For what reason? Could you please tell us the reason?
I mean, let's just go like from day one. I mean, white people, we go to work, we get up every day, we go to work and do all of our stuff that we need to do. We pay our bills.
And black people built this
Black
country
people
for
do
free.
the same thing. Also, Donald Trump's orange.
all of
Donald Trump is orange.
All of them?
Yeah, so wait, so would Donald Trump not meet this criteria because he's
Thank you so
orange?
much for the gift.
What do you mean?
Would Donald Trump not meet this criteria because he's orange?
He's not orange.
Yes,
He's
he is.
white.
He's orange.
Orange
Thank
is
you,
not a
Buck. Thank you so
race.
much.
Go ahead. Go
Thank you, Buck.
try again,
Cap.
Parker. Orange is not a race.
He's orange. You see,
But
he's
orange is
clearly.
not a race.
But clearly, look at his skin. It's not white. He's orange.
What
Look at my
what
skin. My
ethnicity
skin
is Donald Trump?
versus orange.
What ethnicity is Donald Trump?
Orange.
No, that's not.
I
That's
actually.
not. See, you
I
said
wanted-
ignorant. You
I
said
wanted
ignorant.
to explore. I wanted to explore and extrapolate, right, like Amber's beliefs here. So you're saying that. Did she get banned?
Hate speech, hateful behaviors. Well, they were
Good.
literally a Nazi. They were literally
Good.
advocating white people are superior. Like literally saying that. That's MAGA. MAGA if they could say what they want.
I don't think I've ever met someone like that. I think that's the first.
That
time
is
in
the
my
first
life
time I've
that
met someone like that.
someone
Yeah, that was like some crazy shit. Dulce, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much for Trump supporters are wild. Yeah, I literally had to text my girlfriend that because it was so insane. Like that was literally like fucking Nazi.
Bro, that is like not. Bro, I'm about to leave to go have a birthday dinner with that on my mind. Dude.
Austin, think of the $2. Apparently, they have a daughter who is a person of color.
Oh my god, y'all.
That is
chat,
so
there's-
insane.
There's nearly 7,000 people in here. Do what y'all do best. I mean, y'all found the name and location of a person who threatened Harris's life.
Okay, we should say that. We can't say that on live. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Put your dorm address, Sasha.
We can't say that on live, Dean. By the way.
Oh, okay.
But like, yeah.
Oops.
But like, yeah. Yeah, Chad, that's insane. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
The same as
23.
Jay, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Why are you voting Trump?
I thought about it, but after listening to you, probably not.
Hey, Base. Thank you so much,
Good shit,
Matthew. I
Matthew.
really appreciate you. Let's get
That's what
some
I wanna
W's
hear.
for Matthew in the comment section. I'd love to hear that. Love to hear that.
And Melissa, I would really like to thank you for the $15 on Venmo, wishing me a happy birthday. Chat, please show Melissa some love. Thank you for the $15 on Venmo.
I'm sorry. Everyone's like in the car, bro. Please, please, if you're in the car, do not join the live.
And Devin with a $5 on Venmo as well, saying happy birthday, would be proud to have you as a son. That is so sweet, Devin. Thank you for the birthday wishes and the birthday gift
That's
as
so
well.
sweet.
That is so incredibly kind of you, Devin.
All right, let's get this
And
next person
Erica,
up here.
thank you for the fireworks and for the boxing gloves, y'all. I appreciate everybody for the insane amount of love that y'all shown today.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All
Thank
right,
you,
let's get this
Evian,
next
for the
person up
boxing
here.
gloves.
Appreciate. Thank you so much. I appreciate the gifts, everyone. Thank you so much for the rock star. Appreciate it, Marvel. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Am I on?
Yeah, you voting Trump?
Yeah, no, I'm not. I just wanted
Nice.
to say though,
Y'all, chat, should we celebrate my half birthday in a month?
That
I'm
is
just
crazy.
kidding. I'm just making a joke.
Yeah, y'all have made my birthday
Sherry, I
so
appreciate
good.
the hand art. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
36.
Yeah, you voting? Why are you voting for Trump?
I was voting for Kamala, but now I'm voting for Trump.
Why?
Because you guys are retarded.
So you just use a slur? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, terrible. Jesse, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Jesse says happy birthday. Thank you so much, Jesse, for the $15 for the birthday gift. I really appreciate you for the
Don,
love,
how old are
Jesse.
you?
47.
Are you voting Trump?
Absolutely not. Great job, guys.
Thank you so
Debbie
much. I
with a
appreciate you, Don.
$15 on Venmo saying that it's their birthday too. Yo, let's get some happy birthday Debbies in that chat. And thank you for the $15. Happy birthday, Debbie, and thank you for the $15. And Jordan, thank you for the $3 on PayPal. Wishing me a happy birthday as well. Thank you guys so very much. I got you with helping adding people up.
My
So I
girlfriend
got
just saw me message that. She said, "Bro, are you joking? That is insane." Yeah,
I-
I can literally get the craziest people in live. Yo, Caitlin, thank you so much for the $5 for happy early half B-Day. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Marilyn, thank you for the $15.
Which
Thank you so
one?
much. I appreciate it. I will make sure to get that to Dean.
Can y'all just hook me up with Harry? He is fine as
Dumb
hell.
right.
Just have
Thank
to
you so
say
much.
that,
I
but thank
appreciate the
you.
galaxy. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Am I on? What the? Oh shit.
Child.
Yo,
Get this next
Randy with a
individual up.
$5 on Venmo saying happy birthday. Have a good one. Thank you so much, Randy. And Chris with the $20 on Venmo saying here's $20 to buy a cake later. Chris, I'm going to use that $20 to buy a cake later. You bet your ass I will. I appreciate you for the love. There were a couple people that sent a donation telling me to use it for a specific purpose, and I will do that. I will do that, Chris. Thank you.
Lisa, how old are you? Hello?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I'm
Oh, you're good.
Harris all the way. Sorry.
Hey, base. I'm glad to hear that. Glad to hear that.
Carrie with the $10 on Venmo saying happy birthday. Thank you so much, Carrie, for the $10.
Yo, what's the how old are you?
Yo, I'm 21.
Are you voting for Trump?
Most likely, yeah. I got my voter registration.
Why so?
Because I'm not really too convinced in Kamala at all.
For what reason?
So what's wrong with Kamala Harris?
I'll be honest, she sounds like a communist.
Can you
What's a
define
communist?
communism?
I'll say something like China or Russia.
Okay, no, can you define communism?
I can't. Not right now.
Okay, so then how is she communist if you can't define communism? Beyond, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much.
Yeah, good argument, yeah. Can you give me reasons to vote for Kamala?
She's a 34 count felon, proven sexual abuser, fraudster, election denier, tried to overthrow the government. She didn't try to restrict women's access to abortion. She didn't deny science as it relates to climate change.
Could you admit she's trying to pander to the black community?
She is black.
Okay, yeah, but why
Okay,
does she
so
need to be
her-
Megan Thee Stallion on a stage twerking?
Appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much. I think that's more to be in accordance with culture. Right,
Miranda
like the
with a
culture of our
$15 on Venmo for saying happy
young
birthday,
people.
Miranda. Thank you for the birthday gift. Let's get some W's in the comment section for Miranda with a $15. Thank you.
I feel like that has more to do with like getting young people involved.
Yeah, also, I don't understand how that's pandering to the black community. Would you say that Trump getting Kid Rock at the RNC was pandering to the white community?
Yeah, I wouldn't argue with that.
Okay. So like so then here's I don't know, what's your point then?
You know, I'll be honest, I don't really have too many strong arguments to vote for Trump, but I don't for Kamala either.
Okay, so if I told you that Donald Trump said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years to a 10-year-old girl's face, would you
that's
still
funny.
vote for him?
You know, I've seen you guys' TikTok on that. You know, that's pretty funny.
Funny?
Sexualization of little children.
I don't
is
know.
not
The
funny.
little girl right after was like, ew.
No, I meant funny, not funny like haha, but like funny. That's weird. You know, I admit
Okay,
that.
so like you shouldn't vote for him, right?
You know, but you know, like ethics and how people act really don't have much to do with politics.
What if
Yeah,
it was
you're
your
saying.
sister?
All he's
happened?
saying is he doesn't care if he's a rapist or a womanizer as long as he pays less for milk, right?
I just don't want to keep funding wars with tax money.
Wait, Donald Trump wants to increase his military budget.
And Devin, thank you for the $6 on Venmo saying happy birthday. I appreciate you.
But do you think Kamala?
Can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed?
Let's see if I can. Cause what about that one?
Erica, thank
having
you
to
so
do
much for the
with-
celebrations.
That what?
What about the one having to do with like child trafficking?
Which one? What did he
Liz
do?
with the $20 on Venmo saying happy birthday. Thank you so much for the $20, Liz. Let's get
I
some
heard
W's in
one
the
that he
chat for
passed.
Liz. Thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Liz.
I heard of like I don't know. You mentioned it before. I don't remember the name. It had to do something with child trafficking.
Okay, so you don't even remember what it did?
Nah.
Okay. So Trump wants to extend the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. How are you going to pay for the 3.9 trillion over 10 years? Jesus Christ, Dean.
Damn. You know what? I don't know.
Okay, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of assaulting a woman, sexually assaulting a woman?
If he has better policy, yeah.
Okay, so would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child? Thank you for the sunglasses. And Carrie, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much for your patience.
Yeah, if he has better policy.
No shit. Thank you. What's up?
You said yeah. You said yeah if you.
So you would? Okay, would you vote for someone who is held civilly liable of sexually assaulting 100 children?
Hell no.
So why would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting one child, but not 100? Appreciate the ICU. Thank you.
I mean, if it came out like, you know what? I just might vote for Kamala. I don't know, cause Republicans are fucking insane. You know,
Yo, get mocked. I'd like to extend an olive wrench to you, man. My Discord's in my bio. If you join my Discord, I'd be more than happy to talk to you in one of the public chats about why you should vote for Harris.
Yeah. Let me get that because I'm not a Republican, but
I'd be more than happy to talk to you off live.
Oh yeah, where can I find that?
It's a link in my bio.
I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm gonna go check that out. I appreciate y'all.
Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, let's get this next individual up here.
I think that education is important, and I don't know. I feel like
I think you're beyond. Yo, what's up, Howdy?
Oh wait, I'm sorry. Let me give you a minute, real quick.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
There's many reasons.
Yeah, why is that?
He's a better president than Kamala. No, Kamala. No, Kamala. No, Kamala or Kamala.
Kamala, yeah. So why is he a better president?
One moment. Hey, for the mods in chat, I'd ask y'all to please ban, mute, block anybody who's being ableist. We don't stand for that here. And for everybody in the chat, if you are engaged in ableism, you'll be muted or blocked. I just wanted to set that
but
down real
Dylan, so what's the reason why you're voting for Trump? Like, why is he a better president?
Let me pull up my sources real quick. I go to GCU and Joe Biden want to shut my school down.
So why is Trump a better president?
I don't know. He want to ban abortion.
He wants to ban abortion. Okay.
Saving lives.
Okay. So saving lives. Okay. So did you know that he wants to leave it up to the states? So are you okay with Donald Trump wanting to leave murder up to the states?
Good point. Never mind. I don't know.
I think there's a good way to address this. So abortion serves as a very useful and important form of healthcare for a lot of women and girls in our country.
Thank you, EJ.
So it's really important for women and girls to have access to abortion because what it prevents is an unwanted child from being raised by parents that never wanted them. And it also allows parents to be able to wait and plan to have a child, to raise them in a household in which is inviting to them. And then it also allows victims of rape, right? That's just R-A-P-E, just take off the G there. And it allows them to access this form of healthcare as well, which can be life-saving in a lot of scenarios. So I think that it's really important that we could vote for someone that would support access to abortion.
All right, yo, Noda, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Noda. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Also, before we get going more, thank you for all your gifts, guys. Thank you so much. Oh, Elvis.
Yeah. So is there anything else you'd like to add or talk about, Dylan?
Yeah, you want the inflation rate.
The inflation rate?
Yep. Over the past 30 years, over that computer inflation rate over Trump and Biden.
Yeah. So the inflation rate, I don't think it's the fault of the Biden-Harris administration. I think it's specifically something that happened globally due to the pandemic. So, for example, right, it happened in Africa, it happened in Asia, it happened in South America, it happened in Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world. So it's not a uniquely American issue. So if it's not a uniquely American issue, how is it caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Let me tell you something. 2020, the year of COVID-19 pandemic, inflation was 1.4%. In 2021, this year, still pandemic, living last, was 7% inflation.
Yeah. So I think...
Yeah, that doesn't mean it's caused by the Biden-Harris administration. That just means it happened under the administration. Like, for example, I met my girlfriend under the Biden-Harris administration. That's not a good reason to vote for the Harris administration, though, right? Just because it happened under the administration doesn't mean it was caused by the administration. Obviously, me meeting my girlfriend wasn't caused by the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay, let me pull up a link real quick.
Okay.
Jalen, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
And Eddie, I saw the $20 on PayPal earlier. I just wanted to allow Dylan, his time to speak. I appreciate you so much for the $20 earlier, Eddie. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, Nikki, Rogers, and thank you everyone who gives me. I'm looking for some sources.
Yeah, dude, Dylan, you're good, man. Take your time.
I want to get some evidence of why I want to vote for Trump.
Also,
I appreciate you for trying to like backing your claims with evidence. It's
Yeah.
not something that a lot of people do. I
Yeah,
could
yeah.
definitely appreciate you for that, Dylan.
I always sound dumb because I'm from 6.2 thousand people and I want you to sound dumb.
No, Dylan, dude, trust me, you don't. I'm telling you, like so many people come up here day in and day out and like just say stuff with no sources. You're on here trying to find evidence and facts to justify what you believe in, right? That is an incredibly intelligent thing to do. 110%, Dylan.
Yeah.
In the meantime, everyone, do tap that screen. Let's get to a 1.5 million likes. Bahama, thank you so much for the subscription.
Also, one thing I would tell you guys about, one thing I want to say, talk about is the entire how I hear about the GCU thing that happened at GCU with Biden. Thank you, EJ.
I couldn't quite understand you there, man. Would you mind repeating that?
GCU with Biden. GCU.
Did you say TCU?
GCU Biden administration.
HBCUs? Are you trying to say that?
Grand Canyon University.
Texas Christian University?
Texas, yeah, TCU.
Grand Canyon University.
Grand Canyon University.
Okay, the Biden administration is charging us.
Yeah. So how did they charge you?
Targeting. Wait, let me go ahead and do one thing.
Okay. All right. Wait, Dylan, are you still there?
Yes. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Yo, hi. Thank you so much for the love drop. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
And I'm gonna hop off after this guest, Parker. I'm gonna go get ready to
for sure.
birthday dinner with my girlfriend.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Have fun with that. Have fun with that.
Okay, go over and just let me turn on my camera and turn it around.
Okay, so how are they targeting people?
Why is Biden administration targeting Grand Canyon University? We are trying to find out. Is it let me okay, oh wow. This is harder than I thought it would be. Wait, a phone in. Oh my god.
Don't worry about it.
Here, let me just read it to you or find quotes.
For sure.
You know, because this is gonna be hard finding. Hold my computer right actually so you can let me always hard to understand me.
So Dylan, by the way, if you want to send this to us later, we'd always be open to doing that. Dean and I can follow you, and then you can DM us these sources if you'd like.
I actually I pulled it up for you, Dylan. I just kind of read through what you just showed on screen. And yeah, so the reason that the Biden-Harris administration targeted GCU was because GCU was not informing their PhD students that they may have to take courses while completing their dissertations. In a nutshell, the Biden administration fined the school because the school was misinforming their students.
That's wrong. That's really wrong. That's wrong, dude. If you look at our press, this whole video, this whole press conference by our president, Brian Mueller, it says a few things. Also, one thing I would add to it too, Liberty University. When the other, the thing is, also this too, Liberty University you pay $14 million fine over failure to disclose campus crimes. Here's the thing, this is the same thing that's happening.
Oh, did they just pause?
Okay, hey Dylan. Dylan, how about this? So I think that we may have more productive conversation, maybe over texts. So here's what I would like to offer to you, Dylan. I just hit you with a follow. What I would like to do is DM you, preferably tomorrow, because it is my birthday and I plan to go get dinner with my girlfriend.
Oh yeah, happy birthday, by the way. Happy birthday.
Thank you, Dylan. And I would love to talk to you about, some of the sources that you're bringing up here to do with these different universities and what Biden's impact has been on those universities. And we could have a private one-on-one conversation where I'll hear you out. I'd love to talk to you about these things and hopefully convince you to vote for Harris. You've been incredibly kind while you've been up here, and you've been finding evidence to justify what you believe in, something not a lot of people do. So I think we all have a lot of respect for you within that regard.
Yeah, and Dylan, I'll follow you as well, so you can also message me at any point as well.
Also, one thing I about there's two colleges here too, GCU and Liberty. The same
GCU and Liberty. GCU and Liberty. All right, you got it, Dylan.
And I'll make sure to look into that as well to see what I can find.
This is something I want to add to. Is ironically, you know why? They are the biggest universities. They're both Christian universities. The biggest Christian universities out there. They're both the biggest Christian universities.
Yeah.
And what they are there, right? And they're being ahead both at the same time. And this whole video of them saying why, the whole how the Department.
Would you be
Justice not visiting them? The Department of Justice not visiting GCU to see what they are. You going? They bring up all these claims and not even visiting the campus to figure out.
Dylan, would you like to take me and Parker up on our offer here to text back and forth with you about this offline, talking about GCU as well as the other university that you mentioned? We'd love to talk to you about these things, but maybe we just need to do a little bit of research on our end.
So I do know one thing, that Liberty isn't accredited, and they were telling students they are able to transfer, so they were fined.
Oh, but
So just misinforming their students once again.
Yeah.
But also, this is a few other reasons. I want you before we get going more. This is a video I have to watch by Trump News.
Yeah, Dylan, if you'd like to send us some of these resources, I'll also do my own research into this as well. We can talk about this because I haven't really seen anything that shows that the Biden-Harris administration is targeting private Christian universities. I've seen really no evidence indicating that, so I'd love to read into this more and see that.
Yeah,
but Lindsay, thank you so much for the $10, and Corey, thank you so much for the $15. I really appreciate it, Corey.
So Dylan, do you mind if I propose an idea?
Yes.
So what if we were to call it here for the night, and then we could text. Me and Parker both followed you, and pick it up from there once me and Parker have some time to be able to investigate and look into these things.
Also,
Does that work?
Hey, one thing I want to add to is Joe Biden. One thing that I can't forgive is Joe Biden is with the orange stuff, and he wanted to run again. And I saw him, and we all saw him in the whole debate. He was struggling, and Kamala would just pretend it was okay with the fuck, but how can you look at your friend or look at someone who's struggling and still support him? Because without my friend, I would tell him, you need to go. How can you? I don't understand how you can tell a guy you care about to keep going. Even though you know he's struggling, and you can just say, who cares? I want, or Joe Biden can I just want power.
Yeah, I hear you. So
someone who just. I think they tell me that they just want me to keep going here because they want power and they want to win more. Because I feel if I'm a grandpa, I'll be so embarrassed because Chris Kelly's not okay. And they're just saying oh yeah, he's fine, it was a fluke. But really.
Yeah, I hear you, Dylan. So I think the question.
You see that? You should tell them, not your time.
I think the question you're asking here is how could the people around Biden continue to let Biden be our president, be in the debates, campaign for another term of presidency, when he's obviously seemingly struggling, just the typical struggles that are associated with being older. And I think the answer to your question there would be, well, it's because that was something that Biden wanted to do. He wanted to fight through his struggles to serve the American people. But ultimately, Kamala Harris did end up assuming his position as running for president for re-election in November, and that's what we are focused on now. Right now, we are focused on getting Harris into the Oval Office, the presidency of our country, so everybody can have a brighter tomorrow. I think a really general principle that we should all consider when we're casting our vote is what is going to make the people around me and their lives better, okay? And I think when we're looking at the two candidates, the answer to that question is Kamala Harris.
I agree with you, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, Dylan, make sure to send us those resources. We'd love to talk to you further about that and go over that. But yeah,
Does that sound good, Dylan?
Does that sound good?
Yep.
All right. We appreciate you. Go with
This whole press conference, and I don't use it's like 30 minutes long, but it's really informal of why it's a lie and I found it.
Yeah, do make sure to send us that as well. I'd love to watch that.
At ABC 15, I will send you a picture of it right now, and then we can share more about it and talk more about other stuff. Because I think
heck yeah,
there's still more stuff I want to talk about. So yeah, thank you guys.
Of course, appreciate you coming up, Dylan. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thanks for coming up, man, and thank you for citing your sources.
Thank you guys for also thank you everyone for your gifts and stuff.
Of course, I appreciate
You're
you.
awesome, Dylan.
Appreciate you,
Have
Dylan.
a good one. Erica, thank you so much for the champion. I have a couple donations to read off, but then
Go
after
ahead.
I do read these donations off, I am going to go ahead and leave for the night here. Erica, seriously, thank you so much for the champions. You're awesome. I would like to thank Lindsay so much for the $10 on Venmo, Tamisha with the $20 on Venmo, and Spoof for the $1 on Venmo. I really appreciate you guys. They're seemingly driving. And then as well here, I'd like to thank Jazaman for the $15 on PayPal, and Brianna with the $20 on PayPal, and Thomas and Eddie with the $20 on PayPal both. Thank you all so very much. I really appreciate you guys for the love. I am going to drop down for the night, but before I do, I want to thank everybody in here for supporting me today on my birthday. Y'all have made this birthday the most memorable birthday ever. I love you all, and maybe I'll try to hop on one of my backup accounts later in the day to thank y'all even more. Thank you everyone for supporting me on Venmo and PayPal, and thank you everyone for just telling me happy birthday. Parker, thank you for letting me
I'll
come up
see
to
you, man.
post. I'm gonna go and drop
Have
down
a good
for the night.
birthday dinner, bro.
Thank you so much. See ya.
Austin, how old are you? Jacelyn, thank you so much for the $1.50. Thank you so much. All right, let's get on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 1.5 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Let's get this next individual up here real quick. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Millennial, thank you so much for the boxing gloves. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, bro, sorry, it's right plate. I recorded the Nazi.
Okay, thanks. You should send that. You should send that to me. All right, let's get to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Be real. Thank you so much. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29?
Hello? Are you voting Trump?
No way!
Based. Yo, Purdy, thank you so much for the $42 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Purdy. I really appreciate the $42. Can we get some W's for Purdy in that comment section right now? It's always good to see you around. Thank you so much, Purdy. And DJ, thank you so much for the manifesting. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Are you voting for Trump? Purdy, thank you so much for the 20 subs. Can we get some W's for Purdy in the comment section right now for the 20 subs? Thank you so much, Purdy. And Aqua, thank you for the subscription. Yeah, so why are you voting Trump?
Sorry, I'm not voting Trump, but I have a question for all the MAGA supporters.
All right, if you're voting for Trump, make sure to send a guest request right now. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump, y'all. But thank you, everyone, for all the gifts, everyone. I really appreciate it, y'all. Everyone, do tap that screen. Let's get to 1.5 million likes. Yo, thank you so much for the dancing flowers. I appreciate it as well. Thank you. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Again, everyone, please only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Let's get this next individual up here, y'all. All right. Okay, let's see if we can get this person up. It didn't get that person. Yeah, thank you for the hand heart. Thank you so much. Everyone do tap that screen to get to 1.5 million likes, y'all. All right, it didn't add this person. Let me try the next. I do apologize, everyone. Sometimes it takes a second to get people up here. All right, didn't accept this person either. What is going on, chat? I'm so sorry. It's actually kind of getting a bit frustrating that I can't get a guest up right now.
Hey, what's up,
Yo, what's
man?
up? How old are you?
32, man.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, man.
Oh, why so?
He's awesome guy. He's awesome.
Yeah, why is
He's
he
cool.
awesome?
I mean, he will hit this country more better.
Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much, Marina. Thank you so much for the 13-month subscription. Can you give me any policy that he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
Well, I mean, he helped the poor people out. Help the poor people out.
Do you live in the United States?
Yes, I have a speech problem.
Oh no, don't worry about that at all. I was just asking if you live in the United States. What state do you live in?
Dallas.
In what?
Dallas.
Dallas?
Mm-hmm.
No, I said what state. Appreciate the hint, Art. Thank you.
Texas.
Texas? Okay. For sure. So, yeah. So, how do you feel about the abortion laws in your state?
Be honest. It's a choice. It's a choice. It's a choice they make. You know what I mean? Like a choice. You know, if they want to do it, yes. If not, no.
It's not, because there are restrictions in Texas. Texas is a lot of restrictions.
Yes.
Yeah. So okay. So yeah. So do you think people should be able to have that right or no?
I mean, be honest with you. If they need have a kid. I mean, but take the kid. You know what I mean? But take the child, the kid.
So you don't want women to have access to abortion?
No.
No? Okay, would you put women in jail for getting abortion?
No.
No? Okay, so it should be legally allowed.
Yes.
Okay, so if it should be legally allowed, then you disagree with Donald Trump leaving it up to the states, which restricted women's access to abortion, right?
It's a choice. It's a choice.
Yeah, so again, Donald Trump restricted women's access to abortion by leaving it to the states, which allowed for certain states to restrict great victims from being able to get access to abortion and restrict women in terms of elective circumstances from getting access to abortion.
So I see all the clinics. They are shut down in Texas. Some are shut down. Like the clinics, the abortion clinics, they are shut down.
I asked you about Donald Trump restricting access to abortion. So why are you voting for Donald Trump if he's restricting women's access to abortion?
Well, I mean, I want this, like, I want Donald Trump to win, and I want to get this country more better, and I want, if I mean, it was mine. It's not my decision. It's not my decision. Say
It's your decision to vote for Donald Trump. So why are you deciding to vote for Donald Trump when he's going to restrict women's access to abortion?
I mean, I am not a female. I mean, I can say if I need a abortion or not. You know what I mean? That's what.
Okay. So then, why are you voting for someone who would restrict it? If you don't want to have any say over whether or not someone gets access to it, and you want to protect people's right to determine for themselves, why would you be okay with Donald Trump putting people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade?
I mean, if they not pass a bill, I hope Trump not pass a bill. You know, like I mean, maybe not sign the bill, not sign the bill. Hit.
All right. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add?
They're talking about what's going on the border.
Okay. How do you feel about Trump trying to undermine the border bill, which was a Republican-backed border bill? So the person who wrote the bill was supported by Trump, like in terms of getting elected.
I know someone who is on the ground, the boots on the ground at the border, and it's not good. People come in here, they need a green card. You know what I mean? The green card come in here the right way. You know what I mean? The right way come in here. The states come in here. The United States. You had to do the right way. Come in.
Okay. So again, as it relates to the Biden-Harris administration, right, we have less border crossings right now than we did under Trump's administration. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Plus, Trump undermined the border bill.
Yeah, I mean, like Trump. I mean, no one come. I mean, they have like maybe some people come at the border, not like Joe Biden. Like when Joe Biden won. Like it's a lot. People come in the border.
Okay. So again, the border bill would have specifically limited how many people would have been coming across the border, and it would have stayed around for a long time. Right now, it's at subject of going away because of the Supreme Court. So if you support like more border security, then why are you okay with voting for someone that undermined a bill that would have brought about border security?
Who is the Venezuelans, the Venezuelans, they are in the country too. They come in the country, bunch of people. Like how do you know they are bad guys? How you know they are the T? You know what I mean? Like how you know that? I mean, I don't know if people come in here. I mean, the FBI has are not this. They're coming in, and based my uncle, he's a Homeland Security. I have
all right. So again, I'll ask you one more time. So the border bill was taken down specifically by Trump, trying to get people in Congress to not vote for the border bill, right? That would have brought about border security and would have allowed for us to have a greater ability to do this. Appreciate the handout.
Well, Corey Harris. I mean, Corey, this is her fault. I mean, this is her fault. I mean, this whole fault.
How is it her fault?
Because she don't do a good job. Take care of the border.
What did she do that was wrong?
I don't see a hole. I don't ever see a hole at the border. Talking to the ICE, the border patrol.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about before I go on to the next person? Little crown, thank you.
Yes. Like who you want to vote? Like who you want to vote? Harris.
Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris.
hmm
You know, I hate to say this. I don't want to try to be rude nothing, but people are some people think Kamala Harris is a good candidate for this country, right?
Say that again. I don't know what you said there. What were you saying?
I said, Kamala Harris. Do you think Kamala Harris is a good candidate for the country?
Better than Trump, yeah, but by far.
She's making people in a trap.
You said what? Sorry, say that one more time.
I say right now she's leading people in a big trap. Like a big trap.
How is she doing that?
Brainwashed. She's not what she said when she is. She's not what she said she is.
How so?
Because I know how she is. I can tell what people are lying, tell the truth.
Oh, okay. So do you know that Donald Trump isn't telling the truth and he's lying about the election being stolen? He lied about engaging in intercourse with Stormy Daniels. He lied about saying that he wanted to do something at the border. He lied about wanting peace because he is urging Netanyahu not to accept the ceasefire. Thank you, Linda. Thank you so much.
I do have connections in Israel. Someone I know who is in the IF.
Okay.
Like, do you think? Hey, I want to ask you, Paco. Do you think you are scared what's might happen if Seth hits the fan?
Am I scared of what? Vanessa,
If Seth hits the fan,
thank you. If something hits the fan, I don't know. I'm not really scared of that right now. I'm more worried about making sure that people will vote for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump.
It should be because no more filth. No more filth. Trust me, no more filth. November 5th.
What do you mean? What do you mean? No more filth?
No. November 5th. The election day. The election day.
November 5th. Okay, yeah.
Mark my rules. So might get messy.
Okay, maybe it will. All right. Well, Clint.
Pablo.
What's up?
You're awesome guy. Yeah, you're awesome guy. Like me, you, we cool. You know what I mean? Like, I know me. I am a Republican. I know, and you're a Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
But we're still cool. We're still cool. We have debates. Let's go have debates.
Exactly. It's good to have these conversations so that people can understand each other.
Yes.
And then through understanding each other, we can be more likely to accept facts and reality and evidence. But yeah, Clint, I do appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
Hey, I have a question. Like, where you, I want to know where you, like, where you from? Like, what part?
I live in California.
California? I do have, like, I do have family, cousins in California. Like, California, I'm in the Convo, California is not good.
I think the economy is doing a lot better in California than it is in a bunch of other places in the United States.
How about the food prices, the milk price, milk?
I totally agree. Prices in general have gone up, but that happened across the entire nation, happened across the entire globe.
Kamala Harris wants electric cars, electric.
Yeah, so like in the long run, she wants electric cars. What's the issue with that?
I mean, hey, I mean, it's good. I mean, it's good. Save money. Save money is good. Save money.
Thank you. So that sounds like a good thing then.
Yep. Thank you so much, Sparkle, and
For sure.
I want to
appreciate
get
you
back
coming
on here. Is how long am I on till? Like, how long am I
I
on?
will be on until around 6:30, so I got about 2 more hours.
Okay.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up, Clint. Thank you.
Dude, be safe.
You as well. You as well. Purdy, thank you so much for the $42 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Purdy. Can we get some W's for Purdy in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Purdy. I do appreciate that a lot. Thank you so much. Let's get this next person up here. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 1.5 million likes. Everyone share the live as well, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
45.
You said I'm paid by the DNC. Why do you think that?
Because I just feel like everything everything you say, is just not truthful. I just I mean, honestly, why are you voting for Kamala? To be honest.
I'm voting for Kamala Harris because she hasn't been held civilly liable of sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. She doesn't have 34 felonies. She didn't try to overthrow the government. She didn't try to restrict women's access to abortion. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. But you didn't really give me a reason why you think I'm paid by the DNC. You just kind of stated the claim.
Well, I just feel like you. Who's that other influencer that you see on CNN, Harry?
So what makes you think that I get paid by the DNC because of that?
I mean, honestly, why are people paying you just to come up here and do TikTok videos?
Well, people in the comment section that like my content, they like the lives.
Okay.
So they want to donate to me.
All right. Well,
Clay, take the $5 from the DNC. So why do you assume that it's from the DNC?
I'm just making an assumption. I don't have any factual information. I'm just making an assumption.
So if I made the assumption that you're paid by the RNC, would that be just as legitimate?
I mean, you could always make the assumption. Yeah.
Okay. Could I also make the assumption that Trump is a reptilian?
I mean, you can always make the assumption as well.
Is that just as legitimate as what you said?
I mean, that's your assumption. It's not factual, but it's an assumption.
Exactly, right? It's not factual that I'm paid by the DNC, but it is your assumption.
Okay. I mean, I just, honestly, I just, Trump, yeah, I mean, he has a lot of flaws. He doesn't know when to keep his mouth shut, but honestly, we're in a lot better position when he was in office versus, what Harris.
Diana, thank you so much for the raid. I don't know who Diana is, but thank you so much. I really appreciate the raid. Thank you.
So yeah, I mean, I just, I feel like, banning our rights to own guns, going back and forth on fracking, being in Texas,
So she changed her views on fracking. What is the issue with changing your views?
I mean, yeah, she's changed her views for political reasons.
Well, Trump actually recently, Roberto, thank you for the $1, changed his view about IVF. He said that we should pay for IVF. And then he went back on that because people didn't like it.
I mean, yeah, I don't really have an argument on the IVF. I'm not sure, how, the details on how he plans on paying for the IVF, but I mean, Harris wants to control prices with the grocery store. How's that going to work?
No, actually, she wants to enforce federally something that's already enforced in most states. So it's just the same price gouging laws that already exist in 46 states. She just wants to enforce it federally.
Yeah, but how's that going to work? I mean,
it's the same way it currently works in most states right now. You probably exist in a state in which these laws already exist.
In Texas?
Yeah, I would bet that they exist in Texas.
But I mean, honestly, is there really price gouging going on right now? The grocery stores are only making what?
No, so again, the point that I'm making is that she's enforcing this federally, right? So you could say it's not happening, but then obviously this isn't going to cause a great issue because again, it already exists this way. But yes, there is price gouging that exists.
So, well, let me ask you the other question. Why is the media? Why is the media, so favorable with Harris? When Dana Bash or whatever her name is does an interview with Harris and Walls, why can't Harris do an interview by herself? Why does she have to have?
She can, but she did it with Walls. I don't know, understand why it's such a big. Why do you guys make such a big issue about this shit? Like it's like you. There are so many things to actually worry about in this country. There are people that don't have health care. Tens of thousands of people die in this country every year because they don't have health care. There are families that are in poverty. There are kids. There are kids that have no food in their stomach tonight because their family can't afford it. And you're worried about this?
Well, let me
This
go
is what
back.
we're worried about.
Let me
I
go
think
back.
that's unbelievable to be worried about that when
Let
there
me
are
go.
real problems in this country that you could be talking about.
Well, hold on. Let me go back to healthcare. I have healthcare, and the problem I have with healthcare is, there's a lot of people that don't have insurance, but they still go to the hospital. They still go to the
30 million people are uninsured in
Right,
this
but they
country.
still go to the ER.
Yeah, and 137 million Americans have medical debt.
Right. Even with people with insurance, I still get, I got to pay thousands of dollars, even when I have.
And that's ridiculous, isn't it? So
Right.
so why should it be the case that someone who gets cancer should be subjected to hundreds of thousands of dollars of medical debt, right? Because of how our system is set up. Why should that be why should that be the punishment for getting cancer?
Right. Well, the thing I have a problem with is all these illegal immigrants are going to the hospital, not having insurance.
Melissa, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Melissa. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
And I'm paying all this out of pocket expense, or it's going to go on my credit report, collections, whatnot.
Again, you're not paying for undocumented immigrants' health care.
Somebody is.
Jesus Christ, they don't get protected health care in this country. It's only for emergencies. Which is true for tourists as well.
I mean, honestly,
and they still have to pay.
I mean, to be honest, and then the other issue, I just saw a report where Mexico is providing buses for asylum seekers from other countries coming up.
Can you want to provide me a source on that?
I don't have. I mean, I just saw it today. I think it was on CBS or NBC or ABC, one of those, and saying that
you should probably find a title for that because that's pretty.
I mean, if you Google it, basically it's saying if you are having an appointment with asylum seeker, basically they're providing bus trips all the way to the U.S.
So asylum seeking is a legal process. 1, 2, I don't have any source that indicates this in particular. So, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I mean, that's kind of a. I mean, honestly, there's a lot of hearsay on the case, and I know he didn't get charged criminally, and I know that they didn't prosecute him criminally because of the amount of time that passed. So, I mean, I don't like it.
Sen, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Sen.
I mean, honestly, I don't like it, but
so yes or no?
I mean, yeah, I'm voting for Trump, so I guess you could say yeah.
So would you vote for Trump if you were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
No, not a child, no.
So why would you vote for him if you were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, but you wouldn't vote for him if you were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
I mean, it's not the same.
It is. The only difference is the age of the victim.
I mean,
is assaulting a woman, sexually assaulting a woman, not bad enough, insofar as that you wouldn't vote for someone?
I mean, honestly, I think there's a lot of
When they turn 18, it
Well, I mean, I
doesn't
think there's
matter
a
as
lot of
much.
contradiction. I think there was a lot of contradiction with the case itself.
Can you tell me what was contradictory within the case?
I mean, what's her name? Eugene Carroll. Timeline. Witnesses. I understand there's a.
What about the timeline and the witness? I didn't hear a contradiction. Can you be clear with what the contradiction was?
I mean, I don't have a specific.
Because I can give you two examples where what Trump said contradicted the evidence we have. Angie, I appreciate the sunglasses. You want to hear?
Yeah, let's hear.
He said that he never met her. There was pictures of them together communicating within social circles. And not only that, but he said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. But then in a deposition mistook her with his ex-wife.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have. Again, Trump has a lot of flaws, for sure, but I still think policy-wise, we're in a better situation. 2016 through 2020, inflation was lower versus what it was now. Even though
So just because inflation is lower does not mean it was caused by the Biden-Harris administration. How the Biden-Harris administration caused inflation?
I mean, everything's going up.
So just because things went up did not mean it was caused by the Biden-Harris administration. For example, I met my girlfriend under the Biden-Harris administration. It must have been caused by Biden, right?
I mean, they've been doing a lot more spending. Let's just.
No, but do you hear what I just said, sir?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, and the spending you're referencing, actually, there was more debt-related spending signed into law under the Trump administration comparative to the Biden administration.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
Yeah, I knew that.
Okay. So then why do you want to vote for Trump if he added more debt spending?
I mean, look at where we're at now with Israel, Ukraine. I mean, we're dumping all this money in Ukraine. I get there was a.
So if they didn't want that, why didn't Trump undermine the appropriations bill when it was separated from the border bill? Because the border bill was separated. They didn't pass the border bill, but they passed the appropriations bill.
I don't know about all that.
They did. Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan all got the funding.
What about Trump taking away the nuclear sanctions with Iran, and now Iran's a couple weeks away from.
So actually, Trump pulled out of the nuclear peace agreement with Iran. Amanda, I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Which actually led to them developing more nuclear weapons, like more technology for nuclear weapons.
Well, I'd have to research that as well. I mean, yeah, you made a lot of good points. All right, I guess I'll have to do my research on that thing.
Okay, for sure. So, all right. Is there anything else you want to talk about before we go on to the next person?
All right, thanks.
All right. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. That's the best place to support me, all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
17.
You got to be 18 plus to join the live TikTok rules, everyone. 18 plus. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, Parker. I'm 36.
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Well, first of all, I just want to say that I've been following you on TikTok for a while now. And even though I am voting for Trump, I appreciate your lives so much because they're very informative. And just the way that you present yourself, the way that you treat other people, it means a whole lot to me.
Of course, of course.
But
so why are you voting for Trump?
I'm voting for Trump because I'm not necessarily voting for Trump. I am a Republican. I did not get to choose who the Republican Party put into position for us. My morals and values align with the Republican Party more than they do with the Democratic. And I find it really, I don't like how it's always Kamala Trump. You can be a Democrat and not necessarily like Kamala. You can be a Republican and not necessarily like Trump.
Sure. So
Morals and values definitely align with the Republican Party more so.
does Trump's morals and values align with the Republican Party?
Again, I'm not necessarily voting for Trump. I am voting for what he stands for, what his. I don't.
Well, I mean, inevitably speaking, you are voting for Trump.
Well, right. There's only two candidates, though. It's Kamala Harris.
Yeah, I get that. So, like, given the two candidates, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I feel like that is always what y'all come up with as far as why not to vote for him. And yes, I'm not voting for the person that I am the most inclined to what they have chosen to do in their life. I am voting for the person who stands with my morals and values more than the person itself.
Okay, so Trump stands with your morals and values?
The Republican Party stands with my morals and values.
But does he stand with the morals and values of the Republican Party?
I think so.
So, like, can you give me an example? Is it like the cheating on every single one of his wives?
But again, you're bringing up his accounts, what he has done. I'm not saying I agree with cheating. That has nothing to do with politics.
I'm just saying, like, morals and values. So, like,
yes, my morals and values, no. I am happily
So, like,
married.
what
I would
morals and
never cheat
values?
on my husband, and he would never cheat on me. But I'm not voting for the man that he is, just like I would hope that people are not voting for Kamala for the person that she just is. You're voting for what they stand for, what they are going to bring to the table.
Sure. So, like, if Trump was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child, would you vote for him?
Again, I don't have nothing that somebody is doing in their life, whatever it is. Kamala Harris is not like the end all be all. She's not like, she hasn't done everything right in her life. We all have a past. We all have things that we're not proud of, anything like that. And I think that should be completely removed from everything as far as politics goes. Who is better suited to run the country?
Okay, so if there was like a video of Donald Trump beheading a baby, would you vote for him?
Again, you're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm not getting into their lives. Who is better suited to run the country?
So you would?
You're putting words into my mouth. No, I'm not saying that I would. But again, I'm looking at the whole picture, not just the person.
So you wouldn't vote for him in that circumstance?
I'm not saying that has nothing to do with it to me. I'm voting for who.
So you might possibly vote for him if he beheaded a baby on live?
Did he behead a baby on live?
I never said he did, but I'm just saying, like, if it did happen,
I wouldn't
you might vote for him?
He beheaded a baby on a live. No, of course not.
Okay, so, like, obviously things they've done in their life could be reasons to believe that you wouldn't vote for them. So obviously if there are things that could happen in their life insofar as that you wouldn't vote for them, how come, graping a woman, right, isn't, excessively bad enough to meet that standard? And Christina, thank you so much for the $34 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate Christina. Appreciate the $34. Thank you so much.
First of all, you're taking murdering somebody and comparing it to something
Like
completely
sexually assaulting someone?
Not that either one is right. And I'm not saying that, but I am also saying that is not what I'm looking at. My candidate who runs our country, I'm not going, okay, I'm not looking at what they do in their life, what the choices that they've made. I'm looking at who is better suited to run the country.
Yeah, I get you're saying who's better suited to run the country, but like again, there are particular things that they could have done in their life insofar as that you wouldn't vote for them, like the beheading the baby thing I brought up. So why is graping a woman not bad
But there's
enough?
plenty of things I've done in my life, and I'm sure things that you've done in your life that you're not proud of, and that you
Never sexually assaulted a woman, never did anything excessively bad insofar as that I would say someone shouldn't vote for me.
Okay, but that's not the point. So what other than the fact that he, I don't want to say that word, whatever the word is that y'all say, raped a woman or was accused of raping a woman, other than that, what is so wrong with...
I don't know how you could say other than that. Appreciate the corgi, thank you so much, but I can explain. He tried to overthrow the government. He tried to send fake electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win. He tried to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results. He said
Okay, so
he's a racist. He's a misogynistic
So the next thing
individual.
on your list was January 6th, right?
I'm not even referencing January 6th. I'm just referencing him not trying to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results and trying to send fake electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win. He admits to sending fake electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win. All right, and it is the case that he what's it called with the other one? We literally we have very clear evidence from Mike Pence himself that that Donald Trump told him to not certify the election results. Appreciate the superpower. Thank you so much.
Well, as somebody who watched the election, there were things that were definitely did not happen ever in my lifetime watching elections. And so, there was the water leak. There was so many different things that happened in that night of the election that I think that it's only natural for people to question that.
Can you give me any court case that indicated sufficient evidence to overturn the election?
Can I give you what? I'm sorry?
Any court case that indicated sufficient evidence to overturn the election?
No, I'm sitting in my backyard. I don't have any court case to give you.
So there aren't any. There were
No,
60
that
plus
doesn't mean
court
there are
cases.
not any. That just means I don't have it available.
No,
to
no,
me.
no. I've looked them up. There are none that show sufficient evidence to overturn the election. Not only do they not show sufficient evidence to overturn the election, but it is the case that not only that, but 34 of them were Republican appointed judges, 17 of which were Trump appointed judges, which again indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election.
Okay, that's fine. Whatever. But that really isn't even the point that I'm on here. Other than my biggest point is that other than the fact that he was accused of raping somebody, what is your reason for not liking him or not wanting him to be the leader of our country?
Yeah, so I don't want him to be the leader of the country because he clearly has a racist history, a misogynistic history. He called for complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. He tried to restrict women's access to abortion.
Okay, so really the only reason why you don't like him is because of his morals and values, not how he's run our country.
I can give you any other things. He added more to the debt than any administration in 4 years in terms of signing stuff into the debt. He added 8.4 trillion to the debt. 4.8 trillion non-COVID related, which is more than double the non-COVID related debt spending signed into law by the Biden-Harris administration. Not only that, right, but most of the tax policy that he advocated for went to large corporations and rich people, right? And the tax policy that he's advocating for, extending the tax cuts and replacing it with tariffs, that would cause inflation in this country, and it would shift the tax burden from people who are richer to people who are poorer, because a greater proportion of people's money is spent on goods if they make less money.
Okay, I mean, I don't agree, but that's okay.
What do you not agree with?
I don't agree that, I mean, those might be the facts, that might be the truth, but things were much safer in America under Trump. Things were...
What did he do to make it safer?
Well, we didn't have thousands, millions of illegals coming into our country. And I know you're going to bring up the bill.
Under his administration, we did have millions of people who came
we
into
have,
the country.
but not as, yes, there's always...
I just want to let you know that we have less border crossing numbers right now than we did at the end of Trump's administration.
No, 10 million people came into our country.
Do you not understand that there are less people coming right now? Not only that, but Trump specifically undermined the border bill. So if you care so much about border security, then how are you okay with him undermining the border bill?
The border bill that would still allow 5,000 people to come into our country a day?
No, it was 2,500. And that was actually the max amount of people that came in. Actually, not even the max amount of people that came in under Trump's administration. So why did Trump allow for that many people to come into the country?
5,000 people coming into our country a day.
No, it's 2,500.
I looked at it earlier, and what I read said 5,000.
It's 2,500.
Okay, well, you're wording
it was also written by a Republican that was put into office by Trump.
It was written by Trump? The bill was written by Trump?
It was written by someone that was put into office by Trump.
Well, what does that have to do with anything?
Because Trump supported them. Langford?
Well,
Because what I'm saying is that it's a conservative Republican border bill, And Donald Trump didn't want it because he didn't want the Democrats to get a win.
I do. Have you seen all the fluff and everything else in that bill?
So actually, they took out all of the.
bill as well.
Yeah, so sorry to break it to you, but they took out all of the fluff out of the bill and the appropriations. The appropriations passed. Then they had the solo border bill, and the solo border bill didn't pass because word got out that Trump didn't want the border bill to get passed for a Democrat win.
But did Trump pass that bill? No, he was not the deciding factor in that. They still have their own minds. and they can-
Ma'am, he got people in Congress to not vote for the bill. He said, "Blame it on me if the border bill fails," right? And then not
I
only that,
understand what you're
but
saying,
literally
you're
Lindsey
also
Graham
giving him
and
so
both.
much power. You're
both
giving him
Lindsey-
so much power. He talked to somebody. If you don't think that
He talked to people in Congress to get them not to vote for the bill. That's
everybody in politics.
everyone
loves
acknowledges that he did
everything.
this. Everyone acknowledges that he did this.
I'm not acknowledging that he did not, but I'm not ignoring the fact that all politicians rub elbows, talk to each other about things, and try to get their way.
Yeah, but his way was not getting the border bill passed, and that's the issue that I'm bringing up.
I understand what you're saying, but he did not he talked to somebody. People talk all the time.
Not just to one person. He got people in Congress to not vote for this. I don't know why this is so confusing.
It's not confusing. They elected it. Trump did not elect it. They shut it down. Trump did not. He said, "Hey, I don't think you should do this," but they still have their own brain.
I understand, but they have political pressure because of the support that he has. Thank you for the rock star. Also,
Okay,
again,
but it's still
what you're not
the other way
understanding is
around.
that, again, it's a conservative border bill. If he didn't say don't vote for the bill, it would have passed.
Okay, well, again, you're giving Trump a lot of power.
No, what I'm telling you is the reality that he literally he admitted to himself.
Okay,
He admitted
so
to it.
Kamala
Lindsey Graham
Harris-
said this. Mitch McConnell said this. Republicans across the board have acknowledged this. You're the only one disputing this.
Okay, I'm not disputing it. I'm not saying that it didn't happen. But if, let's say, Congress was more Democratic led, then if Kamala had come to them, would there still be the same and said, "Hey, pass this bill" or "Don't pass this bill"?
If there were more people that listened to Kamala Harris than listened to Trump there, then like if on the Trump side, on the conservative side, well, then it would have been the case that this would have passed. But again, Trump undermined the bill. You can't just tell me that, like, oh, you want like something to be done about the border security, and then when Trump undermines something, doing something about border security, you don't care about it. Like, that's heavily hypocritical to me. And it kind of shows that you don't really care about what's going on with the border. You're just using it as a political talking point.
No, I'm I'm not using it just as a political talking point. I live in Texas. I've seen firsthand the issues that people coming over here illegally is doing to our country, our communities, things like that. I care about it deeply. But what I don't understand is why there has been.
Then why don't you blame Trump?
Why do I blame him?
Why don't you blame Trump? He's the one who undermined the border bill.
The Biden, Kamala
Because
administration.
they advocated for the border bill.
Okay, what, in 2023, last year?
You understand they were trying to get stuff with the border done prior to that point, right?
Well,
And even
nothing
then,
has been done. How long
wait,
has it been at the border that she
even then, if you want to get it done, do it then. So, would you rather it done in 2025, or would
Why
you rather
didn't Biden push it through? Why didn't he?
Bailey, listen to what's coming out of my mouth, okay? Why would you rather it happen in 2025 rather than happening in 2023? Can you answer that question?
I'm not saying that I'd rather it happen in 2025 over
So,
right
which
now.
would you rather it happen in 2023 or 2025?
2023. I would like.
So
for
if you'd rather it happen in
not necessarily
2023,
this bill.
then you disagree with Donald Trump undermining
I'm
the
not
border
saying
bill.
necessarily this bill.
So what would you like to change about the bill?
Well, I don't think that anybody should be allowed to come into our country illegally.
Okay, no, they don't. They're not. The bill doesn't allow for people to come to the country illegally.
5,000 or 2,500.
No, it doesn't. 2,500 is border crossings overall. So that's not just talking about. That's not just talking about. What's it called? Undocumented crossings. That's talking about border crossings. So it has no, like, again, they would enforce they would send people back for illegal immigration under this bill. It would also give funding for building border wall. I hope you understand that. So Trump's
don't need to be held to
Trump, what he
understand
advocated
who's
for
building
was
a
in this
border
bill.
wall.
Ma'am, what did I just say? You don't know because you fucking cut me off every single time I speak. I'm trying to explain this to you nicely, ma'am. If you want to have a conversation with me, I would love to do that. But right now, you clearly don't care about what you're saying you care about as relates to the border bill, and you're clearly not listening to try and understand either.
Parker, I'm definitely listening and trying to understand, but all I see is that every time I say something, you're coming back with something and completely misconstruing my words and not hearing me.
Where did I do that? Tell me.
Well, I mean, since the beginning of this conversation.
Can you give me one specific example?
No, because like I said, it's been the whole conversation.
If it's been the whole conversation, then you'd be able to give me multiple examples, correct?
Okay, the last statement you just made,
What about it?
where you got upset that I said that Trump was starting to build a border wall, and then you said,
No?
ma'am, listen to me.
What? You cut me off in the middle of my sentence. That's not me not trying to listen or not trying to engage. You cut me off in the middle of my sentence.
You cut me off multiple times, so go ahead.
Where did I cut you off? Like in the middle of when I was finishing the middle of my sentence? Is that when I cut you off?
Okay, I think that we're probably done here. Again, the way that
You're just gonna run away?
I'm not running away, but you're not even letting me speak.
Ma'am, I've let you speak so fucking much on my live. It's unbelievable. Don't act like I haven't let you speak. That's such a fucking disingenuous thing for you to say.
I'm not saying that you did not
I've let you
me
speak so much. That's so ridiculous.
I'm not saying that you have not let me speak.
You just said that.
Without being interrupted.
Play for you. I literally have not been interrupting you.
Parker, go ahead. Whatever you need to say.
No, let you go for it at this point. I literally have been letting you speak.
No, I have nothing really left to say.
You don't? Okay, well then I'll say something. So Trump undermined the border bill, right? If you care about the border, you'd want it to get done in 2023 rather than Trump waiting to get it done in 2025. So him undermining the bill is a bad thing. Do you agree?
Am I allowed to speak?
Come on, you're acting like a child.
I'm not acting.
Elephant. Thank you so much.
I didn't know if you were asking me a question or if you were going to continue on.
Bailey, I'm sorry. That was clearly a question. Don't be fucking disingenuous.
I'm not.
Like you're acting like a child.
How you're acting right now. I'm acting
Ma'am, yes, you are absolutely acting like a child. I clearly stopped talking. I clearly asked you a question, and you were just trying to be annoying.
Okay, I was not trying to be annoying. I was trying to give you time if you were going to continue on. I wasn't trying to be rude.
Go for it.
Do I agree with the border bill, or do I want it now or later? I would like for something to be done at the border immediately.
So if you want something to be done at the border right now, then that would be the border bill, which Trump undermined. So you disagree with him doing that, right?
If he disagreed with it, I mean, he did disagree with it. I'm not saying he did not. But if he had any way to, or if he persuades somebody, sure.
Okay. So then would you blame the border crisis for the past few years on him, given that he undermined the border bill?
No.
Why not?
Because why didn't Biden do something immediately?
They were trying to wait. You can say you don't want him, you wish he did something immediately in 2021. Sure. But do you disagree with Trump undermining it in 2023, which would have limited multiple years of a quote unquote border crisis?
Yes, I do think that something needs to be done at the border, whatever it is. But I do not agree with the fact, or what you're saying is factual, that he was the saying thing and why the border bill didn't pass. Those congressmen had their right to choose yes or no. The majority of them chose no. And that could be because they were persuaded, as you say, by Trump, but they still could have voted either way that they wanted.
So why do you blame Biden for not getting something through Congress, but you don't blame Trump when Biden actively tried to get it passed through Congress and Trump actively tried to get it denied?
So could Biden have not done an executive bill or something to pass that through?
So they did an executive order. That's what led to 50% reduction in border crossings. But the reason why they didn't do an executive order first is because it is likely to get shut down by the Supreme Court because it's not constitutional. So they have to get it passed through Congress. So it's not likely to stay there for a long time, which is why they were trying to get it done in Congress. So again, that's why.
Okay.
So Biden actively tried, Trump actively tried to undermine.
Okay.
So then why is Trump preferable as it relates to the border then? If he was actively undermining our ability to get the border bill passed.
I'm done talking about the border bill. Like, we're going round and round in circles, I feel, about that. Do I agree that something needs to be done at the border immediately? Yes, I do. Do I care if it happens today or in 2025? No, I do not. I just want something.
So then you don't actually think there's a big border crisis right now?
No, I think there's a huge border crisis. That's why I want something to be done immediately.
Okay, so if there is not a huge if there is a huge border crisis, well, then you want to get something done right now. If you want to get something done right now, that would have been the border bill. Trump undermined the border bill.
But that is not going to sway me. Okay, you're talking about one issue in a grand scheme of things. Yes, I do think that something needs to be done, but there's obviously different levels of how bills and things get passed. Is it a shame that bill did not get passed? Yes, it is. But there's a million things other than that are issues in our country that are causing so much grief and stress and just lifestyle changes for so many people.
Okay, can you tell me one policy that she influenced to get passed that was bad?
Can I what?
Can you tell me one policy that she influenced to get passed that was bad?
Well, she hasn't been, she's the vice president.
Okay, but I'm asking for one policy that she influenced to get passed that was bad.
I'm not saying that she didn't do anything. She hasn't been in a position to do anything.
So she has been in a position to do things. She's done things. She's influenced to get past the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act. Thank you, Xander. Thank you so much. Can you tell me one policy she influenced to get passed that you disagree with?
I'm not saying that she did or that she didn't. That's here nor there. I think that she's going to have to, if she is elected to be the president, then what she does from day one through her term, I think will say a lot about her either way.
But can you point to anything that she did that you disagree with? Because it sounds like you don't actually have anything that you disagree with.
Well, I'm not really sure of anything that she did do. You're telling me the CHIPS Act, I don't even remember everything that you said, but I can say that none of that has influenced me or made me or braked anything.
Do you know what the CHIPS Act is?
No.
So if you don't know what the CHIPS Act is, how do you know whether or not you like it?
That's what I just told you.
Okay.
I said I don't know what those are, and they haven't influenced my life as far as I'm aware.
Okay, so they have influenced your life, and I think they've benefited your life because it is the case that it's going to bring us up to 20% global production of chips. If it's going to bring us up to 20% global production of chips, well, then clearly that's going to allow for us to have we're not going to be as negatively impacted if there's going to be changes in the global chip market. And since chips are a huge aspect of our overall market, clearly we are going to need that. We're going to need some level of leeway in that market so that if something negative happens, that it is the case that we have the ability to produce them and manufacture them here in the United States. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I think that maybe as far as the importance of things, that is not the most important thing to me as far as who I'm voting for is the CHIPS Act, or that's not what is my driving force in who I'm voting for.
So if that's not important to you, if that's not something that
I'm
you're
not
voting...
saying it's not important to me, I'm saying that it is not the driving force.
If it's not the driving force of what you're voting for, then what are you voting for?
What I'm voting for is, I would love and this is not going to be a popular opinion, but as far as I am pro-life, I am a Christian. I am a mother to children who are being taught.
Pro-life. So, you're Christian. Okay. Why should it be illegal to put someone in? To get an abortion, but it shouldn't be illegal for my mom to tell me that Santa Claus is real.
Are you putting
Appreciate the train. Thank you so much.
Are you putting together Santa Claus and?
No, I'm saying that they're both sins. They're clearly both sins. And
How is
given
telling your kid about Santa Claus a sin?
what?
Did you say telling your kid about Santa Claus is a sin?
Yes, because saying Santa Claus exists is a lie.
But you're computing that to abortion?
Yeah, because they're both sins, right? If they're both sins, why should one be illegal but not the other one?
Okay, the fact that you're putting those into the same equation is mind-blowing to me. Have you not ever told a lie?
Ma'am, I agree that sins exist and that I've sinned before in my life according to your worldview, right? But
But
that's
you're
not
telling me-
responding to what I'm saying at all, because I'm specifically asking you the question, right? If it is the case that they are both sins, why should one be illegal but not the other one?
Because one is murdering another human and one is telling your kid something to bring joy to them.
But they're both sins.
Okay, they're both sins, but they're completely different.
Okay, you can. What makes them different? That's relevant. Evie, thank you for the $6 or the $5. Thank you so much.
What is different is that you're murdering another human being, and the other is a lie or a fib to bring your child joy into their life.
Yeah, but what's the relevant difference? They're both sins. So you're as a
I'm
Christian,
agreeing that
why
it's
should one be illegal but the other one shouldn't be? Is that predicated off of your own worldview, or is that predicated off of your religion?
Well, it's definitely predicated off my own worldview. Anybody would know that.
So it's not based upon religion? So then why'd you bring up that you were a Christian?
Because I hold Christian values.
It's not a Christian value to allow for sins in some scenario, but make them illegal in the other one.
I don't think we're going to get anywhere on this because, again, you're telling
Barbara,
me
thank you for the 50 cents.
that Christian values are the same of telling your kid that Santa Claus is real, that is bringing them joy.
I'm saying they're
and
both
value.
sins, ma'am.
I understand, but you're trying to put them into the same level of things. And they're not. It's not the same level of things. You're talking about killing another human life and then talking about Santa Claus in the same sentence.
Yeah, ma'am, I don't understand why it's so confusing that if all sins are equal, that it is the case that clearly if you think that one should be illegal under your own worldview, the other one should be illegal as well. If they're both sins and sins are equal.
Well, I guess our worldviews look a little bit different.
Yeah, clearly.
So you would be okay with somebody murdering one of your loved ones or somebody that you cared about, and you would hold that at equal ground of somebody telling
Ma'am,
their-
I'm not Christian.
That's fine. I don't care what your religion is.
I
but
don't believe in any religion.
that's fine. But would you, if somebody you cared about was murdered,
Chelsea, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Chelsea. Thank you for the paper crane. I think
Would
that
you
person
say
should
that
be in
that
prison.
you think that the person should be in prison for telling their child about Santa Claus?
No, the person should be in prison for murdering someone, not for telling their kid Santa Claus exists.
But
Because
you're
I don't think that lies like that should lead to someone going to prison.
Why is it a lie? It's not lies.
It is a lie. It is a lie.
We have all sinned in the world. That is why Jesus went and died on the cross.
Ma'am,
for us.
I'm not Christian. I don't believe in your whole idea of sin. I think that's nonsense.
But do you believe in right versus wrong?
Yeah.
Okay, so you believe if I don't know if you have children,
I don't.
but okay, but if you did, would you tell your child about Santa Claus, or would you just tell him from the get-go that that was all?
Matthew, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I'm not saying it's bad to do that, ma'am. I'm not the one saying that. I'm saying according to your own worldview, they're both sins. I don't believe in sin, so you saying this is not relevant to what I'm saying at all.
Okay, but what you're saying to me is not relevant to what I believe.
How?
Because everybody sins. We all fall short. I'm not saying that at all. We all sin every single day. But comparing one sin, as in I'm telling my kid about Santa Claus, and somebody being murdered, are two completely different things. And whether that is something that you agree with or not, that is very much what I
I
believe.
understand they're different things, but they're not under your worldview given that they're both sins. So I'm asking you, why should one be illegal, but the other one should not be? If you're predicating whether or not it should be illegal off
Because you're
of whether or
taking
not, listen, based upon whether or not there is based on whether or not it's a sin.
Because you're taking somebody else's life.
Yeah, I get that, but that's like your own desire. That's not like the Bible.
I'm not coming at you off of a biblical point stance. I'm saying that I feel like you're trying to, again, twist things to where it better holds your morals and values. These are my morals and values, and this is how I feel about it. Yes, sin is a sin, but we sin every single day.
Yes,
And I know
thank you so much.
don't believe in sin, or I don't know what you believe in, but there is a huge difference between telling your kid about Santa Claus and then killing another
Yeah,
kid.
you just keep saying the same thing, and I told you again
I
what I
understand,
was
but
comparing in
are
this
you
scenario, and you
okay?
just like clearly don't understand what I'm saying.
No, but I feel like you don't understand what I'm saying.
Do you think IVF is wrong?
No, not at all. I went through IVF 3
But I
times.
understand that will kill babies though under your view. Because they're
What do you-
zygotes?
How would it kill babies?
Because they create multiple zygotes and they don't use all of them.
I've been through the process, and I have them still frozen, my multiples, and I actually donated them to a needing family last month.
Okay, so you donated every single one? None of them died?
Well, some of them didn't make it to a zygote phase, but all the ones that made it to a transferable phase, yes, I donated.
Okay, so none of the zygotes died, and you think no zygotes die under the under IVF?
I'm not saying that at all.
So if you know that zygotes do die, right, under IVF, then why would you advocate for it, right? If it is the case that, or why would you advocate for someone who's advocating for paying for that?
Because these people are actively seeking to have a child. I think that IVF is a wonderful thing. I think that that's the way that many families now have to grow their family.
I get it, and I have no issue with that as well. But if you think it's a person at conception and you're killing people in some views, right, and you're paying for that murder, well, then that's going to be considered wrong under your worldview, right?
Well, if you're talking about an embryo in a petri dish that hasn't even, there's so many steps that have to go from
A zygote.
Or zygote.
But it's still a person at that point, right?
No, I don't think so, because it has not been.
Okay, so at what point is it a person?
I think the moment that you have a pregnancy test, or that that you have the hormones in your body that are producing for another life.
Life begins at conception.
Yes, from the time
So
that
if life begins at conception, well, then IVF is paying for murder.
No, I don't agree. I think that the moment of conception is where a viable embryo implants into its mother's womb.
Yeah, so again, that's implantation. That's not, you're saying you value it at implantation, but it doesn't make sense to only value it at implantation, because it is the case that, again, it is literally a human life at conception under your view.
Yes, from the time, I mean, I've had multiple miscarriages. Those babies they have to have the mother to sustain them. And
same thing with with fetuses. A fetus prior to viability requires the mom in order to sustain itself.
I agree.
Okay, so if that's true, well, then it is the case that you think that they should be able to get access to an abortion prior to viability. David, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
No, because I don't think that it is right for the mother to be able to pick or choose. Like, okay, if you have a viable pregnancy, then if you're having an abortion, then you are killing another human being that has every chance of making it earthside, if you will, from the womb and becoming a human being.
Okay, you could say the same thing with an IVF.
again, I agree with you. I chose to donate my eggs to other families. I can't speak for everybody.
That's not always what happens, though.
I understand that, but I'm not everybody. I can only control my own actions. And what I've chosen to do is what holds my beliefs and my values.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you want to add or talk about? Thank you for the Panther Pause.
No, I'm good.
All right. I appreciate you coming up. All right, let's get on to the next person. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bottom, tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes. Let's get to the next individual real quick. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We have about an hour and 30 minutes left on the live, everyone. We're going to be here until 6:30 my time. Follow me here if you have not already, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes,
Oh, why so?
because he gave us $1,200.
Okay. So did you know that we got like similar amounts of that under the Biden-Harris administration? Thank you, the confetti.
No.
We got
And gas
1,400.
is too high, and ground beef is $20 a pack.
Scalar, we got 1,400. Also, what was your birth year?
I'm 30.
What's your birth year?
I'd have to count back.
Yeah, I bet you do. All right, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, all right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right. Only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. All right. It's not accepting this person. Let me try the next. Do give it 1 second, everyone. Do give it 1 second. Keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes, everyone. All right. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes,
Why so?
because I have increased my salary between 30 and 35% since 2019, and I feel more broke now than I did then.
Okay, so did you know that inflation happened globally? It's not uniquely an American issue. It happened in Europe, Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, everywhere around the world. So it didn't just specifically happen in the United States. So if that's true, well, then why do you blame it on the Biden-Harris administration?
Well, I see a lot of money going to non-Americans. I see
Federal dollars. How so? Like, you mean foreign aid? Okay, so do you like funding going to Israel?
I don't support any funding of wars, period.
Okay, so do you know what the Budapest Memorandum is?
No idea.
Okay, so we signed an agreement with Ukraine that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, we would defend them. So if we want countries like Iran and North Korea to sign nuclear peace agreements with the United States, we have to uphold our nuclear peace agreements with Ukraine.
Okay. I feel like this is veered already, like in a different direction.
What do you mean?
Like, I just think that Democrats in general spend money on just seems to be ridiculous things that we should be giving back to our people.
Okay, so can you give me an example?
I mean, if you just look at New York City, for example, it's...
Actually, let's just talk about this. Trump wants to extend the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. That's going to cost $3.9 trillion over 10 years. How are you going to afford that?
I have no idea.
No clue?
Honestly, no clue.
So is he just going to debt spend?
I'm sorry?
So is he just going to debt spend?
I mean,
thank you.
That would truly suck, honestly. But
so tax cuts for corporations and big businesses and rich people just to make it into debt, which is going to negatively impact the middle class?
I mean, you are obviously more versed in politics than I am, but I look at both candidates in both parties, and one of them seems to be just very fake teleprompter, just They laugh in your face when they're asked questions about their shady business. And why would you want to trust? Why would you want to trust those people? Why would you want to let those people in power? It doesn't make sense to me. And I know
So
both
you didn't
sides
give
have
me
their
actually
way.
anything of substance there. Why do I want people in power who laugh? Like I'm sorry, like that's not like something like legitimate.
No,
Why do you
would
want someone in office who's been held civilly liable of sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, has 34 felonies,
I
tried
just
to
said
overthrow the government, tried to restrict women's access to abortion, says he has
overthrow
sex
the
in common with
government.
his daughter, says he had a Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass, calls his daughter voluptuous, says he likes to walk into changing rooms of naked teenage girls, so he quote unquote owns the place, says he grabs women by the vagina, he doesn't even have to ask. In 1973, wouldn't rent to black people. Like why are you voting for that guy?
I would say not everything you said is factual.
Tell me
but,
one thing that was not factual.
I mean, from what I remember, because I was a Democrat before COVID hit, and I remember I would sit and watch CNN, and they would talk about Trump not renting to black people, as if Donald Trump himself was reviewing applications. Like he was a billionaire.
Did you read into it at all? Because I can tell you about it.
I didn't truly read
Okay.
it. I watched the media. I was watching CNN and what they were telling
That's fine.
me.
I'll tell you. So they actually sent test subjects there with the same qualifications, and they the white people, they would tell that there were openings. The black people, they'd tell there aren't openings. They would also mark the letter C on applications of non-white individuals so that they wouldn't rent to them. And what was this from? It was from the boss, which is Trump. Okay, that's why Trump himself. Because they went to ask the people why they wouldn't rent to black people, and they say it was orders from the boss. The boss is Trump.
Would this not be illegal?
It is illegal. That's why he was forced by the DOJ to put ads in the newspaper that he would rent to black people.
So he got sued for this?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Look up Trump housing discrimination lawsuit. Like there's a lot of evidence on this. It's not people didn't just make this up.
Yeah,
it's like actually vile what he did.
Like I said, I'm not saying either side is like this saint, but I view that from what I see, when you have Harris, Biden, basically all your big names on the left speaking, it just comes off very fake. And yeah. It just comes off
so
fake.
Trump's not fake when he lies about the election. Trump's not fake when he lies about having sex with Stormy Daniels. Trump's not fake. Go ahead.
I think he comes off genuine, at least. Like what you're getting when he's
like when he undermined the border bill, even though he said he cares about border security, or like when he said he cares about peace, and then right now he's urging Netanyahu not to accept the ceasefire because it would make Democrats look good.
Then maybe the Democrats need to have personable people at least, because like
personable. I think Trump is less personable. What do you mean by personable?
I get it. Like he's very abrasive, but I don't know. Like people on the other side, sometimes they speak like they're robots or something. Like I don't get it. Like it just doesn't work for me. I don't know.
Okay, so people on the other side act like they're robots. Kamala Harris acts like a robot. Is that what you're saying?
She just it seems fake. It comes across very
what
fake.
comes across as fake?
It's always some type of pandering to minorities, something. It's
like
always
Donald Trump saying, "Look at my African American over here. Look at my African American."
Yeah, I get what you're saying. It comes off very abrasive. I'm not saying that I agree. Like,
is that not pandering?
I think, yeah, it could be.
What about where he came out with like these shoes, and he's like, he was talking about black people. He's like, "Oh, they're really gonna like these ones."
Yeah, I don't think that's right. I don't agree with it. I'm not saying
that's pandering. Gucci, thank you so much. I appreciate the baby dragon. Thank you so much.
Like if Trump was able to be media trained, I think he would be a lot better than.
So he's not intelligent enough to get media trained?
No, I think he just doesn't care.
Okay.
But
so
anyway.
He doesn't care about winning, even though he's undermining a ceasefire to win, and he's undermining the border policy to win.
Of course, he cares about winning. I think he cares more about himself than.
So then, wouldn't he want a media train to win?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's too full of himself, but.
So he's just incompetent, and he can't, or he's too full of himself, and he's narcissistic, and he can't.
Yeah, I think he is narcissistic, but I view that as he's so full of himself, and he cares so much about his self-image. He's gonna really try not to do a bad job. That's how I'm looking at it. At least it's two bad options. I don't
Okay,
think
so
it's two.
how is Kamala Harris not as bad of an? I mean, the worst option.
How is she the worst option? I mean, look what happened last. Would she have like a 2% of the vote or whatever it was? She got was the first candidate out.
No,
She was not the first one out?
she dropped out prior to she wasn't the first one out, but she dropped out prior to the voting to literally join the Biden administration.
I didn't hear about that, but
that's what happened. She was polling 7 to 15%.
7 to 15%.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I don't know. When you look at it now, she was the butt of the jokes for 4 years. Where's Kamala Harris? Where's Kamala Harris? She doesn't.
She was talking to the media. Not only was she talking to the media, but she was going to the border. She was going to other countries to build up billions of dollars of funding for countries that they're less likely to come here in the first place in terms of immigration. She influenced to get passed the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act. She literally was the most influential vice president ever.
Did she not have like the worst approval rating of a vice president?
No.
Who did? I don't know. I heard she did multiple times.
Yeah, so I'd like any source that indicates that. Not only is her approval rating right now higher than Trump's, right, as president of the United States, but it is the case she did not have the lowest approval rating. Literally, name 3 vice presidents for me.
Well, like I said, you are way more versed in this. I just came across it live, and I just wanted to say that I increased my salary around 35% since 2019, and I feel broker than I did then. And yes,
I get it, but inflation happened globally. That has nothing to do with the Biden-Harris administration.
I don't think they're the people that are gonna fix this. You know, like you do truly have, like, you have two people. Both are somewhat unlikable, but one does go into meetings and get shit done. When he goes into a meeting, it seems like people listen to him, or at least he knows how to get something out of the deal, like
for himself,
for the United States.
Okay, can you give me an example?
I'm not gonna know the term, like the exact, like you'll understand what I'm talking about with spending money for NATO or whatever. The countries aren't putting up their fair share.
Can you name me one policy that Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
I'm not going to know that. I just told you I'm not well versed in.
So his tax policy, most of his tax policy went to people who are rich. So it seems like he's taking money from people who are poor, and he's given to people who are rich with his tax policy. Because with the extensions of the tax policy, he wants to replace it with 10% tariffs, which would cause an increase in the goods costs in our country. You know, tariffs cause inflation. So if you think that inflation is bad right now, it's going to become worse if Trump becomes in office, because he's going to advocate for tariffs. That shift the burden of taxes from people who make over $400,000 a year to the average person in America.
I don't think we could predict any of that stuff. I mean,
no, he said that he wants 10% tariffs on every good coming into the country.
I don't think you can
predict inflation.
The best economists in the world, they get it wrong.
No, economists can predict inflation with tariffs, because tariffs are like a tax on an import coming into the country. We know what the effect of tariffs are. Tariffs are a weapon of war as it relates to trade war. It's not like a revenue pulling machine.
I'm just saying that's one thing out of a presidency.
Thank you so much.
There's obviously more to it than just that.
Like what?
Economists get it wrong all the time. Like, okay, you're saying the tariffs.
Okay, so you just saying economists are getting it wrong? Can you give me one time where an economist got it? Can you give me one time where the economist got it wrong?
Well, don't economists are employed by economists are employed by.
Can you give me one time where economists got it wrong?
No, but economists are employed by these large banks, J.P. Morgan, all these banks. Right?
Economists are employed like mostly by the public sector.
Okay, but do you believe that the financial sector is not hiring people who are there to read?
Bro, thank you for the whale diving. Thank you so much. No, it's to analyze trends in the economy that are relevant towards us benefiting Americans.
Oh, but I'm saying, do you think that the financial sector doesn't have people on their payroll that are there to foresee the future of the economy.
Can you just give me a circumstance where they got something wrong?
I'm just saying they get it wrong. Nobody
Give me
is
one
gonna be
circumstance,
100%
Mike.
right.
Mike,
one's
give me
gonna be
one
100%
circumstance.
right. If they were always right, then you wouldn't have.
Mike, give me one circumstance. Cammy, thank you for the you're amazing.
I'm not going to be able to give you a circumstance.
So you don't know. You said they're wrong all the time, yet you know nothing about what they're wrong
they were
about.
wrong all the time. I said they. I'm not saying every like.
Chris, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it, Chris. Thank you so much.
Do they all have the same opinion? Every single one of them? Do they all have the same
No, I
opinion?
never said that, but like on
Oh,
the
so
most
then
of
some of them are wrong. They.
Mike, I want like an actual argument. I don't want this bullshit. It's actually fucking annoying. It's really frustrating because you're not trying to engage in a genuine conversation here. You're just saying dumb shit. Okay? If you're gonna dispute what economists say, I don't want to talk to you. You're dumb. Quite literally. I'm sorry. If you dispute what economists are saying at mass, you're dumb, and I don't want to talk to you. Okay? Delaney, I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I don't want to engage with such irrational notions. I'm not saying economists are always right. What I'm saying is that you say they're wrong all the time as a means to dispute what they're saying here, and you have no good reason to do that.
Yeah, but you can't take what I'm just saying. You can't take what they're saying as gospel.
I never said that. I said it's
That's
most
what I'm
likely to be accurate. Is it most likely to be accurate? Do you agree with me there?
Okay. For maybe that one section that you're talking about with tariffs.
Do you agree it's most likely to be accurate?
Oh, I don't think that they're stupid. No.
Okay, so if they're most likely to be accurate, why are you disputing them here?
Because you can't take everything they say as gospel, and you're taking.
I never said take it as gospel.
You're saying, oh, because of tariffs, they're predicting inflation, whatever. But that's only
wait. What is a tariff?
A tax on imports.
Yes, which means the price is going to go up. That's literally what a tariff is. I'm sorry, Mike. I have an economics degree. I've studied economics. I know what I'm talking about. A tariff is a tax on an import into the country. Not only does it decrease agricultural exports because countries also place tariffs on us, but it also leads to an increase in prices here. So we can absolutely predict inflation with tariffs. So like that's ridiculous. They were also predicting inflation prior to inflation occurring in 2021 and 2022 because of the pandemic.
Saying you can't just be picking because of the tariffs that just means that nothing else matters. It's gonna go up. You know what I'm saying? Like your
prices will go up. Mike, I promise you, prices will go up if there are tariffs. Appreciate the hand art. They will. I promise you. I'm not lying to you. I'm not doing anything for fucking anything. Yeah, prices will go up if there are tariffs. That is a objective fact.
I don't believe that you're lying to me, but I think there's more things at play than just...
What things? What things? Tell me, please. Like, tell me what variable I'm not taking into account.
There could be tons of things. Doing things, trying to do things here, trying to do more things here. There's a lot of
that's
shit.
That's still going to lead to an increase in pricing.
Yeah, because it's more expensive to...
Yeah, because if more people demand American goods become more expensive. Does that make sense? So not only would the imported goods become more expensive because of the taxes, but so would the American goods.
I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying there's always more at play.
I'd love to hear what variable I'm not taking into account that's relevant.
In terms of inflation, I think it's like you can't just pick one thing to base our economy off of. Like, okay, like goods could go up, but we could save tax dollars in other ways and use it to benefit us. Like,
yeah. So with the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, did we see prices decrease? No, we didn't. We didn't see the prices decrease. So if we're extending the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, we know what the effect is going to be. Did you know that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act added $1.9 trillion to the debt? Not only did it add $1.9 trillion to the debt, but it only added 0.04% to the annual economy's GDP, according to a liberal and a conservative economist from Harvard.
Mm-hmm.
Look up the 2017, the macroeconomic effect of the 2017 tax reform.
And at that time, wasn't the job market fantastic? Places were paying
not during COVID.
When did this go into play?
And you know there was lower unemployment under the Biden-Harris administration.
Lower unemployment.
Yeah, 3.4% in April 2023, which was lower than the 3.5% under Trump's administration.
That's good. I told you I don't know exactly on my numbers, but like I said, from the feel on the
TJ, thank you for the
street,
galaxy. Thank you so much, TJ.
the feel on the street is that it's not good. Like you could pump out like these numbers, but people in real life are like, this shit is fucked. So that's all I'm saying.
I live in real life too.
Like you could like say all these numbers and shit, but
I'm
if
not
people
just
don't
saying
feel
numbers.
it-
I'm telling you the facts. I'm
No,
sorry,
yes,
Mike, but like if your
I believe
response
you.
to me is that like I'm just gonna believe whatever I want because I feel like it, I'm gonna tell you you're just irrational. Just to
I'm
be totally
telling you
honest
that
with you, you're just acting irrationally. And
I'm
I
saying I
want
don't-
people to critically think. I want people to be rational. That's why I do these conversations, is because I want to inspire more critical thinking. This is a lack of critical thinking, and it ultimately fucking destroys our society. Conspiracy, right? Not using evidence to believe things, it keeps us divided and does not unify us because the only thing that can unify us is facts and evidence. That is literally the only thing.
I'm saying I don't believe you have lied about any number. I believe you understand these facts and what you're saying.
You're just saying it doesn't matter. You're just saying you don't care about the facts. Appreciate the
I'm
confetti.
saying the everyday person right now does not like. Do you believe that that our government would lie to us?
I want to make it better for the everyday person. The government can lie to us, but it's unlikely.
That's I don't know about that one. They lie to us a lot.
It's unlikely. So most of the data we get from the government is accurate. We can test this. You can look at the FBI data. You can look at I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. The data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, from the Federal Reserve. You can look at all of that. It is very likely. And it's actually hard for them to lie in this context as well because there are supercomputers in everyone's pocket.
So what was the inflation rate in the last average last 6 months?
Last 6 months?
Yeah, somewhat. Like
I think that last year annually was 2.9%. Appreciate the naughty chicken.
2.9%,
which was the same as what it was in 2018.
At the register, we're paying 25, 30, 40% more.
Because of the compound inflation. DJ, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much.
So basically, it's not good.
Yeah, inflation is really bad. Did you
Yeah.
hear what I already told you about inflation? Or do I need to explain it again? Because I agree. Bad things have happened. Now, what's Trump's solution? What is it? Appreciate the hand art. Thank you, John.
What's Trump's solution?
Yeah, what's Trump's solution? Do you even know?
Who knows?
Exactly. So I gave you things that the Biden-Harris administration is doing to fix it. What would Trump do to fix it?
I think a lot of people care more about what they feel in this country right now. And
yeah, I get it. Trump doesn't make it better. He makes it worse.
Living in New York and you have this horrible lifestyle, just like I have people where I live right now that are nervous because
DJ, thank you for the 5 subs. Thank you so much, DJ. Thank you.
Because there are migrants from all over the world flooding our city, and women are getting groped by people like that. We're just letting flow into this country. I think there's a lot more.
Sorry to break it to you, but undocumented immigrants commit crimes at a lower rate than natural-born U.S. citizens. So if you care about women getting assaulted, then don't vote for someone who literally was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman. That's ridiculous.
I don't think it's ridiculous. I don't think it's ridiculous not wanting people that are coming, which seems to be unchecked, which seems to be because of the rate. It's unbelievable.
We actually have lower levels of daily crossings right now than we did at the end of Trump's administration.
Yeah, I know it spiked right at the end of Trump's, but that's also, I believe, because we were going into a Biden administration that was clearly going to let.
No, it actually didn't spike. It was around stagnant numbers. It actually went down because of COVID.
COVID starting in 2020, it was down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
because of Title 42. Do you know what Title 42 is? It's something that they were able to put in place because of the emergency.
And I believe after November, when Biden won, it started spiking, right?
The boxing up. Thank you so much. Because we started allowing people, which was again a trend from a little bit before Trump's, like during Trump's administration, because of the removal of Title 42, because it was not pandemic time. So obviously, if you get rid of Title 42, that's gonna happen, right? That's literally, we saw a decrease because of Title 42, which is the only reason is because of COVID. So again, as it relates to this, we would have seen that same thing happen under Trump's administration.
You don't think it would have been handled any differently?
Well, I think that Trump wouldn't have been there to undermine the border bill, so it likely could have gotten passed. But he undermined the border bill because he didn't want Democrats to look good.
Yes, that's another problem with this country, is that they're not going to sign that until they're
No, it's because of Trump.
Both sides do that. Like, don't be ridiculous.
Respectfully, it was written by a Republican that was put in place by Trump.
Yes,
Not
and
only
they're
that,
not going to let it pass under a Biden administration.
so the other Republicans wanted to vote for it, right? Until Donald Trump said that he didn't want them to vote for it. So that puts political pressure on them to not support it.
Leader of their party. I mean, yeah, I understand that. But you have to agree that both sides do this type of political game.
Can you give me one time where Kamala Harris did this, or Biden?
I'm not going to be able to give you an example.
Can you give me one time where Democrats did this?
I'm not going to be able to give you an example. But
because I can give you another example of Republicans. Republicans also did this with the nomination of Supreme Court judges. They said that Obama couldn't nominate another Supreme Court judge, I think like 6 months before an election, because he was about to get reelected. So they were just going to wait for the reelection to do it. And then as it relates to Trump's administration, within the 6 months before him running for president, they let him put another person in.
Okay, but are you really going to act?
Thank you.
Are you really going to act like the Democrats are just saints and they never do these things?
Say that again?
Are you really going to act like the Democrats are all saints and they never do?
I never said that. I never said they're saints. But what I'm telling you is that you can't even give me a circumstance that this happened, and I can give you multiple circumstances where Trump did this.
Yeah, but I'm saying both sides do this type of game, and you just want to disagree and act like they don't. And you want to give examples, but you're like, oh yeah, you don't know, you can't give me an example, but I could give you examples of Republicans doing it.
Yeah, literally.
Just defending, like saying, acting as if they don't do this as well.
Again, I never said that they don't do this, but what I said is that they're not doing it in this circumstance, and you can't even mention a time where they did do it, where I can mention multiple times where they did this.
Well, I think like somewhat similar is throwing a bill and then just pumping it with a bunch of other shit that has nothing to do with the title of the bill. Like that happens.
Yeah, so they had a solo border bill that Trump undermined.
Yeah,
so that's Trump's excuse. That's not a good excuse because Trump undermined the border bill.
All I'm saying is that both sides do this type of
solo border bill.
Hey, finally, it's a solo thing. That's actually surprising. That is a one subject matter.
Yeah, so it was a solo border bill.
Yeah,
so.
but I think it's just as grimy for Democrats to write up a bill with a pretty name and then say, oh, Republicans denied this bill that was going to do this, blah, blah, blah.
No, it's not Republicans in general. It's Donald Trump. And this is not something that Democrats say. Donald Trump says, blame it on me if the border bill fails. This is not something that Democrats just say. Donald Trump quite literally did this, and people like Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell are calling it out. These are Republicans, longtime Republicans, lifetime Republicans that are calling out Donald Trump's behavior.
Yeah, and I'm just saying.
He says he cares about the border and then actively undermines policy that would have helped the situation at the border.
And the Democrats do the same thing by putting out a bill with a pretty name saying we're going to help these people, and then they.
This is not actually, Mike. I already told you the bill was written by Langford, a Republican that was put in the position they are because Trump supported them.
Okay, but you're denying the fact that the Democrats do the same thing in other ways, where they make up.
Okay. So does that mean you think it's okay to do that in this scenario? No, right? So if you disagree with doing that, well, then you disagree with Trump doing this, and you think that shows that Trump doesn't actually care about the border, right?
Okay, and I disagree with the Democrats on a lot of other things too. Like I'm not.
Okay, but what I'm telling you is it shows you that Trump doesn't actually care about what he says he cares about. He says he cares about the border and border security, but actively undermines policies to benefit him politically. XYZ, thank you for the $3 for Tylenol because I know your head hurts. Thank you so much.
and the Democrats do things that benefit them politically that destroys the country.
Okay, I'm not talking to this guy anymore. I can't do it anymore. We've gone over the same thing a million times. I can't do it anymore. Yeah, thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. I can't do it, chat. It's terrible. It's fucking horrendous. Yo, what's up? How old are you? We did that for like 20 minutes, dude. How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. By the way, everyone, you got about another hour or so left on the live. If you like the content, everyone, follow me here if you have not already, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up here, y'all. Let's get them up here. Keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes, everyone. All right, it's not accepting this person. Let me try the next individual. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. That is the best place to support me, everyone. Yo, thank you so much for the dinosaur. I appreciate it, Amber. Thank you so much. All right. Let's get this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
24, y'all.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Well, there's a lot of reasons, but first of all, I have a question for you, if that's okay.
What's up?
So one of the first things you always say is when you ask someone why they're supporting Trump is why you're supporting somebody who is liable for sexual assault.
Yeah, like, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Right.
I think of the cash app. Thank you so much for the $10.
Right, that's what you say. But my question is, were you going to vote for Biden?
I would vote for Biden over Trump, yes.
So during the 2020 election, when the Hunter Biden laptop was a big story, during the 2020 debate, Biden said, it's Russian disinformation that my son's laptop is not actually a real thing. Now the laptop has actually come out as a true thing, and it has photos of his minor niece on there posing in swimsuits and all other kinds of stuff.
Wait. No, wait. I never saw any information on that.
Okay.
Joanna, thank you for the $5. So I'd like to see a source for that specifically. Third of all, Hunter's not running. Second of all, again, if Biden said something wrong there, we can acknowledge that Biden said something wrong. Again, him saying something wrong is not the same thing as Donald Trump being held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman.
Okay, 32 years ago, that just now happens to come up when he's running for president.
So 1996 is not 32 years ago; it's 28 years ago.
So 30 years ago, when he's running for president in 2024.
So then if it's because he's running for president, how come we have therapist notes, medical records from 1996 that indicate that literally therapist notes that she was sexually assaulted by Donald J. Trump?
Okay, so I'm okay with responding to that, but I just want to go back to this. I can source you the link to the files on Hunter Biden's laptop that show there are photos of his young niece in a swimsuit.
Yeah, and I would condemn all of that. I never saw any information that indicated that, but I would absolutely condemn that. And that's not contradictory to anything that I've said in me condemning that. So now instead of misunderstand, that doesn't mean that that's not Joe Biden doing that. That's Hunter.
But he lied on the debate stage and
Hunter
said it was
wasn't
Russian
running.
disinformation.
You think he
lied.
knew? You think he knew about that? There's no indication that Joe Biden knew about that. So given his information, that was what he knew at the time. So he didn't lie. He didn't even intentfully say something incorrect. He literally just he thought it was disinformation, and he didn't have any good reason, and he didn't have any good reason to believe it. And he said something that we later found out was incorrect. Now, again, that's not Joe Biden. And secondly, answer my fucking question. Don't pivot. What did I ask you?
So you asked me about the case that was 28 years old, about him being found
if it was politically motivated, how come there were therapist notes from 1996 that indicate she was sexually assaulted by Donald J. Trump? How did she know that he was going to run for president decades before he ran for president?
Maybe we think it's politically motivated because the media has constantly lied about the man for 10 years almost at this point.
Jesus Christ, can you answer my question? I asked you a question. I responded to everything you said. Please respond to what I just said.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not too familiar with the case, okay, with it being 28 years old. I mean, if you see the woman, she names her cat Vagina, and she says she lives out in the house with a bunch of Muppets that she treats as actual real people in her house. This E. Jean Carroll lady is not a
You're
sane
a fucking
person.
disgusting human being. For using that to dispute the fact that she was sexually assaulted by Donald Trump, respond to what I said. Don't fucking run away from what I said again.
You're
respond to
getting
what I
mad.
just said.
You're getting mad
Yes,
because
because
of
you're
the Biden
fucking.
comment.
You're a grape apologist. You're a grape apologist. Of course, I'm gonna get mad at someone being an apologist for grape. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that she was assaulted, and I think that's a bad thing that she was assaulted. I'm calling out her abuser, and you're sitting there fucking saying it's totally okay, not acknowledging it. Fucking weirdo. You got removed for community guidelines. What a weirdo, dude. Fucking gross individual. Yeah, I'm gonna get fucking mad at you being an apologist for grape, dude. Jesus Christ. Find some fucking humanity, please. DMC, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Find some humanity. You dehumanize her just like Trump. Thank you for the rock star. Thank you so much. Bella, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Bella. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. Appreciate the Tom's hug. Thank you so much, Cammy. Angie, thank you so much for the galaxy. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the money gun. I appreciate it, Mercy. Thank you for the hugs to everyone. Thank you. The hat and mustache. I appreciate everyone. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, thank you for the hand arts. Thank you so much. What up? Jen, thank you for the subscription. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Yo, thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let's get this next individual up. Thank you for the massage. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the live pro. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Y'all are amazing. I appreciate everyone. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Everyone's the best place to support me. Kay, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Thank you for the panther pause. Yeah, how old are you?
Oh, 46.
Jason, thank you so much for the chasing the dream. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Would you vote for Trump? Are you voting for Trump?
Reluctantly, yes. I mean, I agree that Trump's been like a child and lashing out and shit, but you gotta admit he's the lesser of two evils.
No, he definitely isn't. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I'm sorry?
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman unanimously by a jury of 9 people? Okay, and so Donald Trump has been held civilly liable for sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll unanimously by a jury of 9 people when the decision in the jury did not have to be unanimous.
I understand that, and that's like a whole separate issue. I mean, have you not paid attention to Kamala Harris's first policies when she ran for president?
Kamala? Yes, I did. I actually was paying attention to the primaries at that time, and her beliefs have changed over time. Even if we were to take all of her beliefs back then, she's still a better candidate than Donald Trump is today. Corey, thank you so much for the $2. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Joanna, thank you for the $5. Adina, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Steph, I appreciate the $1. Lauren, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate that, Lauren. Thank you so much. Gabrielle, thank you so much for the $20.24 for unleashing the fury. I actually did. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Sandy, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Sandy in the comment section right now? Janelle, thank you for the $5. Thank you for the passion. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. DMC, thank you. Confetti. And Janae, thank you so much. I appreciate the $25 as well for defending women. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Tamia, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And Gia, thank you so much for the $10 on Cash App. Thank you so much. But you were saying, sorry?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the whole sexual assault thing, that's like a different issue. I mean, I'm more focused on today's events, like the economy, like the immigration crisis, like what Kamala Harris wants to keep sending money over to Ukraine and Russia when we can't even afford that.
Little crown.
I mean,
Okay, so we'll talk about that in a second. But so again, you said you wouldn't vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Donald Trump's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, so obviously you wouldn't vote for him, right?
well, it's either him or Kamala Harris. I mean, the guy.
No,
I
I understand. Kamala, by the way. Yeah, I understand. But like Donald Trump over Kamala Harris, if he were held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman, would you still vote for him?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay, he
Then I
was
would
held civilly
abstain from
liable for
voting
sexually assaulting a
because-
woman, therefore you're not voting for him, right? Angela, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
Yeah, but you're focusing on one thing, though. I mean, look at all this.
That's all I have to focus on. Like take it from the 2012 Republican nominee Mitt Romney. He said he draws a line at sexual assault, and he's not going to be voting for Donald Trump.
And that's respectable. And I totally agree with that. But at the same time, you're not going to hand the country over to someone who is going to like totally ruin the economy and crash the country.
How is she going to crash the country and
Well,
destroy
I
the
mean,
economy?
okay. I'll tell you what. Give me a second. Under the U.S. inflation, Republicans and Democrats have like both agreed that inflation is somewhat of a good thing for the country. I don't agree, but I'm not
Up to a particular like target point, like 2 to 3% inflation is what we consider good.
Well, okay, here we go. Check this
That's
out.
what
In
economists
2020, inflation was 1.2%. Okay, and then in
That was because of the
2021, it
pandemic.
jumped
That
to
was because of the
4.7%.
Wait,
Huh?
1.2% is because of the pandemic. If you look at like 2018 or 2019, it was 2.9%, the same it is now.
Well, in 2022, it jumped to 8.0%, and then it dropped down in 23% by 4%.
Did you know that happened globally too?
Yeah, I think it did. But the point is, it happened underneath Biden and Harris's administration.
Okay, so I also met my girlfriend under the Biden-Harris administration. She's amazing. We have a great relationship. Is that because of the Biden-Harris administration?
What? That you met your girlfriend?
Yeah.
How's that even relevant to like inflation?
Exactly. The point I'm saying is that just because it happens under the administration, thank you for the coffee, Heather. That does not mean it's caused by the administration. Right? That would be such a ridiculous reason for me to vote for Kamala Harris because I met my girlfriend.
I know. I'm just saying that under the current administration, this happened. It wasn't controlled. It wasn't.
Yeah, and under the current administration, I met my girlfriend.
Like I said, you can.
You see what I'm saying there? Like, so why do you attribute one to the Harris administration but not the other?
Say what now?
Why do you attribute one to the Harris administration but not the other? Sen, thank you so much for the $20 for the facts and defending women. Thank you so much, Sen. What's up?
I'm just going by what I'm reading.
Yeah, I get it. But like, you're also hearing me say this. So like, what's your point?
My point is, if you like are paying attention to like current events,
I am.
You be like really like evaluating what Kamala's stand for, though.
I did.
I mean, she dances around
Kamala, by the way.
like questions. She doesn't like.
Donald Trump didn't answer like anything at the debates. He didn't give us a child care policy. He didn't give us a climate. I mean, like a climate change policy.
The Kamala.
Relates to the environment. She did, right? She wants to expand access.
She didn't give specifications. She danced around.
Wait. They haven't had a debate with Kamala Harris in it yet, so she will be able to answer those.
Did you not see the CNN debate?
CNN interview. That wasn't a debate.
I mean, an interview. I'm sorry. Did you see the?
She didn't
CNN
dance around.
interview?
She answered direct questions. Sale, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you. Yes, she did.
You and I were watching two different like interviews then.
Well, she answered it directly. She gave like policies.
No, she actually like danced around it and like.
What did she dance around? Give me an example.
Okay, she danced around the point where she was asked about fracking.
She didn't. She said specifically she doesn't want to ban fracking.
She said Biden doesn't want to ban fracking.
She said she doesn't. She said that she doesn't have to be against fracking in order to be able to create a green economy. Danielle, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Danielle. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Let's get some W's for Danielle.
I mean, I lost my train of thought. But anyway, like I said, she wants to keep sending money over to Ukraine and like.
That's a good thing. Do you know what the Budapest Memorandum is?
I'm sorry, you said that's a good thing? Continue sending
absolutely.
money?
Do you know what the Budapest Memorandum is?
No, I don't, but I do know
signed an
one
agreement
thing.
with Ukraine that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them. So they gave up their nuclear weapons.
Have we done that? Have we honored that deal, though?
Yes.
No, we have not.
Yes, we have. We've sent them money to defend themselves.
Please. Defense, okay, I guess you and I have different like definitions of defense.
So we're defending them insofar as that it doesn't cause World War III. Cora, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
I don't understand why everyone's scared of World War III. But that's
because countries have nuclear weapons.
Everyone has like how many countries?
Shanoa, thank you for the subscription.
Like let's actually take a step back and see how
the
many
country that we're in reference
say,
here is Russia.
Huh?
The country we're in reference here is Russia, and they have the largest arsenal of nuclear weapons.
But we're the only country that actually use nuclear weapons.
So that doesn't mean that they can't possibly be used, especially if we're in a World War III type event. Adina, thank you so much for the 3-month subscription.
Plus, you forget one key thing. Like Russia economy collapsed. They're not even a full.
They're not collapsed. Yet. Sen, thank you for the subscription. Leslie, thank you for that mustache.
Back in 1990, their economy collapsed. Took them 10 years just to get back on.
1992, right? Or 1991. So yeah, I agree that their economy collapsed then. That's different than now. I'm not talking. That's not now.
It's not as strong as it once was.
30 years ago.
a superpower as it once was in 1990, 1980.
I'm pretty sure they've experienced real median income growth.
Not by much, and their military is not much better. Have you seen how
Okay,
the
but
fighting
wait,
is
so
going?
are you just saying that like, oh, there's going to be no risk at all?
Oh, there's always risk in war.
Okay, so what the fuck are we saying?
The saying is that everyone's scared of Russia, and they shouldn't be. Russia's not up to what they were.
Russia
in
invaded
military strength
Georgia,
and
Russia
willpower.
annexed Crimea, Russia invaded Ukraine. They're obviously expanding.
No, because they got pushed out of Ukraine. But
Halo, thank you for
we're
the
getting off the
subscription.
main topic.
Now they're getting pushed out, but that's because of U.S. support. Blue, thank you for the subscription.
U.S.
Thank you so
support.
much.
We have a $36 trillion deficit. How long do you think we can keep
Debt
this up
overall,
before we
that deficit is year by year. And did you know that Trump added more to the debt than the Biden-Harris administration?
I do know that.
So then why are you blaming the Biden-Harris administration for something that was caused to a worse degree
No,
under
I'm
Trump?
saying Harris wants to continue giving financial support to Ukraine when we can't afford it.
Yes, we can. We reallocated that money from our military budget. We can absolutely afford that. Adam, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much.
So you want to weaken our military?
That's totally fine. Yeah, we have the largest military in the world by like the next compared to the next 10 nations combined. Ryan, thank you for the subscription.
Have you not been paying attention that recruitment is down?
So that's not funding. That's funding is up. If you say recruitment
Funding is up, yeah, because we need to keep our military strong. As soon as we weaken our military, we will be attacked.
No, we're not.
I mean, look at like
I promise you.
Look at Timothy McVeigh
Isaac,
bombers.
I'm not even going to take that seriously. If we're not going to be attacked because of appreciate the hand art because of geographical.
You don't think American will ever
Isaac,
be attacked?
listen, or I will mute you. Because of geographical reasons, it is the case that we are not going to be attacked because of our Navy, because of our Air Force, right? That's not going to happen. If we cut our military budget in half, we'd still have the biggest military in the world by over $100 billion a year. $1 trillion over a decade. Thank you for the gem gun. Thank you so much. No one's going to start a war with us. That's such a ridiculous statement.
You think it is, but I'm
Appreciate
telling
the gem
you.
gun. Thank you, Heather.
I mean, they started a war in 1942. I mean, have you forgotten your history?
42. It was 1939, genius. And if
No,
you, and
it was
if you're bringing
42. They bombed Pearl Harbor.
41, December 7th,
41 was it
1941.
41? I apologize.
Yeah. So again, that's World War II, right? And again, what you're saying is that the conditions that are happening right now aren't as bad as World War II. That's why we don't have to worry about Russia.
No.
So
I
you're
wasn't
literally
saying
double
that.
speaking.
No, you misunderstood what I'm saying. I'm saying that Russia is not a military world power.
Martin, thank you for the
as it
subscription.
once was.
So who's going to attack us?
China can attack.
China has extended that they have no,
China
China has extended they have no interest in fighting the United States in a war. Martin, thank you for the subscription.
North Korea fired a missile at us. Well, tried to anyway.
So that's not going to change with Trump or Biden in office.
Say what now?
That's not going to change with Trump or Biden in office. And you think North Korea is going to compare to our military? Get a grip.
No, I'm not saying it does. I'm just saying we can be attacked. It's not impossible.
Okay,
it's improbable, yeah, but it's not impossible.
So we're not going to be like invaded. We're going to be fine.
Well, I mean that's like,
And if that does happen, we can then spend the money then. We don't need to spend literally $850 billion a year. That's such a ridiculous amount. That's $8.5 trillion over a decade. I don't think you realize how much money that is.
But did you I also hear that Trump was like going to like spend like 20 billion, like match everyone else's support, financial
20
support?
billion?
NATO. How
20 billion
NATO
on what?
countries were like sending little money and we're like doing 70% more than everybody else. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for the superpower. Thank you so much, Heather. Jai, thank you for the subscription. Reese, thank you for the subscription. Yeah, so I don't know what your point is at this point. What's your reason? What's your point?
My point is we're in debt. We're supposed to be the richest country in the world and we're in debt and we're still like shelling out money. Another thing I wanted to bring up was immigrants. I mean, I'm all for helping people, but no one actually stopped and discussed like where we want to put them all. I mean, New York is an island and it's drowning in immigrants. Look at Chicago. Chicago has like 69% unemployment rate. Where are we going to put these people? How are we going to help them?
No, it does not have a 69% unemployment rate.
It's not?
Isaac, where the fuck did you get that from?
Hold on.
Seriously, you just whipped that right out of your ass.
62. I'm sorry, 6.4%. My bad. My bad. I read the number wrong. It is on. I got this from AI overview.
Oh God.
As of July 2024, the unemployment rate in Chicago was 6.2%. This tied with
That's
Las
not
Vegas for the highest
60%.
unemployment
Mel,
rate
thank you for
in the
subscription.
50 largest metropolitan areas in the United States.
It's like so fucking annoying. Okay, so listen. I want you to listen. There being that high of an unemployment rate in Chicago, that's not because of immigration, right? Immigration, right, actually leads to a greater amount of jobs being created long term in the economy because it grows our economy. Thank you for the money gun. Thank you so much. The CBO indicated that it's going to grow the economy by 7 trillion by 2034 and 1 trillion in federal revenues. Okay, so immigration benefits our economy. It doesn't take away from it. Next, as it relates to this, again, you're just being lied to as it relates to Donald Trump. Okay, the inflation that we saw, not related to not related to the Biden-Harris administration, happened globally. The level of immigration that we're seeing, the Biden-Harris administration tried to get past a border bill. Bro, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Now, the Trump specifically got people in Congress to not vote for the border bill, and it was literally written by Langford, a Republican that was supported by Donald Trump.
No, I wasn't saying that. I wasn't saying immigration is the cause. I'm saying at the current moment, we don't have the resources or the room to like put these people.
Appreciate the ICU. So actually, we do. Again, the Congressional Budget Office, a nonpartisan committee, indicated we do. Right? It's all the short-term costs associated with our economy are in terms of immigration are heavily outweighed by the long-term benefits. Not only that, but it is the case that this idea that immigration is overflowing us right now is ridiculous.
Is it?
Bridget, thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you so much. I appreciate the 5 subs. We actually have lower border crossing numbers right now on 7-day averages for daily crossings than we did under the Trump administration at the very end of his presidency.
Yeah, I agree. I saw it. It dropped by 29%, I think it was.
Ashton, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. It dropped by 50%. But like the point I'm making is that, again, if you say there's a border crisis right now, then there was a border crisis at the end of Trump's administration, and Trump didn't fix the border crisis. So why didn't Trump fix the border crisis? Abby, thank you for the subscription.
From what I understood and what I heard, he got stopped. He got, denied. That's what I heard.
What did he get denied on?
He got denied on like his proposals and his deals. So he didn't really get a chance to.
Nope.
That's what I heard. But that's not what I was
wonder where that
talking
came
about.
from
That's
because
not
I can tell you what border policies that he undermined as it relates to the border bills.
Okay.
Okay, so like I can literally show you the Secure the Border Act 2023. Look that up. Hasmir, thank you so much for the subscription.
All right, give me a second.
Everyone, in the meantime, do tap that screen. Let's try to get to 2 million likes. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now. If you want to support me up, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Alex, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. All right. Flo, thank you for the subscription. Evany, thank you for the subscription.
All right. Congress.gov. Blah, blah. The bill makes various changes to immigration law, including by imposing limits on asylum eligibility and requiring employers.
Here, actually, look up this. Look up Trump. Blame it on me if border bill fails.
Look up what? Trump? What?
Blame it on me if border bill fails. Look that up. Nancy, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 47.
Are you voting for Trump?
Sorry, I've had a couple tonight. Sorry.
Are you voting for Trump?
Oh no! Sorry,
You're
Paris
good, don't worry.
only.
Hey, W Nancy. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Jordan, thank you for the subscription. Matthew, thank you for the subscription as well. Thank you. All right. Okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Are you seeing it yet?
Okay, Trump appears to boast about working to sink border bill. Speaking at campaign rally in Nevada.
Yo, what's up? How old are you, Brady?
23.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Why so? That's the thing, this subscription.
Before we get started, I want to say one thing. On that last dude you was talking to, you said that we do have like enough place or room for immigrants, and I feel like we do not at all.
What tells you that?
Because have you watched New York, Chicago, Colorado, Washington? I mean, they're full to the max, and they're like running out of room. They're like giving people 30 days to like find something, and they put them on the street.
So again, right? I've given you like a source that indicates in terms of the economy, immigration is beneficial. Could there be better ways for us to incentivize people to go towards other places in the United States? Yeah, but we absolutely have the economic resources to do this.
Like I said, I don't agree. Because like,
You
if
can
we
say you
were
don't
at a
agree, but I'm
deficit,
giving you an actual source and facts. A Congressional Budget Office, which is a nonpartisan committee from the federal government.
No, I see what you're saying. Like, I believe we could get it done, but as of now, like right this
it's
second,
bad timing as of now.
Well,
like,
another thing with that, Seidman, thank you so much for the subscription, is that Trump is trying to undermine the border bill. So, I mean, that doesn't really help you there, does it? Jason, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Sherry, thank you for the subscription. Does that make sense? Like, appreciate the boxing up. Thank you so much. If you want to do something about border security, well, then why would you advocate for Trump, who undermined the border bill? That just doesn't seem to make much sense to me.
Because Kamala Harris was in charge of the border and she did nothing.
So,
I mean, what did she actually do?
What do you
at
mean
the
she was?
border?
What do you mean she was in charge of the border?
Biden said she was in charge of the border. She was a czar of the border.
So no, she was
Biden
not the
actually
czar
said
of
that.
the border. There's no border czar. Secondly, as it relates to this, it is the case that her only constitutional or statutory authority over the border was that she was going to go to countries around the world and get private investment to be able to like make it these conditions of the countries there better, insofar as that there wouldn't have been like insofar as that there wouldn't be as much of a reason for them to come to the country. Given that that's true, right? They're clearly advocating for she got multiple billions of dollars for that funding, which specifically decreased the likelihood of people coming here.
But yet it didn't.
It did. I just give you things to indicate that.
Well, I've been watching news reports saying that over 150,000 been coming here monthly.
So again, not right now. Right now, it is the case that we have lower border crossings right now than any point in America under Trump's administration. Or
Well,
not
we
any point
had
under
to,
Trump's
because, like,
administration. We have less at the end of Trump's administration. My bad.
Well, we had to because we were running out of room. We literally have no room. New York is swamped. Chicago is
Yo,
swamped.
Jay, thank you for the subscription.
Aurora,
You can say
Colorado,
that.
I mean,
You can say that, but again, Sassy, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Again,
have you not
it's
been
better
paying
off
attention to-
right now. Right now, again, you can say that, but it's better off because of it would be better off because of the border bill.
I mean, I agree with like more people that come in and get on the tax table. I agree. It helps with taxes. But at the same time, it's taking too long. And at current, we haven't taken care of our own problems. You know, I would love to
Thank you,
help
this one. And again, if you want to deal with problems here, then let's cut the military budget in half and let's use that on like the country.
Okay, why not? Why stop there? Why not cut NASA's budget?
NASA actually is effective, and NASA doesn't have a large budget. Actually,
NASA
I'm pretty sure for every dollar we give NASA, they multiple times our money in technology long term. So, like, if anything, we should put more money into NASA so that we can like make money.
What do you mean
for
make
the hand art.
money?
Thank you so much. Like, I think that we should be engaging investments so that we can then use the money from the investments to take care of people.
I got another
I see
question.
what you're saying. But at the same time, I mean, have you not been paying attention to what's going on in Aurora, Colorado right now?
I have, but there's no evidence indicating it's Venezuelan gangs.
Even though like everyone is saying it's Venezuela, even the owner of the apartment said they're Venezuelan.
Okay, so again, I have yet to see any evidence. If you'd like to show me that evidence, I'd love to see it because I have yet to see any evidence.
Okay, give me a second.
All right, while he's doing that, I want to ask you another question, Parker.
Okay.
So why Kamala's like not in office, but the Democrats are in office now, and they all agree with the same things mostly. So why isn't like she could be getting stuff done now?
They did get stuff done.
Is a failure. John Castor.
I mean, I'm not saying that she didn't get things
They
done,
influenced to
but
get past the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, right? That's things that she got done. Right now, they're waiting on Congress for stuff. So she can do more things as president if Congress changes insofar as that she can then do more stuff.
Otherwise, right, it's just that we would have her to get federal judges in place. We have her to appoint people to the Supreme Court. We have her for signing in laws if they come to her desk or vetoing in bad laws, right? Like that's what we'd want a president for in that context.
I got you. I got one more question, then I'm gonna let him go and ask his stuff. Do you honestly think that if they would have left Biden in,
Katie,
he would have won?
No.
All right. I mean,
that's why I advocated
props
for him
for
to
being
drop.
honest.
That's why
Props
I
for being
advocated for
honest.
him to drop down before he dropped down because I knew he had no shot of winning.
Cause see, like Harry, he was all the way in. Like he was on the Piers Morgan show.
Yeah, I disagree with Harry on this.
I got you. Well, props for being honest.
Yeah.
All right, Isaac, you go on.
Cool. I'm sorry I'm like wasting some of your time because I'm not fully prepared. But
Austin, think of the
New
dollar.
York,
Ash, think of the subscription.
New York Post says armed crew Florence guns inside Colorado apartment building overrun by Venezuelan gang.
Yeah, that was completely look up that and then put fact check right after that. I'm serious.
Do what? I'm sorry, you cut out.
Look up that title and put fact check right after that.
All right.
Okay, so there are Venezuelans, but there's no like Venezuelan gangs that are taking over things.
Hey, can you take me off? I don't know how to leave.
I got you. All right. By the way, everyone, if you're MAGA type, what's it called? Join the guest box. We're adding people up. If you want to join the sub only chat, make sure to do so. It's one of the best ways to support me is by subbing. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 2.5 million likes. Also, everyone, if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio.
All right, it says on CBS News, Venezuelan gang activity confirmed by Aurora officials after release of Colorado women's move. Stupid.
Look up fact check right after that. Yo,
Yeah, that's what I did. I did.
Yo, Richard, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate it, Richard. Thank you so much.
Stupid banner. I hate this.
All right.
But yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying because I also had thought about it. Like the more people that pay taxes, like get registered and pay taxes, our GDP goes up, which is one thing that hasn't happened in over 75 years, actually ever.
Actually, that's kind of what I told you about, Pete. Thank you for the subscription. I said that immigration led to our economy is going to lead to our economy by 2034 increasing by 7 trillion and federal revenues increasing by 1 trillion, which allows us to deal with things like paying for Medicare, Social Security, right, and dealing with our debt.
Oh yeah, I mean, I totally agree with that. I'm not trying to say keep immigrants out. I mean, that's what our country was based on. Was founded on was to help people who were like struggling, being persecuted, being attacked, whatever. We were supposed to be a safe haven for people, for other people to come here, start over, and get a better life. I'm all for that. It's just at the moment, no one talked about it. The plan was not really discussed, really like looked into. Like, okay, when they come, where are we going to put them at? When they come, how long can we house them? Because the political process or the housing process or the job process takes too long. It's not conducive right now. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying stop it. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm just saying.
What are you saying to do then?
I'm sorry?
What are you saying to do then? Because you're being very unclear with what you want to happen.
What I want is to be basically our deficit gone and our debt gone. We want to be in a better financial situation.
Immigration helps with that. So I'm asking, what do you want to do with immigration?
Right now, slow it down. Talk to Mexico.
That's what the border bill does.
Well, okay. Let me like further like expand on that. Like talk to Mexico and be like, okay, during the wintertime, you don't want to be in New York or Chicago. You don't, or Washington for that fact, or Colorado, because I mean winter's brutal in those three states alone, basically be like,
I think the subscription
help with the humanitarian effort. This shouldn't be just an American problem. Canada's trying to help a little bit, but if we actually sat down with Canada and Mexico and be like, okay, this is where we are. This is what we can do. How can you help? Can you help build houses on?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but like we've done this.
You're
acting like we have no diplomacy. You're acting like we have no diplomacy with Mexico.
Actually, I admit
User
Trump
15,
kind of
thank you for
ruined
the
that.
subscription.
I mean, Trump kind of did ruin that, talking about how they're going to pay for a wall and all this bullshit. I mean, he's talked bad about Mexico, so I don't think we really have good standings with Mexico.
No, with Trump. So how are we going to do that with Trump?
Like I said, I haven't heard what Kamala's policy are about, immigration. I can't really answer like how Kamala would be.
She wants the border bill, which was a Republican-backed border bill, and it's backed by the Border Patrol. And quite literally, Trump would be in support of it if the Democrats weren't in office.
That is true. I mean, Democrats are currently in control of the Senate.
No, I mean the presidency. I mean the presidency.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, the Democrats controlled.
No, if the Senate and the House were the exact same, but the difference was that Democrats weren't in office, this would have passed. This bill would have passed. Because Trump wouldn't have undermined it.
I see your point. Yeah, he did. I guess he did, because I looked that up and he did shoot it down.
Pam, thank you for the subscription.
But like I said, I mean, more planning, more executing, more diplomacy needs to be put in place before we actually open the border.
None. Thank you for the subscription. So we didn't open the border, and I'm not advocating for an open border. What I'm just saying is that we can make the system go faster. The border bill is meant to do that. Trump undermined the border bill. He doesn't care about the border. He doesn't care about border security, but he says he does. Like, I just don't understand how we can just say, like, oh, this is his claimed biggest issue, right? Yet it is the case that he undermined the border bill. And then, like, people are like, oh, yeah, I'm still going to support him. Like, that's not, like, the most disingenuous thing ever.
I mean, I've yet to hear Kamala's thing about the border.
Kamala? Okay. All right. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about?
Is it Kamala or Kamala?
It's Kamala.
Kamala. I apologize.
You're good. Well, is there anything else you want to add or talk about?
No, I just wanted to, like, just bring those points up that, I'm supportive of, like, a policy that actually helps people and, like, gets us out of debt. I mean, we're supposed to be the richest country on the planet, but yet I never met a rich person in debt before, so.
Lots of rich people are in debt, but yeah, I appreciate you coming up.
Cool, have a good one.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Sometimes these lives, they really test my patience, chat. They really test my patience. Yeah. Are you gonna hear her scream at me again? Hello?
Hello?
Oh, well, too bad. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yeah, the patience of a saint, Parker. I'm trying. Like, I really am trying. Like, sometimes I'm getting the tingly sensation on the inside of, like, I need to, like, let my wings out. You know what I mean? I don't know how to explain it. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Like, it's actually kind of hard right now. I'm trying to calm myself down right now. I'm not gonna lie. It's rough. I don't know. Today it's, for some reason, I don't know what it is. I got like that one thing where I just want to like yell into my pillow real quick. I might do that here in a second. Yo, Kimberly, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Low key, I need to go fucking scream into the pillow. Jeez. Yeah, thank you for the head and mustache. Appreciate it, extreme. You will feel better. I bet I will, actually. I'm not trolling. I low-key do need that. Thank you for the hand heart. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay, we're trying, everyone. Emmy, thank you for the subscription. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really love what I do, y'all, like, so much, but sometimes some of the people on here are just, like, really hard to deal with. Samantha, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. and it's really hard to add people up right now. It's because of this following glitch on this account, chat. I'm like actually getting frustrated with the following glitch because like half the people I try to add don't get added because it's like glitched. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
I am 33.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am. I'm sorry I couldn't hear you over the music.
You're good. Don't worry. Why are you voting for Trump? And Christia, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Christia. And Guari, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you.
So I don't know. I just kind of feel like I don't really want to vote for Kamala Harris. I feel like she's a liar about a lot of things.
Description. Okay. You say that she's a liar. What makes you think that?
Well, for instance, I recall, and you can easily look it up today, that there is a live video that was recorded in a town hall meeting in 2019 or 20. But you can clearly see her, and she's basically stating how she is so against fracking, and she would never do it. And then just recently, she had an interview with CNN, and CNN basically quoted what she said at that town hall meeting back in the day in 2019, and she denied, quote, she's like, I am not against fracking, I'm for fracking, I never once said that. And then
No, that's not what she said at all. No. So she didn't lie about this. She has a new position now. She said that my values haven't changed, that in order to be able to reach a green economy, I do not have to ban fracking. So she would not be in support of banning fracking. She never denied that she said it. She explained that her values haven't changed, but she has changed her approach. And again, that's totally legitimate. Have you seen what J.D. Vance said when Trump was running originally?
What?
J.D. Vance said that Trump might be America's Hitler. Steve, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
But then why didn't she, this is what makes me a little confused then, I guess. I don't know if I misunderstood, but the lady, what was her name? Something Bash or something like that. She asked like Kamala Harris like multiple times. She's like, so what made you change your mind on fracking? And she said, my mind has never changed on fracking. I've always been for fracking.
She never said that. She said that her values didn't change, that her approach has.
I didn't hear her say that in that interview. I'm sorry.
You can watch the interview.
Just
go to the interview and watch it. Like I promise you, I watched this part because people bring this up on my live. I get it. Like her views changed as it relates to the practicalities of applying it. The same thing's true for me. Like I used to be a communist in the past. Thank you for the Panther Paws. Thank you. I'm not a communist now, right? And I don't think that I'm lying because I have a difference in opinion of how to practically get about my values. Because my values haven't changed. What I cared about back then is still what I care about right now. I want the best economy possible for the people. I want what benefits the people the most. What's changed is what I practically see is the way to get to that point of a better economy for the people. And also, Trump's a pathological liar.
I don't know. I've always seen him be pretty blunt over the years, but how is he a pathological liar?
He said that he didn't have sex with Stormy Daniels. That
I would love
didn't
that.
go
I'm
up
sorry.
in a criminal court. He said that he didn't sexually abuse Eugene Carroll because she's quote unquote not his type, but then in a deposition mistook her with his ex-wife. He said that he won the election in 2020. Right? There's no sufficient evidence indicating that.
Okay. Well, I understand if you want to bring up like, I'm sorry, it's a touchy subject for me because I was sexually assaulted in high school. And I'm going to tell you that I don't believe in the charges personally. I know I don't have no facts or sources by any means, but it did not take me that long to try to press charges on the person who sexually assaulted me.
Crush,
I'm going to be completely honest that I did not. Which one are you talking about?
Do you know the person who was sexually abused by Eugene Carroll? I mean, Donald Trump.
No, it's okay. Sorry, that was funny.
I kind of gave it to you. So yeah, her name's Eugene Carroll. That was an accident.
Okay, well,
No, that's okay.
That was a
Listen,
bit
I'm
brutal.
just saying.
So did you know her name prior?
Yes, I've heard of it.
Okay. But like, would you have been able to say it if I didn't
So,
say it?
honestly, if I got it wrong, if I had time, I probably would remember. But no,
You are lagging a lot right now. It's really hard to hear what you're
To
saying.
be honest, sorry. Ooh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, Moonchild, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. It's really hard to hear you because you're lagging
Hold on,
very badly. Do give it a second, everyone. Do tap that screen.
Can you hear me now?
2.53 million likes. Yeah, it sounds a lot better now.
Okay, sorry, I went and decided to connect to my Wi-Fi, so it's better. But
You're good. Don't worry.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I just feel like that whole thing is just a little weird to me because like this is okay. I have like a question. I don't know. I just feel like they took so long to press charges, knowing he was like
can I actually address this? So the reason why it takes long for a lot of victims is because they don't want the effect on their career, the effect of what their family is going to hear. She didn't want her family to know about this because she didn't want to be stigmatized. She didn't want them to think less of her. And it is the case that she didn't come out because she didn't want the media firestorm. She didn't want to lose her job, which actually, when she did come out with the story originally, she lost her job.
Is this okay? And I apologize if I'm incorrect about this and feel free to correct me, but is this the same woman that accepted, so said hush money?
No, that's Stormy Daniels.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
The hush money was because they consensually engaged in intercourse. So like Stormy Daniels and Donald Trump did consensually engage in intercourse, right? Donald Trump actually denies that. He literally says that they didn't have sex. Okay? But that was determined true in a criminal court because it was the basis of the hush money payments. So why did he give hush money payments to her if they never had sex?
But here's the thing with that. I thought he didn't actually sign it. I thought like one of his...
He did sign the checks.
It wasn't like a stamp from his lawyer?
He signed a check.
Oh.
He signed the check.
Well, then I would have been misinformed on that subject by any means. But, yeah, no, I heard that he didn't actually physically sign it. It was actually a lawyer or someone else used his signature, like, what are those stupid rubber ideal stamps, you know? Because he's a businessman. His managers and all these people have copies of that. You know what I mean? And I believed it because, I mean, that makes sense. I work at a place that produces and prints those all the time for all sorts of people, whether it's their address or like their personal signature or whatever the case may be, you know? But I did not know that he signed it because like from what I read on a different article, it was stating that he never actually signed it. It was stamped on by one of his associates. I thought it was like a lawyer or something like that.
No. It was him signing.
Oh, well, I did not know that. And where can I find this source so I can be more informed, I guess?
Yeah. Look up, go to the criminal case. Look up the Trump 34 felony convictions.
Okay.
Right, and then just click on the court documents, and you'll see it.
Okay. And then was Stormy Daniels, she wasn't who was the lady that wrote the book about Trump assaulting her?
That was E. Jean Carroll. Appreciate that mustache. Appreciate thinking likes. Thank you. Yeah. So because Trump said that she was a liar, she decided to take him to court for defamation. And in order to prove defamation, she had to prove sexual abuse, which she did. And actually, like every single time Trump talks about it, he keeps getting defamation charges. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Because he said that he didn't grape her, right? That gave him a defamation charge.
Right. Okay, well, I don't know. I just think it's weird that they waited so. I mean, he's like a billionaire before even becoming president, and I just think it's weird that they decide, oh, he's running for president. I'm gonna take him to court over this now after all these years. Me, like I said, being someone who was sexually offended.
Actually, there was a change in statute of limitations that allowed for them to try it in civil courts. The same thing happened for multiple thousands of other victims in New York at that time. There was a change in law that allowed for them to try their abusers in a civil court. Percy Supar, thank you, which was mainly because of victims of the Catholic Church that have been impacted by this and have lobbied for these laws to change. And there were like 2,500 people plus that specifically held their abusables accountable.
right? Due to this change in civil courts, but they weren't able to hold them criminally responsible because of statute of limitations law. So again, the reason why it takes so long is because victims take this long or don't come out in most circumstances. I understand that as a victim in your circumstance, Maria, thank you for the subscription. You came out earlier on. I get that, but I don't think it disputes a victim's story because they didn't come out right away. And actually, I think it's what we'd actually expect given a victim, because most victims do respond that way, right? Most victims don't come out right away, like the way that you have. Austin, thank you so much for the Leon. Thank you so much.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Thank you for the Leon.
So what you're saying is like the group of people that I went and talked to try to get over what I was traumatized by, and like all of my therapy sessions and things that I went through over the years, which mind you, 20, 30 years later, I feel is like she's already got some closure at this point.
Thank you so much.
You know,
Actually, can I give you something real quick?
Yeah.
So she actually went and told her therapist and her friends at the time. Her friends corroborated this, told the court that she said that it was Donald Trump that abused her. And we even have therapist notes, medical records from 1986, where she told her therapist that she was sexually assaulted by Donald J. Trump. So this isn't something she made up randomly. This is something that's been recorded by medical records, right? And that's what was submitted as evidence in the case. So you're wondering, why didn't she come out about this? She did come out about this. She just didn't go towards the law. Maria, thank you for the subscription, and thank you for the happy weekend. Thank you, Austin.
I'm just saying he was a billionaire before he was president, and it's weird. Like all of a sudden he's running for president, and then it comes out. I just find it.
Wait, but if it was politically motivated, how come there are therapist notes from 1996?
Well, I mean, a therapist. I guess that is technically medical records and stuff, and it's not he said, she said. But like, was there, when you said medical notes, was there like I had to go to the hospital and I got a test done on me? You know what I mean? Was there any medical stuff for that or no?
The medical records were therapist notes.
No. I'm talking about from like
are you asking like a grape kit or like they went to...
Yes.
No, there wasn't something like that.
Okay. Well, no, I was just wondering what you meant by medical, so I wanted to clarify.
Yeah, I mean like the therapist notes.
Okay.
Right, that are documented and submitted to the state.
Okay. No, I get you. Okay, perfect. No, that's fine. And that's still medical, 100%. I just wanted to I wanted to be on the same page as you. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. Don't worry. So like, given that you hear that now, doesn't that corroborate the story more? And also hearing that Donald Trump said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type, but then in a deposition mistaking her with his ex-wife. Appreciate that hand mustache. Appreciate the money, guy.
I mean, it does make me feel a little different, but at the same time, I'm going to agree to disagree on that personally, and that's just solely because, like, I think it's the irony of when it's being released and she's pressing the charges is just, I don't know, it's a little crazy to me, in my opinion, you know?
For sure. Yeah, Amber, go for it. Yeah, go for it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Try that, mute and unmute. And then also, there is a bit of like, it's harder to hear because of like, maybe it's the microphone or something.
Well, unfortunately, I got my phone wet yesterday, and so I'm using Bluetooth, headphones,
good.
and that's all I really have.
We can
They
hear
still
you enough.
can't hear me.
People hear you. You're good.
Okay. I'll just try to speak louder. So anyway, I was saying, I wasn't here when you talked about what happened to you. I caught the tail end of what you were saying, and I just want to let you know that I believe you, even if you hadn't reported, even if you hadn't gone to the hospital. I believe you, and I'm really sorry that happened to you. It happened to me too. I never went to the hospital. I never reported it. I never even talked to a therapist about it for a very long time, and it's been 30 years. So I'm E. Jean Carroll's niece, and if you have any specific questions about her case, I can answer them, but I can tell you that no, she did not go to the hospital, and she did not report to law enforcement, and most people don't. 62% of SA survivors never report to the law. And there's a lot of reasons for that. One of them being that only 70 out of every 1,000 cases for essay or rape that go to court result in a conviction and prison sentence. It's very unlikely that that's going to happen, even if you do report it to the police and get all the way to the courtroom. And Eugene Carroll has been an activist for women and feminist her entire life, and she was well aware that that was the case and how unlikely it would be that she would be believed, especially going up against somebody like Donald Trump with billions of dollars and the greatest legal team that money can buy, to try to go up against somebody like that and make an accusation against somebody like that is extremely intimidating. And she was not emotionally ready to take that on at that time, which is, to me, perfectly understandable. And I'll just ask you, I guess, that if your assaulter decided to run for public office, decided to run for president, and you knew that they were probably going to be elected into the highest office in the land, I think maybe that would be a catalyst for you to speak up and say something so that that person that did that to you did not become the president of the United States.
Okay. First of all, I want to say I'm sorry anything like that ever happened to you, and I appreciate you being understanding of what happened to me. That's nice to understand that we can relate to each other and everything. However, I do have a question for you. Was this 1990s or 1980s?
1996.
1996. Okay, so it's been how many years?
28 years now.
So
it was 23 years when she came forward. Yes.
23 years. Okay. No, that's all I wanted to know. I wanted to figure out how long it was before she actually did bring it up.
Yes.
But you made the valid point that some people never even speak up ever.
Most people don't.
Yeah.
Like they might tell one friend, or maybe someday they tell their spouse, or they might tell a therapist. But as far as reporting to the police, that's more often than not, they never do. And I actually I don't demonize in any way or diminish anyone who doesn't have the ability to will themselves into a police station and talk about something like this. I get it because I didn't do it, but I do commend you for having the courage to do it yourself. I think that's really brave. There's a lot of situations though where women are really intimidated to do so, and they just can't. There's also situations where, like the reason I didn't report was because I was being threatened that if I told anybody that he would hurt me or my family member. And that actually ended up happening. He unalived my dad. So people are afraid of retaliation, rightfully so.
Yeah, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I'm not telling you that to like get something. I'm just explaining that there's a million reasons why people don't come forward, and one of them can be that they are either actively intimidated or threatened, or the implication of further harm is there. And there's fear. Yeah.
And I guess I didn't view before how, like, I guess she would have been intimidated to take Trump down. Only because, like, I've seen it time and time again, like, throughout the years of women going after rich men for money and stuff. And Trump's always been rich. And there's, like, I mean, like, sometimes they just try to, like, everyone... I don't know how to say this on here about Usher, for instance.
Usher is guilty, friend.
No, I know that, but I'm just saying it's like, I don't know. There's been a ton of instances where men and women have gone after rich and wealthy men or women. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Is that like most circumstances? And also, he was held civilly liable, right? This is is that common?
Let me address that. I think that there probably are circumstances, and we've seen it a couple times in history where people have made accusations against a powerful or wealthy person, and we know it's true. He got away with it for a really long time.
So
there's so many examples. Bill Cosby, right?
Yeah, everyone knows about that.
Yeah. He got away with it for like 60 years.
That's just
50
crazy. I
years.
know. Ugh.
And just because somebody had the courage to come forward is the only reason we know. How many men just like live their whole lives without anyone ever finding out they did those things, but they did do them.
Christina, thank you for
Danny
the $5. Yeah,
Masterson.
that's it.
So
Right? There's a million examples.
So I do have a question though.
Yeah.
I guess like, okay, so if he is 100% guilty and everything and it's been proven, can someone tell me, because I guess I just don't understand it, and maybe one of you can enlighten me on it, but like, why is he not in jail? Like when I came forward with my guy, he went to jail right away.
So the reason for that is because the New York State has a statute of limitations on rape. They have a statute of limitations on most cases, most criminal acts. So if you do not report within 5 years, you cannot prosecute somebody criminally. You can only prosecute them civilly. So civil verdicts do not result in legal criminal
Like criminal
consequences
charges,
like
yeah.
jail or probation or house arrest or something like that. The only way that you can get justice in a civil case is a monetary award.
Oh my God, that's so crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
How crazy is it that you have 5 years to report something like that, and if you don't, screw you, that person is free forever.
Especially when most scenarios, victims either don't come out about it and go for criminal charges, or it takes them decades to do so. So knowing that's the case, to have a statute of limitations on it that's 5 years is absolutely despicable.
Well, that's the case in most states too. It's not just New York. Some of them are 3 years. And I mean, like, the reason that the statute of limitations for civil cases for adult survivors of sexual abuse was extended in New
Going
York
back to the
State
description.
was because of the activism from victims of the Catholic Church who were children at the time of their assaults, who now as adults have come forward and want accountability for their offenders. And thousands of them have successfully sued because of the extension of the civil trial limitations for prosecution. So, you know, how many stories have you seen about children who survived those things and didn't say anything for 20, 30, 40, 50 years? There was also even a nun who was assaulted when she was 26 years old. And because of that law, she was able to civilly prosecute her offender at age 52.
Wow, really? That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she wouldn't have been able to if they hadn't created the Adult Survivors Act in New York State, and most states don't have that.
Okay.
There's only like 2 other states that have that. So hopefully there are other states with active legislative proposals to enact those laws in their own states, but right now there's only a few.
Okay, so that's just crazy. Yeah, I was like wondering, so thank you for answering my next question, I guess you should say. About the statute of limitations, that's what you called it, right?
Yes, that's what it's called, yeah.
Okay. I just didn't want to pronounce it wrong or anything. You're kind of like literally enlightening me. This is like new news to me. But
no,
I was
you're good.
curious.
I mean, and this isn't stuff that like I would say most people like really know about. The only reason that I have this knowledge and information is because of watching my aunt go through this case, and I've been through a civil case and a criminal case myself. So most people don't like, have this verbiage in their everyday vernacular, right? So yeah, it's no problem. You don't know. Most people don't.
No, I know. So I really appreciate you explaining it. And like I said, what happened to me was when I was in high school, and I've done a ton of like therapy sessions and like group sessions, and I was 14 at the time, and I'm now 33, you know? So like
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. I've literally
It's
came
not
to
okay though. It's
peace
not.
with it at this point. Like
I'm glad you did, but you know, I'm very thankful that you were able to access those resources and help yourself, because it takes a lot of emotional effort and work to do that for yourself. So I give you a lot of credit for that. Not everybody has access to those resources, and not everybody is ever really ready to do that. So I'm really glad that you did. I'm really glad you did. But it's still, and I understand that you, in order to move forward with your life, people sometimes have to feel that they have healed to a certain point, and I think that's great. Not everybody does,
No, I
which is
had a very
unfortunate.
good support system, I would say, my family and my friends, and then of course like everything that I went through with the, like I said, therapy, the group sessions, making new friends that went through something similar with me, you know, and I'm actually super good friends with to this day, which is awesome. I love them. But
that's amazing.
However, I did find peace and closure through everything, but you are correct. Not everybody does have access to all those things, and not every situation is the same. Just like you told me about your situation, that was completely different. He wasn't threatening me by any means or anything like that.
I get it. And
yeah,
the thing with Jeannie, I call her Jeannie. I know it's E. Jean Carroll, but we call her Jeannie. The thing with Jeannie is she did have a good support system of friends in her life and her family who loved her, but not people that she could talk to about this. She's 80 years old now. And back when she was growing up, these were things that you just didn't talk about. And her parents were not the kind that would talk about like negative things like that with her. They would always just tell her to forget about it and focus on positive. So she never told them. In fact, they don't know because they passed away before she came forward with this. And that was the main reason why she waited until she did to come forward about this. She didn't want them to know. She didn't want to have those difficult conversations with them. She didn't want it to hurt them when they were near the end of their lives. They were in their 90s when they passed. And it was, one of them passed in 2012, and I think the other was 2017. So she wanted to wait until they were not here so that she could talk about this without them having to suffer through that with her. And she does have siblings that she also like really didn't want to have to talk about it with, but she especially didn't want her parents to know.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. That's horrible.
Yeah, I mean, the generation that she grew up in, it was different. Like, especially in her family, they have this thing that I call toxic positivity, where they kind of like won't talk about bad and negative things. They only want to focus on positive things. And in some ways that can be really harmful because we do need to talk to our families about the things that harm us and process those things, but some families just can't do that. And yeah, somebody in the comments said the silent generation. Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, that makes she came around in that age. It definitely is completely different back then to nowadays for sure.
Yeah. Is there any other questions that you have about it?
No, that's more or less. You literally answered every single question that was like in my head because I was like trying to understand from my perspective and point of view. And it's super nice to meet you and hear that side of the story. You know what I mean? Because I was like, this is just irony and it's weird. Why is this happening? You know, I was like,
no, I mean, I can definitely understand, like, if you don't know anything about her or the specifics or the case, or the laws or the statutes or her reasoning or anything like that. I guess I can understand why somebody would go, well, that's weird, Tiny. I get that. But once you like understand all of the reasons and all of the things that were put into place to make this happen, it makes more sense.
No, it definitely did the way that like you explained it and stuff like that. And then is there like I guess like a good source that I should be because I guess the sources that I'm reading are not accurate from what you guys are telling me. Is there like a source you can recommend for me to read up?
I mean, if you really want to read like the most accurate detail, you'd read the court documents on NewYorkCourts.gov of the actual court case transcripts.
I don't want to read all that. I just wanted to read.
It's so long. It's really long, but I would say that would be the direct transcripts of what was said in court.
Okay.
But as far as like, if you want to read like news sources about it, I would stick only with things like NPR or PBS or Reuters.
Okay.
I would avoid probably everything else, to be honest.
And and would you say that those are good sources for like everything in a sense, not just this?
Yeah, like if you find something from one of those sources, I accept it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a librarian and I teach media literacy. And I would say that those three are the most fact-based and unbiased sources. They don't use emotionally charged language. They don't take political opinions in their fact reporting. So yes, I would say those are the most credible sources for anything.
Okay, that's really cool because I've been I'm going to be completely honest with you guys.
And AP News. Sorry, AP News.
Yep. I was
EP
also gonna
News?
say AP.
Okay.
AP News, Reuters, PBS, and
PBS.
NPR.
Yep. Those are the
Okay,
best.
I'm gonna be honest. My whole struggle with this whole election is finding like a good source to actually
Like read
get my
stuff from.
information from.
You're gonna learn
like,
a lot from these. These are like the best sources you can find. Trust me. From
Yeah,
almost
okay.
every librarian I've talked to, and I know a lot of librarians, they all say the same sources. Like those are the best sources for sure.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? See, there is a chart that you can access. I always forget the web address. Is it media bias factcheck.com or media? What is Parker? What is it? The one that has the chart with all the
I know
different
exactly what you're
resources on it?
referencing, where it has like the how accurate it is. I think she's fine if she did. We
Yeah.
just give her these four anyway. I don't remember
True,
off the top of my head.
true.
Maybe someone in the
But
chat will
there is
remember. But
there is a if you go to Google and type in media bias fact check, you'll find it, and it's a chart that puts every single major news source on a graph that shows their bias as far as right leaning, left leaning, propaganda, conspiracy theories, things like that, and it rates them for fact finding. And that would be a good way to see like if what you're reading is heavily biased or uses conspiracy theories and propaganda rather than facts. And the other thing is if you read an article
Alexa, think
and it doesn't have citations in it, that's probably a bad sign. A good article that's reporting on facts will point you to the primary sources in their citations.
Okay.
Sen, thank you so much for the
Thank you
$30
so
on
much.
Venmo. Can we get some W's for Sen in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Sen.
Thank you so much for giving me all these sources because, like I said, it's been a real struggle. I'll read one article from one, and then I read another one. It's the complete opposite, and then I'm like reading 5 more, just trying to guess
Figure out
which
what's
one
going
is-
on.
Yes, you know what I'm saying.
And that's another thing that like is totally understood, at least from a librarian perspective, and I'm sure Matt would agree with me. The last like 8 to 10 years have been the most confusing time that I've ever seen as far as finding accurate information because people are not well educated in media bias, and there are so many sources out there that it's really hard to distinguish what's true and what's not true. And we've seen more fake information than ever the last like 8 to 10 years that looks like legitimate because anybody can set up a website and make it look like a legitimate source. And that makes it really confusing for people. So that's why you have to look at like, check the media bias on it, check the citations, who are the authors, what do they do, what are their biases, who are they funded by, things like that.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that's so true. They taught us in school how to make websites back in the day.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Yeah.
Yeah, no, so I really appreciate you taking the time out of your evening to give me valuable sources because it's been really hard. So thank you for that. And I also really appreciate you explaining that whole situation because I was like very confused and like the irony of it, but also like I can't find good reliable sources to figure out what was really going on. You know what I mean?
No, I get it. I get it. It's a wasteland out there on the internet. I understand. Yeah.
Yep. Nope. I was trying to guess what was right and what was wrong by if it's brought up multiple times on multiple different platforms, maybe it's true. And then like if it was just like an outlandish statement, I only seen it on like 3 sites. I'm like, okay, that's probably not true. And I was like, I'm not gonna lie, you were completely right. I do not know the difference in how to see if the source is even legit or not. So I appreciate you.
Yeah. So is your question at this point about what's true and not true, whether this court case happened or not? Is that the question, or whether the outcome is something you agree with or not? Just to clarify.
Well, I read in a different article stating that didn't, like, he's not behind bars and it didn't do anything.
Well,
and-
no, he's not behind bars. No.
Yeah, but they made it
But-
sound like he wasn't guilty in the article.
Oh, okay.
Do you know what I'm saying?
So you're saying that they made it sound like if he had done this, he would be behind bars. That's what you're
Correct.
saying, right?
Yep.
But you understand now why that's not the case because of the statute of limitations that we talked about, right?
Yes. Oh, 100%. But I was just wanting to know, like, good sources to check so I don't read an article like that again. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
no, we got you.
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got it. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well, see, it was really nice to meet you again, like from one survivor to another. Good job. I hope your healing continues. I'm proud of you. Please believe other women, and think about what you would feel like if people were calling you a liar.
Yeah. No, I definitely. I'm sorry and for what you went through and everything, and I appreciate you. And I definitely will from now on. Thank you for changing my perspective.
No problem. Thanks. Nice talking to you. See you, Parker. Thank you.
Of course. Good
Have a
seeing you,
good
Amber.
night.
You too. Thanks.
All right.
Sam,
well-
thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Sam. Can we get some W's for Sam in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Sam. You were saying?
Well, I was just saying, well, I really appreciate the time that you gave me up here about some of this stuff. I am going to rewatch what you told me to with the Kamala Harris stating about it. Because I watched it, but I guess I didn't pay attention to the verbiage that close. And the way you elaborated that statement, definitely, I'm going to watch it again because, like, I feel stupid now. So I'm going to go look at it again and hear her say that. And I also appreciate you bringing her up and explaining all that other stuff to me.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
Yep. Have a good night.
For sure. All right, everyone. Let's get another person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump, y'all. This is probably one of the last guests we're getting up here. Just letting y'all know. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. That's the best place to support me, y'all. All right. I think we might actually turn off sub-only chat to open it up to everyone real quick. Everyone, just for like the last few minutes. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much, Kenny. All right, I'm going to tell my when to leave. Okay. All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Katie, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much, Katie. All right, y'all. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 2.5 million likes before I do end it today, y'all. I think we can do that. What other streamers would you recommend? Dean. I like Harry. Real life. Oh, it's good. Carbon is really good. Athena when she's live always. Jaden, if you see him. You know what's up, Haladia? What does sub only mean? It means the people who sub, the 1.2 thousand people that sub to my channel, are the only ones who can type in the comment section. During that time. But yeah, I'm also getting myself more familiar with a bunch of different creators. Yo, Beckett, thank you for the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, it's a Paladia?
I'm 34.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Can I ask you a question? Are your views in politics similar to Dean? Pretty on par and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so as someone who was a former Democrat when I was younger, I would consider myself a Republican now. Do you believe in trickle-down economics?
No.
Is there a reason you don't believe in trickle-down economics?
Yeah, since trickle-down economics was adopted in the 80s, we've seen wages stop increasing with productivity when prior they did.
If I could give you a real-world example of where trickle-down economics actually worked under Trump's presidency, would you take that into consideration?
Yeah.
Sure. So Costco actually increased the wage of 132,000, all 132,000 of their employees. It's a direct statement of the tax breaks that Trump gave them.
Okay, so just Costco. So I can look at the overall impacts of like the TCGA. You can look at the macroeconomic effect of the 2017 tax reform. It's from specifically a liberal and conservative economist from Harvard, so it's bipartisan. And it specifically indicates there was a 0.04% increase in GDP from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
I do know two more private companies that one of which I worked for and one that is another local one that I work for. They both also increased wages due to tax cuts, but due to the amount of people in your chat, I'd rather not mention their names because they are privately owned, and I hope you can respect that.
Sure. Jason, thank you so much for the $25. I really appreciate it, Jason. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Jason in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. And I understand that some business owners do respond that way. I'm not disputing that, right? Good business owners typically will do that. Or like businesses owned by employees will do that. But that's not what the typical company does. So that's why these different types of like economic structures are important, right? To ensure that like companies have an incentive to give to their workers, because it seemingly lacks that when we have trickle-down economics in place. Now, there are some people saying Costco is owned by their workers. Let me see. Is Costco a co-op?
To some degree, it is. It is, yes, to some degree.
Is Costco a cooperative?
So for the people who are saying it doesn't work, my rebuttal to that is when it comes to overtaxing the rich and trying to give tax breaks to the middle class, which is where I would consider myself, I would tell you that
I don't think it's a cooperative, but it probably has some type of employee ownership.
I would tell you that the wealthy, they're not going to take a hit to their bottom line. If taxes go up for them, that's going to get passed on to us. I don't think there's any avoiding that. And I do not think there's a way for the middle class to win if the wealthy don't win.
Okay, let's think about it this way, right? What were the effective corporate tax rates in the past comparative to now? They were way higher, right? So if you think some of these things weren't as bad back then, like we had wages increasing with productivity, how come the problem exists now, but it doesn't exist then?
Well, I would say that the level of greed over the last 10 to 20 years has increased substantially among the wealthy.
So the greed has increased as we've also seen like taxes decrease for them. Look up effective corporate tax rate.
Right.
This is the lowest level we've ever seen corporate taxes since we started adopting corporate taxes.
Okay, so since the fact that the corporate taxes have dropped and it has increased their bottom line, it has increased their profit, now if taxes go up, they're not going to take a cut. They're not going to. We can be honest about it. The wealthy aren't going to go from making a certain amount of money to making less money. So now they're going to still want the same amount of money, if not more, especially to appease their shareholders. So I do not see an increase in corporate taxes being a benefit to our economy, especially because it's going to affect the ultra wealthy and
we're just going to historical rates of corporate taxes.
Okay.
So it's like we decreased it, but we're going back. So because like Trump put it down to 21, under Obama's administration it was 35.
Right, and
under prior administrations it was even higher.
And Kamala wants to raise it to what, 28%?
28%, which is extremely low for corporate taxes still.
Well, I mean, it still puts us in the highest grade for technically on the lowest scale for G20. Like as far as the rest of the G20, we're still going to have some of the highest corporate tax rates at 28% at that point.
That's fine. That's fine. The point I'm making is with that is that the United States can afford to do things like that based upon historical trends.
I actually don't think that we can afford to do that anymore. And my point is, over the last 10 to 20 years, if we're talking about historical data, these companies and these executives have become accustomed to making a certain amount of money and increasing by a certain percent.
So why keep decreasing it? Trump wants to decrease it to 15%. We keep bringing that bar lower
because as long as they still make their bottom line, I do think that there's enough that there's trickle down economics there. And I didn't believe it when I was
good evidence of that, though.
When I was younger, I did not believe in trickle down economics. I didn't.
Okay, the empirics don't agree with that, though. Like what I'm telling you is, if you have good evidence to support that, maybe that would be a good idea. And I understand why people think that might happen, right? Because if someone is a good acting moral agent and they own a company, they would do that. But the point I'm making is that often doesn't happen because they lack incentive to do that. And what I'm saying is that if you have taxes, either you give your wages higher to your workers or you get taxed. Appreciate the paper crane. Thank you so much. That creates more of an incentive for employers to increase wages.
Can I ask you a question? What do you think about her idea of taxing? What's the word I'm looking for? Unrealized gains.
That's good for wealth over 100 million.
Okay, that's the point I want to get to. Is that it's for wealth over 100 million.
Yep, it's not for people who have less money. But although I just want to let you know, property taxes exist, and that affects the middle class, and that's an unrealized tax.
Right, and I'm not here to debate that, but I do want to say that the people who have 100 million plus net worth, they're also the ones who generally control the market. If they're going to get taxed on unrealized gains, what's to stop them from taking their gains and before that takes into effect? And now that is affecting everyone's 401k and their retirement, because let's be honest, the 1% of the wealthy have more wealth than what, like 80 or 90%. It's a stupid number. I don't know the actual number off the top of my head, but the top 1% have more wealth than the lower 50 or 60%. It's a ridiculous amount. And
the top 3 billionaires own more wealth than the bottom 50% of the country.
Right. So if they start getting taxed,
let's keep isolating more wealth to the greedy people at the top. That makes sense.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I generally just don't think that the middle class can win if the wealthy don't win also, because they just
the wealthy will always win. I'm just letting you know, if we tax them at a high rate, they're still going to be winning.
They're still going to win. And I think it will have a negative impact on retirement accounts, 401k, the stock market as a whole.
You say you think these things. What evidence do you have that's going to happen?
Look, I'm going to be honest. I don't have a data statistic for you, but also, again, the wealthy do not like to lose. So if they're going to take a 25% hit to their unrealized gains, and some of these people have hundreds of millions of dollars in unrealized gains, and so
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. It's on the stuff over 100 million.
On their unrealized gains, it's no longer worth it for them to keep their money in the market. It's worth it for them to take their profit, and that's going to cause a decrease in the market.
So again, you can say that that's going to cause a decrease in the market, but there will be some level of correction, and that's totally fine.
To some degree, but as someone who has an economics degree, you
understand that there's a certain set of expectations too. Think about it this way. That if the expectation is baked in the market that that's going to happen anyway, well, then people know that they shouldn't demand that stock less just because they had to take money out of it. You would only want to demand that less if the reason why it was going down wasn't related to a government tax, but was related to some other fact in the market that could make the investment not as bad. The point I'm making is that if everyone receives this tax, it doesn't make the investment worse. So there's actually going to be less and less effect that it's going to have on the price of the stock, given that it's an expected decrease. It happens to everyone, and people know it's not related to any other factors, and it's just government based.
I would disagree, because if you look at several stocks throughout the market, there are several tech stocks that are insanely overvalued right now.
And for example, if they increased corporate tax, right, that's not going to lead to a reduction in investment in these companies, because that's already something that's being imposed by the government. What you're then saying is that there should be less investment in the market back then versus now. That's essentially what you're arguing.
There's been
why were there completely fine? So why were there completely fine standards for growth in terms of the stock market in the past when we had higher corporate tax rates, even though the tax rate was that high?
Because the last 10 to 15 to 20 years have been different than the 100 years previous to it. So at what point do you consider the past? Where's your cutoff line when you're talking about the past?
Think of the $10. I'm just referencing anything that happened before now.
Because the last 20 years have been unprecedented compared to the 100 years before it.
I don't know what you mean by unprecedented.
So money added to the system makes a huge dramatic change to the market and how it moves. Because now, instead of having a company that's properly valued at, say, $100 million, where they have proper profit to support that, you have companies like NVIDIA that are valued at near $3 trillion, and they do not have the proper profits and gross revenue to support that. And it is an extremely overvalued tech company, which is the entire tech sector right now. And those are all
you're assuming overvaluation.
No, no.
And,
If you
and
look
if
at the
and
numbers,
if you
it's
agree that
overvalued.
there's
They're
overvaluation,
valued properly if you account earnings
hey,
for like 5
hey,
years.
if you think there's an overvaluation, bet against the stock.
I have, and I've made good money on it.
Well, keep doing it.
I probably will continue because also we're in a higher interest rate environment right now, and it's historically accurate that once interest rates start to come down, there is a possibility of a recession. It's actually more likely than not, regardless of if it's a Democrat or Republican in office. So
Actually, no, it wouldn't make sense for interest rates to come down for there to be a recession.
you
It-
can
oh,
that,
no.
that's factual data. You're more than welcome to look it up.
Casper, that would be likely from an increase in rates, not from a decrease in rates. Decrease in rates would spur the economy. So I'd like to see what you're referencing.
You can look at over the last 40 years of
Daniel,
time
think of the
where we went
$2.
from a low interest environment to a high interest environment, that when we start to bring interest rates down, it does more often than not create a recessionary environment.
Give me one example. Can't hear you when you swipe out of the app, by the way. Everyone, do tap the screen. This gets it 2.5 million likes, y'all.
If you can I ask you a question? Of the last 16 years, do you know how much national debt we've added?
16 years? I don't know. I'd have to check. A lot.
What's our national debt right now? Around 38 trillion? So of the last 16 years, 12 years of those, we had a Democratic president. We have added almost $28 trillion of debt. And yes, I understand that President Trump was responsible for a decent amount of that.
Yeah, he added the most in 4 years.
But also
signed into law.
He had COVID. And as you said, that was a worldwide issue. And I don't think
non-COVID related 4.8 trillion non-COVID related spending.
I don't think the Democrats would have responded much differently. And if you want to add
4.8 trillion non-COVID related debt spending.
Non-COVID spending, which is fine.
Non-COVID debt spending.
What was his total spending over his presidency? Like 7 trillion?
Are you talking about spending or debt spending?
Debt spending.
Debt spending, 8.4 trillion.
Okay. So we've had $28 trillion of debt added in the last 16 years. 8 of that was him. The other 20 trillion came from Democratic presidents.
Okay. And or policies that existed prior.
Possible. Yes.
Okay. What's your point? Do you not want to talk about Bush? How much did Bush add? But Bush is the one that heavily increased it. We were running a surplus under Clinton.
I actually am aware that we added a surplus under Clinton, and as Clinton was president, I was a Democrat then.
So
Clinton, I actually believe that Clinton was a good president, even as a Democrat. And I even voted for Obama his first term.
But $2. So
over my life,
what's your point?
I've not seen benefit from Democratic spending, from Democratic policies, and it's not just Biden Harris. It is so, like Dean said on one of his streams, that he is a party voter. So he would have voted for Biden, despite the fact that I think Biden would have been unfit. And even Kamala saying that
I would vote for Biden over Trump.
I would not.
I did vote for Biden over Trump.
I would not.
You're not voting Kamala Harris either. So what's your point?
I would not. No.
Yeah. So then I don't know why that's a point against anyone. It's not just we're voting the party. We're voting someone that's better than Trump. Like, for example, if you were to switch Trump and Kamala Harris, we'd vote for Kamala Harris on the Republican side. Like I don't uphold like to a particular party. I'm about the policy. I'm about the character of the individual. I'm about the qualities that they have as an individual and what they're advocating for. I don't fucking give a shit what party they're affiliated with. If it was a Republican that had good policy, that's advocating for universal health care, expanding access to child care, right? All of those things that I like, well then hell yeah, I'd support that fucking Republican. But Republicans oftentimes don't advocate for those things, and that's why I typically speaking wouldn't vote for them. But like, would I if there was good Republicans? Hell yeah. Sometimes do I think that like we should take over the Republican Party and start primarying them with our candidates? Yeah. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. The same way we've done with the Democratic Party? Yeah. That'd be fun.
Do you honestly think a two-party system is the best system?
No, it's dog shit. I think we should probably have like 4 parties. And we should have ranked choice voting.
Do you? What's your standpoint on guns?
My standpoint on guns?
Sure.
So I don't really know the empirics on them. I think that we could get out some excessive guns. I think we need common sense gun reform, like universal background checks, things like that. I don't really have like a big position on guns. I really don't care, to be totally honest. I just want to keep people safe. So if the empirics indicated that getting rid of guns kept people safe, like getting rid of every gun made sure less people die, then I would support that.
For your chat who says that I pivot, I've been waiting in queue for like 2 hours, so I'm going to try and pivot as much as possible to try and get as much stuff as I can in for whatever it's worth. Mainly because I'm trying to get as many viewpoints from you as I can that I haven't heard you talk about with other people, because most people come on here and they don't really add anything of actual value. That's my opinion.
Sure.
What question didn't I answer? Someone in your chat said I didn't answer a question.
I don't know, because I was texting my girlfriend about when I was having to leave, so I kind of forgot. How are you going to pay for the tax cuts? 3.9 trillion extension of the tax cuts. How are you going to pay for it?
To be honest, I'm not really sure.
So Kamala Harris,
there's a certain amount of spending that we can't avoid. There's no way that Democrats are going to avoid spending either. We're already on a trajectory course that neither party can avoid, because neither one of them wants to reduce deficit on a yearly basis, because that's just going to lose them their seat in office the next political term. So neither one of them is going to do anything for it, in my opinion.
actually, the Biden administration's done multiple debt reducing policies.
But they haven't. But they still continue to add to the national deficit.
Yeah, they can,
as long as we are,
but they have deficit reducing policy that they're engaging in. So, like, yeah, I do agree that they should try to balance the budget, if not try to tackle the debt. I actually think that it's about time that we start trying to tackle the debt, because I think that the level it's at right now is getting ridiculous. We do not need this. It's not effective to have that large of a debt. So I don't see any good reason to.
For your chat asking if I'm MAGA or Republican, I'm Republican. There's a difference, but it is what it is. And as far as the people talking about taxing the billionaires and the millionaires, there's like 460 something pages of tax code, and like 400 of them are telling you how to avoid paying taxes. So even if they try to hike taxes on the rich, they're going to find a way to avoid paying them, regardless. They always do. They never lose.
No, that's with our current tax policy. They would be forced to if there wasn't this current tax policy. But
they would have to rewrite the entire tax code.
What's up?
They would almost have to rewrite the entire tax code.
Yeah, that's what we should do. Taxes shouldn't be done by private accountants. Taxes should be done directly by the government, right? The government knows how much I owe, right? Why do I need an accountant in the middle? Like, I like my accountant. My accountant's cool, but like, realistically speaking, there's no reason why they force us to do that. They know how much we need to pay. In Japan, they have it completely automated by the government. Like, we shouldn't have to do this. We have the technology not to.
We also shouldn't be taxed repeatedly. Taxed when you make your money, you tax when you spend your money. What's your dollar worth? Like 60 cents on the dollar at best?
So the point that we're making is that taxes are meant to benefit our society. The reason why you don't like your taxes is because you don't get much from it, right? And we need to get more. We need the best infrastructure in the world. We need good health care for our citizens. Everyone's covered. We need child care. We need to get rid of poverty. We have the money to be able to do that.
Well, that's arguable, because saying that we have the money would assuming that we're not $38 trillion in debt. When you say you're $38 trillion in debt,
35, even with $35 trillion in debt, we have the money to be able to pay for those things. Like, I'm telling you, we have such a massive economy. Okay, so even though we have a $35 trillion debt, our economy is about almost 30 trillion, right?
Yeah,
it's on a trajectory to continue growing. And as it grows, we grow the ability to pay off the debt.
Like, for example, if we have more people, our economy grows 7 trillion GDP. We have 1 trillion more federal revenues, 1 trillion a year. We can pay this off. We can pay it off like a mortgage, bro.
We just keep issuing new bonds to cover old debt. Our debt, none of our debt is going away.
We can absolutely make our debt go away. We can absolutely pay off our debt. And I believe that we should start getting to a point where we do that.
I don't see a point where we, on a single year, regardless of who is our president, that we actually reduce our national deficit for the foreseeable future.
Well, you don't have me controlling the federal budget, so it's like you got fucking dumbasses in I got it in the live now, but like you got people in Congress that are like fucked up, and they don't really care about the effect on the debt. They don't care about the future of this country. That's why they don't vote for policy that's going to help us fight climate change.
For the people who keep saying Clinton did it, if you compare,
I do gotta get going though.
If you compare Clinton to as a Democrat back then, he would be closer to a center-leaning Republican in modern day. Like everything is far left and right now, and there's not a whole lot of central-leaning Democrats or Republicans. So for everyone who keeps saying Clinton, while he was a Democrat, he is way closer to a liberal Republican by today's standards.
Okay. All right. Well, I do have to go, but I appreciate you coming up.
Thank you for your time.
All right, everyone. I'm going to get off here for tonight. I do love y'all so much. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio is the best place to support me. I do appreciate y'all so much. I have to leave here in a few minutes. So actually, let's try to get to 2.5 million likes before I do end it, and I'll try to look for someone to raid. If you have any questions, you can ask me in the comment section right now, because I am about to get off here real quick. Is there anyone I should raid, y'all? Let me know who I should raid in the comment section. If you have any questions, you can ask me real quick. I have like 2-3 minutes I can stay on. So we'll try to get to 2.5 million likes real quick. JV, thank you for the hand art. Thank you. Kenzie? All right. Bet. Is Kenzie on? We'll make sure to send everyone to Kenzie here in a minute. But yeah. If you have any questions, you can ask me real quick before I do go. Can you update your sources link? I will be doing here pretty soon. All right, we'll just go. All right, everyone, look up It's Kenzie. Or, I mean, you can just look up Miss Kenzie, MS_Kenzie. Spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker, everyone. MS_Kenzie. Oh my gosh, it's not loading. Sorry, Kenzie with an IE. Look up MS_Kenzie. Spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker. Thank you for the 2.5 million likes. I really appreciate y'all. Y'all are amazing. Have a great night, everyone, and peace out, y'all.